Dazed and confused, Li Lin heard the sound of an argument. Two women were chattering noisily, but he couldn't quite make out what they were saying. Faintly, he also heard a child crying. A child? Could it be his grandson visiting? But upon second thought, that didn't make sense. It wasn't summer or winter break, so why would they come back? Besides, his son was currently at odds with him, practically wishing they'd never see each other again. There was no way they'd come back, so Easelite simply wasn't like his son to back down. He couldn't understand how their relationship had deteriorated to this point. Dad, Li Lin was even more puzzled. Was someone calling him? He struggled to open his eyes and saw a snotty-nosed toddler clinging to his leg, crying so hard his voice had gone hoarse. Whose kid was this? Did the child mistake him for someone else? But looking closer, the face seemed strangely familiar. This was clearly his eldest son, Li Bin, as a young child. He couldn't possibly forget his own son's face. But how had his son become so small? A quick glance at the cracked mirror on the bedside table finally made him realize something was very wrong. It wasn't just his son who had gotten younger had too. His formerly wrinkled old face was now smooth and youthful. Sure, it was a bit darker, but undeniably young. Rebirth? Having read plenty of online novels, this was the first thought that sprang to his mind. Dad, the child, seeing no response, cried even louder. Hey, you little brat, what are you bawling about? Li Lin scooped up his son, gave his bottom a playful slap, and said triumphantly, Never thought you'd end up in my hands again, did you? Let's see how tough you are now. Back then, when his son was filling out his university application, he insisted on studying computer science. But Li Lin was determined his son would go to medical school. His reasoning was simple. No matter the era, doctors would always be in demand. He forced his son to comply. He gritted his teeth and funded 7 years of medical school. But the ungrateful brat didn't appreciate it all. Instead, he'd constantly mutter, encourage someone to study medicine, and may lightning strike you dead, and pick fights with him all the time. Li Lin would get so angry he'd regret ever having a boy. But now, seeing this soft, young version of his son, delicious. Dad, I'm hungry, Li Bin sobbed. Huh, starving my precious son, am I? Li Lin stood up, cradling the child, and stepped out of the house. He couldn't help but look back at the thatched roof cottage behind him. This was his old family home from 40 years ago, a place he'd lived in until building a new house in 2000. He'd often daydreamed about rebirth while reading web novels, but now that it had actually happened, he felt like crying. It meant starting everything all over again. Li Lin, beat her hard. A powerful female voice suddenly yanked Li Lin out of his thoughts. He looked up to see his mother, Tang Ho Hot, hopping up and down in anger. Following her gaze, he spotted his younger self's wife, Chung Yu-mei, weeping quietly. He pinched his waist and felt a strange sensation this couldn't be real. Was his wife really this beautiful when she was young? Smooth, radiant, fresh, and tempting. He couldn't remember why he'd been such a brute back then, hitting a lovely young wife until she was bruised and battered. Li Lin, are you going to do something about your wife or not? Tang Ho Hot barked at him again. Li Lin sighed, what's going on this time? You two are always fighting, can't you just get along? Tang Ho Hot spat. Marrying this woman has brought me nothing but bad luck. She hasn't fed the pigs or washed the clothes since morning. Is she trying to rebel? You beat her good. She won't learn otherwise. Li Lin frowned. He remembered this incident back then. He'd obeyed his mother and beaten his wife so badly she'd been bedridden for 3 days. Even in their old age, Chung Yu-mei would still bring it up with resentment. He glanced at the tall pile of laundry on the ground, handed his eldest son back to Chung Yu-mei, and said with a pout, Well, what are you waiting for? Can't you see the child is crying? Go cook. What? Chung Yu-mei, who had been bracing herself for a beating from her husband who always obeyed his mother, was now utterly shocked to hear only a request to cook. This man of hers would never defy his mother's orders when told to beat his wife. He'd never just scold when told to catch a chicken. He'd never chase a dog instead. What had changed today? Go on, Li Lin urged again. Oh, I'm going right away. Chung Yu-mei quickly scurried into the kitchen with Li Bin, followed closely by 2 other children who had been playing in the mud. Tang Ho Hot watched everything unfold. With a thud, she plopped down on the ground, beating her short legs and wailing, Unfair. My son is unfilial. Mom, what's all this about now? Li Lin asked, exasperated. In his youth, he'd blindly obeyed his mother. Only in old age did he realize his own mother wasn't a good person. Tang Ho Hot continued sobbing. After marrying a wife, he forgets his mother. My life is so miserable. Li Jin, Li Lin shouted toward a side room. How old are you? Why are you making your sister-in-law wash your clothes? Do you have any shame? Brother. A teenage boy rushed out, nervously facing his stern older brother. I was studying in the room. Tang Ho Hot shot up from the ground. shielding her younger son. Your brother is preparing for the college entrance exam. He's so busy studying. How can we waste his time? Li Lin ignored her, keeping his eyes fixed on Li Jin. Well, go on. You're grown, Mont. You even wash your own clothes? His younger brother was intelligent otherwise. How could he have later passed the college entrance exam? Unlike Li Lin himself, who'd remained a primary school graduate with a rural household registration his whole life. He'd toiled in the fields, sacrificed for his wife and children, and spent most of his hard-earned money on his brother. When his brother graduated and got a government job, Li Lin had hoped to finally benefit from the connection. But the ungrateful brat turned his back on him. It made Li Lin so angry he could grind his teeth. Li Jin hesitated, afraid. His older brother was known to beat people without hesitation. Tang Ho Hot snapped. So now that you can't control your wife, you're taking it out on your brother? Look at you getting so big-head. Fine then, you wash them. Spoil them like that, Li Lin said, kicking the wooden laundry basin far away. Clothes scattered across the ground. His mother was so biased. As the old saying goes, old men favor the youngest son. Apparently, old mothers were the same. How stupid he'd been back then, unable to see through her favoritism. I won't live anymore. Tang Ho Hot wailed again. Enough. Stop crying. He got a headache, Li Lin said, sniffing at himself. He caught a strong smell of alcohol, mixed with sweat. What a foul, unbearable stench. Chapter 2. The biased I stripped down to nothing but his oversized shorts. He grabbed a tattered towel and made his way to the water channel at the entrance, diving in with a splash and swimming back and forth with delight. After his refreshing bath, he donned his clothes and headed straight to the village committee. Hey, Delin, greeted Shi Yong, the village accountant, as he held a large teacup while addressing Li Lin. Li Lin nodded in response, picking up the newspaper before him and glancing at the date, June 5th, 1980. Is this today's paper? No, it's from the day before yesterday, Shi Yong replied, handing over a cigarette. The latest issue hasn't arrived yet. Have your wife and mother been at it again? Shi Yong chuckled. I have a headache, Li Lin yawned. In a little while, I will separate from them. Shi Yong scoffed. Your brother is still studying. How can you possibly separate? With your mother's temperament. It would be a miracle if she agreed. Whether she agrees or not, separation is inevitable. The tongue inevitably strikes the teeth. Minor grievances will surface. And peace will be elusive, Li Lin remarked casually. Is there a way to make money? Count me in. Shi Yong shot him a look. I wish I could make money. No one is helping me. Oh, by the way, the riverbank repairs are at the end of the month. Don't go wandering off. Li Lin pondered for a moment. I won't be going. Find someone else. Shi Yong replied. Then you will need to come up with some money. Do you have any? Li Lin was at a loss for words. Even before officially separating, every penny he earned was tightly held by his mother. He and his wife, now adults with 3 children, found themselves with not a single cent to their names. He could hardly recall how he had managed to survive before. No wonder. As he grew older, his wife incessantly nagged him about his mother. Alongside her complaints, she would scold Li Lin as well. Shi Yong patted him on the shoulder. Just wait for the notification. Upon returning home, Cheng Yumei had already prepared some thin porridge. The family gathered around a worn-out table. Cheng Yumei, head bowed, served the 3 children from her bowl. Tang Ho Hot lay on the bamboo bed in the classroom, clutching her chest, occasionally groaning, feeling discomfort in various places. Cheng Yumei had often told her, your mother just pretends to be sick. He had never believed it before, but now, upon closer inspection, he realized it was true. He lamented his youthful naivety. Your mother only wants what's best for you. There's no need to provoke her like this. Yes, I understand it's all for our sake, Li Lin interjected, unable to restrain himself. But we are nearly 25 or 26 years old. We can make our own decisions. You needn't worry so much. Li Guofu, his father, maintained a stern expression. If you don't want us to be involved, this family will surely fall apart. My children are all grown. You can't keep treating me as a child, Li Lin declared. He then turned to his frail daughter, Li Xian, placing an egg in her hand. Here, my dear, have an egg. The little girl, merely 3 years old, clearly showed signs of malnutrition. How had he allowed her to come to this? Truly foolish. Mama, the little one clutched the egg in her hand, feeling lost and uncertain, gazing longingly at her mother. Typically, only uncles were allowed to eat such eggs. Grandmother remarked that uncle was exhausted from studying and needed eggs to nourish his brain. After peeling one for her, without waiting for Cheng Yumei to speak, Li Lin placed another egg in front of his younger sister, Li Yu, saying, you need to nourish your brain too. At 17, you're still under 1.5 meters tall. It's truly concerning. If anyone is to blame, it's your mother. She hoards all the good food and drinks for the youngest. Only now does he realize how pitiful his sister truly is. In the eyes of his father and mother, she is hardly regarded as a person. Sooner or later, she will be cast aside like spilled water. Li Yu's gaze inadvertently drifted to Tang Ho-hat, who lay on the bed. If their mother discovered this, it would lead to serious trouble, likely resulting in a beating. Alas, life has become unbearable. Tang Ho-hat rose from the bamboo bed and shouted, "Li Guofu, you're a deadbeat. Can't you manage anything? Marrying you has truly been a stroke of bad luck." Li Guofu's face flushed crimson, and with a loud bang, he slammed his palm on the table, directing his ire at Li Lin. "Since when did this household become your domain? Have you lost your mind?" The three children cried in confusion, prompting Cheng Yume to rush to comfort them. Frightened, Li Yu set down the egg, finished her last spoonful of porridge, and retreated from the main room, drawing her neck in. "What is wrong with you? You frightened the child." Li Lin held Li Xian in his arms, soothing her, then continued, "My dear father, do not forget that both Yume and I have contributed significantly to the household labor points. Oh, my life is so hard." Tang Ho-hat wailed once more. Li Lin rubbed his forehead, exasperated. These same few phrases, repeated endlessly. How on earth did I ever tolerate this in my past life? He gestured to Cheng Yume and took the children back to their room. Tang Ho-hat's commotion drew a crowd of curious neighbors and young wives. If only they weren't so impoverished, they might have provided sunflower seeds and soda. Farmers toil beneath the sun, their backs to the earth and faces to the sky, with little entertainment and no fresh news to occupy their minds. Thus, the affairs of the household became their sole amusement. At noon, the sun blazed high. Linny, foregoing a nap, found a piece of iron wire and fashioned it into a fine hook on a stone, baited it with earthworms, donned a straw hat, and armed with a spade, began searching for eel burrows in the fields. By midday, he had caught 2 eels, each weighing over half a pound. Amidst his mother's scolding, which was neither here nor there, he had Cheng Yume prepare an eel soup, as the children needed nutritional fortification. Each of them appeared pale and emaciated, a sight he could hardly bear. As night fell and the children slumbered, amidst the gentle rustling, Li Lin anxiously contemplated the mysteries of the human body. Lying on the bare wooden bed, he sighed, "Youth is truly a blessing." Cheng Yume whispered, "You're still quite young, yet you speak like an old man." As she spoke, she couldn't help but nestle against Li Lin's chest. He embraced her tightly, as if fearing her departure. "Ah, life is short. It's not the life of hardship that frightens me, but the fear of not understanding it. You really upset your mother this afternoon. Be careful not to do so again," Cheng Yume advised. "You, my friend, are quite hypocritical," Li Lin teased. "I bet your heart is filled with joy today." He recalled Cheng Yume's words. "If only you would stand by me just once in this lifetime, I could die in peace." "Where's that?" Cheng Yume couldn't help but touch her flushed cheeks. "Come on, admit it," Li Lin yawned. "I've decided that since we cannot be together, we should keep our distance from them. However, our primary task remains earning money. Without it, we cannot make any progress. In the countryside, the system of individual farming has yet to be implemented, and the meager labor points earned are hardly enough to feed us. I must devise another way to achieve prosperity." Chapter 3. Seeking employment otherwise, I would be wasting my life away, living hand to mouth, which is rather dull. Perhaps in my old age, I would be looked down upon by my son, labeled as an antiquated relic. Humph, you were just trying to deceive me. Cheng Yume understood her husband's temperament well. He was like a child yet to be weaned, utterly dependent on his mother. Thus, she gently said, "As long as you don't hit me, I will be content." She embraced him even tighter. "Rest assured, if I strike you again, I shall be a scoundrel." In his memory, his wife had never been this gentle. She had always been critical, her words laced with sarcasm. Cheng Yume joyfully asked, "Is it a promise? You won't be a scoundrel?" "I assure you, I will never be," Li Lin affirmed confidently. During a quarrel with his son, the boy had once shouted, "What have you done in your life besides beating your wife and children? You are utterly worthless." Cheng Yume murmured, "As long as you don't hit me, I will live a good life with you." Her words struck Li Lin deeply, and he soothed her, "Do not worry. I will ensure that you and the children live well." Before dawn, the rooster crowed 3 times. Li Lin, accustomed to rising early, got up but was suddenly struck with pain, grimacing, "Oh dear, you owe me a kidney." After a moment, Cheng Yume finally grasped the situation. "Indeed, there are no land that has been ruined, only oxen that have been worn out," Li Lin lamented. Cheng Yumei playfully admonished, keep your voice down. Don't wake the children. Let them sleep a little longer. Dad, Li Bin murmured, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Li Lin tousled his son's withered forehead, saying, why are you up so early? Sleep a bit longer. Children need their rest to grow. Li Bin was somewhat bewildered by his father's demeanor. Usually, at this hour, not rising meant punishment. My grandmother sent me to collect dung, he said. Li Lin retorted, collect dung? Nonsense, just sleep. In these times, the land belonged to the state. The grain belonged to the state. Even the straw for kindling was state-owned. The allotted firewood was insufficient for the entire year. One either collected dung for making pancakes or cut wild grass in the fields. I can't sleep, Li Bin lamented. Li Lin replied, you still need to continue sleeping. Once school starts, I will send you to study, and you'll find there won't be time even to rest. In his previous life, he came from a modest background. His mother often lamented the expenses associated with Li Jin's education, prioritizing him, which ultimately delayed her own son's schooling until he was 8 years old. Subsequently, Li Bin frequently expressed his regret about starting school late. Determined, Li Lin resolved to send him to school immediately to prevent any future grievances. Dad, is that true? Li Bin exclaimed, springing up from his bed with excitement. Cheng Yumei hesitated before responding, but mother won't agree, will she? Why should I need her consent for my son's education? Li Lin replied nonchalantly. He's already 6. It will be too late if we delay any further. At that moment, 5-year-old Li Liang also awakened, pouting as if on the verge of tears. Li Lin instructed, you comfort the child. I'll step out for a bit. As Cheng Yumei soothed Li Liang, she inquired, where are you going? Aren't you having breakfast? Li Lin waved dismissively. Just a quick trip to the county while the weather is cool. Why go to the county? It costs 50 cents for the fare. How will you manage? Cheng Yumei implied that they lacked the funds. By walking, Li Lin replied, lowering his head to search under the bed until he finally found a new pair of cloth shoes. Cheng Yumei, anxious, exclaimed, your old shoes are still fine. Why were the new ones? You should save them for the new year. Li Lin's temper flared uncontrollably. If you keep nagging, I'll give you a beating. Cheng Yumei finally fell silent. Fine, I'm off then. Oh, by the way, I might be gone for several days. Keep an eye on the children. And if the old lady starts complaining, just ignore her. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Li Lin's voice softened. He then left the low earthen house without looking back, entering the kitchen to grab 2 dry corn cakes that emitted a musty odor. As he stepped outside, he saw Li Guofu, who was shoveling ash from the chimney. He felt compelled to advise, I'll be in the county for a few days. Keep an eye on those 2 women and prevent any quarrels. Li Guofu replied, what is the occasion for going to the county at a time like this? I have no money to spare. I'm not asking you for money, Li Lin retorted, growing impatient and questioning his own kinship. Just take care of the household. After rounding the back of his house, he walked several hundred meters, crossing a small river, and finally stopped at a thatched hut, banging on the nearly falling apart door. Coming, stop knocking. A tall, dark-skinned young man with a bald head emerged. Recognizing Li Lin, he curiously asked, Lin, what brings you here so early? Get ready. Come with me to the county. In his past life, as a small contractor who led dozens of villagers across the region, Qian Changjiang was among them. They had grown up in the same village. And although he was a year older, Li Lin had always treated him like a subordinate. Qian Changjiang, who had always obeyed Li Lin, hesitated, saying, I can't. I have something going on. Li Lin replied curtly, what could an old bachelor like you possibly have? With a sheepish grin, Qian Changjiang said, they've introduced me to a woman, and I'm just waiting for news. Li Lin remarked, is it the one that Guangcai's mother mentioned? Qian Changjiang widened his eyes in disbelief. How do you know? It's yours, it won't escape you. If it's not yours, waiting is futile, Li Lin teased. Besides, look at your pitiful state. If you really made it, you wouldn't even be able to afford decent clothes. Shouldn't you be hustling for money? Qian Changjiang was the youngest of 5 brothers. Once his parents had provided for his 4 elder siblings, there was nothing left for him. His elderly parents, unable to earn labor credits, saw their 4 sons rotate in and out of the family home, basking in the sun each day. To compensate for their youngest, they gifted him this small house. In rural areas, weddings had become less extravagant. This thatched hut, which led in the winter winds and leaked during summer rains, was not appealing to either matchmakers or young women. Later on, despite acquiring a car and a house, he found himself aging and rather ordinary in appearance. Any sensible girl would overlook him. By the time he sought overseas labor, he was nearing 50, Yet in Laos, he encountered a true love aged just 21. In his pursuit of a son, he ended up having 5 children. Unable to return home, he decided to settle in Laos. Delin, you're not faring much better than I am. Qian Changjiang felt the sting of the words, and his mood soured. Li Lin glanced at the increasingly bleak sky and urged, "Are we going or not? Just say the word." Qian Changjiang replied, "You need to tell me what we're heading to the county for." Li Lin responded, "To see if we can find some work. Staying home every day is not a solution." After a moment of hesitation, Qian Changjiang said, "Looking for work in the county? Hurry up, grab the trowel and shovel, and let us take the cart." Li Lin, growing impatient, replied. Unable to argue, Qian Changjiang sighed, went back inside to find a tattered shirt, and pushed the cart towards the door, only to hear Li Lin say, "What about the hemp rope and the yoke?" Qian Changjiang asked, "What do we need that for?" Li Lin rolled his eyes and said, "Just take it." "Why so many questions?" "Fine, I'll listen to you." With no other option, Qian Changjiang retrieved the rope and yoke. Thus, the two of them took turns pulling the cart, and by the time they reached the county seat, the sun was high in the sky. Huaibin County was small, yet it served as the political, economic, and cultural hub of the locality, dotted with schools and government offices surrounded by residential complexes and shops providing daily necessities. Consequently, the streets and alleys were numerous. Following closely behind Li Lin, Qian Changjiang was already feeling dizzy from the turns. Sweating profusely, he thought that if it weren't for the well-dressed people around him, he might as well strip down to his bare skin. Upon reaching a shaded alley, he could no longer contain himself. "Delin, where are we headed? We can't afford to get lost." Li Lin smiled and replied, "Just stick with me." He had started his journey in the county and was thoroughly familiar with it. Stopping by a well, he pumped water with one hand while splashing his face with the other. Seeing Qian Changjiang lost in thought, he said, "What are you dawdling for? Help me pump the water." Qian Changjiang hesitated. "This belongs to someone else. They'll come out and scold us. Look at you. What do you have to lose? A bit of flesh." Li Lin barked, "Hurry up, aren't you thirsty?" "Oh." Qian Changjiang glanced around and, seeing no one, hurried to assist Li Lin in drawing water. After Li Lin washed his face, he gulped down a generous amount of water, then returned the favor to Qian Changjiang, ensuring he drank his fill as well. From his pocket, he retrieved some flatbreads, and they devoured them ravenously, accompanied by the well water. The two continued down the alley, eventually stopping at a garbage heap surrounded by cement bricks. Upon observing the discarded papers, vegetable scraps, and old clothes, Li Lin hesitated for a moment before slapping himself. To start anew by scavenging for trash, what a disgrace. Ignoring the foul smell, he rummaged through the heap and extracted 2 old wooden boards. Using the lime that had fallen from the walls, he inscribed on one board, "Roof repair," and on the other, "Moving." Although he lacked formal education, he had lived long enough to grasp a fundamental truth. Even in rebirth, familiarity breeds comfort. Engaging in an unfamiliar trade was akin to navigating uncharted waters. One might find themselves in dire straits without understanding why. Thus, the two made their way to the main street of the city, bustling with activity. Li Lin squatted in the shade of a roof overhang at a corner, propping the board labeled "Moving" in front of him. Noticing that Qian Changjiang was still lost in thought, he exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Just like me, raise that board so people can see what we're about. We mustn't return home empty-handed today." Chapter 4. Earning through labor. This is quite embarrassing. Although Qian Changjiang was reluctant, he eventually raised the board. In this unfamiliar county, he felt uneasy, keeping his head down to avoid drawing attention. "Look at you. Acting all timid," Li Lin said loudly. "We're earning honestly through labor. There's no shame in that." Qian Changjiang chuckled awkwardly. "That's easy to say, but it just doesn't feel right." Li Lin replied, "Not having money is what feels wrong. Just think, if you earned some, who in our village would dare to look down on you? The young women would be lining up at your door?" "Sure, the young women can come," Qian Changjiang asserted firmly, "but as for the married ones, I'm not interested in trouble." Li Lin laughed at this, teasing, "Then go marry 10 or 8 young women." Qian Changjiang replied seriously, "That would be too many. I can't support them all." "What a timid fellow." "I am not timid." "All right, you're not." The two bantered back and forth until the sun climbed high in the sky, the heat becoming oppressive and the foot traffic on the street dwindling. Qian Changjiang finally remarked, "Is this even effective? It's been so long already." Li Lin responded, "Whether we catch something or not, we should at least give it a shot." Qian Changjiang patted his empty stomach, feeling aggrieved. I've only had one flatbread since morning. I'm starving. Am I not starving too? Li Lin sighed. Remember, one must endure hardships to rise above. It's not all about this. Just stay put and don't cause any trouble, Qin Changjiang said. I'm going to lie down on the cart for a bit. My legs are numb from squatting. Go ahead, Li Lin pointed to the wall nearby. But don't lower the sign. It must be visible for all to see. As the last words faded, a shadow loomed before him. He raised his gaze to behold a young girl holding an umbrella, her features delicate and the fragrance of snowflower cream wafting through the air. He quickly rose and inquired, My dear lady, are you moving or repairing a leak? The girl glanced at Li Lin and then at the bald-headed Qin Changjiang. Hesitating for a moment before responding, I have 2 large wardrobes. Can you manage to move them? Li Lin patted his chest confidently, stating, Fear not. For this is our line of work. We can certainly handle it. How many items do you possess? We will ensure everything is arranged clearly, and should anything be damaged, we will compensate you accordingly. Indeed. We will be meticulous. Qin Changjiang chimed in, wearing a smile at the prospect of business. The girl continued, Do you have a letter of introduction? Understanding her cautious demeanor, Li Lin nodded in agreement. In these times, it is only prudent to be wary of others. We reside nearby. I'm merely seeking temporary work during the farming off-season to earn some money for a hairpin for my wife and a notebook for my child. He conveyed, subtly indicating their local roots and family ties, assuring her he meant no harm. I don't have much at home, primarily furniture. How much will you charge? She asked. Li Lin replied, For 3 yuan, I will ensure that everything you have today is taken care of, soundly and securely. What do you say? 3 yuan? The girl chuckled. Master, could you perhaps lower that a bit? Upon hearing this, Qin Changjiang was tempted to agree immediately. After all, even a small sum would be worth the effort, far better than making a fruitless trip to the county. Yet, sensing Li Lin's expression, he refrained from speaking up. Li Lin smiled. As you can see, we earn our keep under the sun. Very well, follow me, the girl said, turning to lead the way. All right, Li Lin replied, loading 2 boards onto the cart and gesturing to Qin Changjiang. Let us go. Had Qin Changjiang agreed too hastily, this business opportunity might have slipped away. She was clearly wary of them, and engaging in unpaid labor would inevitably lead to ulterior motives. There was something shrewd about this young lady. Following her into the oil factory's residential compound, they eventually halted at an old building. Just before entering, Li Lin did not rush in, but instead stopped Qin Changjiang, whispering, Wait a moment, there is no need to hurry. Let us ensure we conduct ourselves with integrity. We must not give them a reason to look down on us. Qin Changjiang, suppressing his voice, replied, You know what sort of person I am. He added, Moreover, we must handle everything with care. If we break something, we would have to sell ourselves to make amends. Li Lin, reiterating his point, cautioned, This is our first job. We cannot afford to tarnish our reputation. In the service industry, a customer-oriented mindset is essential. Otherwise, losing our good name means a lifetime of toil yielding little reward. Rest assured, I will be even more meticulous than you, Qin Changjiang assured him. Li Lin nodded and turned his attention to the interior, observing the girl speaking softly to an elderly woman, whose brow furrowed in response. Eventually, the girl called out, Masters, please come in and have some water. Li Lin entered the house and stood at the entrance, addressing the elderly woman, Sister, if there are any valuable items in your home, please secure them and keep them with you. You all are quite organized. The old lady's brow relaxed. Indeed, although we are farmers and have not received much education, we still adhere to certain customs. Observing the disarray of the room, Li Lin raised the piece of hemp rope in his hand. No need to rush. If you need to pack anything, just let us know, and we shall assist. The old lady replied, That would be a great help. Not at all, it's our duty. Li Lin indicated the dining table and chairs. Do these need to be moved as well? The old lady confirmed, Yes, everything must go. Li Lin then suggested, Shall we take them down to the ground floor first? Upon her nod, he called upon Qin Changjiang to lend a hand, and together they transported the tables and chairs one by one to the cart below. Finally, when it came to the pots, dishes, clothes, and books, he packed them into woven bags provided by the host family, securing them tightly with the hemp rope. The old lady watched with delight, her smile broadening as she observed the efficiency of Li Lin and Qin Changjiang. They did not finish until the sun had set, both men drenched in sweat and lacking even a towel to wipe their brows. The elderly woman offered tea and sliced watermelon. Li Lin refrained from indulging. Sometimes, One must remain discerning. Do not take kindness too literally. He addressed the ladies. Sister, you need not be so courteous. If you genuinely wish to repay us, please recommend us to friends and relatives for any future needs. We can handle masonry work and moving. You can find us daily on the main street. In these times, without telephones or the internet, communication relies solely on shouting, which is far from convenient. Do you also do masonry work? The old lady inquired with a smile. Indeed, if the work is unsatisfactory, we will not charge. Li Lin assured her confidently. Chapter 5. The worth of humanity. Clearing her throat, the old lady smiled and said, I have a colleague from our oil factory who lives in a single house. It is no longer feasible for him to continue sharing space with his son. Recently, he mentioned that now that he is retired, he plans to demolish his old house in the countryside and rebuild a couple of tile-roofed rooms to return to rural life. Among the local community, he will certainly find support, but he is most apprehensive about owing anyone a favor. Money can be repaid, but a favor is much harder to settle and can lead to gossip. However, it's not easy to hire a construction company in the county, even with money. But then again, no one's money comes easily. If you can indeed assist him, please be diligent. We cannot let his funds go to waste. Li Lin clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Sister, thank you immensely. Rest assured, if this project comes to fruition, we will ensure it is done beautifully, bringing you honor. Ah, the old lady replied, beaming, your assurance is most reassuring. However, I must clarify that I am merely an intermediary. To be blunt, whether it succeeds or not is your responsibility. Any ensuing matters will not concern me. Li Lin chuckled, Sister, regardless of the outcome, I will always owe you this favor. The elderly lady waved her hand and said, You all have your struggles. In life, it's enough to help one another. Sister, Li Lin complimented, you possess such wisdom. It's no wonder you've nurtured such an outstanding educator. The elderly lady was a retired worker from the oil factory, while the young girl was a teacher at the county's secondary school. This place was the school staff quarters, and the housing was allocated by the school. After retiring from the oil factory, the elderly lady, living alone in solitude, moved from the factory's residential area to the secondary school's quarters to live with her daughter. That is her own hard work. Otherwise, no amount of talent would suffice. The elderly lady clearly appreciated this sentiment. Li Lin turned to the young girl and said with a smile, Indeed, our teacher Chi is certainly not an ordinary person, unlike us rough laborers, who merely toil and achieve little throughout our lives. All right, Master Li, no need for formality, Teacher Chi replied with a smile. If there is any news, I will seek you out on the main street. You need not worry. Thank you. Thank you, Li Lin said as he stepped outside, gently closing the iron gate behind him. Throughout the entire conversation, Qian Changjiang, who had remained mostly silent, eagerly followed Li Lin, and once they exited the staff quarters, he exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the 3 yuan in Li Lin's hand. Lin, have we really made money this easily? This is astonishing. In the village, I toil endlessly for labor points, and by the end of the year, I barely earned 30 yuan. Now, I've made 3 yuan in just an afternoon. I can hardly believe it. Li Lin chuckled and replied, It's primarily because the host is easy to negotiate with. The agreed price is straightforward, with no haggling at all. The longer you navigate through society, the more eccentricities you'll encounter. That is true, Qian Changjiang nodded. Educated individuals truly are different. Li Lin waved the cash before him and asked, You don't regret stepping out now, do you? Lin, you have a sharp mind. I'll join you again tomorrow, Qian Changjiang said cheerfully. You take the larger share, just give me a little. Li Lin stated, Among brothers, accounts must be clear. For now, we'll split it evenly. We'll discuss future earnings later. Qian Changjiang, while pulling the cart, said, But you negotiated it. I feel unworthy of such a large share. Enough with the chatter, Li Lin interrupted, dividing the 3 yuan into 2 portions and placing one in Qian Changjiang's hand. We're both in need. Let us divide this money now, but in the future, we must save and invest together. In partnership, the most critical rule is to avoid splitting profits without building up some capital first. This was wisdom he had gleaned from a lifetime of experience as a contractor. Lin, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you say goes, Qian Changjiang replied, though curiosity soon took over. We have the gray shovel and the trowel. What else do we need to acquire? Li Lin responded, We still need rollers, hammers, screwdrivers, saws, rulers, chalk lines, and planes. There is much to buy. In these times, as the market economy is just beginning to develop, there isn't a clear division of labor. For instance, if a common bricklayer only knows how to build walls and apply whitewash but cannot demolish walls, perform basic carpentry, or fix leaks, no one will pay him any heed. Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of the provided text. It is utterly bewildering that a matter easily resolved with a single sum of money requires the expenditure of two, not to mention the additional voices involved. Is that not a sign of folly? Thus, in this era, bricklayers have become versatile, multi-talented individuals. They must possess skills in demolition, wall construction, plastering, material handling, flooring, plumbing, and painting, excelling in all aspects. Lacking even one skill renders one obsolete. Otherwise, one might as well wait until the new century, when painters will solely focus on painting, demolishers will wield only sledgehammers, electricians will limit themselves to wiring, and drillers will merely fuss with electric drills. With clear divisions of labor, each shall earn their own remuneration. Indeed, money flows into the pockets of Jiang Chao with great delight. Yet he hardly pays attention to what Li Lin is saying, responding only in passing. Working outside is a different game entirely compared to village life, where one can borrow from neighbors if supplies run low, and it suffices to manage. But out here, can one still borrow from the village? If you profit from their tools, wouldn't you be met with scorn? In the city, lacking resources means we cannot undertake substantial work. With this understanding, Jiang Chao cheerfully remarked that constantly borrowing from others is not sustainable. One must acquire their own tools. Rest assured, I shall heed your advice, henceforth. If you direct me eastward, I shall resolutely abstain from heading westward. Li Lin responded with a smile. Now that sounds like sensible conversation. He then reclined on the cart, waving his hand. I'm exhausted. Let us quicken our pace. I'd like to return home for dinner. The afternoon's labor, for one accustomed to hard work, was merely child's play. Moreover, being young and vigorous adds to his capabilities. Yet, he laments that he has indulged in comfort, although he never amassed great wealth. In his later years, he has enjoyed watermelons and air conditioning. He never anticipated that he would have to relive the hardships of his youth upon being reborn. To echo the sentiments of those on social media, his mindset has crumbled. All right, hold on tight, Jiang Chao urged as he sped off with the cart. Just as dusk began to descend, the two arrived in town. Li Lin grabbed a handful of candy from the cooperative store and turned to purchase some liquor from a private distillery that required no tickets. The total cost was a mere 50 cents. Money truly holds value in this era. Cheng Yumei was diligently using a fork to turn the freshly harvested thatch on the ridge, while the three children played nearby. With her keen eyes, Li Xian immediately recognized her father pulling the cart and shouted, "Daddy! Daddy!" The eldest daughter, Li Lin, dropped the cart and lifted his third daughter high into the air. His back no longer ached, nor did he feel any pain. Everything was worth it. Chapter 6. The family division throughout life. One toils tirelessly, ultimately for the sake of their children. He cannot fathom how he allowed his previous self to inflict such suffering upon his children. Was it a divine punishment? For how else could a mere cold, followed by a nap, lead to such an inexplicable rebirth? Perhaps the heavens granted him a second chance to atone. Daddy! The little girl nestled her head in his embrace, giggling joyfully. Father, the second child, Li Liang, also approached, clinging to Li Lin's thigh. Li Lin crouched down, embracing one child in each arm, and said to the dazed Li Bin, "Don't just stand there like a fool. I have candy in my pocket. Come over and get it." His eldest had always been timid around him, only to defy him as he grew up, always doing the opposite. Li Bin, on tiptoe and timid, reached into Li Lin's pocket and pulled out a bag of candy, his eyes gleaming. Li Liang and Li Xian's mouths watered as they shouted and jumped down from Li Lin's embrace. Before the three children could even grab and divide the candies, they were snatched away by Cheng Yumei. "I'll distribute these to you, so make them last," she scolded the children, then turned to Li Lin, complaining. "Where did you get the money?" Li Lin replied nonchalantly, "It's none of your business. I have money, that's enough." Cheng Yumei, feeling concerned, remarked, "Having money doesn't mean you should waste it." "I know what I'm doing," Li Lin retorted, then turned to Qian Changjiang and said, "Return the items. Then come over for a drink." Qian Changjiang responded with a cheerful agreement. Upon returning home, Cheng Yumei glanced at the alcohol on the table, her brows furrowing. "Your drinking can get quite violent," she cautioned. "There's not a single dish in the house. What will you offer your guests to drink?" "That kid bought some peanuts." Li Lin chuckled. "I'll share a couple of drinks with him. It's no big deal." He then pulled out some small bills from his pocket and handed them over, saying, "What are you standing there for? Take it." Cheng Yumei took the money. counting the small notes multiple times in disbelief. 1 yuan. Where did you get so much money? Do you think I work all day for nothing? This is my hard-earned money from the county. Fearing she might overthink it, Li Lin elaborated on his day helping someone move, emphasizing how exhausting it was. Hoping she would take good care of him that evening and not treat him as an afterthought. Then you should give this money to your mother, Cheng Yumei suggested. Returning the cash, Li Lin, annoyed, replied, Are you foolish? Keep it for ourselves, don't give it to them. Cheng Yumei looked at Li Lin, astonished, and asked, You're not giving it to your mother to manage? No, Li Lin insisted firmly. We must keep at least a little money for ourselves. We're adults now. Every time we need money, we can't always rely on them. The most crucial thing is that even if we humble ourselves, we may not always receive it. She had a clear understanding that every penny in the household was meant for his brother's education, which was indeed a worthwhile investment. Are you feeling feverish? Cheng Yumei knew her husband too well. After 6 years of marriage, with their son now 6 years old, she had seen him hand over every cent he earned to his mother-in-law, fully devoted to the family. The couple had no money at all. Occasionally, when they found themselves short, they would ask the mother-in-law, who would begrudgingly refuse and scold them. In truly desperate times, she had no choice but to borrow from her own family. Over time, it became increasingly embarrassing to ask for loans, and she had to plead with Li Lin to keep a little for themselves instead of giving it all to his mother. Naturally, Li Lin disagreed, leading to numerous arguments. She never expected that he would change his stance today, leaving her somewhat incredulous. If you keep dawdling, I shall truly give you a taste of my wrath, threatened Li Lin. How naive you are. Cheng Yumei, sensing the seriousness in his tone, resolutely tightened her grip on the money. Li Lin remarked, Once we save enough, we shall move out and not entangle ourselves with them any longer. Cheng Yumei shot him a glance and replied, If you were to give me the money, I would gladly endure a few beatings. As long as I have money in hand, I fear the beatings far less. Money is the courage of a person. Hey, what are you doing? Li Lin called out to Cheng Yumei, who was about to step out the door. It's getting dark. Where do you think you're going? Cheng Yumei answered, I'm going to my mother's place to repay the debts. Every penny counts. I cannot sleep knowing I owe even a dime. You haven't seen the look on my sister-in-law's face. For years, it's been a one-way street, and I am too embarrassed to face anyone. Hearing her words, Li Lin forced a laugh. How much do we owe in total? He had been foolish and shameless in the past, earning money only for his mother while debts lingered outside, primarily owed to his mother-in-law. It was truly absurd. $11.50. Cheng Yumei replied. Li Lin waved his hand. Be quick about it, and tell them we will pay it off before the end of this month. Stop spouting nonsense and making promises you can't keep. You'll only end up more embarrassed, she retorted before walking away without a backward glance. Before long, they could hear his mother shouting angrily in the yard. Out all night, not cooking, consorting with wild men. Li Lin's face turned pale. He dashed out of the house and shouted at Tang Hohot, Can we not live in peace? If we cannot, then let it be. Why do you incessantly scream all day long? Tang Hohot collapsed onto the ground, wailing, I have toiled my entire life for you. How can you be so ungrateful? You heartless one? Li Lin found it impossible to communicate with her normally and turned instead to Li Guofu. Dad, from this day forward, let us separate our households. What? You wish to separate? Upon hearing this, Tang Hohot sprang to her feet and pointed a finger at Li Lin. Are you trying to drive your father and me to our graves? With tears streaming down her face, she lamented, I raised you with my own blood and sweat. It wasn't easy. Li Lin, feeling helpless, said, You know my temperament. If you spoke to me kindly, I would not take away the money from your hands, allowing you to keep it for your younger brother's education. If you continue this quarrel, I shall involve my uncle, my elder uncle, and the village secretary to clarify every single earning over the years. That is your younger brother. Of course, you should save for his education. If he succeeds, it will bring honor to you as well. Although Tang Gihua's tone remained firm, the wailing ceased. She understood her son well. Once he became stubborn, no force could sway him. She recognized that her younger brother was entirely ungrateful. Li Lin had long since seen through him and harbored no expectations. Li Jin was about to graduate high school, and their savings were sufficient for his needs. Moreover, if he were to enter university, he would be supported by the state, relieving them of any worry. She needed to focus on her 3 children and prioritize their future. Chapter 7. The people-pleasing personality. He no longer wished to indulge his brother as he had in his previous life, nor did he want his children to suffer. You ungrateful child. How can you not comprehend the hardships endured by your father and me? Tang Hohat lamented, tears streaming down her face. Do you think it has been easy for your mother? To see you happily wed, I have toiled from dawn till dusk, my back aching from the strain. I have cared for your 3 children without respite. And now, you turn your back on me. In the past, upon hearing such words, Li Lin would have felt an overwhelming sense of shame, turning to unleash his frustration on his wife. His daughter had once pointed out that those who receive less affection often develop a people-pleasing personality, and he realized that she was correct. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he scolded her harshly for her observation. Yet, reflecting on it now, he recognized the truth in her words. Throughout his childhood, his mother rarely showed him the attention he craved, often punishing him harshly, leaving him bruised and bloodied. Only as he matured did she refrain from physical reprimands, resorting instead to scolding. Conversely, his brotherly Jean was coddled from a young age, never once receiving a reprimand, let alone a beating. In a desperate bid for similar treatment, he sought to please his mother, finding joy in the rare moments when she offered him praise. On one occasion, his eldest son, in frustration, had exclaimed, "Some are born into privilege, while others are destined for hardship. You are the latter." At the time, he did not fully grasp the meaning, but sensed it was not a compliment, leading to a heated argument with his son. How unfortunate that his children, particularly his daughter, were far wiser than he had ever realized. He had spent his life under the illusion of his own wisdom. Having spent a lifetime with Tang Hohat, he understood her well. No matter how well he performed, she would never be satisfied. If nothing he did could please her, why bother at all? If she favored her youngest son, so be it. His heart had grown cold. "Mother, if you truly cared for me, you wouldn't berate me incessantly," Li Guofu interjected. "You know her temperament. She's just a bit hasty. You're an adult now, you should show some understanding." Li Lin waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot muster any understanding. Let those who wish to understand do so. It is settled. From this day forth, we shall separate our households, starting with dividing our pots. Let no one benefit from another's fortune." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Tang Hohat retorted, indignantly. "I wouldn't give you anything even if I broke it." "Then go ahead and break it," Li Lin chuckled. "But if you do, you'll still have to buy it back." Just then, Qian Changjiang approached, holding a bag. Sensing the tense atmosphere, he turned to leave. "What are you doing?" Li Lin seized the bag from his hands, laughing. "All you needed were some peanuts. Yet you've gone and slaughtered your family's hen? If your mother finds out, she'll surely scold you." Inside the fabric bag were not only peanuts, but also a freshly slaughtered hen and a large cabbage. The meager sum of $1.50 would hardly cover such provisions. It was as if today's efforts had been in vain. Originally, they no longer laid eggs. Keeping them would only result in consuming grain, and sooner or later, they would be culled. Qian Changjiang chuckled, lamenting that it had been quite some time since he had tasted anything savory. Today, he thought, he would indulge in something meaty. His parents had long ceased to concern themselves with him. How he lived his life was entirely his own affair. "Well, you go ahead and do it." Li Lin gestured towards the kitchen stove, adding, "Your sister-in-law has gone back to her family and won't return until later." "All right," Qian Changjiang nodded. He was quite adept. Not even bothering to chop the old hen, after a quick rinse, he tossed it directly into the pot. Then, under Tang Hohat's disapproving gaze, he added a generous amount of scallions and ginger. When Cheng Yumei returned, the aroma reached her from afar. In the kitchen, 3 children, undeterred by the heat, clustered around the stove, eagerly sniffing the air. Li Lin was busy shredding the chicken for the children, and upon seeing her approach, he wiped his hands and said, "You take care of them. This is an old hen from the Qian family. Changjiang, are you not planning to make amends?" Cheng Yumei was well acquainted with Qian Changjiang, as their families frequently dined together, yet she harbored little affection for him. He often dragged Li Lin into drinking, and when Li Lin got drunk, he would inevitably face a beating. "Sister-in-law, I am simply craving the wine that Dalan bought," Qian Changjiang replied. Cheng Yumei smiled and turned to whisper to Li Lin, "Is mother unhappy again?" She rushed back without even having a sip of water, quite swift indeed. "That's none of your concern. I had a quarrel with her." Li Lin candidly recounted the afternoon's events, leaving both of them in stunned silence. Qian Changjiang incredulously remarked, "Dalan, you're really something now. We grew up together in our britches. Who could possibly know one another better?" Li Lin was utterly devoted to his mother, often poorer than this solitary bachelor. "Are you truly not dining together anymore?" Cheng Yumei seized the crux of the matter. "Let us not discuss separation. Simply being able to share a pot would be a significant advancement. Li Lin replied, "We are not eating together anymore. You can take the dishes to the other room. They should be preparing dinner soon. Ah, eldest, take your younger siblings to the side. You'll be fed later." Cheng Yumei ushered the 3 children aside, serving rice and dishes before carrying them into her own room. Tang Hohat had been watching from her own space, and as soon as Cheng Yumei left, she strode into the kitchen, glaring at the empty pot, her anger boiling over. Standing at Li Lin's doorway, just as she was about to enter, she suddenly heard a loud bang. Li Lin had shut the door. Qian Changjiang observed everything quietly and called out to Li Lin, who was opening a window, "Are you truly considering separating from your aunts?" Li Lin, seated on a stool, accepted the large bowl of wine filled by Qian Changjiang, sighed, and said, "You see my situation, my pockets are empty. And with the eldest about to start school and the second one following closely behind, I can hardly breathe. We must separate." Qian Changjiang glanced at the 3 ragged children, their clothes patched and worn, and nodded in agreement. Li Lin continued, "Drink less tonight. Let us rise early tomorrow and head back to the city. If we manage to move 2 or 3 households a day, that would yield at least 6 yuan. A month amounts to 180 yuan. Each of us will receive 90 yuan. This is equivalent to 3 years of labor credits in the village." Money is calculated clearly by Qian Changjiang. Cheng Yumei couldn't help but exclaim, "Is money in the city this easy to earn?" Despite having heard Li Lin mention it earlier in the afternoon, she still found it hard to believe. Li Lin waved his hand, saying, "It might even be more than that. What can we earn from moving? The real profits come from building and demolishing houses." This was the wisdom of a man who had spent a lifetime as a contractor. Chapter 8. Looking towards the future, it is well known that anything related to real estate or infrastructure is bound to be profitable. Of course, this is contingent upon being able to collect the payments. Those working on construction sites dread the prospect of delayed payments. If you lack the ability to demand payment from the client, then no matter how high the contract amount, it ultimately amounts to nothing. Cheng Yumei remarked, "I don't expect you to make a fortune. If you can gather enough for a few yuan in tuition by the time school starts, I will be grateful." Before Li Lin could respond, Qian Changjiang assured her, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, with our brains, gathering a few yuan for tuition will be a piece of cake." Having followed Li Lin for a day and witnessing his actions firsthand, he was utterly astonished. He truly admired Li Lin. Who would have thought that money could be made this way? It was entirely a venture with no initial investment. The only toll was physical labor. But they were not lacking in strength. Indeed, as long as the 2 of us work together, you can trust that by the end of the year, I will be able to buy a bicycle. As for a motorcycle, Li Lin was not daring enough to think that far ahead. By then, we will be riding bicycles out every day. Qian Changjiang chuckled, "Brother, let us set aside the bicycle for now. I still need to save money to marry a wife, so I can't spend recklessly." Cheng Yumei, hearing the seriousness in their conversation, couldn't help but laugh. "You speak as if it's all true. Drink less, so you don't lose track of east and west. Whenever I feel ambitious, this woman pours cold water on my dreams." Li Lin immediately grew displeased. "Let me tell you, if you keep discouraging us, you'd better watch out." In his previous life, every time he wanted to undertake something significant, his wife would nag him about this and that, causing him to miss many opportunities to get rich. If only he had been a bit more resolute back then. He could have bought over a dozen properties and secured several with labor credits. He could have simply followed his son's advice to lie back and relax. Instead, he ended up waiting years for his wages, while property prices soared, forcing him to spend a fortune to buy. Cheng Yumei, exasperated, turned away from Li Lin, ignoring him. Brother, don't be angry. Sister-in-law means well." Qian Changjiang quickly soothed the irate Li Lin, raising a large bowl. "Let us drink and not speak of anything else. Working in the fields all year round, toiling tirelessly, what do we actually earn? We must look ahead, unite our hearts, and be bold." Fueled by the alcohol, Li Lin declared, "Once we establish ourselves in the county seat, we should look towards the nation, venture into big cities, and seize great opportunities." In his idle moments, he often scrolled through Douyin, where it was said that people from Hunan were the gypsies of China. He found this sentiment quite fitting. The impoverished circumstances have compelled many to leave their hometowns, becoming wanderers across the vast expanse of the world. No matter where one travels, there are always fellow compatriots from Hunan province. Among them, several have achieved substantial wealth, with the most renowned being a young man from the neighboring Taikon County. who once held the title of China's richest individual. Brother, is there really a need to showcase this nationwide? Qian Changjiang pondered, taken aback by the gravity of the statement. You will understand in due time. Regardless, we must venture into the bustling cities of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Currently, Shenzhen is but a small fishing village, the very place where Daolin made his mark. Rest assured, with me by your side, there will always be a bowl of rice for you. Earlier, Qian Changjiang had failed to grasp the mention of the big cities, but the latter part struck a chord with him. What does it mean that if I have a meal, you will have a bowl to scrape? He thought. Brother, that sounds quite reasonable. Enough of the chatter. I will simply ensure you are well fed and cared for, Li Lin replied. Just then, a cacophony of curses erupted from the courtyard, prompting Li Lin to reassure the anxious Cheng Yumei. Ignore her, let her shout. It one tea cost us a piece of meat. He was well aware of his mother's temperament. Ignoring her would only fuel her frenzy. Cheng Yumei sighed. As long as her husband supports her, that's all that matters. The rest is inconsequential. Li Lin continued. Once our circumstances improve, we shall rent a house in the county. We need not concern ourselves with labor points. We are beyond that now. Qian Changjiang's eyes widened. Rent a house in the county? Perhaps we'll even buy one. Li Lin nodded. Continuing to toil in the fields is no longer feasible. Their essay saying, time waits for no one. The spring of reform and opening up has arrived. If he continues to drift aimlessly, it would be better to have never been born at all. It would be a disservice not only to his wife and children, but also to himself. Cheng Yumei dismissed their conversation as mere drunken banter and focused on ensuring the 3 children were fed before attending to her own meal. Occasionally, she would stand by the door, listening intently to the commotion outside. Li Lin, shaking the empty bottle in his hand, sighed. It's astonishing how quickly a gene of liquor vanishes. I promised myself I wouldn't drink excessively. Qian Changjiang suggested. Shall I retrieve some from home? There's still half a bottle left. No more drinking. Li Lin waved him off. You should eat your fill. You've worked hard today, and Haven Tea had a proper meal. Make sure to rest well and leave before dawn. The bowl contained corn and sweet potato porridge, and the 2 of them managed to consume 2 large bowls, yet still felt unsatisfied. Food is precious in the countryside. Being able to eat is already a blessing. Brother, shall I take my leave? Qian Changjiang licked the remnants of sweet potato from his lips, still wanting more. Li Lin personally opened the door, finding his mother standing at the entrance, arms akimbo, and chattering incessantly. Ignoring her, he let Qian Changjiang step outside, slamming the door behind him. The cacophony of curses from Tang Ho Hot grew louder. After teasing his daughter for a while, Li Lin laid down on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber, unconcerned by the tumult outside. Before the rooster crowed, he stirred from his slumber, drowsy and disoriented. As he reached out, he felt the dampness of the bed, uncertain whose misfortune it was. Paying it no mind, he groped in the dark for the teapot and filled his stomach with a hearty drink. As he stepped outside, the creaking of the door accompanied him, and he washed himself by the water channel. Upon returning indoors, Cheng Yumei had already lit the kerosene lamp and softly inquired of Li Lin, who was preoccupied with putting on his shoes. Are you leaving now? Li Lin nodded, replying. You continue to sleep. I shall secure the door. Without a backward glance, he departed. The village dogs barked in a rising and falling chorus. Someone was already shining a flashlight in his direction, and he shielded his eyes, irritatedly muttering, Wu Tuozi, what valuables do you have at home to cause such a ruckus? Opposite him stood Wu Tuozi, the village livestock keeper, a man in his 40s, still a confirmed bachelor, childless and alone, following him out to the worksite. Chapter 9. Perseverance. I'm watching over the old cow. If someone with ill intent takes it away, what will we do to survive? Wu Tuozi turned off the flashlight. Chuckling, Delin, what brings you out so early? I'm heading to the county. You carry on with your business. Li Lin made his way directly to Qian Changjiang's home. The door was ajar, and Qian was cooking porridge. Upon seeing Li Lin, he hurriedly served him a bowl. They both devoured the porridge, leaving not a drop in the pot. As they ambled along, they lingered beneath a tree several times. This porridge is mostly water. Li Lin complained, rubbing his emaciated belly. Damn it, I'll buy rice on the way back, if I can't have meat. I can't keep living on insufficient rice. Although material supplies were still somewhat strained, in many places, the rationing system had largely become a relic of the past. Most industrial goods, such as soap, washing powder, quality cotton fabric, rice, and even bicycles and sewing machines, could be purchased if one had the money. Truly, everything revolved around wealth. Qian Changjiang echoed. My rice barrel is nearly empty as well. Who knows when the autumn harvest will come? As dawn broke, the two arrived in the county. It was just the time for the morning market, with vendors calling out their wares. Many, like them, had come from the countryside, selling chickens, ducks, and fresh vegetables, items their families were reluctant to consume, brought to the city for a profit. They resumed their place from the previous day. Armed with yesterday's experience, Qian Changjiang was no longer anxious. When inquiries arose, he was able to respond with confidence. Li Lin entrusted him with most of the dealings, as Qian was even more familiar with certain tasks. There were jobs for whitewashing, unclogging drains, and patching leaks. When asked for details, all replied to wait a bit longer, promising to seek them out if needed. As noon approached and their endurance waned, a worker from the family compound arrived, casually mentioning that he had many items. Li Lin did not quote a price on the spot, but went to inspect, ultimately agreeing on $5. The furniture was all substantial and cumbersome. The cabinets were tall, and the bed frame was large, while the corridors of the tenement were narrow. Despite this, two individuals managed to move out. With the consent of the main household, Li Lin used a crowbar to pry off the nails, disassembling the pieces into planks. Thus, they toiled from just past 11 until sunset, dismantling and reassembling. Apart from quenching their thirst with tap water, they had nothing to eat. This man appeared somewhat dignified, yet was remarkably stingy, grumbling even about a sip of water. Qian Changjiang, feeling the emptiness of his stomach, brightened at the sight of the money in Li Lin's hand, convinced that today was worth it. And he would not complain. After all, while one sought money, the other sought their life. A perfectly reasonable exchange. Li Lin handed over 20 cents, suggesting he buy 2 flatbreads to fill their stomachs. It was unwise to return home on an empty stomach after such a long journey. Qian Changjiang hurried off to fulfill the task. Thus, with well water for sustenance, they each consumed a bun and hurried homeward. Upon reaching the town, Li Lin divided the remaining $4.80, allowing them to purchase some food. When Cheng Yumei saw the items Li Lin had brought back, she could not help but express her dissatisfaction yet again, urging him to be frugal, as they still owed debts. Li Lin retorted, now that we've merged our resources, do you still expect to rely on your mother's oil and salt? What would happen if we did not buy? Cheng Yumei realized he had a point. That morning, when she entered the kitchen, her mother-in-law had not only hidden the oil and salt, but had also piled them in front of her own door to prevent them from using them. Indeed, they could not do without purchasing these essentials. With a sigh, Li Lin, left with $2, decided to venture to his parents' house under the cover of darkness. Li Lin reassured her, rest assured, I have given you this. I certainly won't ask for it back. Let us wait until tomorrow. I haven't eaten all day. Could you prepare something for me? Time and again, it seemed that this woman did not trust him. She feared the money wouldn't last overnight. Very well, once your mother prepares the meal, I will set out. Cheng Yumei remarked before stripping the second and third children down for their baths. Li Lin plunged into the irrigation ditch, lying there for quite some time until Li Bin came to announce that dinner was ready. After finishing the meal, he fell onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. Cheng Yumei awoke even earlier than he did, stuffing 4 large flatbreads into his cloth bag, admonishing him, if you're hungry, nibble on these. Working on an empty stomach is no good for you. Must you concern yourself with everything? Li Lin retorted, though inwardly he felt a swell of pride. His wife was not entirely lacking in understanding. Cheng Yumei rolled her eyes, replying, your good intentions are wasted. Li Lin continued, if I go today, I may indeed be delayed for a few days. I might not return. Just take care of the household, ignoring whatever the old lady might say. As if you hadn't heard. Cheng Yumei waved her hand dismissively, stating, as long as you can bring money home, you can stay away for a year. You really are quite pragmatic. Li Lin scoffed before hearing Cheng Yumei's parting words, reminding him to be cautious and avoid fights while he was out. Though his heart warmed at her concern, he also heard her cautioning him. If you get into trouble, our family cannot afford the cost. And you might end up in jail. If you can't say anything useful, then refrain from speaking. Li Lin's face darkened as he walked away without a backward glance, leaving behind the incessant laughter of Cheng Yumei. How long had it been since his wife had laughed so heartily? Their marriage, their eldest son's admission to university, their daughter's gold medal in mathematics competitions. He could scarcely remember. It seemed like ages ago. Today, however, fortune favored him. Upon arrival at his destination, he secured a substantial job for whitewashing. When Li Lin reached the site, he quoted a price of 200 yuan, which the client readily accepted without hesitation. After collecting 100 yuan as a deposit, he prepared to head to the supply store. Qian Changjiang, eager to accompany him, was stopped by Li Lin, who advised the client, "If we both leave, the homeowner will surely be uneasy. You stay here and wait." Qian Changjiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Li Lin's words. 100 yuan was indeed a considerable sum. Even if he were to hire someone to do the whitewashing himself, he would not easily hand over the money to a stranger. It was essential to accompany them. After all, if they vanished, where would one find them? With the money in hand, Li Lin wheeled his cart towards the supply store and returned with a haul of materials. The homeowner, an elderly man in his 60s, scrutinized the full bucket of lime water that Li Lin had prepared, sniffing curiously. "Why does it seem different from others?" Li Lin replied with a smile, "Of course. It is distinct. Others use only lime for whitewashing. I have added white cement, a moisture-retaining agent, and glue powder to ensure it does not crack or mold. Furthermore, the scent you detect is from the glue, but rest assured, I have purchased only legitimate products with a very mild odor." Chapter 10. Renting. The so-called glue powder is essentially gelatin, widely utilized in various industries such as printing, ceramics, daily chemicals, food, coatings, and metallurgy, not particularly remarkable by any means. He had aspirations to add white cement, moisture-retaining agents, and crack-resistant additives. Alas, the chemical industry had yet to advance to such standards. Even putty powder had to be imported from abroad. Even the tools for wall finishing remained rudimentary. Simple trowels and brushes, rollers, and similar equipment were nowhere to be found, even for those with money to spare. Thus, in these times, the so-called renovations amounted to little more than whitewashing, installing floor drains, and hardening cement. No matter how creative the ideas, they were rendered futile, unless one were to undertake a project akin to the White Swan Hotel, which utilized nearly 100,000 varieties of imported renovation materials. Glue powder? The elderly man had never heard of such a material and could not help but inquire. "What is its purpose?" Li Lin patiently explained. "This glue powder serves two primary functions. First, it enhances viscosity, ensuring that even in rainy or humid conditions, the plaster will not peel off the walls for 3 to 5 years. Secondly, it increases brightness, achieving a whiteness of at least 80, unlike lime powder, which leaves a dull finish. In our county, aside from myself, no one else utilizes this product. If you have found me, consider yourself fortunate." This was not mere boasting on his part. In these times, even state-owned construction companies in the county displayed mediocre skills, managing only to erect 5-story brick concrete structures that were hardly commendable. "Is it really that good?" The elderly man remained skeptical. Li Lin chuckled. "Master, regardless of my claims, you will see the results for yourself. If you are dissatisfied, then we shall simply leave it be." Having spent a lifetime on construction sites, he had encountered many individuals with an audacious demeanor. If one were to dare claim that the results were unsatisfactory or demand no payment, they would indeed act on it, offering not a single cent. In business, one must adhere to a fundamental truth. Benevolence does not lead an army. Righteousness does not nurture wealth. Stinginess does not yield profit. And integrity does not incur losses. In simpler terms, one must earn what is rightfully theirs and refrain from seeking what is not. Everything must be approached with moderation. If managed well, wealth will flow abundantly, but if mismanaged, it may all come to naught in old age. Clearly, he had not grasped this in his previous life. Thus, he and Qian Changjiang toiled until nightfall. When it came time to plaster the ceiling, they found themselves without a ladder and resorted to stacking chairs and tables. He steadied the chairs below while Qian Changjiang stood atop them. "Look at you, starving like this. Once we finish, boil the noodles I bought," he said. Hearing the rumble of Qian Changjiang's stomach reminded Li Lin that they had only consumed a bit of flatbread all day. Fortunately, there was a gas canister and stove available for them to cook a little something. It was certainly more economical than dining out. Qian Changjiang paused his work with the trowel and chuckled. "Let us sacrifice a bit of sleep tonight, and with tomorrow, we can finish by afternoon." Li Lin shook his head, replying, "Do you think they would be pleased if we earned 100 yuan in just 2 days? There's no need to push ourselves. Even if we dawdle, we can stretch it to the day after tomorrow's afternoon and still make it home in time for dinner." The landlord was quite astute. The reason for his swift agreement to pay 200 yuan was that he had previously inquired with the county construction company and other masons. Upon comparison, Li Lin emerged as the cheapest option. Feeling quite clever and secretly pleased with himself, He realized that if he and Qian Changjiang completed the job hastily, the landlord would hardly be satisfied. The remaining 100 yuan would certainly not be handed over readily. His aim was to ensure that the homeowner felt the value surpassed the cost, that the money was well spent. He even needed to instill a sense of achievement that surpassed even that of Huang Shuren. So, shall we cease our work for now? Qian Changjiang inquired tentatively. Li Lin shook his head, asserting, that won't do. If we delay, the mixture in the bucket will harden, and we cannot waste our own money. Qian Changjiang exclaimed. Darn it, I forgot about that. As they conversed, they completed the mixing of the mortar. They washed their hands and faces at the faucet, then began to boil the noodles, consuming them hastily. Using their clothes as pillows, they lay on the ground and fell asleep without their shirts. When Li Lin awoke, Qian Changjiang had already prepared the noodles. Though devoid of oil and salt, they were still surprisingly flavorful. Qian Changjiang suddenly leaned out the window, chewing on the noodles and muttering indistinctly, "Isn't that the landlord? If it's not him, who could it be?" Li Lin retorted, finishing his meal in a few bites and urging Qian Changjiang to hurry. They hastily scrubbed the pot, washed the bowls, and cleaned the stove thoroughly. Then, they smeared mortar on their faces, portraying an image of exhaustion and hard work. As the old man entered, he surveyed the disheveled duo and then gazed at the immaculate white walls, appearing quite satisfied. It was not until the afternoon of the third day that they finished scraping the white paint off the 3 rooms, and they also thoroughly cleaned the windows outside. Observing the weary expressions of the 2 men, the old man suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. He wondered if he had been too exploitative. In other places, such a task would take at least a week. Sighing, he handed over a stack of cash he had prepared earlier, courteously stating that he would certainly recommend them to any relatives or friends in need of similar work in the future. "Master, my brother and I truly gave it our all," said Li Lin. "Rest assured, if you send someone our way, they will receive the same splendid service, and you won't face any trouble." After receiving the money, Li Lin passed it to Qian Changjiang, gesturing for him to count it. As they exited the Tobacco Bureau's family compound, the 2 men, who had previously appeared listless, instantly became invigorated. "Lin, did we really earn this much money?" Qian Changjiang, though anticipating the sum, was still somewhat incredulous upon seeing the actual cash. In just 3 days, they had earned a total of 107 yuan and 50 cents. Divided between them, each would receive over 50 yuan. It would take 2 years of grueling labor in the fields to match such earnings. "Enough chatter," Li Lin said, patting his flat stomach. "Let us find somewhere to eat." They spotted a private noodle shop by the roadside and promptly entered. Qian Changjiang followed suit without hesitation, feeling confident with their newfound wealth. The proprietor of the noodle shop was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. Noticing Li Lin glancing at her, she appeared somewhat bashful and lowered her head shyly. "Brother, the women in this city are quite striking," Qian Changjiang whispered. "Look at her delicate arms and waist, and how fair her skin is." Li Lin scolded, "Keep quiet. No one thinks you're a mute. If someone overhears, they might think we're being lewd, and we wouldn't want to leave empty-handed." In this day and age, being lewd was not a capital offense, but it could lead to serious consequences. Conversely, fighting was considered a trivial matter, so common that if the police were to intervene in such incidents, the jails would be overcrowded. Qian Changjiang obediently silenced himself, not out of realization of his mistake, but out of fear of being overheard. "I'll be careful not to speak out of turn next time, especially not in front of strangers." "Good to hear," Li Lin replied with an eye roll before turning back to the middle-aged woman. "Madam, may I ask if you know of any houses for rent nearby? You're looking to rent?" The proprietor finally relaxed, realizing that she had overthought the situation. The men likely just wanted to inquire about something and were too shy to ask directly. "Yes, we've come from Chala town to work as temporary laborers. The daily commute is exhausting. We'd like to rent a place." Li Lin had long intended to move from the countryside, as living with his mother was a torment. With money in his pocket now, he was eager to secure accommodation. Chapter 11. House viewing. The proprietress pondered for a moment and then asked, "What kind of house are you looking for?" Li Lin replied, "We have no particular requirements, as long as it is sufficient for 4 or 5 people to live in. As for rent, the cheaper, the better." The proprietress remarked, "I happen to know of a place where the rent is not exorbitant. However, the specifics will need to be negotiated by you. It is located on the outskirts, a bit remote." "How far is it from here?" Li Lin inquired promptly. "Approximately 3 miles, the proprietress replied, as she served the freshly prepared noodles adorned with scallions and sesame oil before the 2, cautioning, It's quite hot. So take your time eating. Thank you, Li Lin said, not in a rush to eat. He continued, 3 miles isn't too far. If it were a property within the city, I might not even consider renting it. The competition for educational slots in the city is intense. With my rural household registration, and not being a consumer of commercial grain, even if I were to purchase a home now, my child wouldn't be able to attend school, let alone renting a place. Conversely, the suburbs offer a quality of education that, while inferior to the city, is still superior to the rural areas, which gives me a glimmer of hope. It's indeed not far, the proprietress chuckled, adding, to be honest, we live over there as well. We rent from a family in our village. An elderly couple took their 3 sons to Ely to cultivate cotton, and they want to rent out the house to avoid it becoming musty from vacancy. It has ample rooms, certainly enough for a family. That's excellent, proprietress. When do you finish work? I would like to accompany you to take a look. Li Lin responded eagerly. The proprietress, seated diagonally across with her legs crossed, replied, There's no set time for when I finish. My daughter is married next door, and I'll have her take you. Standing up, she called out to the adjacent alley, Shazi, Shazi, are you home? Before long, a tall girl with fashionable wavy hair, clad in a crisp dress, emerged from a small door at the alley's entrance. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? The proprietress explained, someone is looking to rent a house. Could you see if you have the time to show them? The girl entered the noodle shop, scrutinizing Li Lin and Qian Changjiang, and waved her hand dismissively. It's already late. There's no time for that now. Can it wait until tomorrow during the day? Li Lin sighed internally, feeling the sting of rejection. Did they truly appear so menacing? Whatever happened to the days of simplicity? Was it necessary to be so wary of them? Unable to contain himself, he said, Miss, just tell us which village it is. I can inquire directly. In this small county town. He was quite familiar with the layout and could navigate it with his eyes closed. The girl replied, Do you know Wulong village? Li Lin nodded, Yes. I know it well. It's just beyond the bridge at Renmin Road. We head that way to get to Chala town. I'm very familiar with it. The girl continued, My home is right by the river, just down the bank. My father's name is Huang Shirquan. Anyone you meet there will know him. Li Lin finished the last drop of soup in his bowl and said, Thank you. I'll head over there now to take a look. After Qian Changjiang settled the bill with the proprietress, he hurriedly caught up with Li Lin. Darling, are you really going to rent a place? I thought you were just joking. Since we need to earn a living, we must venture out, Li Lin replied while walking. Running back and forth every day wastes time and is exhausting. It's simpler to rent a place and bring your sister-in-law and nephew over, rather than enduring the daily stress of staying at home. I'll also rent a place, Qian Changjiang declared with enthusiasm, though I'm uncertain about the rent expenses. A mere handful of coins can be earned within a month. The time spent commuting home could easily compensate for that. Exhausted, Li Lin decided to recline on the cart, allowing Qian Changjiang to pull him along. When the time comes, you need not rent a separate place. Just stay with us. If it were truly only a few coins, I would prefer to live alone, relishing my solitude rather than mingling with you all, he replied. Qian Changjiang shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Cheng Yumei held him in disdain. Should he choose to intrude upon them, he would only invite discomfort upon himself. Very well, suit yourself. Li Lin murmured with his eyes half closed, instructing, Once we cross the bridge, turn left and follow the riverbank. Take the first opening down the slope. Adjusting the strap on his shoulder, Qian Changjiang huffed and puffed while pulling the cart, expressing relief that Li Lin indeed knew the way. I was worried we might get lost. If you're tired, feel free to rest. I'll wake you when we arrive. Suddenly, Li Lin sprang upright, rubbing his aching back and lamenting, My back feels as though it's about to fracture. Lying down is hardly comfortable. I think I shall step down. The town, home to approximately 70 to 80,000 inhabitants, featured only cemented roads within the city. The remainder consisted of gravel paths wide enough for 2 large trucks to pass side by side, barely qualifying as county roads. Whether cycling or riding in a bullock cart, one's posterior would surely feel the jolt. As for the so-called provincial roads, they were yet to be established. As the old saying goes, to become prosperous, one must first build roads. Given the state of the roads in their county, if they were to flourish, it would indeed be a miracle. Li Lin dismounted the cart and took the lead, only to discover that even the road leading from the riverbank into the village was gravel, a revelation he had not anticipated. He felt quite pleased, for rainy days would no longer hinder his mobility. Nearby, numerous children were bathing by the irrigation ditch. After inquiring, he finally located the residence of Huang Shirquan. The household comprised 6 adobe rooms, enclosed by a wall, with a spacious courtyard in the middle, adorned by 2 flourishing persimmon trees and several clucking chickens beneath their branches. Huang Shirquan, in his 50s, bare-chested and stooped, after asking a few questions about Li Lin and his companion, proceeded to quote a price. Following some haggling, they settled on 35 yuan for the year. As Qian Changjiang awaited Li Lin's negotiation to conclude, he could not help but inquire, "Brother, are there any other families renting out rooms?" Huang Shirquan raised his chin. "Of course, my brother's family also cultivates cotton in Yili and seldom returns home. His house has only 2 rooms. Would that suffice for you?" Qian Changjiang chuckled. "As an old bachelor, it is certainly sufficient. Brother, please take me to see it." Huang Shirquan replied, "It hasn't been occupied for quite some time. So it's quite dusty and not as clean as my place. But there are chicken coops and pigsties, so keeping livestock is not an issue." Qian Changjiang responded, "I can clean it myself." He urged Huang Shirquan to fetch the keys for a viewing. The house was merely 100 meters from Huang Shirquan's home. Though it was described as 2 rooms, it actually consisted of 1 main room and a kitchen. As Huang Shirquan dusted off the old clothes and swept away cobwebs, he reassured, "Rest assured, brother, this house does not leak. It was last refurbished in 75 when my brother returned." "How much for this place, brother?" Qian Changjiang was not particularly picky. After all, anything was better than his thatched roof home. His dwelling was not only low and narrow, but it also lacked windows. Once the door was shut, the interior became stifling and devoid of light. Chapter 12. Calculating life. His greatest aspiration over the years, aside from marrying, was to build a house. He dared not dream of a brick-and-tile residence. At the very least, he yearned for 3 decent earthen rooms. Huang Shirquan, patting his emaciated belly, proposed a one-time payment of 10 yuan, considering it a year's rent. "Deal." Qian Changjiang did not haggle and readily accepted. Huang Shirquan joyfully remarked, "You, my brother, are a straightforward man." Li Lin allowed the 2 to negotiate without interjecting. 10 yuan for a year's rent amounted to less than 1 yuan a month. What a bargain. Once the agreement was reached, he chimed in, "Brother, here's your payment. Kindly write us a receipt." Huang Shirquan agreed and led them home, borrowing paper and pen from a neighbor to draft receipts for Li Lin and Qian Changjiang. Qian Changjiang paid in full, and Huang Shirquan, elated, counted the bills multiple times before pocketing them, proclaiming, "Brothers, this is a win. You can move in tomorrow. I will clear some space for you." Li Lin replied, "You won't be able to leave immediately, will you?" Huang Shirquan gestured with 3 fingers, stating, "I have 3 sons. They all have homes. I can stay with them." The rent would commence from the day they moved in. The sooner Li Lin and his companions settled, the more rent they could accrue. Li Lin remarked, "That sounds splendid. Since we can move in early, there's no need to delay." His gaze shifted to a few clucking hens in the yard, and he smiled, saying, "Brother, you wouldn't mind parting with those chickens, would you? If so, name your price." He had a number of chickens and ducks at home, but given Tang Hohat's nature, she would undoubtedly object to their removal, leading to a protracted dispute. Huang Shirquan pondered for a moment, then stated, "There are 3 hens, all of which lay eggs, and 2 roosters, each weighing around 3 jin. I had planned to slaughter them before leaving, but if you truly want them, let us say 11 yuan. Deal. When I come over tomorrow, I'll have my wife bring you the money." Li Lin responded without hesitation. This was certainly cheaper than purchasing at the market. The most crucial aspect was that they were all egg-laying hens. Even in rural areas, it was rare to find hens for sale that produced eggs. Qian Changjiang pointed to several newly built tile roof houses not far away and said, "Brother, your village is quite prosperous. There are big houses being constructed, yet no one seems to occupy them. Why is that?" Huang Shirquan explained, "Half the villagers are in Yili picking flowers. No matter how much they earn, it's better than languishing at home." "What do you mean by picking flowers?" Qian Changjiang inquired, puzzled. "Picking cotton in the cotton fields," Huang Shirquan clarified. Qian Changjiang questioned, "They don't employ locals for this?" Huang Shirquan raised his head confidently, saying, "You haven't seen the cotton fields over there. They stretch endlessly, possibly larger than our entire county. Without our assistance in planting and harvesting, the locals would never complete the task, no matter how hard they worked." Qian Changjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, you cannot be jesting with me, can you?" Huang Shirquan replied, "What reason would I have to deceive you? Yili is indeed a splendid place, abundant in land yet sparse in population, with meat available at every meal and milk practically free of charge. Unlike our situation here, where one struggles even to secure a meal on a mere 3 acres of land. It may be a tad too cold, but once we have earned our fortunes, we can construct a grand 3-room house and return to enjoy our twilight years. Li Lin found this amusing. So, you're planning to retire in a mere 3-room house? You must be oblivious to the societal transformations that await us in the coming decades. If one's home lacks a 2-story building or a vehicle, one would feel embarrassed to step outside. Even in the county or city, without access to commercial housing, one could find it difficult to attract a spouse. Qian Changjiang continued to express his astonishment. Brother, your words are becoming increasingly incredulous. How could I possibly believe that meat is so plentiful? What evidence do you have to support such claims? Li Lin interjected. Isn't it quite normal to have meat at every meal? Qian Changjiang scratched his head in agreement. Li Lin turned to Huang Shilin. Well then, brother, it is settled. We shall make every effort to arrive early tomorrow. Huang Shirquan escorted them to the crossroads, assuring them, rest assured, we will not delay you. Oh, and remember to bring a letter of introduction. It will save us from the local brigade's unnecessary inquiries. If you present them with an introduction letter, they will have no grounds for further questioning. I will get one from our village. Li Lin urged Qian Changjiang to harness the cart, and they continued their journey home. By the time they reached Chalu town, night had fully descended. Without a flashlight, lantern, or torch, they navigated the rural paths relying solely on the faint illumination from the stars and moon. Living by the Huai River, surrounded by ditches, puddles, and irrigation channels, one had to tread carefully to avoid missteps. Amidst the chorus of croaking frogs, Qian Changjiang complained, I must purchase a flashlight tomorrow. Li Lin reassured him. We are almost home. Upon entering the village, he did not visit Qian Changjiang's home, but headed straight to his own. The front door was firmly shut, and no light emanated from within. Presumably, the children had already drifted into slumber. He gently knocked on the door, occasionally calling out softly, Who is it? Can't you recognize my voice? With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Cheng Yumei, her face alight with joy. Why are you so late? Father. The voices of 3 children chimed in unison. Lenny chuckled, It is so dark. Why haven't you lit the kerosene lamp? As Cheng Yumei struck a match to ignite the lamp, she replied, We were just chatting. Why bother with a lamp when it costs money? Have you eaten? Lenny, feeling grimy, pushed away the eager little girl who rushed towards him, then seated himself in a chair, gulping down some water. He turned to Cheng Yumei. Just prepare something for me to eat. Make it plentiful. I am famished. Cheng Yumei said, Just wait a moment. Lin Yi responded affirmatively, holding the kerosene lamp as he rummaged through the cluttered counter for his clothes. Afterward, he washed himself by the riverbank. Cheng Yumei brought over a bowl of soaked bread, saying, I had no idea you were coming back. I didn't prepare anything. Make do with this, she added. After taking a couple of bites, Lin Yi inquired, You haven't quarreled with anyone these past few days, have you? Cheng Yumei muttered, Why not? You even want to hang yourself at our doorstep. I chose to ignore her. Li Lin spoke of the accommodation he had rented in the city, and upon noticing Cheng Yumei's lack of reaction, he urged, Come on, give me some response. To his surprise, Cheng Yumei replied through gritted teeth, 35 yuan. Are you crazy? It's just living. Li Lin retorted with annoyance. I've already paid the money. What do you want me to do? Cheng Yumei, infuriated to the point of tears, exclaimed, That leftover money still belongs to my mother. What are you buying chickens for? I never said I wouldn't return your mother's money, so why are you crying? Li Lin, flustered, pulled out the money from his pocket and thrust it into her hands, saying, You'll return it first thing tomorrow morning. We can discuss the chickens later, all right? That's more like it. Cheng Yumei lamented under the kerosene lamp, counting the money with a heavy heart. You extravagant fool. How dare you spend so much on rent without even consulting me? Li Lin whispered, I did it for your sake. If we move out, we won't have to argue with them anymore. He couldn't quite grasp her feelings. In her previous life, Cheng Yumei's greatest desire had been to separate and live independently. Now that he had taken this step, why was she unhappy? After counting the money, Cheng Yumei furrowed her brow in confusion and remarked, Wait a minute. Curious. Li Lin asked, What's wrong? Cheng Yumei replied, After you split the money with Chang Jiang and deduct your rent, there should still be 75 yuan left. Why is there only 50? Where's the rest? You're quite ruthless. Do you think I'm a scarecrow? Just because I've stayed in the county for a few days, I don't need to eat or drink. Li Lin's expression fell. Cheng Yumei continued to grumble. You didn't even stay overnight, and the two of you spent over 3 yuan on food in less than 3 days. That's not insignificant. Li Lin had to admit she was right. The bulk of their expenses yesterday stemmed from their craving for a portion of braised pig's head meat and a bottle of loose liquor, costing a total of 170 yuan. Otherwise, they would have only eaten noodles and spent much less. Chapter 13. The first meeting with the father-in-law. Never mind. It's spent. So be it. Cheng Yumei reflected on the days when they had no money at all, and then considered their current situation, suddenly feeling relieved. As long as her husband could earn money, no matter how much, and willingly handed it over to her without her having to lower her pride to her family or endure her mother-in-law's scorn, she felt content. Li Lin smiled and asked, "So, do you agree to move out?" Cheng Yumei huffed, "I'm not foolish enough to mistake a fragrant stool for a stinky fart. You've already rented the place and paid the money, so of course, I will move." Li Lin, astonished, inquired, "Aren't you afraid you won't manage outside without farming at home?" His wife's sudden boldness surprised him. "Heaven one tea, let a blind sparrow starve." Cheng Yumei retorted, "Whatever. After seeing you both running around these days, I've realized no one will starve to death. The most important thing is that every penny earned can be kept in one's own hand." The thought of leaving her mother-in-law even excited her a little. Li Lin tentatively asked, "So, moving tomorrow? Should we start packing now?" Cheng Yumei suddenly exhibited more enthusiasm than Li Lin, declaring her intention to visit her mother early the next morning to repay a debt, fearing a lack of time. Li Lin did not oppose her. He suggested that they need not bring any pots or pans, leaving everything for the others, and that they should only carry a few clothes. Cheng Yumei hesitated, asking, "What will we use if we do not bring anything?" They certainly could not afford to purchase new items. Li Lin reassured her, stating that they had arranged for a large pot to be left for their use, and that bowls and chopsticks were inexpensive, easily replaceable. He advised her to bring a few rags, along with loofah and gourd ladles. This way, she would not carry too much and provoke her difficult mother-in-law. "All right then." She acquiesced, readily agreeing at the thought of her troublesome mother-in-law. Since there was a large iron pot available, it was indeed sensible to buy the remaining bowls and chopsticks rather than quarrel over such trivial matters. Cheng Yumei began to pack their belongings, while Li Lin, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the bed and did not awaken again. Before dawn, Qian Changjiang arrived with a cart, laden with 2 old, moldy quilts, 2 hens tied by their claws, a large, dark iron pot, and a woven bag filled with miscellaneous items. He intended to assist Cheng Yumei in moving her belongings, but she waved him off, saying, "Go have some porridge, I can manage this small load on my own." Qian Changjiang did not insist, entering the kitchen to serve himself 2 bowls of porridge. Li Lin inquired, "Is the introduction letter ready?" Qian Changjiang replied while slurping his porridge, "I got it from Shiyong as soon as I returned last night. He was dawdling, and I nearly lost my temper." "You should temper your disposition," Li Lin advised. "While staying in Wulong village, no one will indulge us." Qian Changjiang retorted, "Everyone in that village has the surname Huang. I'm not foolish enough to provoke them without cause." Li Lin teased, "As long as you understand. It's wise to remain discreet in these times." After finishing his porridge, Qian Changjiang helped Cheng Yumei with her belongings, stuffing a heap of straw into the gaps of the loaded cart, saying, "Make sure the little one lies on top. He won't fall off." Their commotion caught the attention of their neighbors. Amid the creaking of the door, it swung open. Li Lin approached and tossed a pack of cigarettes to Li Guofu, who stood at the entrance, smiling as he said, "Dad, Changjiang and I found temporary work in the county and want to be back for a while. It's a hassle for Yumei to manage 3 children alone at home, so I'm taking them all with me." Li Guofu frowned. "Why didn't you say this earlier? Does your mother know?" Li Lin responded with a smile, "It's not too late to mention it now. I've already discussed the riverbank repair with Shiyong. I'll cover the expenses, so don't worry." Typically, he would assert himself in the village, avoiding confrontation, knowing that any disputes could be settled later, determining who would smile or weep when harvest time came. However, repairing the riverbank constituted a form of obligatory labor. As his household registration remained in the village, and he had already separated from his father, both he and his father were required to participate. To refuse would be seen as opposing the village collective, a matter of significant consequence. In genuine special circumstances where one could not attend, the only alternative would be to pay someone with surplus labor to take their place. Li Guofu attempted to speak further, but Li Lin had already turned his back, waving at Qian Changjiang. Qian Changjiang secured the rope on his shoulder, pressed down with his robust hand, and proceeded to pull the cart away. As Li Lin approached the back wall of the house, he heard the scolding and weeping of his mother. This was soon followed by a cacophony of barking dogs. The little girl, who had been peacefully napping on the cart, was startled awake and began to wail. Cheng Yume instructed Qian Changjiang to halt, disembarked from the cart while cradling the child, and cheerfully said, "Changjiang, I shall walk from here." Qian Changjiang replied, "Sister-in-law, I can manage." "Then let us take turns holding her," Li Lin suggested as Cheng Yume stepped down from the cart. He took the little girl and placed her on his shoulders, playfully coaxing, "Do not cry. I shall let you ride like a horse. Giddy up." The little girl echoed with gleeful giddy-up sounds, her face alight with joy. "Oh dear, my hair." Li Lin noticed her on the verge of tears again and resignedly remarked, "Feel free to tug at it. If it's gone, I'll save on haircut expenses." He had become bald before reaching 60 and suspected it was due to the girl's relentless pulling when she was younger. Thus, in this new life, he took great care of his hair, not allowing her to touch it. Unexpectedly, the girl was undeterred. Li Liang shouted, "Daddy, I want to ride too." Li Bin beside him was eager to join. Li Lin scolded, "Get lost, sit still. I don't have enough hair for both of you to pull." Cheng Yume laughed heartily. Passing by her maternal home, the Chen family ancestral hall, she asked Li Lin and the others to wait while she dashed inside to settle a debt that had long weighed on her mind. When she emerged, head held high and bouncing with joy, Li Lin noticed a figure trailing behind her, and upon closer inspection, realized it was his father-in-law, Cheng Baiwang. The old man wore a tattered shirt riddled with holes and sported a pair of worn-out liberation shoes with half a sole. A cigarette flickered at the corner of his mouth, exuding smoke intermittently as he took a deep drag. After a while, he exclaimed, "You decide to move without consulting anyone. As of playing house, you leave without securing any work points. What will you do come autumn? What will you eat?" He clearly deemed his son-in-law and daughter's decision as reckless. Of course, the responsibility lay squarely on Li Lin's shoulders. His son-in-law was indeed a fool. Whatever he intended to do, his daughter would never be able to stop him. There are plenty of years when one cannot buy grain with money. Cheng Baiwang huffed. "What about the 3 children? Are they to suffer alongside you?" Li Lin chuckled. "Things are different now. We can buy grain freely without ration tickets, and you know that, right?" In truth, he felt a sense of relief beneath his facade. Although he reprimanded them, the old man was indeed concerned for their well-being, far more reliable than their biological father. "I've consumed more salt than you've had rice," he exclaimed. "Spare me your fallacies." Cheng Baiwang tossed the cigarette but to the ground. "If you wish to venture out, go ahead, but do not drag a few children along to cause chaos." "Dad, he won't let me go out, and I'm not pleased about it." It was Cheng Yume who spoke this time. Knowing she could leave her mother-in-law behind, she had been unable to sleep all night. Exhilarated as if in a dream, having packed her belongings and exited the village, how could she possibly agree to return? Cheng Baiwang, in a fluster, insisted, "You need not rush to repay the money. Take it back with you first. You won't starve at home." Cheng Yume muttered, "We've already left. If we go back now, won't we just be the subject of ridicule? If it truly becomes unbearable out here, we can always return later." If she were to return so easily, her mother-in-law would surely laugh at her to the point of tears. Qian Changjiang could not help but interject, "Uncle, rest assured, life outside is quite good." Cheng Baiwang snorted derisively. "It's precisely because of you that I feel uneasy. You're notorious as a ne'er-do-well around these parts, despised by both man and beast. At your age, you haven't even found a decent match. How could he trust his son-in-law to associate with such a person?" "Uncle, that remark is rather hurtful," Qian Changjiang said, lowering his head in resignation. Although his reputation was less than stellar, few dared to openly disparage him in their locality. If it were anyone else, he would have long since retaliated verbally, but with Cheng Baiwang having 5 sons, confrontation was not an option. He would have to back down. Besides, his own brothers would not side with him. As for Li Lin helping him confront his father-in-law, humph, Cheng Baiwang scoffed and turned to Cheng Yume. "If you truly wish to go, then take me along to see. Otherwise, I cannot be at ease." Without waiting for a response, he strode ahead. Upon reaching the country road, Qian Changjiang found himself darting into the woods and crouching in the grass, as Cheng Baiwang brusquely shoved him aside, seizing the cart and disdainfully declaring, "You can't even manage a cart properly. What a lazy fool." Qian Changjiang, his face flushed, replied, "I had too much porridge this morning." Cheng Baiwang retorted, "As if I had a hearty meal this morning." Cheng Yume, exasperated, remarked, "All right, Dad, take it easy. Don't hurt your back." For her, having grown up, the farthest she had traveled was to the town. This was her first venture beyond the town limits. Thus, Everything along the way appeared novel and captivating, leaving her wanting more. In a hurried yet leisurely manner, as they approached Wulong village, the sun was already high in the sky. "Dad, let's take a break. There's a supply and marketing cooperative nearby. We should buy something before we continue." Li Lin observed Chung Bai-wong, who was drenched in sweat, with a sense of helplessness. The old man was quite stubborn, insisting on pulling the cart alone without exchanging with anyone. Very well, he thought. Once Li Lin had lifted the children from the cart, Chung Bai-wong hopped down the riverbank to wash his face. Li Lin said to Chung Yume, "Just around that corner lies a supply and marketing cooperative. Please go in and purchase some bowls and chopsticks, and do not forget the oil and salt." Whenever Chung Yume was present, he refrained from shopping himself to avoid the possibility of overpaying, which would lead to her incessant nagging. With her back to the road and facing a sturdy poplar tree, Chung Yume fumbled to retrieve a handkerchief from her pocket, carefully counting a few bills before neatly folding the handkerchief and placing it back in her bosom, patting it twice for reassurance. At the entrance of the cooperative, a few idle men lingered, smoking and laughing, their eyes fixed on Chung Yume's retreating figure. With one even whistling, Li Lin frowned. "Dalin, keep an eye on the children. I'll take care of this." Qian Changjiang jogged over, picking up a piece of rubble from the roadside, standing at the entrance with a posture that suggested he was ready for confrontation. The four men exchanged glances between the imposing Li Lin and the fierce-looking Qian Changjiang before turning to leave. Spineless cowards. Qian Changjiang tossed the stone aside, dusted off his hands, and spat in their direction, cradling Li Xian in his arms and holding Li Liang's hand. Li Lin instructed Li Bin to tug at his shirt as they headed toward Qian Changjiang. They likely hailed from a nearby village. It was prudent to remain vigilant. They sought no trouble but were not afraid of it either, which brought him a sense of comfort. Bringing Qian Changjiang along was indeed a wise choice. He was a man of contradictions. Though one might label him timid, he was known to assert himself in the vicinity, earning himself a reputation as a second-rate tough guy, a quintessential hothead. Conversely, when he ventured outdoors, he resembled a timid mouse. In the city, he barely uttered a word and approached every task with utmost caution, treating everyone with excessive politeness. Yet, such politeness proved futile. His appearance led others to perceive him as a nefarious character, especially with that bald head, which evoked the impression of an ex-convict. In the past, whenever Li Lin took him out, whether to a train station or a bus terminal, they were invariably subjected to identity checks. The most outrageous incident was during their time in Pujiang, where they were deported 5 times within a year. Eventually, no one dared to accompany him outside anymore. However, this trait wasn't entirely disadvantageous. In this era, such a visage deterred others from instigating trouble. Clearly, he exuded an air of intimidation. Trouble was best avoided. Thus, at times on construction sites, particularly when demanding payment from clients, he found it necessary to bring Qian Changjiang along. When it came to collecting debts, one could not afford to be submissive. Submit once, and one would remain subservient for life. Of course, this principle applied across various professions. Without engaging in a few brawls or asserting oneself, achieving success was exceedingly difficult. In a time of unrestrained growth, tenderness and care were in short supply. "Put your heart at ease," Qian Changjiang proclaimed. "Who could we possibly fear? If they could not prevail, they would simply return and rally support." Chapter 15. Moving house, let us calm down. If we can fight, we will. If we cannot, let us employ the 36 strategies and make our escape. Li Lin pondered the impending crackdowns over the next few years, which had indeed begun in their province of Yu. Although he was still residing in the countryside at that time, his experiences and observations were no less than those of others. Later, as he ventured into society, he encountered individuals from various walks of life at the construction site, many of whom were once regarded as formidable figures. Their tales were vividly embellished, and although some of their accounts were rife with exaggeration, one could still sense the harsh realities of the social environment back then. In rural areas, brawls and skirmishes were often overlooked by authorities as long as no lives were lost. The higher-ups typically turned a blind eye, especially when the number of participants was significant, fearing that intervention might exacerbate clan rivalries. However, the situation was markedly different outside. A group of farmers congregating in the city to engage in violent altercations was tantamount to criminal activity, an invitation for disaster. Qian Changjiang was taken aback. "Dalin, this is not like you. Are you really suggesting we flee when faced with adversity?" It was inconceivable for Li Lin to utter such cowardly sentiments. Something was amiss. Previously, Dallin had followed Li Lin eagerly, one reason being his admiration for Li Lin's prowess in combat. He had never shied away from a fight. In terms of reputation, you probably did not fall short in their locality. Together, they were a formidable duo capable of commanding respect in Chala Town. Now, having discovered Li Lin's acumen for making money, Dallin was even more in awe of him, ready to follow Li Lin's lead without question. If Li Lin instructed him to go east, he would not venture west. If told to catch a chicken, he would not chase a dog. He was all set to embark on a grand venture with Li Lin. What then? Should I act like a naive youth? Li Lin imparted sagely, "Brother, we are here to earn a living, to cultivate good relations for prosperity, not to vie for dominance. There are always greater mountains and more capable individuals beyond." This was not to instill cowardice in him, but rather to teach him the art of survival. It was a mantra frequently uttered by his second son, Li Liang. Progress with caution is the true path. As a dog, Qian Changjiang hesitantly replied, "If there is profit to be made, being a dog could be acceptable." Li Lin looked at him, speechless, realizing they were speaking different languages. "Why do you stare at me so?" Qian Changjiang felt uneasy under Li Lin's gaze. "I find your appearance quite imposing," Li Lin chuckled. "Being around you gives me a sense of security. Is your bachelorhood solely due to financial constraints?" "Really?" Qian Changjiang asked. Lacking confidence, Cheng Baiwang climbed up from the riverbank and, upon seeing his daughter laden with bags, trotted over while chiding Li Lin and Qian Changjiang. "What are you two big fellows doing just standing around?" Qian Changjiang hurried to follow. Cheng Baiwang took the items from his daughter's hands, grumbling, "Why did you spend money on so much rice? I could have brought some from home if I had known." Cheng Yumei smiled. "There are many people at home. You wouldn't have enough to eat. I can buy a little myself. We still have money." Cheng Baiwang sighed. "Once you're out, there are expenses everywhere. How can we manage without being thrifty?" Li Lin cast a glance at the bundle of meat that Cheng Yumei was carrying, which made her exceedingly anxious. Cheng Yumei whispered, "Father hasn't served us a meal in years. It's a rare occasion for him to join us, even helping to pull the cart. I'll prepare some braised pork." Li Lin smiled and replied, "Braised pork, you say? Have you purchased sugar and soy sauce? Oh dear, look at my forgetful mind." Cheng Yumei hurriedly dashed back to the supply and marketing cooperative. "Silly girl," Li Lin sighed and shook his head. When Cheng Yumei returned, he took the little girl in his arms and led the way. Upon entering the village, Cheng Baiwang remarked, "This village is more impressive than ours." Qian Changjiang chuckled. "Look at those small tiled houses. They are even grander than those built on our street." The rented house stood with its door tightly shut. Just as Li Lin was about to seek someone out, Huang Shirquan emerged from the adjacent alley, carrying a shovel, and waved at Li Lin and the others. "Haven't you been waiting long?" Li Lin smiled and replied, "Not at all. We just arrived." Huang Shirquan set the shovel aside, opened the door, and handed the key to Li Lin. "I've cleared out the room for you. Just tidy it up as you see fit. As for the lock, if you wish to change it, feel free, but please don't dispose of the original." Li Lin returned the key, saying, "You might as well take both the key and the lock with you. I'll buy a new one shortly." In these times, when deceit abounds and charlatans roam freely, it is wiser to mistrust 100 individuals than to place faith in a single one. Cheng Yumei, leaving the little girl behind, flitted around inside and outside the house several times, utterly delighted. When she noticed a well in the courtyard, her joy was boundless. Moreover, this was a spacious 5-room house, far superior to her small, thatched cottage back home. Their family of 5 had previously been crammed into that pitiful little hut, which was stifling in summer and cold and gloomy in winter, with drafts seeping through the cracks in the walls. Having grown accustomed to such conditions, she hadn't thought much of it until the sight of this large house offered a stark comparison. Turning to Cheng Baiwang, she asked, "What do you think of this place, father?" Cheng Baiwang, hands clasped behind his back, glanced at the swallow's nest on the beam and remarked, "The house is decent. But the rent is also considerable, 35 yuan a year. You really dare to spend that much." He toiled relentlessly for work points, yet earned barely that amount in a year. Huang Shirquan chimed in with a smile. "Brother, this is genuinely a bargain, and it's 5 rooms. If you don't believe me, walk 2 miles ahead and see for yourself. A single room costs 5 yuan a month. That's for a single room, barely enough for 2 beds. Plus, my front and backyards are all mine. You can raise livestock and grow a few vegetables. You can even earn some money in the city. How is that not a good deal?" Fearing a conflict might arise between the two, Li Lin quickly interjected, "Indeed, it's fine. I wouldn't have rented this house if I couldn't afford it. You just watch. I assure you, I will not cause you any worry. Cheng Baiwang pouted. It sounds lovely, but you live here without any land. Who will give you straw or rice stalks? You won't even be able to cook. Huang Shirquan remarked. Brother, I have already mentioned this to them. Just go cut some brambles and mugwort by the riverbank. That will suffice for burning. Times have changed, and no one will compete with you for such trivialities. You can burn freely. All right. Father, there's no need for you to worry. We're already out, so you can boil some water and enjoy a cup of tea. Cheng Yumei did not rush to cook. Instead, she first wiped down the bed, laid out the mat, and then coaxed the 3 children to sleep. They had risen far too early that morning, and the children looked increasingly listless. Li Lin pointed towards the chickens in the yard and asked, Have the chickens been fed today? Huang Shirquan chuckled. I scattered some vegetable leaves this morning. They don't need much feeding. Just a bit of bran will do. Li Lin then turned to Qian Changjiang. Please cover for me financially for the moment. I will pay you back later. Cheng Baiwang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached and picked up the 3 hens one by one, feeling their backsides. 11 yuan. That's reasonable. This time, he did not object. Oh, if there's anything you don't understand, just come find me at my son's place, Huang Shirquan said as he received the money from Qian Changjiang, counted it, and tucked it into his pocket, handing a cigarette to Cheng Baiwang before departing. Qian Changjiang scattered the 2 chickens he had brought into the yard and said to Cheng Yumei, who was at the door soothing the little girl to sleep, Sister-in-law, could you help me take care of my chickens? In a few days, we'll slaughter them for meat. Cheng Yumei witnessed Li Lin borrowing money from Qian Changjiang and felt it inappropriate to voice her objections in front of so many people. Besides, her mindset mirrored that of her father. 11 yuan for 5 hens was not a loss. However, Li Lin did not consult her and was still harboring a sense of indignation. Are you truly planning to get rid of both hens entirely? Just keep them here. Leave the rice bran for them. Thank you, sister-in-law, Qian Changjiang replied. He was certainly reluctant to slaughter such fine hens. I'll return home, fix the chicken coop, and later buy some chicks for the hens to raise. By autumn, we can have them for meat. Li Lin was in the kitchen preparing to wash pots for cooking. But Cheng Baiwang, dissatisfied with his inefficiency, shooed him aside and took over the task himself. Hurry and see if you can gather some firewood, otherwise, you'll be burning air. While others looked increasingly fondly upon their son-in-law, Li Lin felt increasingly vexed. Chapter 16. Change. As Qian Changjiang was about to leave, Li Lin stopped him. I'll go fetch firewood. You help me ignite the fire. With that, he stepped outside, followed closely by Li Bin. You should go to sleep. What are you doing following me around? Li Lin said. After scanning the area, he noticed plenty of dry branches at the base of the wall, undoubtedly left by Huang Shirquan. Without a second thought, he gathered them and moved on. Father, I can carry this, Li Bin exclaimed as he picked up 2 branches. You child, aren't you afraid of the sun? Li Lin found it perplexing how his once obedient and sensible eldest son had transformed so drastically as he grew up. After Qian Changjiang carefully ignited the fire with dry grass and cautiously added dry branches, he said to Li Lin, Dawn, have you noticed? There's electricity here. Of course there is. Although this is the outskirts, it can still be considered part of the city, Li Lin replied, feeling little surprise. The entire nation is flourishing. Yet electricity is primarily allocated to the industrialized coastal cities in the east, particularly the megacities. Only when there is an abundance of power can it be distributed to small counties like theirs. Even as the 1990s approached, a reliable electricity supply remained elusive. Experiencing power outages lasting several hours a day was considered quite normal. In such regions, the more they lacked electricity, the harder it became to develop industry. The absence of industrial growth further perpetuated their power shortages, creating a vicious cycle. As the new century dawned, while the central and western regions finally gained access to electricity, they were subsequently restricted by designated agricultural land and flood zones, stifling their development prospects even further. Consequently, these individuals had no choice but to leave their homes in search of work. He often pondered how he could bear to leave behind all 3 of his children in their hometown, entrusted to the care of Tang Hohat and Li Guofu. These children became left-behind youth, yet they persevered, managing to secure university placements in Hunan province, renowned for its rigorous college entrance examinations. To have 3 university students emerge from a radius of merely a few kilometers was indeed a remarkable achievement, instilling a sense of pride within him. The only regret was that none of the children shared his bloodline. At times, he found it difficult to understand why, despite his tireless efforts to support their education, None of them seemed to express gratitude. Upon his rebirth, he finally comprehended the situation. For a father like him, it was already a considerable honor that his son and daughter had not severed ties with him. Even when electricity was available, he refrained from using it, pausing momentarily with the meat cleaver in hand before remarking that electricity costs were exorbitant and that they could manage with kerosene lamps. Cheng Yumei entered the kitchen, taking over the task from her father, saying, "Dad, let me handle this. You should rest. You've had a long journey." Cheng Baiwang asked, "Have the children gone to sleep?" Cheng Yumei pointed to the reticent Li Bin behind her, stating, "Only this one refuses to speak." After accepting the tea bowl handed to him by Li Lin, Cheng Baiwang lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as he cautioned, "You are living by the roadside, and you are unfamiliar with the area. You must keep a close watch on the children. They should not wander off alone. Wherever they go, they should be accompanied." Cheng Yumei chuckled, "These wild children. Can they really be restrained?" Li Lin interjected, "Dad is right. Being close to the main road is different from being in the village. We can't let them roam freely. There are all sorts of people outside. From now on, you need not worry about anything else. Just look after the kids." They hailed from a populous province, where indeed there were many good people, but there were also plenty of ill-intentioned individuals. During his work outside, he often encountered ridicule from others who mocked the people of Hunan for stealing manhole covers. Rather than feeling anger, he looked down upon those who mocked him for their ignorance. What was stealing a manhole cover compared to kidnapping children? Those individuals were the true scoundrels. When encountering such fellow townsfolk, Li Lin felt an impulse to stab them in the back. Even execution would be no exaggeration. All human traffickers deserve to perish. "Well then, I shall not part from them," said Cheng Yumei, finally cautious after hearing the two men speak. Long Jiang reduced the flame. Soon after the pork was placed in the pot, the air became infused with an appetizing aroma. Li Bin, unable to sleep, merely craned his neck to observe. The pot bubbled vigorously, and Cheng Baiwang suggested adding vermicelli, asserting that it must be cooked to the point of being unable to stand upright to be truly delectable. After the meal, Li Lin went to assist Qian Changjiang with the cleaning, and Cheng Baiwang followed suit. Addressing Qian Changjiang, he remarked that his rental was quite affordable, far superior to that of another. "Surely, this family can manage to squeeze together. Why pay so much for rent? It seems they have money but nowhere to spend it." "Uncle, that's because Dalan is capable. Just wait and see. With his intellect, it would be difficult for him not to prosper." Under the blazing sun, Qian Changjiang stood atop the chicken coop, laying tiles, and remarked to Cheng Baiwang, "You should just enjoy the good life ahead." Cheng Baiwang retorted, "The more you speak of prosperity, the more unsettled I feel. I would rather you never gain any fortune." As Li Lin handed Qian Changjiang some mud, he said, "Father, just put your mind at ease." Qian Changjiang replied, "This amount of mud is sufficient. No need for more. You can rest now." After traversing the coop several times, ensuring there were no leaks, he leapt down with a thud. Peering into the coop, he observed, "Huang Shirquan has done quite well. He has cleared out the chicken droppings. I was hoping to keep it for fertilizing. A bit of bok choy would suffice." Cheng Baiwang added, "We still need to add some boards for the chickens to perch on." Qian Changjiang chuckled, "I know, but I won't find any boards this moment. I'll buy a couple tomorrow when I go to town." "You spendthrift," Cheng Baiwang shot him a glare. "Go chop some brambles from the riverbank. I can make you a cover." Qian Changjiang chuckled, "Thank you, uncle." Cheng Baiwang lit a freshly rolled cigarette and sheltered himself under the eaves away from the sun. "It's good if you all are making money, but do not take the wrong path. If you get yourself into trouble, how will this family survive?" It was evident he held disdain for his son-in-law, yet if misfortune were to befall him, how would his daughter manage with 3 children? It was imperative that nothing went awry. Li Lin, feeling helpless, stated, "We are merely working temporary jobs in the city, painting and moving." It was only natural for his father-in-law to distrust them, given their prior reputation. Cheng Baiwang declared, "I'm not returning today. I insist on going to the city to see what you are truly up to." "Then you shall accompany us," Li Lin conceded. They were not engaged in any illicit activities. As long as his father-in-law was content, he had no objections. Cheng Yumei was delighted to learn that her father would accompany Li Lin into the city. Li Lin's endeavors made her anxious. It was for the best that her father could observe, preventing Li Lin from straying onto a misguided path. That evening, Li Lin slaughtered an old rooster and purchased a bottle of loose liquor. "Damn it, to kill such a fine chicken without a second thought. What are you planning?" Cheng Baiwang grumbled while drinking. Yet, surprisingly, he felt a flicker of joy. His son-in-law truly regarded him with sincerity. Chapter 17. The father-in-law joins in. Li Lin chuckled. What is a chicken worth, Dad? To be honest, it's not just for you. It's primarily for the children. Their bellies are devoid of any substantial nourishment, and it's become a struggle for them to relieve themselves if they don't consume some richer food soon. I can only imagine the wails that will erupt during the night when they need to go. Where would I find a laxative for them at that hour? They usually eat coarse grains, and meat is a rare treat, often procured as fatty cuts solely to provide some much-needed sustenance. Otherwise, it's not just the children who will suffer. Even the adults will be in dire straits. In the restroom, one can hardly resolve the issue in less than half an hour. If it truly becomes unbearable, having a laxative is one thing, but without it, one might resort to using a tree branch, and one can only hope for the best. Who knows, one might even unearth a few live worms in the process. Chung Baiwang sighed. Look at these children. They are enduring hardships alongside you. You must stand firm and not allow others to look down upon you. You're right, Dad. I will heed your advice and strive to do better, Li Lin replied. The two men had not shared a drink together in many years, and he raised a bowl filled with liquor, saying, Today, you have endured a great deal alongside us. His father-in-law had spent the entire day assisting with the cart in the morning, repairing the chicken coop and pig pen at noon, and even went to the riverside in the evening to gather willow branches, crafting both a vegetable basket and a container. He had hardly rested all day. Cheng Yumei interjected. Dad, you're getting older. You should drink less. Li Lin ignored her concern and turned to Chung Baiwang, saying, I know your capacity for alcohol. I'm not worried about you getting drunk. Exactly, echoed Qin Changjiang. Uncle, they say you can really hold your liquor, so I raise my glass to you as well. Chung Baiwang cast a sidelong glance at the two, saying, I may lack in other skills, but when it comes to drinking, there is not a soul in Chala Town who can outdrink me. With that, he tilted his head back and downed half a bowl of liquor without hesitation. Dad, the chicken head is for you. Li Lin thoughtfully served his father-in-law some food. As for the chicken leg, he certainly could not part with it. And even if he did, his father-in-law would refuse it. Those were reserved for the children. Don't just sweet-talk me, Chung Baiwang said, picking up a peanut. Tomorrow, I will see what you two are up to. If it's not proper, I'll not allow you to continue. You'll have to come back with me. No questions asked. Li Lin smiled. Understood. I'll comply with whatever you say. The meal continued until the moon rose high in the sky. After washing his feet, Chung Baiwang, despite objections, resumed weaving his basket. Tomorrow, I'll head to the city and bring back a few chicks. If you don't raise something, you might as well keep your mouth shut. Chung Yumei, while comforting the little girl, added, I know. Tomorrow I'll turn over the patch by the door and plant some bok choy, cilantro, and tomatoes. Dad, rest assured, we won't go hungry. As his father-in-law remained awake, Li Lin found it difficult to sleep as well. He could only assist him while glancing at Chung Yumei, saying, You should take the child to bed. There is no need to linger here. Chung Yumei called to her two sons, who were lost in thought on the bench. And then, cradling her daughter, she crossed the courtyard and proceeded directly to the bedroom in the front house. Gazing at the glaring light bulb overhead, the spacious bed, and her peacefully sleeping daughter in her arms, while listening to the chirping of crickets outside, she contemplated the few coins in her pocket. An indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within her. Was this not the life she had longed for? After placing her little girl on the bed, she tended to her two sons, washing their feet, and incessantly waved a fan, too anxious to leave. The mosquitoes were numerous, seizing every opportunity to swoop down upon the children whenever the fan paused. By the next day, the children were covered in bites. Although the family possessed a mosquito net, it was patched with numerous pieces of cloth and barely functional. Regrettably, while tidying up today, she accidentally tore a hole in it, and Li Lin had the audacity to discard it entirely. Now, they had no means of protection. Determined, she resolved to purchase a new mosquito net the following day. Come what may, Li Lin accompanied his father-in-law in weaving baskets, yet he found himself yawning, while his father-in-law showed no signs of wanting to rest. Finally, unable to contain himself, he said, Dad, let us finish this tomorrow. You've had quite a bit to drink. You should rest well. And we can rise early in the morning. Chung Baiwang finished the last strip of bamboo in his hands, tiptoed to place the bamboo knife atop the door frame to prevent the children from injuring themselves. Li Lin couldn't help but marvel at how meticulous his father-in-law was. In his past life, he had indeed been blinded by ignorance. While he used a press to draw water, his father-in-law squatted by the well, tending to his feet. They then each returned to their rooms to sleep. As he lay in bed, Chung Yumei excitedly spoke to him, but he barely registered her words, overwhelmed by fatigue. When the roosters crowed, it was time to rise, and he still felt groggy. To avoid disturbing the sleeping children, he quietly got out of bed and walked to the kitchen, where he found his father-in-law cooking porridge while Qian Changjiang stoked the fire. "Up so early?" Li Lin asked. Surprised, Chung Baiwang replied gruffly, "The roosters have crowed twice already. Perhaps you were in too deep a slumber." Li Lin felt an urgent need for a clock or a watch. Chung Baiwang advised, "You should limit your drinking in the future." Li Lin merely smiled and said nothing. His alcohol tolerance was no exaggeration. He had traveled far and wide, with few rivals. Yet, upon his sudden return to life, the thought of consuming such inferior liquor was hard to accept. This drink was truly dreadful, perhaps even counterfeit, his mind insisted. After the porridge had boiled 3 times, the 3 of them each filled their bowls and squatted at the door, eating until they were moderately satisfied. Just before leaving, Li Lin quietly entered the room and woke Chung Yumei, asking her to come out and secure the door. Under Chung Yumei's watchful gaze, the 3 of them stepped onto the gravel road, heading straight for the county town. Before they reached Renmin Road, the cart, pulled by Chung Baiwang, came to a halt in front of a brightly lit hen coop. Unable to restrain himself, Li Lin exclaimed, "Let us catch the chickens when we return. I don't have a single dime in my pocket." "We'll catch a ball," Chung Baiwang retorted, "if we wait too long. All that will be left are the leftovers, misshapen and unfit for life, a waste of money." Li Lin, feeling helpless, had to secretly borrow another 5 yuan from Qian Changjiang. Chung Baiwang, under the warm hospitality of the boss of the warming house, selected over 20 chicks, subsequently asking Li Lin to settle the payment. However, the chicks were left there to be collected upon their return. With a nonchalant expression from the warming house owner, Chung Baiwang applied green paint to each chick. The sun had yet to rise, yet the streets were already bustling with activity. Li Lin and Qian Changjiang squatted at a street corner, in front of a signboard announcing a major sale. Chung Baiwang, unable to bear the sight of the 2 appearing as thieves, moved the signboard in front of himself. Surprisingly, the outcome was remarkably favorable. Chung Baiwang's honest and simple demeanor made others perceive him as amiable, not a villain. "Sir, I know you are farmers and life is tough. How about 20 yuan for your trouble?" spoke a girl in a white dress, her countenance radiant. Both Chung Baiwang and Li Lin were taken aback. What era is this? Are there really so many fools around? Or had he somehow returned to the 21st century? It was merely a move. "It shouldn't cost so much," Chung Baiwang exclaimed. "I can't take advantage of such a young girl. Just 5 yuan will suffice." He didn't need to consult his son-in-law. He could decide this matter himself. The girl beamed, saying, "Sir, you are a good person." Li Lin shared his sentiment. Under the girl's guidance, the 3 of them excitedly ran over, only to discover that they truly were good people. This was not merely a move, it was a factory relocation. The girl's family was in the tung oil business, and the entire yard was piled high with barrels of tung oil. "Sir, do you fancy this?" the girl inquired cautiously. Chung Baiwang glanced at the cart behind him, then stepped forward to embrace a barrel filled with tung oil, gritting his teeth. "Absolutely." With the father-in-law making the decision, Li Lin felt it prudent to refrain from voicing any objections. "Let us do this." However, he could not resist asking, "Miss, where are we delivering this tung oil? Is it too far?" He was astonished by his father-in-law's lack of inquiry regarding the destination and the fact that he had readily accepted the deal while enthusiastically lowering the price. The girl replied with a smile, "Brother, it's to Wulong Dock." Li Lin immediately grew anxious. "Miss, that is 5 miles away." He casually counted the barrels of tung oil in the yard. There were at least 20. Each weighed no less than 100 pounds. Far too heavy for him to carry alone. The cart was narrow, and no matter how he arranged it, it could hold at most 5 barrels. Several trips back and forth would mean they would accomplish nothing else that day. The girl maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Brother, we agreed on this. You can't back out. Right?" The old man keeps his word. "We will finish this today." Chung Baiwang's face flushed, turning to Li Lin, "Stop dawdling, regardless of the distance. We must get it done." "Father, please wait a moment." "I did not refuse to work," Li Lin interjected, blocking his irritable father-in-law. He turned to the young girl and said, "Rest assured, we will complete the task for you at the same price. Could you perhaps lend us another cart? We can finish earlier, which would save you some trouble, wouldn't it?" The young girl smiled and replied, "We have a tricycle here. Are you able to pedal?" Li Lin responded, "That poses no problem. A tricycle can carry a few loads as well." It would be best if you could find some rope to secure the barrels tightly. We wouldn't want them to fall during transit, as we cannot afford to compensate for any losses. Certainly. The young girl pointed to a nearby storage room. There is a tricycle and some rope over there. You may proceed. Without hesitation, Li Lin went over and retrieved the tricycle, securing 11 oil barrels with rope. Under the supervision of the young girl and a middle-aged man, the three of them took turns carrying the heavy barrels until they reached Wulong Dock. Before their eyes lay no decent roads. The only commendable aspect was the waterway. Nestled by the Huai River, Wulong Dock is the largest water transport hub in Hunan Province, connecting Anhui, Hubei, and Jiangsu. Consequently, the vessels drifting on the river were not solely from Hunan, but also included those from northern Anhui and Shaogan, creating a bustling mix. Thus, the most vibrant area in this county was the dock itself. Upon arrival, the three men slowly maneuvered the barrels, each weighing over 100 pounds, onto the wooden boat. Li Lin observed the ragged boat owners with respect. No one could have predicted that, a decade later, these same boat owners would gamble with measuring tapes. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated purchasing a boat to earn a livelihood on the water. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. He clung to his old beliefs. Changing industries is akin to crossing mountains. It is better to master the familiar than to venture into the unknown. The shipping business, though appearing straightforward, is fraught with complexities. Mishandling it could lead to dire consequences, leaving one to face the river's depths with no recourse for grievances. As the sun set that evening, the three men finally finished transporting all the oil barrels. Exhausted, they collected 5 yuan and passed by a warming house to bring home some chicks. Cheng Yumei was overjoyed upon seeing the chicks, incessantly asking how much they cost. 1 dime and 2 cents each, Li Lin replied, collapsing against the wall, utterly drained. Our street sells them for only a dime. Cheng Yumei murmured while feeding the chicks rice. She turned to see Cheng Baiwang with a dazed expression, nervously touching his forehead. Father, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Is dinner ready? Cheng Baiwang straightened up and asked with lingering fatigue. Cheng Yumei exclaimed, Oh dear, you must be starving. I'll prepare dinner right away. Cheng Baiwang sighed. Today, I certainly spoke out of turn. Father, it's all right. Just be mindful next time. Li Lin observed his father-in-law's strained demeanor, suppressing a laugh. While moving the barrels, his father-in-law had exerted himself tirelessly, lifting more than he and Qian Changjiang combined. He handed over the money earned that evening, saying, You worked hard today, take 2 yuan. Qian Changjiang, and I will split the rest. Cheng Baiwang waved his hand. No, I promise to help you. I cannot accept your money. Do not be so modest. You have done far more than us, Li Lin remarked with a smile. If you don't take it, I shall go and kill a hen right now, rather than engage in idle chatter here. Then I shall take it first, Cheng Baiwang responded weakly. Today, it's all my fault for being muddle-headed and not asking clearly. I missed out on 20 yuan because I didn't take it. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yumei poked her head out from the kitchen, puzzled. I still don't understand what you're talking about. One moment it's 5 yuan, the next it's 20. What is actually going on? It is entirely my fault. Cheng Baiwang recounted the day's events in detail, admitting that his unilateral decision had caused both of them to suffer. What's the big deal? Li Lin replied nonchalantly. To be honest, 5 yuan isn't a small sum. Indeed, Zhang Jiang nodded in agreement. Just a few days ago, we helped someone move and earned a mere 3 yuan for all that effort. Dad, you are simply too honest, Cheng Yumei chuckled. You should rest for a while. I will call you when it's time to eat. Cheng Baiwang said to Li Lin, Tomorrow I will accompany you for another day to help recover your losses. Father, you're getting older. You should rest at home. Zhang Jiang and I can manage just fine. Am I old? Cheng Baiwang retorted defiantly. I certainly do more than both of you. Li Lin found himself at a loss for words to dispute that. In the evening, the three shared another bottle of loose liquor. They rose before dawn the next day, once again stationed at the street corner. To their surprise, the same young girl from the previous day stood before them. Uncle, big brother, I have 20 yuan for you again today. You won't refuse, will you? The girl asked with a beaming smile. Seeing that his father-in-law remained silent, Li Lin spoke up. This time we won't be so foolish. Are you moving oil barrels again? The girl nodded. Yes, but I assure you, this time there are 32 barrels. Can you manage that? Li Lin inquired curiously. Even if you hire someone separately, it shouldn't cost too much for a month, right? Why do you need us? The girl replied. Hiring workers is something only capitalists do. We are individual entrepreneurs and certainly do not engage in such practices. Li Lin scoffed. What era are we in to still adhere to such notions? The girl brushed her bangs aside and continued, even if we aspired to be capitalists, we lack the means. Our goods are inconsistent. Some days we have stock. Other days we do not. Hiring a few people would cost over 100 yuan a month, not to mention providing for their needs. It's too much to worry about. Uncle, big brother, you are sincere, and I believe that seeking your help will not lead me astray. Li Lin stood up, stretched, and said, let us go. Thus, the three spent another day moving oil barrels, their backs aching yet spirits high. As they approached the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Lin went inside to buy a pound of meat and 2 pounds of loose liquor. To his surprise, Cheng Baiwang did not object this time. Chapter 19. Discussion. Upon arriving home, Li Lin rejected the customary advance of the little girl, tossing the candy from his pocket to Li Bin. Dad is sweaty. Take your sister to play. Each of you can have 2 pieces. Save some room for the meat tonight. Understood, Dad. Li Bin joyfully accepted the bag of candies. Li Xin and Li Liang, without needing an invitation, eagerly followed behind him. Cheng Yumei complained, why did you buy them candy again? Their teeth are in poor condition. It was as if they indulged in sweets frequently. Li Lin gazed at the branches, straw, and reeds scattered across the entrance, and remarked, I told you. I'll take care of it when I have the time. What is the point of you fussing about with the 3 kids? Cheng Yumei pouted. I'm not just idly sitting here. If you don't get to it, there won't be anything to burn by tomorrow. Li Lin replied. The surrounding area is filled with ditches. Keep an eye on the children. If they dare to play in the water, don't hesitate to give them a good thrashing. Cheng Yumei accepted the meat and wine that Li Lin had bought. She frowned momentarily, but realizing there were many mouths to feed at home, she said nothing and headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Li Lin sat on a small stool and pulled out the 20 yuan he had earned that day. Dad, let's stick to our usual arrangement. Take 2 yuan for snacks, and we'll split the rest into 3 shares, giving each of us 6 yuan. Cheng Baiwang hesitated, saying, we agreed not to take any. I can't take any more. Yet, the thought of not taking it was difficult for him as well. After all, it was 6 yuan. Moreover, he had contributed too. Uncle, don't be shy, Qian Changjiang chimed in, holding a gourd ladle while pouring water into himself. You work harder than both of us. If it weren't for you, the 2 of us would be working late into the night. You deserve this. We benefit from your presence. Cheng Baiwang hesitated a moment longer, but ultimately accepted the money, sighing, what has this come to? Li Lin insisted, Dad, you must take the money. In my opinion, you should stay with us for now and help out. If they need to repair the riverbank, just inform them and give them the 2 yuan directly. Stay and work with you? Cheng Baiwang frowned, pondering this when his daughter Cheng Yumei interjected, Dad, just go along with it. You can earn several yuan a day. It's better than doing nothing. As she spoke, she walked over to Li Lin and collected the 6 yuan from in front of him, counting it several times. Cheng Baiwang sighed, you all have it tough too. It's not fair for me to keep stirring things up. Qian Changjiang smiled. Uncle, the 3 of us will earn money together and keep some here for living expenses. It's hard for sister-in-law to cook for us. As for living arrangements, you could move in with me. As a single man, I'm quite lonely and have no one to talk to. What business do you have here? Our place is spacious enough. We don't need to stay at yours. Cheng Yumei said, turning away to pull out her handkerchief from her chest. She then turned back to Qian Changjiang, stating, here is the money for the old hen and chicks, as well as for chicken feed and terramycin. I owe you a total of 14 yuan and 20 cents, correct? Qian Changjiang replied with a smile, sister-in-law, I'm not in a rush. You can use it for now. You may not be in a hurry, but I am. If I keep it on me, it won't last long before your brother spends it all. Cheng Yumei handed over the money, saying, count it carefully and make sure it's correct. If you don't count it now, I won't recognize it later. Qian Changjiang chuckled, sister-in-law. I've seen you do that 4 times already. Li Lin waved his hand, saying, all right, hurry up and cook. I can hardly bear this hunger any longer. I'm on it. Cheng Yumei retorted with a glance before disappearing into the kitchen once more. That evening, she prepared a dish of wild amaranth, a stew of meat and dried radish, and a bowl of peanuts. Li Lin, sipping his drink, remarked, when we return from the dock tomorrow, let us buy some fish to dry. Cheng Yumei quickly interjected, don't buy recklessly, just bring back the money. Cheng Baiwang laughed. Right, it's better not to buy unnecessarily and waste money. If you're craving fish, I can fetch the net from the village later, and we can catch some from the river. Qian Changjiang said, Uncle, didn't we agree earlier that you would join us? Why are you planning to return? Cheng Baiwang replied, I didn't inform your aunt before leaving. They might be wondering what's going on at home. Cheng Yumei, surprised, asked, Dad, it's so late. Are you really going back? Cheng Baiwang nodded. I hadn't intended to return, but the longer I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. It's fine. The sun hasn't set yet. I'll eat a bit and drink less. I can reach home before dark. I'll come over early tomorrow and bring the cart along. With 2 carts. We won't be short on resources. Let me serve you rice. Don't drink too much. Eat quickly and be on your way. Cheng Yumei said as she tried to take his bowl. And watch the wine, don't spill it. Cheng Baiwang protected his bowl, hastily finishing his drink before handing it over to his daughter for serving. After finishing his meal and quenching his thirst with some cool water, he hurriedly left. Cheng Yumei accompanied him to the corner before returning, glancing at Qian Changjiang, who was still nursing a drink. Your chicken coop is fixed. I collected 2 eggs from your hens this morning. Would you like to take them? You could cook an egg each night when you're hungry. Qian Changjiang nodded. Sure. I'll buy a few chicks tomorrow for the old hen to raise. After finishing his drink and a bowl of rice, he was about to head home with 2 hens when Li Lin called out to him. Li Lin, burping from the alcohol, said, Don't rush off. We need some more hemp rope, or we'll be short tomorrow. That's a small task. I can handle it at home, Qian Changjiang replied, tucking a bundle of hemp from the corner of the room into his waist and swaying homeward with the chickens. Li Lin looked at the empty pot and remarked, You should cook more next time. With so many people, this little bit won't be enough. Cheng Yumei mumbled, I was just trying to avoid waste. Li Lin scoffed. With this many people, can you really be worried about waste? You know well how much your father, I, and Changjiang eat. If there's excess, we can always feed the livestock. All right, I'll listen to you. Although Cheng Yumei felt reluctant, she complied. Don't give me that look. You know it takes just 3 days without a beating to make you act out. After saying this, Li Lin pulled the cart and headed towards the nearby riverbank to cut reeds and brambles. Dad, I want to go too, Li Bin said timidly. All right, hop on. I'll take you along. Li Lin shifted the shovel and sickle on the cart to the side before he seated himself and began to pull the cart. Chapter 20. The Milk Dog. The mudflats along the banks of the Huai River were abundant with brambles, reeds, and willow branches, where the local populace typically kindled fires to prepare their meals. With robust root systems, the brambles and willows, once pruned, quickly flourished again. The river also carried a number of driftwood pieces from upstream. Li Lin cautioned Li Bin not to wander off and ventured down to the riverbank to retrieve the wood himself. The wood was heavy with moisture, and coupled with the muddy terrain, it made for difficult navigation. After carrying a few pieces, he decided to cease his efforts. Struggling with the sickle to cut the brambles proved cumbersome, and lacking an axe, he resorted to using the shovel. Meanwhile, Li Bin, with his little legs, placed the severed branches onto the cart. Stay by the side. You are of no use here, Li Lin instructed. Dad, I'm not tired, Li Bin replied in a childlike voice, resembling a miniature adult. Li Lin felt a sense of pride and said, All right then, take it slow. The ground is littered with branches. Be careful not to fall. Before nightfall, he filled the cart to the brim with branches, secured them with rope, and after bringing them home, laid them at the doorstep to dry in the sun for a few days, ready for cooking. After washing himself by the canal, he slumped onto a bench and sighed. This place feels a bit remote. I wonder if they deliver gas here. Using firewood is too troublesome. What gas? Cheng Yumei, puzzled, responded. Are you really going to burn air instead of firewood? Li Lin chuckled. You'll understand in due time. Once we save enough money, we'll buy a house in the county. Just wait and see what the city folks are using for cooking. The little girl clung to Cheng Yumei's leg, whimpering, and she scooped her into her arms, soothing her while gazing curiously at the small high-rise across the river. You're right. What do they actually burn? Do they burn firewood indoors? But at noon, while we were on the riverbank cooking, I didn't see a single wisp of smoke. Li Lin clarified. That's called gas. It comes from a large metal canister. There's one at the state-run restaurant in our town. You just haven't paid attention. Cheng Yumei replied. Now that you mention it, I do recall. Sister Shuamei said it contained kerosene, just like a kerosene lamp. Strike a match and you can see the flame. Is kerosene the same as gas? This question plunged him into a knowledge gap. Furrowing his brows and pondering for a while, he responded. What you said doesn't seem wrong. Isn't that just it? It's merely a bit larger than the flame of a kerosene lamp, Cheng Yumei exclaimed. It's not difficult to understand. Oh, and don't turn on the lights anymore. The kerosene lamp at home is sufficient. If you need to get up at night, you can use it. With just a flick, it lights up, which is more convenient than searching for matches to light the kerosene lamp. Li Lin retorted sternly. You know nothing. That dim light from a kerosene lamp isn't good for the child's eyes. Using electricity doesn't cost much. Use it freely. Besides, I can still earn money, so there's no need for you to be frugal. This woman, he thought, had been this way her entire life. Perhaps her fear of poverty made her want to save on everything. If he didn't scold her a bit, she would surely continue her incessant chatter. Oh, by the way, what were you just saying? Cheng Yumei suddenly recalled something. Buying a house in the county. How could that possibly be a dead end for you? Li Lin shot her a glance, replying, what of it? I have hands and feet. I can earn money. So what if I buy a house in the county? Not only will I buy there, but I'll also acquire properties across the nation. In the future, my son and daughter will each inherit dozens of houses. Cheng Yumei laughed heartily. You're growing more absurd by the minute. Dozens for each? You can barely manage to build a couple of tile houses at home. I could laugh myself awake from such dreams. Li Lin confidently asserted, if I were to build at our hometown, I would construct at least 3 homes. 1 for each child. That does make sense, Cheng Yumei interjected. With 2 sons, you'd need at least 2 houses. Otherwise, they might struggle to find brides. As for the daughter, she won't need one. She will be married off eventually. Li Lin countered, nonsense. If my sons have houses, my daughter deserves one too. I won't have her claiming favoritism in her old age just because I only provided for her brothers. He pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend where his daughter's grievances stemmed from. However, he resolved that, given the opportunity in this life, he would undoubtedly purchase a house for her. Cheng Yumei teased, have you been drinking too much cat urine? Who gives a house to their daughter? You must be joking. Li Lin internally scoffed. You have no idea how formidable your daughter will be in the future. What kind of logic is it to only provide for the sons and neglect the daughter? Fairness is key. Otherwise, they could become adversaries. Cheng Yumei retorted, I raised her through thick and thin. She will owe me her respect in the future. My mother used to say the same. Li Lin suddenly interjected, your mother was indeed biased. Cheng Yumei chuckled awkwardly, but sons and daughters are fundamentally different. Li Lin cradled the little girl in his arms, gazing at her tiny figure, utterly perplexed by the depth of her grievances. He couldn't help but lament. Regardless of their differences, they are both my flesh and blood. I will provide for them both, ensuring that no outsider benefits from my generosity. Daddy. Li Xian snuggled close to Li Lin's chest, her demeanor sweet and unassuming. My little girl is truly adorable. The child's delightful voice melted Li Lin's heart. That evening, as they prepared for bed, Li Lin pointed to the empty room on his right, saying, tomorrow, I'll find a way to get 2 beds. The boys will have to sleep separately from us. It's too crowded for all of us to share a single bed. Dad, do I get my own room? Li Bin asked incredulously. Li Lin smiled. Are you happy about that? Yes. Li Bin exclaimed joyfully. Cheng Yumei hesitated, but that will cost money. No need for expenditure. Li Lin yawned. I'm currently helping someone move. Old beds and cabinets are the least of my worries. When I come across some, I'll bring them back. If that fails, I can always purchase a couple of old beds from the recycling station. But this isn't a big city. The likelihood of encountering exquisite treasures such as rosewood or Wangwali in novels is virtually non-existent. As for other antiquities like porcelain or bronze artifacts, that would be an underestimation of the richness of the Central Plains. In this era, industrial development may be lacking, yet the inheritance of tradition remains remarkably robust. The art of porcelain forgery has evolved into a fully fledged industry. Should he exhibit even the slightest inclination towards collecting, those seemingly simple and honest locals could swindle him out of everything he possesses. Upon hearing that no money was required, Cheng Yumei felt elated. Reclining on the bed, she awaited the slumber of their 3 children. Before the couple could attend to their private matters, a loud knock echoed through the door. It was likely her father returning home. Li Lin sighed, rising to open the door. Cheng Baiwang arrived, pulling a cart with a kerosene lamp dangling from the handle. He inquired whether the children had not been disturbed. Li Lin assisted in removing the lamp, smiling as he remarked, you could have come at dawn. What is the rush? Cheng Baiwang, eager to light a cigarette as soon as the cart was placed in the courtyard, replied that it was better to arrive early in the darkness. A woven bag on the cart seemed to harbor something wriggling inside. Li Lin unfastened the bag's opening and exclaimed, oh, a puppy. Where did you find it? Aren't you worried it might suffocate in there? Cheng Baiwang exhaled a puff of smoke, explaining, oh, we had a litter of 5 at home. I gave the others away. But this one was too small for anyone to want. I initially thought to abandon it, but seeing how it cried so pitifully, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Do you want it? If not, I could still throw it away. Of course we shall keep it. It hardly consumes much, Li Lin replied. He recalled how his eldest son had long desired a dog, but due to Tang Hohat's disapproval, they had never gotten one. Instead, Li Bin would spend his days cherishing the neighbor's puppy. Chapter 21. Raising a dog later, when his eldest son entered high school. He somehow found a stray dog and began caring for it in their rented home. During the spring festival, he secretly brought it back. But fearing it would disrupt the child's studies, he gave it away. His son did not speak to him for several months over this matter. At that time, the boy's academic performance improved significantly, and Li Lin felt justified in his decision. Even his second son and youngest daughter shared a fondness for pets, often keeping cats and dogs after they began working. Li Lin had not understood their desires back then. He viewed them as bothersome and often contemplated getting rid of them. The men had quarreled over such trivial matters more times than he could count. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that it was unnecessary. What was the big deal about keeping cats and dogs? They could easily afford it. He had always said they should have a dog for guarding the house, but they never did. Chung Yumei emerged from the front room, glancing at the whimpering puppy on the ground, and remarked, "The children will surely be delighted to see it." In the past, not only had her mother-in-law disallowed dogs, but even her husband had been against it. Who would have thought he would come around today? She felt quite pleased. No sooner had she spoken than the courtyard was filled with her son Li Bin's jubilant exclamations. "A dog, Mama! It's a dog!" He eagerly cradled the puppy in his arms, refusing to let go. Chung Yumei teased, "Your father is the real dog. Your mother is not." She wondered why they were all still awake. Li Lin discovered that Li Liang and Li Xian had also awakened, gathered around Li Bin, playfully teasing the little dog. Chung Baiwang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked that he had inadvertently woken them all. Chung Yumei suggested that since they would be sleeping during the day, it was fine to let them have a bit of fun now. Li Bin lifted his head to gaze at Chung Yumei, stating, "We are taking care of it." Before Chung Yumei could respond, Li Lin interjected, "Indeed, but you must tend to it yourselves. I lack the time for such duties." "All right, Dad, you need not worry. I will take good care of her." Li Bin nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Li Liang exclaimed, Mom, does the little tiger have a name?" "It has a name, right?" Observing the children's delight, Li Lin felt it was worthwhile and gently ruffled Li Liang's hair, saying, "You may name it." The little tiger was a large yellow dog owned by his second uncle, Li Guosheng, and the three children adored it, chasing it around all day. "What shall we call it?" Li Bin looked up at Chung Yumei. "You think of it yourselves," Chung Yumei replied. "How about Big Yellow since it is yellow?" Li Liang exclaimed impatiently. "That's what my uncle's dog is called." Li Bin immediately dismissed the suggestion. Ignoring the children, Li Lin turned to Chung Yumei and said, "We had an early meal, and your father has traveled quite a distance. Could you please prepare some more noodles for us?" Chung Yumei waved her hands, insisting, No. When I came, your mother had already fried eggs. I am quite full." "Hearing this is absurd. Your mother is far too stingy to have shared eggs with you," Chung Yumei retorted as she made her way into the kitchen. Chung Baiwang chuckled. "Your mother isn't always so stingy. I gave her over 7 yuan. When I expressed a desire for cured meat, she would surely prepare it for me." "Then let us have a bit more," Li Lin laughed. "I am feeling quite hungry myself." The three children chattered noisily, each dissatisfied with the names the others suggested. However, the two brothers eventually conceded to Li Xin's crying. Tuan, that's a girl's name." Although Li Liang agreed to the name, he still expressed his discontent, stating, "But it's a male dog." "Fine. Tuan it is. That name is quite fitting," Li Lin said while soothing his daughter. "All right, we'll go with your choice. Stop crying now, or you'll end up with a face like a painted flower." Li Bin suggested, "We need to make a bed for Tuan to sleep in." Chung Baiwang cheerfully chimed in, "Grandpa will prepare a bed for you." He rummaged through a pile of worn-out woven bags and finally found the most tattered one. Stuffing it with straw and placing it in the corner beneath the eaves of the yard. "It will be cold," Li Bin remarked. "We'll let it in when winter comes. It's summer now, and the weather is warm. But there are mosquitoes," Li Lin quickly added. Chung Baiwang patiently replied, "Look at its thick fur. The mosquitoes can't bite it." "All right, let us heed Grandpa's advice and settle it there," Li Lin agreed. Chung Yumei cooked a large pot of noodles and served a generous bowl to her husband and Li Lin. Seeing that the three children also wanted to eat, she filled their bowls as well. The three children squatted in front of the doghouse, each holding a small bowl, and when Chung Yumei eventually noticed, noodles were strewn all around the doghouse, and the little yellow dog was covered in them. "Do not waste food." Chung Yumei was quite irate as she collected the bowls from the 3 children. Eldest, hurry and take them to wash their hands and go to bed. Stop the foolishness. After Li Lin's father-in-law finished his meal, he took a bath with well water. Once he was done, Li Lin merely rinsed his feet and went straight to bed. When he awoke, the eldest was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Chung Yumei lying with Li Xian and Li Liang. Stepping into the yard, he discovered the eldest tinkering with the puppies near the doghouse. Li Lin feigned anger, feeling a bit mischievous. Are we? Why are you up so early? If you want to sleep, at least let them rest. Quickly, get back to bed, or I'll really have to discipline you. Startled, Li Bin recoiled and darted indoors. His father's reprimands were no trivial matter. Cheng Baiwang and Qian Changjiang had already prepared the rice porridge and urged Li Lin, hurry and have a bite. You're up quite early. Li Lin devoured 4 bowls of porridge, ensuring his stomach was completely full, as their work was demanding physical labor. Without sufficient nourishment, they wouldn't last until lunch. Before stepping out, he called out to Chung Yumei once more, asking her to rise and secure the door. Chung Yumei cautioned, "It's quite hot today. Be careful not to suffer from heat stroke." No worries, Li Lin waved his hand dismissively. Just keep an eye on the children at home. There's nothing else to do. I'll just turn over the soil at the entrance and sow some cabbage seeds. Chung Yumei watched them head down to the riverbank before slowly closing the door. Li Lin led the way, followed by Cheng Baiwang and Qian Changjiang, each pulling a cart as they made their way to the tung oil workshop. Curiously, Qian Changjiang inquired, "Dalin, earning 20 yuan a day is quite good. How many more days do you think we can manage this?" Li Lin chuckled, "If this drags on, it won't be worth my while." Cheng Baiwang interjected, "That's 6 yuan each. If you want to work, what do you expect to achieve?" He suspected his son-in-law was being foolish again. Li Lin replied, "Dad, making money comes from building and renovations. Asked Changjiang a while back. We earned quite a bit from whitewashing for someone." "Indeed, whitewashing is lucrative," Qian Changjiang beamed. "Dalin and I worked for 3 days and made over 100 yuan. Cheng Baiwang, incredulous, asked, "Over 30 yuan a day?" Qian Changjiang affirmed, "Could we possibly deceive you? Whitewashing is physical labor, but it's far easier than hauling goods. If we feel like it, we work. If not, we can just rest." Those days of whitewashing were undoubtedly the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 22. Encountering scoundrels. Cheng Baiwang insisted, "We can't let that opportunity slip away. 20 yuan a day is significant. You toil in the fields for an entire year and barely earn a few coins. Wouldn't you agree?" Qian Changjiang remarked, "There are just 3 of us. How can we possibly handle so much work?" Cheng Baiwang paused, rolling a cigarette as he mused. "In this day and age, can we still afford to be choosy?" Li Lin turned back and said, "That's true. We will discuss it later." He understood his father-in-law's intention was to call his brothers-in-law over. However, he felt it was not the right time yet and decided to wait for a while. His wife's brothers are quite decent individuals, yet they have never ventured far from home throughout their lives. Their tempers are rather irritable. As long as one keeps an eye on them, it is manageable. But if left unattended, one cannot predict what might transpire. With his own burdens to bear, he hardly has the inclination to concern himself with others. Thus, Cheng Baiwang gripped the cart with one hand and a cigarette with the other, pondering how long this task would take. By the time they arrived at their destination, dawn had already broken. From their interactions over the past 2 days, Li Lin learned that the girl who had summoned them for work was named Jiang Mingwei, and the middle-aged man assisting her was her cousin, Jiang Mingsong. At that moment, Jiang Mingsong was in the yard, hurriedly finishing his bowl of porridge. Noticing Li Lin's presence, he quickly swallowed the last few bites, set down his bowl, and asked, "Where did you acquire this cart?" Li Lin replied, "We returned to the countryside. We'll continue using your tricycle. The 3 of us can manage." Jiang Mingsong remarked, "It will be quite difficult if no one pushes it uphill." Cheng Baiwang waved his hand, stating, "We'll take turns pushing it together. Would you like some more to eat?" Jiang Mingwei emerged from the house, holding a bowl of rice. "No, we should finish quickly while the sun hasn't fully risen, to spare ourselves the distress of the midday heat." In just a few short days, Li Lin had already suffered sunburn on his back, and lying on the mat at night was painful. Jiang Mingwei smiled and said, "Today we have 25 barrels. With your 3 carts, if you work quickly, you might finish by noon and return home early." Cheng Baiwang gritted his teeth. "Then let us each make 2 trips and aim to finish before noon." "Move quickly," Jiang Mingwei responded. "That would be wonderful, uncle. Regardless of when you finish, I'll treat you all to a meal of pork belly stir-fried with pickled vegetables at noon. At the mention of pork belly, Chung Baiwang felt invigorated. The three of them each pulled a cart, with Chung Baiwang in the lead, Qian Changjiang in the middle, and Li Lin at the rear. Observing the two energetic individuals ahead, Li Lin had no choice but to push himself to keep pace. In this rebirth, his body remained the same, yet his mindset had transformed. No longer was he the oblivious and naive De Lin of the past. He had become the seasoned and refined De Lin of the new century. Regardless of how much one brags about enduring hardship in youth, no one can truly relive those struggles without succumbing to despair. "Brother, are you all right?" Jiang Mingyue, riding a 2/8 bicycle, closely followed behind. "I'm fine." Li Lin wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and continued forward. By noon, astonishingly, the three of them had indeed finished transporting over 20 barrels of tung oil. The sun scorched the earth mercilessly. After delivering the barrels to the boat, they took a refreshing bath in the river. Finally, they sought refuge beneath a tree's shade, where Chung Baiwang lit a cigarette, remarking, "Today was much quicker than yesterday." Qian Changjiang, wringing out the water from his shorts, added, "And we've sweated a lot more too. Look over there, who are those people?" Li Lin, not lifting his gaze, replied, "They've been staring at us." Qian Changjiang cursed under his breath, "What a state we're in. What with their looks? Do they intend to take advantage of us?" Chung Baiwang followed the direction pointed out by Qian Changjiang and finally spotted 4 individuals seated in a small grove downhill, smoking and occasionally glancing in their direction. He nervously inquired, "Could there be a misunderstanding? How can they be so certain that they are watching us?" Li Lin chuckled and replied, "They are not fixated on us. Rather, they are focused on her," gesturing towards Jiang Mingyue, who was approaching from the direction of the dock. As Jiang Mingyue ascended the riverbank and revealed her head, the 4 individuals instantly straightened up. She noticed them as well, but continued directly towards Li Lin and the others. "Uncles, brothers, thank you for your hard work. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to them? On such a hot day, it must be quite taxing for them to keep an eye on you all the way here." Li Lin cast another glance at the 4 men downhill. Jiang Mingyue, seemingly indifferent, stated, "To be frank, they were the ones who previously assisted me in transporting goods. Over the past couple of years, they have repeatedly sought to raise their prices, and we acquiesced. However, just a few days ago, they insisted on yet another increase. Considering our modest business, how can we endure such demands? Thus, I had no choice but to seek your help. It's of no concern. This matter does not pertain to you. They will not trouble you," Li Lin reassured her. "Ah, it's truly hard to reason with them. I will have to negotiate with them again. After all, we shouldn't let porcelain collide with rubble." Upon hearing this, Chung Baiwang furrowed his brows tightly and resolutely declared, "Young lady, do not worry. I will certainly not allow them to extort you. If he were to bring these people back, he and his son-in-law would be left without work. How could this be permissible?" Qian Changjiang, following suit, patted his chest and assured her, "You can trust us." Jiang Mingyue adjusted her bangs, which were sticking to her forehead, and replied, "Uncles, brothers, your intentions are kind, but we may evade them temporarily, yet we cannot escape them forever. These individuals hail from the nearby villages and have a notorious reputation. They are not to be trifled with. Initially, we thought it best to avoid trouble. So when they offered to transport our goods, we consented. Uncle, these men are not benign. There's no reason for you to be dragged into this," she cautioned. Chung Baiwang snorted. "So you believe they can be overbearing, do you? When I was playing this game, they were still playing in the mud. You need not fret. Leave it to us." Jiang Mingyue replied, "Uncle, that's not my intention. I do not wish for you to fight on my behalf." Chung Baiwang and Qian Changjiang turned their gaze towards Li Lin, who had remained silent. Li Lin felt compelled to speak. "Young lady, should we engage in a brawl for you, you will need to compensate us." This girl truly underestimated their capabilities. Compensate? It took Jiang Mingyue a while to grasp the meaning behind his words. Li Lin continued with a smile. "When you seek assistance in resolving disputes, establishing connections, or providing compensation, it usually amounts to 100 or so. We do not ask for much. Today, if you provide 20 yuan, we will ensure everything is arranged clearly, guaranteeing that they will not trouble you again." The 4 men across the way were hardly regarded as a threat. After all, how could capable individuals stoop to laboring as porters? They were merely adept at leveraging their long-standing association with the Jiang family to ascertain their vulnerabilities, masquerading as tough guys. Dealing with such petty ruffians merely required a good thrashing. If one beating proved ineffective, then a second would surely suffice. Chapter 23. The importance of humility. Chung Baiwang was taken aback. How could one accept money? Was that not akin to the behavior of petty ruffians? However, given the circumstances, it was wise not to directly undermine his son-in-law, thereby saving face. Qian Changjiang, on the other hand, found amusement in the situation. Lin was indeed astute, never engaging in a losing venture. In their village, when they helped others settle disputes, they were often treated to a meal. It was unrealistic to expect assistance without some form of compensation. Nonetheless, 20 yuan seemed rather excessive. They toiled all day for no more than that sum. He wondered if that young lady would agree to it. With that thought, he glanced at the ever-smiling Jiang Mingyue. She cheerfully remarked, "Brother, I believe that while we are away from home, it is essential to prioritize harmony. As business people, we seek auspiciousness. If you engage in a bloody conflict, what would outsiders think? They might assume we instigated it. Little sister, you need not concern yourself with us. Since I have promised you, I will ensure everything goes smoothly. Should any trouble arise, it will solely be our matter and will not implicate you." This clever girl was sharper than a monkey, not an ordinary person. Even if Li Lin were to assist her without charging a dime, she would not be grateful. Instead, she would perceive the country folk as easily deceived. In the future, she might very well continue to manipulate them. Rather than allowing that, it was preferable to charge for services rendered. This exemplified the oft-discussed concept of a win-win situation. Jiang Mingyue peered once more at the four individuals lurking at the edge of the woods, feigning trepidation. "But there are 4 of them, and you are only 3. The elder among you might face danger." Chung Baiwang responded, "Child, your concern is appreciated, but you underestimate us." Li Lin smiled and turned to Qian Changjiang. "You know what to do, right?" Qian Changjiang yawned, stretched, and replied, "I'll just step aside for a moment. Do keep an eye on things." He then ambled towards the small grove, hands clasped behind his back, under Jiang Mingyue's watchful gaze. Chung Baiwang whispered to Li Lin, "Is he going to handle this alone? Shouldn't we follow him?" Li Lin chuckled, "Rest assured, I am well acquainted with such matters. He will be fine. You can stay here and smoke." Chung Baiwang shook his head. "But there are still 4 of them. It's risky for one person." Li Lin replied, "Those 4 may appear respectable, but when it comes to fighting, they are lacking. If even one of them dares to strike, it would be a surprise." After hearing this, Chung Baiwang hesitated before saying, "As long as nothing goes awry." His son-in-law was known in Chalu town as a renowned fighter, skilled in brawls. Thus, he chose to trust his son-in-law's expertise. His gaze remained fixed on Qian Changjiang. Should anything seem amiss, he would rush in to ensure Qian Changjiang's safety. He watched as Qian Changjiang approached the 4 individuals and, against a large tree, unfastened his waist rope. Upon realizing Qian Changjiang's intention, Jiang Mingyue quickly covered her eyes and turned away. Faintly, she could hear someone curse, "Where the hell are you aiming?" "Ah, my apologies. I wasn't paying attention." Qian Changjiang replied with a cheeky smile. "How dare you do this on purpose? Are you looking for a fight?" Someone shouted angrily, "Can I just apologize to you?" Another voice interjected, "Why are you being so fierce?" Even with her back turned, Jiang Mingyue could sense the insincerity in Qian Changjiang's words. Suddenly, she heard an exaggerated scream and couldn't help but turn around, witnessing Qian Changjiang rolling on the ground. She quickly glanced at Li Lin and Chung Baiwang, feeling anxious about the situation. Just as her words fell, she noticed Qian Changjiang springing back to his feet, declaring loudly, "You've injured me. Today, I will fight back." Nearby, boat owners, porters, and vendors gathered to see what the commotion was about. Some recognized Jiang Mingyue and greeted her, while others inquired about the cause of the ruckus. Regardless of who asked, Jiang Mingyue simply replied that she didn't know, as she was merely passing by. "Isn't that Tian Laosi? He used to deliver goods to your family." "Oh, it's that guy?" And next to him is Chu Rong. "Tian Hao is here too." "They are tough opponents." "What tough opponents? You overestimate them." "In front of me, they wouldn't dare make a sound." The crowd buzzed with chatter, growing increasingly noisy. A woman observed Qian Changjiang, then glanced at Li Lin and Chung Baiwang, exclaiming, "Aren't these guys the ones who deliver goods for your family?" "Oh, that bald man is hard to forget." The onlookers discussed the unfolding drama with fervor, gasping as they witnessed the burly Tian Laosi being knocked down by a single punch from Qian Changjiang. Chu Rong was not faring much better, clutching his bleeding nose in shock. The other 2 men were swinging wildly at Qian Changjiang, their punches powerful but landing on nothing but air. Unable to tolerate the derisive laughter of the spectators, one of the lean men shouted, thrusting his fist toward Qian Changjiang. However, Qian Changjiang sidestepped, causing the lean man to lose his balance and crash to the ground with a thud. As he attempted to rise, a foot pressed down on his back. The laughter intensified, and many onlookers stepped forward for a closer look. The remaining individual, intimidated by Qian Changjiang's fierce demeanor, hesitated and retreated, quickly assisting the fallen Tian Laosi back to his feet. Tian Laosi, a man in his 40s with a tall and dark complexion, felt humiliated after being knocked down. He had inadvertently escaped a worse fate by falling down. However, upon being helped up by his cousin Tian Hao, he felt a flicker of displeasure. Facing Qian Changjiang, he found himself at a loss for words. Li Lin, observing from the sidelines, recognized that it was his moment to step in front of the gathered crowd. He approached with his hands behind his back, waving at Qian Changjiang. Qian Changjiang lifted his foot off the lean man and took a step back. Li Lin personally helped the lean man to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a friendly smile, saying, "It was a misunderstanding. My brother here can be a bit reckless, so please don't take offense." Then he turned his gaze toward Chu Rong, who was vigorously wiping away the blood from his nose. He plucked a couple of tender leaves from a nearby tree and handed them over, saying, "Here, place these in your nostrils. You'll feel better in no time." Seeing this unexpected ally, a person who seemed both amiable and authoritative, Tian Laosi regained his courage and exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly something else." He pointed at Chu Rong, saying, "My brother was sitting by the tree roots, and as soon as you approached, you unfastened your belt and splattered him all over. He hadn't even said a word before you accused us of attacking you. We let you be. And instead of understanding, you took advantage of our inattention and played us for fools. Where is the justice in that?" Li Lin assisted Tian Hao in supporting Tian Laosi while brushing off the dust from his clothes, expressing concern. "Brother, are you all right? The child is just being foolish. There's no need to stoop to his level." De Lin and Qian Changjiang stood there, dumbfounded. This was not the usual script. Typically, after a brawl, De Lin would deliver a few kicks before negotiating terms. If the other party remained unyielding, they would then resort to a combined assault. Yet now, they were being unexpectedly chastised. Had he mistakenly taken the wrong script? In the past, Li Lin would have adhered to the original narrative without question. However, with the wisdom gained from a past life, he had begun to approach matters with greater contemplation. Although Tian Laosi and his companions were inept, they were still local figures. And even a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, especially when he was merely a worm at present, having been publicly humiliated by Qian Changjiang. It was undoubtedly an embarrassing moment for him, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed. At this juncture, Li Lin felt compelled to step in as the mediator. He had never feared these petty scoundrels. However, he could not ignore the possibility that one among them might suddenly awaken to their own dignity. Igniting a reckless desire for confrontation, he glared at Qian Changjiang, saying, "What kind of business is this? Look at the state you've left their elder brother in. Who knows if there are internal injuries?" Qian Changjiang retorted defiantly, "And what about my internal injuries? Do I not have a right to complain?" Li Lin continued to reprimand him. They were the ones who struck first, but they initiated the altercation. Qian Changjiang protested. Tian Laosi quickly interjected. "All I did was give you a little shove. Is that considered a fight? Then does that not imply physical contact?" Qian Changjiang argued. Feigning surprise, Li Lin turned to Tian Laosi. "Brother, you must admit this is indeed your fault. No matter the circumstances, you cannot strike first." Tian Laosi was fully aware that this was all just a performance, yet he felt powerless to expose it. After all, the four of them had been unable to best a single opponent earlier. Now, faced with two adversaries and a crowd of onlookers, the prospect of another beating was daunting. It would be even harder to navigate their lives afterward. Given the opportunity to de-escalate, it seemed wiser to comply. "Brother, I can see you are a reasonable person. This situation has arisen. What do you propose we do about it? It's not a grave matter. Enemies should resolve their conflicts amicably," Li Lin urged, patting him on the shoulder. "We are all just trying to make a living. There's no point in escalating this to a heated confrontation. Wouldn't you agree?" Cheng Baiwang had been observing from the sidelines. Although he did not fully comprehend Li Lin's intentions, he found Li Lin's actions to be in harmony with his own thoughts. It was preferable to avoid escalating the situation. He addressed Tian Laosi, suggesting that being out in the world was not easy for anyone, and that it was best to maintain a calm demeanor, as harmony breeds prosperity. Tian Laosi, having been fixated on Jiang Mingyue for quite some time, clearly recognized Cheng Bai Wang and glanced over, saying, "Uncle, what are we to do about these injuries? If we go to the hospital, it won't be a simple matter." Upon hearing this, Li Lin immediately frowned, realizing they were at an impasse. He swiftly turned to Qian Changjiang, exchanging a knowing glance. Qian Changjiang understood instantly and stepped forward, bellowing, "Are you looking for death? How dare you ask me for money? If I don't come after you for money, you should consider yourself lucky." Tian Laosi, taken aback, retreated a step and turned to Li Lin, exclaiming, "Look at how unreasonable he is." Li Lin pulled Qian Changjiang aside, exasperated, and retorted, "Step aside. Your input is unwelcome here." Tian Laosi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. I am magnanimous enough not to hold this against you." "Thank you, Brother Tian. I am immensely grateful," Li Lin proclaimed loudly in front of many, feigning gratitude. "You are quite the accommodating brother." Seeing Li Lin's courtesy, Tian Laosi felt a sense of satisfaction as he gained face in front of others. "Brotherly, you overestimate me," Li Lin replied with a smile. "I am merely trying to make a living alongside Boss Jiang. I hope we can become friends and that you will overlook past grievances and offer your support in the future." "Well said," Tian Laosi responded and approached Jiang Mingyue, saying, "Boss Jiang, since you have encountered such a capable person in Brotherly, we shall refrain from causing further trouble. We can collaborate another time." Jiang Mingyue smiled, replying, "Brother Tian, you are being overly polite. We have worked together for many years, and I know you well. You are indeed a person of great capability, destined for significant accomplishments." With a sigh, Tian Laosi turned to the onlookers and declared, "Damn it, have you all finished enjoying my misfortune? That's enough, disperse." An old woman wearing a straw hat teased, "Look at you, Tian Laosi, even you have your off days. Too bad I didn't bring any sunflower seeds today." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Laugh all you want, but remember to call me when there's work. I have a family to support," Tian Laosi said. Turning away without looking back, followed closely by Chu Rong and Tian Hao. "Given the exchange just now, it was not a bad outcome after all," Qian Changjiang remarked, offering rare praise. In the world of Jianghu, the more one endures, the thicker their skin becomes, ultimately leading to a loss of shame. Li Lin, however, appeared somewhat disdainful. "Why did you bother with all that chatter?" Qian Changjiang suddenly queried. "You could have just given him a couple of punches." Li Lin reflected, "In life, one should maintain a low profile. Achieving one's goals is sufficient without forcing others into a corner, especially when dealing with those 15 or 16-year-olds. While we may look down on them, we should still be polite. If we cannot confront them, we should simply avoid them. Avoid those kids? How am I supposed to get by in the future?" Qian Changjiang suddenly exclaimed, "Dalin, you have truly changed." Li Lin, patting his shoulder, earnestly replied, "Trust me. You won't suffer any losses or be deceived." "Uncle, my two older brothers," Jiang Mingyue seemed to be in high spirits. "Today, I shall treat you to a meal." Qian Changjiang craned his neck and inquired, "Is there stir-fried pork belly with pickled vegetables?" "Absolutely." Jiang Mingyue mounted her bicycle, leading the way as they followed closely behind. Chapter 24. The banquet. Wait a moment. Li Lin, exhausted and weary, tied a knot in the rope of the cart and secured it to the rear of Qian Changjiang's tricycle, then waved his hand and said, "Let us go." "Dalin, you're becoming increasingly lazy," he added, noting how Qian Changjiang seemed unrecognizable in his lethargy. "Damn it, who wants to suffer when they can take it easy?" Li Lin pointed at Cheng Bai Wang, who had already descended the slope and plopped down onto the sun-heated metal cart, urging, "Hurry up, stop dawdling." As Qian Changjiang pedaled the tricycle, he remarked, "Did we earn 40 yuan today?" Li Lin yawned, "You must be dreaming." Qian Changjiang joyfully responded, "That means each of us can take home 13 yuan for just half a day's work. How splendid." Li Lin interjected, "Hold on, eat your fill. You can consume 2 pounds of meat, which is far more worthwhile than drinking a pound of liquor. If I drink too much, who will pull the cart back?" Qian Changjiang wholeheartedly agreed, nodding, "Dalin, you are absolutely right. If she really lets me eat freely, I could devour 4 or 5 pounds of meat." Li Lin lazily remarked, "Just don't overdo it." He had no doubt about Qian Changjiang's prowess as a foodie. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. Had there been food broadcasting, Qian Changjiang would undoubtedly be the king of the culinary world. Qian Changjiang raised his head and said, "Then I would be utterly unambitious." Under the sun, Jiang Mingyue rode her bike, occasionally stopping to wait for them. Li Lin suggested, "You can go ahead to order the dishes and brew some tea." Just tell us where to meet, and we'll dive right into the feast upon arrival. Jiang Mingyue, feeling the heat, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Do you know Zinshiji? She asked. Li Lin replied, I do. Just tell me the location. I'm not boasting. I could navigate this county with my eyes closed. Jiang Mingyue explained. There's a privately owned restaurant in the alley at the intersection of Zinshiji and Erdiojing Road. The food is quite good, but it doesn't have a sign, so it's hard to find. If I'm not there to greet you when you arrive at the intersection, just wait a moment. Li Lin waved his hand dismissively. Isn't that old Joe's place? Though I haven't eaten there, I've heard many rave about it. I can find it, so you needn't come out to meet us. Then that settles it. Jiang Mingyue swung her long legs, hopped on her bicycle, and rode off. Qian Changjiang, watching her graceful figure, sighed. That woman truly has long legs. Li Lin chuckled. What a pity she doesn't need to pedal the bicycle. Qian Changjiang shot him a resentful glance, as if to say, is that what you meant? There was a clear lack of common ground between them. All right, let us pick up the pace. I'm starving. Li Lin laughed heartily. As they neared Zinshiji, he jumped off the cart and took the lead. The Laozhou family restaurant stands as one of the few early private establishments in the city. Li Lin once accompanied his cousin to the city for work, during which he even helped repair their drainage system. Later, with the advent of policy reforms, the restaurant relocated to the roadside of New Market Street, occupying 2 floors. He has a particular fondness for Laozhou's rooster pot. Each year during the Spring Festival, gatherings are often held here, rendering him quite familiar with the place. Ah, brother, you truly found it, he remarked. To deceive you would only be a disservice to myself. I'm not that foolish. As Li Lin turned a corner with Cheng Baiwang and Qian Changjiang, they were greeted by Jiang Mingyue emerging from a small door. Uncle, just leave the cart here. It won't be lost, Jiang Mingyue said to Cheng Baiwang. Cheng Baiwang replied with a smile. Indeed, this alley sees little foot traffic. It should be fine. Li Lin added, don't close the main door. We can keep an eye on this side from inside. Their only valuable assets were those 2 carts. If lost, they would have nowhere to lament. Upon entering the courtyard, they immediately bent down to the faucet to wash up. Qian Changjiang, being bald, had no reservations and nearly drenched himself under the water. Only Cheng Baiwang was a bit more particular, opting to dampen a towel and wipe himself down with care. Inside, 3 large metal basins brimmed with an assortment of meat and vegetables. After handing Cheng Baiwang a cigarette, Jiang Mingsong began his introduction. This is rooster with mung beans. This is braised meat with pickled vegetables. And here we have carp with tofu. There are also 2 cold dishes yet to be served. Let me know if there's anything you wish to try, and I'll have the chef bring it out. Cheng Baiwang settled down, lighting his cigarette and exhaling rings of smoke. You're too courteous. We should be grateful just to have something to eat. From the corner, Jiang Mingsong retrieved a bottle of white liquor in a glass container. This is the huango we brought back from the provincial city last time. I've been reluctant to open it until today. Let us see how you find it. Cheng Baiwang replied, how can we discern quality? If you pour it for us, it would be a waste. Jiang Mingyue laughed. What goes into the belly is not waste. Then we shall not be polite. Let us indulge a bit. Li Lin said as he accepted the cup from Jiang Mingsong and placed it before his father-in-law. Qian Changjiang was even less formal. After receiving the cup, he took a sip, smacked his lips, and declared, good liquor indeed. It doesn't burn the throat and lacks that raw alcohol taste. Li Lin, concerned he might overindulge, cautioned him, eat some dishes first, then drink later. This fellow certainly knows how to chat nonsense. What kind of liquor would burn his throat? This drunkard would consume even pure alcohol without hesitation. Jiang Mingsong chuckled. No worries. You all have nothing pressing this afternoon. Feel free to drink to your heart's content. Li Lin countered. That cannot be. We are not like you business owners. We still need to head to the corner of South Street this afternoon to wait for work. With so many mouths to feed, I cannot even sleep well at home. This was said in jest. After all, you are quite capable. Regarding today's events, I heard from my sister. We owe you a great deal of thanks. Now, let me raise a toast to my uncle. Jiang Mingsong stood, raising his glass to Cheng Baiwang. Uncle, I'll finish mine. You may drink as you wish. You've finished yours. I can't be too casual either. After Cheng Baiwang and Jiang Mingsong finished their drinks, they promptly placed their empty glasses on the table. Jiang Mingsong left his seat and approached Cheng Baiwang to pour him a drink. Cheng Baiwang quickly responded, you're being too courteous. I feel quite embarrassed. Uncle, please sit down. Given your seniority, it is I who should pour the drinks for you. It is of no consequence. After pouring the drink for Cheng Baiwang, Jiang Mingsong returned to his seat and toasted Li Lin and Qian Changjiang in turn. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mingyue also proved to be quite the drinker, clinking glasses with the three of them. Once seated, Jiang Mingyue used her chopsticks to pick up a fish eye and presented it to Cheng Baiwang. Cheng Baiwang smiled and said, "What shall we do about this?" Li Lin remarked, "You all are trying to get my father drunk. The local drinking customs dictate that whoever receives a fish eye must drink 3 additional cups, a gesture of respect. If one receives a fish face, they must drink 2 cups, signifying a favor. Since a fish has 2 gills, that amounts to 4 cups. Lastly, the dorsal fin and fish belly, associated with smooth sailing, necessitate 5 cups. His 2 sons detest their local drinking culture, deeming it a cultural remnant that should be eradicated, as it often leads to quarrels. Recently, he had contemplated whether to quit drinking for good. However, the more he drank during this phase, the more intoxicated he became. He surmised that giving up drinking was not in his future, much to his son's disappointment. Besides drinking, he truly had no other indulgences. If he were to forego this, what would remain of his zest for life? Chapter 25. The scorching sun. Jiang Mingsong chuckled. "You all have downed a few glasses, yet your faces show no signs of change. You must be able to hold your liquor." Cheng Baiwang raised his glass to Jiang Mingsong, saying, "We appreciate your kindness, but we truly cannot consume so much. Otherwise, we may not make it back. Let us drink to our heart's content." The wine was delightful, and he was indeed willing to partake. Yet, he remained mindful of his son-in-law's earlier mention of working on South Street in the afternoon. After all, earning money outweighed drinking. Jiang Mingsong then opened another bottle of white liquor, stating, "Since Mingyue is a lady, we won't give her too much. This bottle will be shared among the 4 of us, which amounts to just over 2 liang each. Once we finish, we will conclude our gathering." Without further ado, he continued pouring drinks. The others did not decline, as they were accustomed to drinking. The small amount of liquor was quickly consumed. Jiang Mingyue requested the restaurant owner to bring over a large basin of rice, filling each person's bowl to the brim. Having taken care of the meals for the past couple of days, she knew precisely how much the 3 of them could eat. As anticipated, after each had devoured 2 substantial bowls, they emptied the dishes on the table completely. Lenny let out a loud belch and patted his belly, saying, "Excuse me, I'm stuffed." This was the most enjoyable meal he had had since his rebirth. He thought to himself, how wonderful it would be if he could eat like this every day. Jiang Mingsong remarked, "I was worried you wouldn't be full. Now that you are, it seems we have spoiled you." Cheng Baiwang held a teacup in his hand, occasionally picking at the tea leaves floating atop, making him feel quite embarrassed. Jiang Mingyue remarked, "Today, I owe you all my apologies. If anyone should feel sorry, it should be me." As she spoke, she retrieved a small amount of cash from her pocket. Qian Changjiang glanced at Li Lin and, with a beaming smile, accepted the money. He moistly counted it twice in his palm, then looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "There are 2 extra yuan." Jiang Mingyue replied, "I intentionally added those 2 yuan for you to buy some drinks. Please do not disdain it for being little." The boss graciously accepted her kindness, and Li Lin, without pretense, urged Qian Changjiang to keep the money. "You'll be back to collect goods early tomorrow, right?" Jiang Mingyue responded, "Brother, I need to head to the countryside to gather oil seeds in the next couple of days. There's much to do, and it may take another phase before we can ship out." Li Lin nodded. "All right, if you wish to collect goods, you should still come find us at South Street." The economy was in its nascent stages. Even coastal cities had yet to establish a complete division of labor, let alone their obscure county in the central region. Although the Jiang siblings earned a decent income, they had to engage in every task themselves. For instance, even the simplest task of collecting tung oil seeds required them to travel to the countryside personally. After bringing the seeds back, they would dry them, grind them into powder with a stone mill, and then steam and press them. There were no machines involved. It was all manual labor. Having finished their tea, they exchanged farewells and departed with Cheng Baiwang and Qian Changjiang. The sun blazed fiercely. The streets were lined with houses, barren and devoid of any greenery. As the 3 walked directly under the scorching sun, Li Lin felt as if he were suffocating under the relentless heat. Bare-chested, he stood at the corner of South Street, looking at the desolate road, and sighed, "Let us go home." There was not a soul in sight. At this hour, it was unlikely anyone would emerge to seek their labor. Cheng Baiwang, a person who could endure hardship, also found it unbearable under the blazing sun. When Li Lin suggested returning home, he was the first to agree. "Right, let us not waste any more time," echoed Qian Changjiang. "Then we shall head back." With a wave of his hand, Li Lin set off toward home, trying to stay in the shade beneath the eaves. Under the eaves, various wares were displayed by shops, allowing people to pass through. Cheng Baiwang and Qian Changjiang, pulling their cart, found it difficult to navigate and had no choice but to endure the harsh sunlight. They paused momentarily by a well to rest. Drenched in sweat, they drank their fill before continuing on their way. Upon arriving home, it was Li Bin who opened the door. Li Lin, with a stern expression, asked, "Why aren't you napping in the middle of the day? What are you doing?" Li Bin, looking down shyly, replied, "I'm playing with Tuan Tuan. I'm afraid it might get bored." Li Lin glanced at the little dog circling around Li Bin and said nothing. He entered the yard, removed his shirt, and squatted by the well to wash himself. Cheng Yumei emerged from the front room, asking, "Have you eaten? Should I prepare something for you?" Cheng Baiwang replied, "We've eaten, no need to fuss. Just continue your rest." He held a cigarette, its smoke weakly rising. Cheng Yumei, feeling concerned, urged, "Dad, why don't you go inside and lie down for a while? You look exhausted." Cheng Baiwang responded, "It's not exhaustion, it's the heat of the sun. I had a bit to drink at noon, and it's a bit much to bear." Cheng Yumei remarked, "You should drink at home. Outside, people are intoxicated and prone to stumbling into ditches. Drinking at home requires money, while drinking outside is free." Qian Changjiang, sitting on the threshold with a gleeful expression, interjected, "This time, it's the boss treating us." 5 of us devoured 3 large bowls of meat and consumed 2 gin of liquor. Cheng Yumei responded in astonishment, "The boss is quite generous, isn't he?" Just as Qian Changjiang was about to say more, he received a significant glance from Li Lin, which made everything clear. Some matters were best left unsaid. Li Lin wished to shield Cheng Yumei from the knowledge of their troubles outside. Thus he suppressed his inclination to boast, diverting the conversation instead. The liquor was from Huanggo. "I heard it costs 2 yuan a bottle. A fine drink. 2 yuan for a bottle." Cheng Yumei laughed. "That's akin to drinking gold. You might as well have saved this meal and pocketed the money." With that, she extended her hand towards Li Lin. "You woman," Li Lin said, rubbing his forehead. In the past, she would never dare to reach for him like that. He could have easily dealt with her. In just a short span, she had changed so much. Indeed, one must not indulge women. Even his father-in-law, Cheng Baiwang, could not help but comment, "Can't you catch your breath?" Cheng Yumei countered assertively, "I worry he will squander it." Li Lin sighed. Qian Changjiang decisively pulled out the money. "Why do you have so much today?" Cheng Yumei gazed at the thick stack, refraining from reaching for it. Li Lin stated, "Each person gets 13 yuan, and we'll keep the remaining 3 for food expenses." Cheng Baiwang waved his hand. "That 22 yuan is yours. I merely joined for a drink at noon. That is sufficient for me." Qian Changjiang attempted to speak, but Li Lin interrupted. "All right, give Dad 7 yuan. The rest. Changjiang and I will split 15 each, and the remaining 5 will be saved for our expenses in the coming days." Logically, this money should not have gone to his father-in-law, as it was indeed Qian Changjiang who earned it. Though somewhat simple-minded, Qian Changjiang was not foolish. Had he given money to his father-in-law, it would imply a united front, which he pondered upon. Chapter 26. Settling accounts. Qian Changjiang insisted, "That won't do. Uncle was with us, and this division doesn't seem fair." Cheng Baiwang retorted, "If you keep saying that, you're just trying to embarrass me. That money belongs to you too, not me. If I take 7 yuan, so be it. I'll just shamelessly accept it. No more discussion." Qian Changjiang chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't mean it that way. How could I want to embarrass you?" Li Lin interjected, "All right, we have a long future together. Let's keep things clear-cut and settle it like this." "Very well," Qian Changjiang acquiesced, seeing their insistence and choosing not to argue further, feeling pleased in his heart. Cheng Yumei was perplexed by the silent exchanges among the men, but refrained from inquiring further. After accepting the money from Qian Changjiang, she meticulously counted it several times. Observing her moistening her fingers with saliva while counting, Li Lin couldn't help but remark, "Money is filthy. Be mindful and avoid counting it that way." Cheng Yumei cast him a glance and said, "Humph, who despises money for being dirty? If you have the ability, earn more, and don't worry about getting me dirty." Li Lin sighed, "But there are bacteria on it. Many people share the same habit as you, counting money, unaware of how many people's saliva has touched it." "I'm not afraid," Cheng Yumei insisted resolutely. "You think you'll die if you don't get saliva on you?" Li Lin retorted, growing anxious. Seeing Li Lin's irritation, Cheng Yumei refrained from arguing further and changed the subject, saying, "I'll keep this 5 yuan separate for our living expenses." Qian Changjiang remarked, "Sister-in-law, you work so hard." Li Lin inquired, "Is there anything to eat for dinner?" Cheng Yumei replied, "Edamame, bok choy, and pickled vegetables." Li Lin suggested, "When the sun sets, could you check at the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there's any meat?" Cheng Yumei responded with dissatisfaction, "Meat again? Didn't you all eat until you were full at noon? Hey, if we don't eat, the children won't eat. Bring back a bag of milk powder for the kids. They need it morning and night," Li Lin insisted, glaring. "Stop talking nonsense. The child is in a growth phase." Cheng Baiwang chimed in, "Go buy some meat. Even if we eat less, we can't let the child go short." At that moment, the sound of a little girl's cries came from the front room, prompting Cheng Yumei to cease her words and hurry inside to comfort the child. After smoking a couple of cigarettes, Cheng Baiwang picked up a bamboo knife to start weaving baskets. Li Lin said, "You should rest. We have enough baskets at home for now. No need to make so many." Cheng Baiwang replied, "I saw at the dock that many boat owners want to buy baskets. They're worth 80 cents each. If I make them, even if I sell them for 70 cents, it's still a profit. It doesn't cost much to make, and if I have time tonight, I can weave a couple more. It's free money." Cheng Yumei emerged holding the tear-streaked little girl and said, "Father, if we can really sell them for money, I'll have you fetch more willow branches from the riverside." Cheng Baiwang cautioned, "Don't take the child to the riverside. The water is coming soon. Be careful. If I need to, I'll go chop them myself. You don't need to worry about it. Bamboo baskets will definitely sell, but it can't rely solely on you. If you work from dawn till dusk, you won't make many." Li Lin had a sudden inspiration. Why not gather them at home? Buy them for 50 cents each and sell them here for 70 cents. That way, the middleman can earn a profit. Cheng Baiwang paused his work and lit another cigarette, saying, "That's not a bad idea. Many people in the village can weave baskets. If I offer them 50 cents each, they'd be delighted." The banks of the Huai River are abundant with reed and willow branches, which eventually led to the emergence of a vast willow weaving industry. Qian Changjiang asked, "Can a cart hold 50? "Yes," Cheng Baiwang affirmed confidently. "When we were repairing the river embankment, I delivered baskets and stacked over 200 at most with ropes. I'll weave a few first. Tomorrow, I'll head to the dock and see if they sell. If they do, I'll bring back more from the village." Qian Changjiang calculated, "If each earns 2 dimes, 100 will yield 20 yuan." Cheng Baiwang remarked, "Selling a few at the dock in a day would be considered a good outcome." Li Lin smiled and said, "Not only can we sell baskets, but we can also sell carrying poles and hemp ropes." As the conversation drifted further, Cheng Baiwang waved his hand and suggested, "Let us focus on selling a few baskets first." After saying this, he resumed his work in silence, weaving baskets. Qian Changjiang yawned, stood up, and remarked, "I shall return home for a nap first." Cheng Yumei called out, "I've already fed your chicken, so you needn't worry about that. Just add some water. If you have time in the afternoon, you can gather some grass for it to peck at." Qian Changjiang replied, "I'll buy some ducks later, when the chicks return. Do you want to take some with you?" Li Lin responded, "Please bring us 20 ducks." Cheng Yumei quickly interjected, "Why buy so many? We don't have enough grain at home." Indeed, Li Lin then recalled that the grain they were consuming was all purchased. If they bought grain to feed the ducks, it wouldn't be worthwhile. After pondering, he concluded that ducks should be kept in groups. Buying just 3 or 5 would be pointless. If cats, dogs, or weasels caused trouble, it was likely that none would remain in the end. Qian Changjiang suggested, "Didn't uncle bring the fishing net yesterday? We could catch fish. Mudfish and eels would suffice to feed the ducks." Li Lin replied, "There is hardly enough time to bother with all that. If you want to raise them, you should buy them yourself. I'll just settle for the chicks." Just as Qian Changjiang was about to leave, he heard a commotion. Standing in the middle of the road, he glanced around and then hurried back, saying, "2 women are fighting." Cheng Yumei remarked, "They're relatives of our landlord. The man drowned after falling into the river while drunk shortly after they got married in spring. The woman is living with her in-laws, who are not particularly kind, often scolding her every few days." Li Lin asked in surprise, "You've only been here a few days, and you already know all this?" Cheng Yumei replied, "You don't know. As soon as we moved in, there were visitors. This morning, the landlord's wife came by to chat, and despite my disinterest, I had to listen to her endless chatter." Qian Changjiang inquired curiously, "With her husband dead, shouldn't she return to her family?" Cheng Yumei explained, "They spent several hundred on the wedding and the banquet. How could she return without repaying that?" Cheng Baiwang remarked, "It's likely the in-laws want to find her a new partner. Otherwise, how could they keep her around?" Cheng Yumei turned to her father and said, "Dad, you're astute. That's exactly what the landlord's wife is thinking. I heard she would settle for 300 yuan. 300 yuan? Qian Changjiang exclaimed. That's hardly worth it. Who could afford to marry her? Cheng Baiwang snorted. You clearly don't understand the market. Just the cost of setting up a household is several hundred yuan, not to mention the 3 essential items. Even if you sold everything, you'd still need to gather that amount. He has 5 sons. The only fortunate thing is that they all married early. Otherwise, it would have been truly disastrous. Qian Changjiang sighed. Just the 3 essential items cost hundreds. Who can afford that? Cheng Baiwang replied. If you can't afford it, there are those who can. Li Lin patted Qian Changjiang on the shoulder, smiling. Don't worry. Let us work harder, and by the end of the year, we might just have enough for a bride. I'm not anxious. Qian Changjiang said this, but in his heart, how could he not be anxious? He was 24. In the village, young men of his age have already started families. In the vicinity, he remains the only bachelor. At times, he finds it hard to face others when stepping outside. I am not jesting, Li Lin stated earnestly. With a stroke of good fortune, it's merely 300 yuan. A trivial matter. Ah, that would be splendid, replied Qian Changjiang as he stood at the intersection under the blazing sun, casting one last glance before departing without a backward glance. Cheng Yumei set the little girl down to play with Li Bin and remarked to Li Lin. That girl is truly lovely. If Changjiang had those 300 yuan, it would indeed be possible. Li Lin was momentarily taken aback. Cheng Yumei gestured towards the neighboring house. I saw her tilling the land this morning. She is industrious and capable of enduring hardships. Though she has lost her husband and has no children, why should she be deemed unsuitable? It ultimately comes down to the lack of money, Li Lin yawned. Choosing not to elaborate further, he laid down a mat in the main room and soon fell asleep. When he awoke, he was drenched in sticky sweat. Oh, without air conditioning, a fan would suffice, he mused. After a moment's hesitation, Li Lin went to fetch water to wash his face, then filled his stomach with food. In Chapter 27, Fishing with Nets, Cheng Yumei handed Li Lin some small change, remarking, It really is convenient to have a well, isn't it? Back home, we had neither a well nor a pump, and we had to fetch water from the village's only old well. With so many households, that single well could hardly meet everyone's needs. At times, we had to draw water from the river and add alum to purify it. The water contained insects. And after a while, when stomach aches occurred, we had to take deworming medicine. Of course, Li Lin replied, glancing at the towel she offered, hesitating to take it. He teased, Are you really willing to part with such a new towel? Yours is too old. Keep it for wiping your feet. Use the new one, Cheng Yumei insisted. Showing rare generosity, Li Lin then accepted it without reservation and dried himself off. With nothing particular to do, he began to tidy up the branches laid out to dry at the entrance, snapping off the longer ones by hand and stacking them into neat piles. Qian Changjiang approached, glancing towards the neighbor's house before coming over to assist Li Lin with the branches. Have you gone to warm the house? Li Lin asked. I bought 10 chicks. Let's see if we can raise them until autumn, Qian Changjiang replied. With his help, the branches were soon organized, forming a stack that reached the eaves of the house. Li Lin retrieved the fishing net that Cheng Baiwang had brought from home, saying, Let us see if we can catch some fish for a soup tonight. Daddy, I want to go too. The 3 children clamored, all wanting to accompany him to fish. Li Lin, stern-faced, replied, No, stay home with your mother. If it were just one child, I might take them, but with 3, it's simply impossible. The riverbank is steep, and there are tree stumps everywhere. I can't keep an eye on all of you alone. All right, enough fussing. If you keep it up, you'll be asking for a beating, Cheng Yumei added, pulling back the 3 children who had already reached the road. As the sun dipped low in the west, its rays glimmered upon the river's surface, casting a sparkling reflection. Li Lin carried a bamboo basket, while Qian Changjiang shook the fishing net. The catch was meager, consisting mainly of frogs and water snakes. In the past, Li Lin would have simply chopped the snakes with a shovel and shaken them off the net, a straightforward task. However, since his rebirth, he found himself inexplicably patient, gently extracting the snakes with his hands and returning them to the river. Lin, are you going to say I've changed again? I suppose I'm not quite the same as before, Qian Changjiang said, propping 2 bamboo poles against his belly as he shook the net again, using the poles to beat the water plants while lifting the net. I can't really say. It's not that I've changed, it's that the times have changed, and we must adapt. Li Lin mused to himself. If I told you I'm reborn, would you think I'm insane? Suddenly, Qian Changjiang's eyes brightened as he spotted a large Christian carp. Wow, This one weighs a pound. The fish, hanging on the edge of the net and thrashing about, was moments away from slipping back into the water when Li Lin, quick as a flash, blocked its escape and seized it from the murky shallows. Huh. Another one for the evening drinks. After placing the sizable fish into the basket, he also cleared out several river shrimp and loaches. The two men followed the riverbank and soon filled the basket to the brim. This river is far better than the irrigation ditch at home, Qian Changjiang said confidently. Of course, Li Lin chuckled. Remind me to buy a drag net tomorrow so we can go straight into the river, saving us the trouble of using the dip net. Haha, without a boat, we can't go too deep. A little at the edge will suffice, Li Lin said, climbing up the riverbank and directly handed the basket to Qian Changjiang. You carry it. It's too heavy for me. Qian Changjiang, shouldering the burden while holding the basket, felt a sense of unspoken grievance. I know I've grown lazy, Li Lin sighed, walking ahead with his hands behind his back. I wish to reap rewards without effort, to indulge in idleness. I wish for that too. Qian Changjiang responded, dissatisfied. Impossible, Li Lin declared resolutely, with only one subordinate to command. If Qian Changjiang became as lazy as he, who would he rely on? Listen carefully. If you don't work hard, how will you build a new house or marry a wife? I've always worked hard. Haha. Are you perhaps smitten with that widow next door? Li Lin teased playfully. You haven't seen her. That girl is truly beautiful. Qian Changjiang exclaimed excitedly, wiping his mouth. Li Lin looked at him with disdain, resembling a pig in his eagerness. Upon returning home, Cheng Yumei was delighted to see the basket brimming with fish and promptly emptied it into a wooden tray. Just as Li Lin was about to say something, he noticed the little girl grabbing a crab from the basin and quickly slapped her hand away, lifting her aside. He was about to scold her when he saw her eyes welling with tears. He quickly softened his tone. Good girl, crabs pinch hard. Let's not do that, all right? The little girl remained tearful, clinging to Cheng Yumei's leg with a sense of grievance. Cheng Yumei was busy tidying up the fish and shrimp. Having no time to attend to her eldest, quickly take her away to play, she urged. Li Bin, with his hands cradling the little girl under her arms, stood tall and, with great effort, carried her out of the courtyard. He then began to coax his sister like a little adult. Li Lin pointed at the wriggling loaches and eels in the basin, suggesting, wrap them in flour and pan-fry them. How much oil would that require? Cheng Yumei replied without a moment's thought. Li Lin countered, frying them will eliminate the fishy taste. The children will enjoy them more. This time, he refrained from blaming his mother. The truth was starkly simple. Poverty was their constant companion. If they were wealthy, which woman wouldn't indulge extravagantly? The so-called diligence and simplicity were merely lessons taught by reality. Cheng Baiwang remarked, use as much as you need. If it's not enough, I'll buy more for you tomorrow. Living at his son-in-law's house had its drawbacks. He was perpetually anxious about the potential quarrels between his daughter and son-in-law. It was a life filled with trepidation. In that fleeting moment, he resolved to squeeze a little from Qian Changjiang. Cheng Yumei interjected, Father, I have enough for our living expenses. It's sufficient for shopping, so you needn't worry. During mealtime, the three men drank and chatted casually. Their conversation turned to the basket. Cheng Baiwang expressed, with the three children running about. I hardly know how to wield my knife, fearing that one of them might suddenly pounce. Qian Changjiang casually suggested, then come to my place. It's quiet there, and we can talk. Those little rascals were indeed quite unruly. Cheng Yumei, with a spoon halfway to the little girl's mouth, paused abruptly, causing the child to wail, prompting her to soothe her once more. Sleeping over there is also fine. Li Lin understood his father-in-law's sentiments and refrained from voicing any objections. After finishing their meal, Cheng Baiwang loaded the materials for basket weaving, along with his towel and clothes, onto the cart and followed Qian Changjiang. Chapter 28. Stealthily after Cheng Yumei secured the door, she glanced at Li Lin, who was amusingly xian. Do you think our father is angry? She asked. He just values his pride, Li Lin explained with a smile. Living at his son-in-law's, he feels uneasy, especially when we argue. It's awkward for him to choose sides. This was indeed true. Cheng Yumei wholeheartedly agreed. For her father had once held her husband in disdain. Now, not only was she working alongside him to earn a living, but she was also residing there, which must have been somewhat embarrassing for him. Especially during their quarrels, siding with her would offend her husband, while siding with him was out of the question. After all, he was still her biological father. Thus, it was best to simply ignore it. Li Lin chuckled. Didn't you mention those women who visit? You could ask them about how the children enroll in school and register in advance. If they don't know, I'll inquire myself. I've already asked the landlord's wife. Payment is sufficient for enrollment, Chung Yumei said as she picked up a towel and forced it onto the little girl's face. It's fine for the eldest to go to school, but that means one less person to watch the children, Li Lin replied. If both the eldest and the second go, you only need to stay home with the little girl. Chung Yumei muttered. The second one is only 5 years old. Isn't that a bit too young? Not too young. It's better to start school early. The kindergartens in the city are predominantly public, and even if one were willing to pay, admission is unattainable. Li Lin had no choice but to enroll Li Liang directly in elementary school, to avoid the incessant nagging from the two boys about their education later on. Chung Yumei sighed. Well, that's acceptable, but if his grades don't keep up, he'll have to repeat a year. He inherited his father's intelligence. How could his grades possibly falter? Li Lin felt exceptionally confident about his son's academic performance. Even after becoming left-behind children during their time at home, their grades remained consistently at the top, sparing the couple any worries. Only their little girl lagged slightly in her studies. Though she was by no means dull, she was merely a bit playful. Chung Yumei, feeling somewhat indignant, retorted, Are you implying that I am not intelligent? With her father absent, her tone grew somewhat bolder. Li Lin, with a carefree demeanor, replied, Of course you're smart. Otherwise, how would you have chosen such an outstanding man like me? Chung Yumei suddenly, with a huff, exclaimed, I must have been blind back then. After seeing so many suitors, I still ended up choosing you. Li Lin teased, If you're having regrets, it's not too late to change your mind now. Chung Yumei shot him a glare, pointing at the 3 children circling around the puppy. If I could send them back, I would definitely not stay with you. Li Lin remarked. You know it's easy to get hit for saying things like that, right? Chung Yumei defiantly responded, If you dare to hit me again, I truly won't bother with you. Just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? Li Lin had no doubt she was joking. This woman, though occasionally subdued, could be quite stubborn when pushed to her limits. When their eldest turned 12, the couple moved north to the capital for work, feeling lost and helpless in unfamiliar surroundings. Both harbored resentment, and the everyday frictions became harder to resolve. Eventually, they had their most significant argument to date. At that moment, Chung Yumei declared, If I keep serving you, I might as well be a dog. Following that, she underwent a complete transformation. Cold wars became the norm. Not only did she cease to help with laundry and cooking, but she also became increasingly combative. The once gentle wife morphed into a shrew. Li Lin, not one to be easily intimidated, also stood his ground. Whatever he suggested, she resolutely opposed. For instance, when he wanted to purchase a house in the capital, she, holding the purse strings, firmly refused, leading to regret later as property prices soared. Although they never divorced, their relationship had fundamentally changed. As the children grew older, the couple's tensions eased somewhat, but the affection they once shared was irrevocably lost. Who knows if you're serious or just joking? Chung Yumei squatted beside her 2 sons. I want you both to go to school, but who would actually want to go? Mom, I want to go. Li Bin exclaimed loudly. Me too, Li Liang quietly echoed. Seeing both children in agreement, Chung Yumei murmured softly, The second one is so young. I worry he might be bullied. Li Lin replied, Eldest, you will go to school with your brother. What will you do if someone bullies him? Li Bin stated that he would assist his younger brother in confronting his adversaries. Li Lin nodded in satisfaction and declared that anyone who bullied his brother should be met with a vigorous response. Chung Yumei expressed her discontent, questioning why he was teaching the children to resort to fighting. Li Lin retorted, Should one not retaliate when attacked or respond to insults? Chung Yumei replied, Yet, we cannot instruct the children in such a manner. There are teachers who will oversee these matters. Very well, you make a valid point, he conceded. As beads of sweat formed on his brow, Li Lin stood in the courtyard, taking another shower. Upon entering the house, he found the 3 children fast asleep. He chose not to disturb them and instead laid down in the front room. With Chung Baiwang gone, he made himself comfortable on the bed, avoiding the cramped space with the children. In the middle of the night, in a state of drowsiness, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on him. By the time he registered the sensation, the source had vanished. Turning on the light, he noticed his discarded underwear on the floor and, in exasperation, chastised Chung Yumei, who was washing up in the courtyard. For heaven's sake, must there be secrecy between spouses? Chung Yumei softly replied, Keep your voice down, you'll wake the children. She quickly donned her clothes and hurried inside. Good grief, Li Lin muttered before drifting back to sleep. At the crowing of the rooster, Li Lin instinctively opened his eyes. The kitchen light was on, and upon entering, he discovered Chung Yumei preparing porridge. What are you doing? You should be resting, he remarked. Cheng Yume, adding firewood to the pot, replied, It's nothing. Your father is not here, and if I don't make porridge, it will delay you when he arrives. Once you leave, I can continue my rest. Li Lin yawned. I can make porridge too. But can you eat it? Cheng Yume scoffed, well aware that her husband wouldn't lift a finger even if a soy sauce bottle fell. As Li Lin approached the front door, he opened it to find two shadowy figures, which turned out to be Qian Changjiang and Cheng Baiwang. After finishing their porridge, the three men continued their journey toward the county town, dragging a cart behind them. By the time they reached South Street, the little porridge they had consumed was long gone. Spotting a vendor selling fried cakes, Li Lin suggested to Qian Changjiang, Let us buy a few more to fill our stomachs. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to work later. Absolutely. This struck a chord with Qian Changjiang, who promptly hurried off to purchase 6 fried cakes. Cheng Baiwang, while munching on his food, remarked, Had I known, why bother with porridge? Well, let us not cook tomorrow. We'll just eat on the street. Li Lin agreed wholeheartedly. A bowl of spicy soup and 2 cakes each morning would be delightful and inexpensive. Whenever food was mentioned, Qian Changjiang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Chapter 29. Contracting work. I will undoubtedly fulfill this request, Li Lin proclaimed, stretching his limbs and urging Qian Changjiang. Hurry and make your purchase. Cheng Baiwang, gazing at the figure of Qian Changjiang who had sprinted away, reflected. It's better to save a little when one is out to earn. Li Lin replied, Saving a few cents won't lead to wealth. We must devise ways to earn. Cheng Baiwang, rolling a cigarette with his notebook, asserted, Earning money isn't as simple as that. One must rely on saving. Li Lin, over the past few days, you have been accompanying me, and as you have observed, this is certainly more advantageous than toiling away in the fields at home. From now on, refrain from overexerting yourself. It is burdensome and detrimental to your health. Later, I shall procure 2 large harvests for you. They are not expensive and will not impoverish you. In the neighboring regions of Xuchang and Pingdingshan, renowned tobacco-producing areas, brands such as Yunyan, Hongtashan, Panda, Zhonghua, Golden Leaf, and Dihao all utilize tobacco sourced from here. Although they do not engage in extensive cultivation, many individuals indulge in dry tobacco, cultivating a fair amount in their home plots. Having smoked for a lifetime without suffering grievous consequences, you ought not to squander your money frivolously. Instead, invest it in your children. Cheng Baiwang gestured dismissively, reminding Li Lin that Yume had mentioned this morning that the child would soon be starting school, thus urging him to save money for notebooks and pencils, which are rather costly. Li Lin smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I had forgotten. Qian Changjiang returned with large pancakes, and the 3 of them devoured them with remarkable ease. Recently, Cheng Baiwang had unearthed a canister from a refuse heap, which he cleaned and repurposed as a cherished teacup. Initially, Li Lin had looked upon it with disdain. Now, having satisfied their hunger and feeling parched, Cheng Baiwang handed the bottle over, drinking from it without hesitation before passing it to Qian Changjiang, who took it and hurried off to fill it at the well. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the heat intensified, causing the bustling streets to thin considerably. Qian Changjiang anxiously remarked, Surely there is work today? No sooner had he spoken than a familiar figure appeared. Delin, look, isn't that Teacher Chi? They had first moved into the city from the oil factory to County No. 1 High School, where they had met Teacher Chi. Without waiting for the figure to approach, Li Lin called out, Teacher Chi, are you out shopping for vegetables? Teacher Chi, with a basket in one hand and an umbrella in the other, replied, You have made it quite difficult for me to find you. You've been absent for 2 consecutive days. Li Lin apologized, I'm sorry. We've been busy delivering goods at the dock. Do you need something? Teacher Chi explained. Did I not mention previously that an old colleague of my mother intends to build a house in the countryside? Do you have time to go and take a look? Li Lin responded eagerly, Right now? Teacher Chi affirmed, Yes, but I cannot accompany you. I will tell you where to go, and you must find your way yourselves. Teacher Chi asked, Do you know where Dangzi is? Li Lin confirmed, Yes, just head out of West Street. It's no longer considered rural. Teacher Chi, pleased with his knowledge, placed the basket down and gestured towards the north, saying, Once you exit West Street, pay attention to the roadside. There is a bicycle repair stall. Inquire about Luanmin. Many people know him. Li Lin nodded, assuring, Rest assured, we will find him. Teacher Chi cautioned. He is merely my mother's colleague and cannot speak on her behalf. The specifics will need to be discussed in person. Whether or not it comes to fruition is beyond my concern. Li Lin replied, Regardless of the outcome, We are indebted to you for your kindness, not for your sake. Teacher Chi waved his hand, once again picking up the basket. I shall take my leave now. You all should hurry while the sun is not too fierce. Take care. Li Lin personally escorted her to the roadside. Upon turning back, Cheng Baiwang and Qian Changjiang had already pulled the cart out from the alley. Cheng Baiwang remarked, "We need to measure the house, but we don't have a tape measure. Should we go buy one?" "Wait a moment. I will go and purchase it," replied Qian Changjiang. After Qian Changjiang returned with the tape measure, the three of them proceeded towards Dangzi. The journey was not far, and upon arriving, they easily found Luan Min's home after asking a few locals. Luan Min, in his 60s, had graying hair and was shirtless as he led the three of them around his property. The three adobe houses had roofs that were deteriorating, and the walls were cracked, propped up by several large wooden poles. After Li Lin and Qian Changjiang measured the front and back, Li Lin said, "Uncle, to speak frankly, this location by the roadside will eventually become the main thoroughfare of our county. It would be a pity to build mud houses here. If you are willing, you should construct brick houses instead, perhaps a few more rooms. As business flourishes along this road, you won't have to worry about renting it out, even if you keep a small shop for yourself." He spoke nothing but the truth. This road was indeed the sole main artery connecting their county to the city. Furthermore, with urban development, this area would gradually become part of the main urban district. After offering Cheng Baiwang a cigarette, Luan Min replied, "But that will cost quite a bit." Suddenly, the elderly matriarch of the Lu family spoke up, "Young man, your words resonate deeply with me. Given the prime location of our land, we should definitely build something larger. Renting it out later would be worthwhile." Li Lin smiled. "Aunt, you surely wouldn't incur losses. Think about it. Our urban area is limited in size, and it will inevitably expand towards us. The foot traffic here will surely increase. Now that individual businesses are permitted, opening a small shop is perfectly legal. You see, I am not the only one suggesting this, right?" The elderly matriarch shot a glance at her husband, saying, "You remain silent. Listen to me. We should construct 7 or 8 rooms." Luan Min exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? That will require a substantial amount of money. You know our financial situation, don't you?" The matriarch ignored him and turned to Li Lin. "Young man, feel free to share your thoughts." After hesitating for a moment, Li Lin lit a cigarette and surveyed the surroundings once more. "Aunt, I share the same view as uncle. We shouldn't build too many rooms. Since we aim to rent it out for business, let us make them a bit larger, about 40 to 50 square meters per room, at least as spacious as the county supply and marketing cooperative." Lu Laohan frowned and said, 40 to 50 square meters per room? Who would be willing to rent that? The matriarch, again quite irritable, retorted, "Can you please refrain from interrupting? Consider this. Your nephew has been successfully renting out a much larger space, over 100 square meters. The repair shop pays him 10 yuan a month." Lu Laohan sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Only you can think of that. I will not concern myself with this any longer." He lit a cigarette and remained silent. Cheng Baiwang attempted to mediate, saying, "Brother, your concerns are valid, indeed. Larger spaces can be challenging to rent." Luan Min cast a grateful glance at him and said, "Indeed, my younger brother, you speak the truth." Old Madame Lu then turned her gaze towards Li Lin and remarked, "Young man, you possess discernment. Pray tell, how shall we proceed with the construction? This parcel of land is expansive. It can accommodate various designs." Li Lin pointed to the area in front and behind the house. This front lot, along with the self-cultivated land, measures a total of 43 meters, allowing for the erection of 5 tiled houses. 2 of these can be partitioned into smaller units for family living, while the remaining 3 can be more spacious. With a depth of 4 meters and a height of 3.5 meters, ideal for rental purposes. What do you think? As for building a multi-story structure, that is a dream far beyond the reach of even the wealthiest, let alone ordinary retired workers. Furthermore, constructing a building requires high-grade cement, steel bars, and prefabricated panels, commodities of the highest value in the market, which are not easily obtainable even with ample funds. Hence, building tiled houses remains the most pragmatic approach. Should the supply of cement fall short, one can always resort to using mud as a makeshift solution. Old Madame Lu inquired, "What do you estimate the cost to be?" "Father, you are well versed in these matters. Please provide your estimation." Li Lin turned his attention to his father-in-law. Cheng Baiwang nodded and raised a finger towards the old lady, saying, "Sister, you must prepare yourself for this amount." "Is it really that much?" Old Lu could not help but exclaim, astonished. This far exceeded their budget. This amounts to 1,000 yuan. Cheng Baiwang chuckled. My brother, in terms of red bricks, for a 12-wall structure, you would require about 60 bricks per square meter, with a wall surface of over 300 square meters, necessitating around 20,000 bricks. Currently, red bricks are priced at 3 fin each. Thus, the cost for bricks alone would be 600 yuan. Adding the costs for tiles, cement, sand, and labor, we are looking at nearly 1,000 yuan. Lu Anmin shook his head, declaring, no, this is too expensive. This time, old Madame Lu did not contest her husband's words, but instead nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is far too much. We have not saved that much money. Li Lin smiled and said, Auntie, you both have seen the world outside. You surely understand we speak no falsehoods. The prices at the county's production service department and supply and marketing cooperative are clearly marked. A simple inquiry will confirm this. The remaining cost is labor. A junior worker earns 50 cents a day, while a skilled worker makes 60 cents. Please calculate accordingly. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, the old lady furrowed her brow and said, Is it not difficult to procure red bricks nowadays? Li Lin replied with a smile, In the county, it is indeed challenging. One requires a permit. However, some production teams in the countryside operate red brick kilns. If you have the funds, you can purchase them, though the transportation costs are additional. Old Madame Lu glanced at her husband and then remarked, Young man, my husband and I are advanced in years and lack the energy for such errands. Our 2 sons are busy, one at the oil factory and the other at the fertilizer plant in the provincial capital. Far from here, they are not dependable. If you truly wish to proceed, provide a list of materials and labor, and I will review it before we discuss the next steps. Li Lin nodded. Auntie, I will heed your advice. Please fetch some paper and a pen, and I shall draft it for you at once. This old lady certainly knows how to flaunt her status. In this day and age, a household with 4 formal workers is quite extraordinary. Perhaps there are more than just 4. They also have daughters, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law. Even if they face unemployment later, they still have severance pay or subsidies, and perhaps even a pension in their old age. Those who come from rural backgrounds simply cannot compare. The elderly lady set the tone, and her husband no longer opposed her. He went inside to find paper and a pen, which he handed to Li Lin. Upon entering the house, Li Lin listed all the materials required for the construction on the paper, ultimately presenting it to Cheng Baiwang to note the prices, while Qian Changjiang stood nearby as an advisor. After more than 40 years, Li Lin could hardly recall the prices of some materials. Once Cheng Baiwang finished writing, Li Lin reviewed it and then passed it to Lu Anmin. Lu Anmin immediately focused on the final amount, his lips twitching involuntarily before he handed it to the elderly lady of the Lu family, who, after studying it for a quarter of an hour, remarked, Young man, your list is rather detailed. You've included screws, boards, cement beams, wires, conduits, switches, and light bulbs. However, the brushes and ash buckets are something you ought to provide yourself. Why should I cover those costs? Li Lin explained, Annie, these are consumables as well. After you complete this project, you will need at least 5 or 6 brushes and ash buckets. Unlike ash shovels, which can last a year or 2, you see, I haven't charged you for those on the list. Lu Anmin interjected, Then how about I pay you 200 for labor? How did you arrive at that figure? The price was set by Cheng Baiwang, deliberately lower than the market rate by 10 to 20 yuan to secure the job. Li Lin, having reviewed it, made no alterations. In these times, everyone is meticulous with their expenditures, and if the price were increased, they would surely object. Thus, the conversation became slightly brusque. Auntie, if you don't engage us, you could just as easily ask relatives, neighbors, or friends for help. However, those you enlist will not be available all day. Today, you may have 10 or 8 helping hands, but tomorrow, one might have other commitments, while another may be unavailable. You could end up with only 3 or 5 people, and few will exert themselves fully. This house, without dedicated effort, may not hold up for 2 or 3 months. When they come, you can't just serve them pickled vegetables and corn porridge, can you? 3 meals a day of white rice and steamed buns. And what about the meat? You'd need 2 meat dishes daily, with each meal requiring 3 to 4 jing. Given the rising prices, meat is now around 70 cents, which means you'll be spending 3 to 5 yuan just on meals. Additionally, you should consider that every few days, you might need to provide 2 bottles of wine. Over these months, how much would that accumulate? Moreover, you will also have to tend to them, which not only increases expenses but also exhausts you. In rural areas, house construction and renovation typically involve mutual assistance among villagers. not out of sheer goodwill, but rather to ensure everyone gets a meal. It is indeed about earning a living. In a few years, once land is allocated individually, people will no longer be in need of food, and seeking free labor for construction will be nearly impossible. Even if someone does help, it might only be for 2 or 3 days at most. Your words hold truth, the elderly lady conceded, realizing the implications. Moreover, asking relatives for assistance also incurs social obligations. One misstep could lead to gossip. Li Lin continued. Furthermore, since these are familiar faces, once the house is built or damaged, what can you even say? Young man, can't you make some concessions? Luo Min persistently inquired. Li Lin once again accepted the cigarette handed to him by the elder, lighting it and exhaling smoke rings as he replied, Uncle, you should approach the county construction company. At the very least, you need 500 yuan, and even then, it's uncertain whether you can secure the job, wouldn't you agree? We all come from rural backgrounds, hoping to earn some tuition for our children during the off-season. We haven't dared to ask for much for this job. The elderly lady interjected loudly. All right, young man, I see your sincerity. Let me be straightforward with you. Let us forget about 900 and settle for 900 yuan. If you can manage it, great. If not, we can part ways. Li Lin forced a smile, casting a troubled glance at Cheng Baiwang. Dad, what do you think? Cheng Baiwang sighed. Dear sister, you'll have to dismantle the house yourself. It will take us at least 3 days to tear down your 3 earthen houses. It's quite laborious. Luo Min responded, You can dismantle it. But my beams are made of old elm. I'll give them to you, how about that? Uncle, what about the old furniture in the house? Li Lin felt a surge of joy and sighed, though he kept his composure. Luo Min replied, You can have that too. Don't underestimate my old furniture. It's made of precious mahogany, and even as second-hand goods, it could fetch a good price. All right, Cheng Baiwang answered without hesitation this time. The elderly lady asked, When can you come to start work? Li Lin pondered for a moment. Around the 5th of next month. I'll come and let you know in advance. Does that work for you? Constructing a house with just the 3 of them would be impossible. They would need to recruit additional help from the village. However, by the end of the month, all the laborers were busy repairing the riverbank, leaving them without any available workers. They could only wait until the beginning of the next month. This time, the elderly lady and the old woman surprisingly reached a consensus. After concluding their discussions, Li Lin and his companions departed from Lu's residence. On the way, Qian Changjiang excitedly remarked, Dalin, you truly have a knack for this. Even a brush and a bucket can be calculated into the costs. As long as we don't slack off and work diligently, there is profit to be made. Cheng Baiwang regarded his son-in-law with newfound respect, pondering where he had acquired such clever tricks. Chapter 31. The 10,000 yuan household. Qian Changjiang stated, Right, Dalin. Let us expedite the work. We aim to finish in half a month. This way, we won't waste time, and there is still profit to be had. Half a month? Li Lin shot him a disapproving glance. Are you out of your mind? Or am I? It won't take that long. It's just a few houses, not a skyscraper. Qian Changjiang responded, astonished. Then how long do you think it will take? Li Lin smiled and said, at most. A week. Beyond that, it wouldn't be worth it. A week? Cheng Baiwang frowned in response, but you'll need to hire several people for that. Li Lin replied, We'll hire 7 more people, making a total of 10, and 7 days will be more than sufficient. In the present era, constructing a 5 or 6-story building typically takes just a week. Given the current circumstances, construction machinery is underdeveloped and material supply is strained, resulting in inefficiencies in many tasks. Cheng Baiwang remarked, Dismantling the house and leveling the foundation alone will take 2 days. Adding in the transportation of bricks and roofing, 7 days will be quite a challenge. Li Lin responded with a smile. Dad, if we want to make money, we must make it happen, as time is money. Upon hearing this, Cheng Baiwang nodded and said, Let us give it a try. Have you decided whom to invite? Li Lin replied, I must trouble you to make a trip back. You are well aware of who is capable of the work and how they perform. We will pay them in cash up front, without deferring until the year's end. Although he had garnered considerable fame across the region, his reputation was not without its blemishes. While he might gather help as he did in his previous life, it would undoubtedly require much persuasion. It would be best if his father-in-law took the lead to avoid unnecessary effort. Standing beneath the shade of a poplar tree, Cheng Baiwang rolled a cigarette and remarked, We cannot speak so definitively. Who knows if the employer might delay payment? Li Lin reassured him, Father, do not worry. In a few days, I will come back and request a deposit. Once the work is completed, We will certainly receive full payment. They cannot afford to owe us money. Qian Changjiang asked, shall we continue to wait at the street corner or head home? Why go home? Lenny chuckled. We must at least earn enough for today's meal. If we return too early, we should buy fishing nets, catch more fish, dry them for future use, and save on meat expenses. This sentiment resonated with Cheng Baiwang. With so many people to feed, relying solely on purchases would be impractical. As noon approached, the three of them stopped for a bowl of noodles. The South Street was deserted, devoid of any passers-by. With nothing else to do, Li Lin decided to buy the fishing nets. As the sun set, just when they thought they would return empty-handed, they received a moving job that earned them $2 each. By the time they returned home, night had fallen. Cheng Yumei inquired, why are you all so late? Li Lin smiled and explained, we secured a house construction job and spent the morning negotiating. By the time we waited on South Street for work, it was the hottest part of the day and no one was around. We had to wait until late evening to get a moving job. Please hurry and prepare us something to eat. We are starving. We already had our meal prepared. The rest can simply be reheated. Cheng Yumei responded as she headed to the kitchen. Cheng Baiwang said, no need to reheat it, just bring it out. Qian Changjiang produced a bottle of liquor, rinsed the cups, and added, indeed, sister-in-law, there's no need to reheat. Let us eat right away. During the meal, Cheng Yumei listened to the three discussing their job arrangements and could not help but interject. When many people come, I will clear out the room next door for sleeping. Li Lin countered, do not fret about that. It is 5 or 6 miles from West Street to here. After a long day's work, they will be exhausted and will not return. They will stay there. Cheng Yumei asked, will they need to rent a place over there? Cheng Baiwang took a sip of his drink and replied, rent? In this hot summer, where can't one find a place to sleep? Cheng Yumei cautioned, the humidity outside is heavy. At your age, do not neglect your health. Cheng Baiwang waved his hand dismissively. Every year, we sleep like this while repairing the riverbanks. The main issue is the food. We endure daily meals of plain cabbage, and having a piece of tofu is already a luxury. Li Lin pondered and said, we cannot let them sleep on the ground. I will check if there are any small inns nearby. Even a large dormitory would suffice. At least there will be hot water for drinking and bathing. Do not worry, it will not cost much. Cheng Baiwang pondered for a moment and remarked, very well. It spares them the chance to gossip about us. In the days that followed, they continued to linger on South Street, seeking jobs. Fortune favored them as they secured a large painting job and, in addition, managed several small moving tasks. In the final 2 days of the month, Jiang Mingsong approached them to deliver goods, and they found themselves bustling at the docks for 3 consecutive days. As the scheduled start date for Lu Onmin's project approached, Li Lin visited Lu Onmin's home, presenting his letter of introduction for the couple to scrutinize thoroughly. After much negotiation, he successfully obtained a deposit of 500 yuan. On his way back, exhilarated, he purchased a pack of De Fengshou cigarettes, a pound of tea leaves, 2 pounds of liquor, and 5 pounds of pork. Cheng Yumei exclaimed, have you lost your senses? It's not a holiday, and buying so much in this heat will spoil it. Li Lin waved dismissively, saying spoil? Nonsense. We'll consume it all. Are you worried we won't finish it? Cheng Baiwang was equally in high spirits, chiming in, indeed, let us feast tonight. I'll need the energy for the walk home. Cheng Yumei countered, you could just return early tomorrow. Why go back at night? To which Cheng Baiwang replied, it's too hot during the day. The night is better for traveling. In truth, he was reluctant to squander daylight hours. His son-in-law had been right. Time is money. In just over 20 days, he had already earned 110 yuan, a sum previously unimaginable. Thus, when an opportunity to earn arose, he was determined not to let it slip away. Uncle, how about I accompany you back? The night roads can be perilous. Even more jubilant was Qian Changjiang. A few days prior, Li Lin had assured him that he would soon earn 300 yuan, a claim he had met with skepticism. To his surprise, if one could save diligently, accumulating wealth was indeed swift. Now, he held 135 yuan in his possession. The goal of 300 yuan no longer seemed so distant. Cheng Baiwang gestured, you all rest well at home. If there is nothing pressing, I'll bring people over first thing tomorrow. Li Lin inquired, have you decided whom to invite? Cheng Baiwang replied, after taking a drag from his cigarette. Here is my plan. The 500 yuan you brought barely covers the cost of bricks. I'll gather my own family, your second uncle, third uncle, for brothers, and a paternal uncle. That should suffice. If the employer delays payment, family members are easier to negotiate with, and settling up by year-end won't be an issue. Indeed, they were all relatives, four of whom were even his own children's uncles. However, Li Lin was indifferent and smiled. You decide. Cheng Baiwang continued. Have you thought about where to source the bricks? We can start hauling them tomorrow. Li Lin suggested. Let us procure from nearby. I'll negotiate tomorrow. Bricks are in high demand, so I'm unsure if we can get them at 2.6. Cheng Baiwang reassured him. Many offer credit. If you pay in cash, they'll be happy to sell at 2 point and even cover the shipping costs. Qian Changjiang's eyes widened. We're calculating with the employer at 3 points. If we can secure them at 2 points, wouldn't that mean an additional 200 yuan profit? Li Lin chuckled. Otherwise, how do we expect to make money? De Lin, you indeed have a notion, Qian Changjiang said with a cheerful smile. What about the cement and tiles? Li Lin shook his head and replied. These are sold by the public sector, with fixed prices. Not a single cent will be reduced. It is what it is. That's rather dull. Qian Changjiang expressed his disappointment. Li Lin continued. Oh, by the way, can your production team lend out the big hammer? It's indispensable for compacting the foundation. Cheng Baiwang continued to exhale smoke rings, saying, You needn't mention these. I will find a way once I return. We also need shovels, spades, and ropes. Don't break that cigarette. I will take it back. As long as we don't go empty-handed, everything will be negotiable. Once the water in the large pot boiled, Li Lin fetched 3 sizable bowls and brewed tea with the Mao Jian he had purchased in the afternoon. Holding the tea bowl, he inhaled the fragrant aroma, nearly moved to tears. Since his rebirth, aside from that one occasion at Old Joe's restaurant, he hadn't savored tea again. What was once easily accessible has now transformed into a luxury. After a satisfying meal, while the sky was still not completely dark, Cheng Baiwang set down his bowl and departed with the cart. Li Lin and Qian Changjiang went down to the river to collect the nets. Over the past few days, the two of them had been catching a dozen pounds of fish and shrimp daily, which they had dried into fish jerky. Not only had the 3 children had their fill, but even the adults were reluctant to eat more, occasionally crushing it to feed the chickens. The enthusiasm for netting had waned compared to earlier. As night fell, just as Li Lin lay down in the front room, Cheng Yumei hurried over. After a rustle, Li Lin sighed, saying, We can't turn on the light. It feels like we're thieves. After all these years, what is there to hide? Cheng Yumei leaned against his shoulder, feeling utterly fatigued, and said, The children have grown. We should be a bit more discreet. That's true, Li Lin curiously inquired. Changjiang has saved over 130 yuan. How much do we have? What for? Cheng Yumei asked cautiously. Li Lin sighed. Can I simply ask? Just asking, really? Cheng Yumei remained skeptical. Are you some sort of mythical creature, only taking and never giving? Li Lin, annoyed, playfully slapped her backside. Cheng Yumei quickly covered her mouth and whispered, 155. Oh, Li Lin felt no excitement whatsoever. In his heyday, this amount wouldn't even suffice for a meal. His inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity. What do you mean, you're not pleased with saving so much money? Cheng Yumei was quite astonished. This was not the man she knew. After so many years of marriage, how could she not understand Li Lin? Sigh, I aim to earn substantial wealth. Li Lin disdainfully remarked. This meager sum holds no appeal for me. So what? Do you aspire to be a millionaire? Cheng Yumei teased. A millionaire? Li Lin yawned, saying, Is that all the knowledge you possess? If you're so knowledgeable, do enlighten me. Cheng Yumei huffed in annoyance. Speaking it might frighten you, Li Lin said leisurely. In the future, possessing tens of millions in cash is what constitutes a wealthy individual. Tens of millions? Cheng Yumei confirmed she hadn't misheard, then burst into laughter, saying, The combined wealth of everyone in our county might not even reach that amount. That is precisely why you don't comprehend, Li Lin sighed. Chapter 32. The Fried Egg. Who could have anticipated the monumental changes that the forthcoming era would bring? Some would become overnight millionaires, basking in splendor, while others would plunge into despair, facing a tragic demise on a rooftop at sunset. Cheng Yumei remarked, Regardless of whether I comprehend it or not, as long as you walk the straight path, I shall find contentment. Have I not walked the righteous path before? Li Lin countered, skeptical of her assertion. He had not always been a virtuous individual. However, he certainly could not be deemed as straying from the righteous path. A rural youth. He was oblivious to the weight of despair, unfamiliar with the concept of the vast universe and dreams, unable to articulate his thoughts. Yet, he harbored a vague sense that he was destined for something greater, that life should not be confined to this existence. He looked down upon the meager earnings from his labor, yet could not discern a way out. wandering aimlessly through the dilapidated streets of a small town alongside peers who shared his plight. Over time, they naturally began to label him as a good-for-nothing. It was truly an injustice. He was not lazy. When it came to farming, he was genuinely skilled. Do you not possess an understanding of whether you are on the right path? Cheng Yumei shot him a glance, saying, Who in the village speaks well of you? I neither steal, nor rob, nor deceive. What grounds do they have to speak ill of me? Li Lin felt a flicker of anger at the thought. Those nosy relatives would always gossip, but he would let it be. They currently ignored him, but once he amassed wealth, they would be unable to reach him. Cheng Yumei chuckled, You are quite the show-off. Now, hurry and sleep. Perhaps my father will arrive shortly. Li Lin yawned. He won't come so early. The production team's resources are not easily borrowed. When he does come, it will likely be late. Don't wake me when dawn breaks. And please keep the children from bothering me. I wish to sleep until I awaken naturally. It was indeed a pity. Since his rebirth, he had not enjoyed a single restful night, typically rising before dawn. Cheng Yumei, considering Li Lin's laborious routine of early departures and late returns, remarked, Lock the door from the inside to prevent them from barging in. Li Lin yawned again. I also have to guard against them knocking on my door. Cheng Yumei inquired, Will you not have breakfast? Li Lin replied, I shall skip it. If I do not rise by noon, I shall forego lunch as well. You all may eat without concern for me. Suit yourself, Cheng Yumei said before slipping out of bed and quietly entering the main room. Li Lin, initially intending to sleep in, found himself awakening at the crow of the rooster. After a quick trip to the restroom, he attempted to return to slumber, but sleep eluded him. Youth is indeed a blessing. 5 or 6 hours sufficed for adequate rest. Any more would be impossible. As Cheng Yumei emerged from the kitchen and spotted Li Lin washing up in the yard, she smiled and said, Did you not claim you wanted to sleep well? What a joke. I can't sleep, Li Lin sighed. This morning, let's improve our lives with a fried egg each. Do not forget about the portion for Changjiang. The only downside of youth was an insatiable appetite, an overwhelming desire for food. If you wish to eat, I shall prepare it for you. Cheng Yumei thought of their savings and, without hesitation, decided that it would be unreasonable for a man to earn money and not be able to indulge in a fried egg when he desired one. Before long, the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. The 3 children leaned against the doorframe, their eyes eagerly fixed on the eggs simmering in the pot. Li Lin affectionately ruffled Lin Xian's hair and chuckled, If you wish to eat, we can have them every day. Cheng Yumei retorted loudly, Every day? Have you considered whether we can afford that? Hey, you keep talking nonsense. Just yesterday, I saw them selling for 14 cents a pound, less than 3 cents each. How could we possibly be unable to afford eggs every day? Li Lin replied with irritation. With the current low income, prices were also relatively cheap. For instance, rice and flour were just over 10 cents, while the most expensive items were vegetable oil and pork, which could cost 7 to 8 dimes per pound. You're the boss, so should I just follow your word? Cheng Yumei sighed. You earn a bit and have forgotten your own name. Li Lin then inquired, Did you buy the milk powder for them as I asked? Cheng Yumei gestured towards the table's belly and replied, I did. Just as you said, a cup in the morning and evening. It's just that your daughter has no stamina. She tends to get an upset stomach after drinking. Li Lin calmly explained, That's called lactose intolerance. Give her a little at a time, spread it out. This was a concept his daughter had enlightened him about. She had always experienced stomach issues after drinking milk, never opting for pure milk, but rather yogurt or lactose-free alternatives. He had once thought her to be finicky, for she was the one who relished candies the most during her childhood, and he had never noticed any intolerance back then. Later, his daughter indignantly opened Baidu in front of him, enlightening him with scientific knowledge about allergies. She explained that some individuals are allergic to alcohol, pollen, or even cooking fumes. After her lecture, he was astonished to discover that some people were allergic to eggs, fish, shrimp, beef, lamb, and seafood. However, recalling those in society who abstained from beef, lamb, or seafood, he began to understand. These individuals were indeed unwell. What? Cheng Yumei had never heard of lactose intolerance. Li Lin clarified. It simply means some people's bodies cannot tolerate milk. Cheng Yumei remarked, That truly is a condition. How unfortunate for someone to not enjoy the taste of milk. But she quickly reacted, her tone tinged with worry. Are you saying your daughter is ill? No, Li Lin chuckled. It's like some people who cannot drink alcohol. Such as your third brother. He throws up at the mere scent of it. While it's a condition, he experiences no issues as long as he avoids alcohol. Your daughter is the same. For now, let her manage with this milk powder, and when I have more money, I'll get her yogurt. Of his 4 uncles, except for Chung Yuha, the 3rd son of the Chung family, who couldn't drink, the rest were all heavy drinkers, more affectionate towards alcohol than their own fathers. My 3rd brother is different. He is not like you drunken fools, Chung Yume retorted. Well, since she can't drink milk, then don't give it to her. Mom, I want to drink milk. Lin Xin was the first to voice her dissent. Lin Yi shrugged with a smile. She has the final say. All right, we'll heed your father's words. From now on, take it slowly, just a sip at a time. Chung Yume placed the freshly fried eggs into a small bowl and handed it to Li Xian, while she herself held another, stating that he was no longer a child and could no longer be fed. All right, Li Xian replied promptly, inhaling the delightful aroma of the eggs. Without the use of chopsticks, she eagerly grabbed an egg with her hands, undeterred by the heat, and stuffed it into her mouth haphazardly. Only after the 3 children had finished their share did Li Lin approach with his own bowl, scooping the contents directly into his mouth and savoring the taste. Quite delicious. Fry me another. No, make it 3, he exclaimed. Who do you think you are, demanding like that? Chung Yume chuckled, both amused and exasperated. Mom, I want some too. Li Bin and Li Liang chimed in eagerly. Well then, Li Lin laughed. Let's indulge today and treat these eggs as our meal. It was somewhat bittersweet to think of their circumstances, struggling to the point where even a simple egg became a challenge. Chung Yume initially thought to retort, but upon seeing Li Lin's expression and the eager faces of the 3 children, she relented, deciding to let them enjoy themselves. As she began to fry more eggs, she added a little extra rapeseed oil, resulting in the children's faces becoming delightfully greasy. Li Xian clamored for more, and Li Lin playfully patted her round little belly, chiding her. Young lady, you've already had 3. Let's save some room for lunch. We'll have chicken then. You're relentless, aren't you? Chung Yume finally snapped, unable to contain her frustration. What do you mean by chicken? A single chicken costs 2 to 3 yuan. I might as well give up my life. Then let's slaughter one this afternoon, Li Lin suggested, pointing out that their brother, uncle, and great-uncle had come from afar, and it would be a shame to serve them mere pickled vegetables and tofu. Although he said nothing, Chung Yume knew they would silently criticize her for being stingy. Li Lin recognized that they had reached Chung Yume's limit. If he pushed further, she might put her foot down, so he proposed a compromise. Chung Yume shot him a glare, declaring, I'm not as stingy as you think. You keep an eye on the children while I head to the market to buy some meat. The pork from the village is fresher and cheaper than what the supply store offers. Fine, then buy more. Everyone here is a laborer, and they all eat heartily. Li Lin replied, sensing her determination. In this day and age, serving pork to guests would not be seen as less sincere than chicken. After all, pork had more substance. Chung Yume asked, how much should I buy? Li Lin tentatively suggested, counting the children, there are 11 adults. You should get around 10 pounds of meat. 10 pounds. Even if I haggle, that LL still costs 7 yuan. Chung Yume raised her eyebrows in disbelief. I'll buy 3 pounds at most. And we can add more pickled vegetables and radishes. You're collecting the fishing nets this afternoon, right? There will be plenty of fish. And we can throw in some extra tofu. It will be more than sufficient. And what about wine? You gentlemen can easily finish 4 to 5 pounds, can't you? This meal will cost at least 5 yuan. Anyone who dares to call me stingy is truly lacking in conscience. 4 to 5 pounds of wine. Li Lin pursed his lips and asked, who do you look down upon? His eldest son often ridiculed their Hunan province as a bastion of the dregs of liquor culture, claiming there were statistics online that suggested they were the largest consumers of baijiu in China. Whether it was truly dregs or not, Li Lin was uncertain. However, he acknowledged that the consumption of baijiu was indeed substantial. What respectable Hunan man does not start with at least half a jin? With a table of over 10 people, it was customary for the consumption to exceed several jin. Chung Yume retorted with disdain, you all are just making liquor foolishly. Li Lin chuckled and said, I'll go buy some later. It would be cumbersome for you to carry it alone. Chung Yume replied, forget it, I'll handle it myself. I once let you buy haphazardly. How could I possibly not carry over 10 jin? Such kindness is often taken for granted. Li Lin sighed. What is that delightful aroma? I can smell it from outside. Just then, he heard Qian Changjiang's voice and spotted his large, shiny bald head. Chung Yume smiled and said, I'm frying an egg for you. Leave it for the children. Just fry me a cake. Qian Changjiang cheerfully placed the bucket of water on the ground, his belly round, likely able to cradle a basin of fish roe. Li Lin inquired, are you going to collect nets this early in the morning? Seated on a small stool, Qian Changjiang, while teasing Li Xian, replied, I went to gather some pigweed and thought I might as well collect the nets. Li Lin advised, next time, it's best not to go alone. If you fall into a sand pit, no one would know. The banks of the Huai River were dotted with countless sand pits and dark holes, and regardless of one's swimming ability, a moment of inattention could result in the entire village being in attendance at a feast. Qian Changjiang nodded. All right, I want to go alone next time. Longjiang. Then I'll make you a pancake. Cheng Yumei was not generous enough to allow Qian Changjiang to feast on her household's eggs. It was fortunate if he could have an egg tucked into his pancake. After frying him 2 egg pancakes, she entrusted Li Lin with a few parting words to watch over the children and then departed with a large basket. Li Xian, well-fed and content, began to yawn incessantly. Li Lin was overjoyed and quickly coaxed her to sleep on the bed, thus avoiding the need to chase after her later. Li Bin and Li Lin, however, were straightforward. Circling around the small yellow puppy, sitting on a chair, Li Lin took Qian Changjiang's cigarette, hesitated briefly, yet ultimately accepted it. Placing it between his lips and leaning towards the half-used matchstick in Qian Changjiang's hand, exhaling smoke rings. Getting hooked on smoking could be troublesome, he remarked. Both he and Qian Changjiang had never smoked in their previous lives, but under the influence of his father-in-law, he had surprisingly begun to smoke. He was indifferent about it. If there was a cigarette, he would smoke it, and if not, he would manage without. Qian Changjiang, however, had already started purchasing cigarettes. He grumbled. What is wrong with a man smoking? Li Lin chuckled. I have no issue with it, but you're not married yet, so perhaps you should smoke less. Be cautious, lest your future wife disallow your touch. We'll see when I have a wife, Qian Changjiang dismissed. Li Lin, still smiling, suggested, when your sister-in-law returns, let us clear some land by the riverbank to plant some vegetables and radishes. No matter how much we grow, at least we won't need to buy any. Qian Changjiang agreed. Sure. That young lady next door, every time you see her, your eyes nearly bore into her. Have you really taken a liking to her? Li Lin casually inquired. Qian Changjiang murmured, 300 yuan, just sell me off. Li Lin responded, if you're truly taken with her, we could save that money until autumn and then marry her then. If you seek another, you'll have to contend with housing and the 3 necessities. And that will only give you more headaches. Qian Changjiang shyly remarked, but what if she doesn't fancy me? Li Lin replied, it's indeed difficult to marry off a young woman, but for a second-time bride like her, who has no burdens and is capable of earning, what objection could she possibly have? He spoke with candor. In terms of appearance and family background, Qian Changjiang was certainly not remarkable. However, the current rural reality was that a widow seeking 300 yuan was indeed a challenging prospect for marriage. Qian Changjiang quietly noted, a few days ago, I saw her jumping alone in the fields and wanted to help, but she treated me like a villain and refused my assistance. This indicated that she was a respectable girl. Linny chuckled. If you could be easily swayed by a few words, I wouldn't dare let you marry her. Qian Changjiang happily replied, I thought so too. As the sun began to rise, Cheng Yumei returned, and Li Lin took Qian Changjiang to break new ground, armed with a shovel and hoe. Chapter 34. Opening up the riverbanks were dotted with numerous waterlogged areas that needed to be filled with soil excavated from higher grounds. The fishermen along the Huai River had no land, living off fishing for generations, making their boats their homes. They likely couldn't afford to buy vegetables. So many had opened up wasteland nearby, primarily for gardening. Qian Changjiang pulled a cart, while Li Lin pushed from behind. As noon approached, the sun's heat intensified, prompting Li Lin to toss his shovel into the basket, exclaiming, I can't go on, let's take a break. He squatted beneath the shade of a tree, panting heavily. Qian Changjiang offered him a cigarette, which he accepted, exhaling smoke rings and saying, just enough to grow some vegetables will suffice. I'm done, it's too exhausting. Cheng Yumei, braving the blazing sun, brought the 3 children over to call them for lunch. Looking at the small patch of land before them, she cheerfully remarked, if you make it larger, you could even plant some rice and wheat. Li Lin shook his head and replied, the villagers aren't foolish. If they could plant rice and wheat, would they wait for you to clear the land? This is also a flood discharge area. If water comes, it could all be washed away. Let's just manage with a small vegetable garden. Besides, we are outsiders. If we clear too much land, the locals will surely gossip. Cheng Yumei nodded in agreement. You have a point. Let's go home for lunch. The caterpillars on the poplar leaves glistened under the sun, and Li Xian gleefully reached out to touch them. But Li Lin, quick-witted, swatted her hand away. You little rascal, can't you stay still for a day? Li Xian burst into tears. Cheng Yumei not only did not comfort her, but grabbed her arm and playfully swatted her bottom, while scolding, "That'll teach you." The little girl kicked her legs wildly, crying even more earnestly. Perhaps the effect of this discipline was quite pronounced, as Li Bin and Li Liang, who had been chasing after the flower sister, also settled down and followed closely behind the adults. Upon returning home, Li Lin washed off with well water and consumed half a gin of liquor. Just as he lay down, Li Bin approached him, asking, "Dad, what are you doing?" The weather was sweltering, and Li Lin found his patience wearing thin, constantly sensing that the children were rather boisterous. "Daddy, do I really have to go to school?" Li Bin asked timidly. "Of course you do," Li Lin replied, belching as he unconsciously lit another cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as he added, "Study hard. And don't embarrass your old man." Li Bin nodded vigorously, declaring, "I want to go to university." "Huh, I knew you had ambition," Li Lin said, feeling quite pleased as he patted the boy's little head. "But don't push too hard, just do your best. Once I strike it rich, I'll get you a household registration. Let's south be from this place. What do they say online? 30 years in the east of the river. 30 years in the west. What do the rivers of Hunan and Hebei matter? It's too competitive." By the time his grandson was ready for school, due to the lack of a household registration, the child could not enroll, leaving his son and daughter-in-law in a state of panic. Ultimately, they had no choice but to return to their hometown to buy a house and pursue education. He cursed himself for moving to the capital so early, never considering the importance of a household registration. After all, back then, purchasing a house came with a household registration. Alas, just thinking about it filled him with regret. It was truly a case of rising at dawn only to miss the market, ending in solitude. He had resolved that, whether his son or daughter could become extraordinary, he would at least ensure they had a bright future. They would be suitable successors to socialism. "Dad, I'm not from this place," Li Bin protested. "Hey, what do you know?" The room was thick with smoke, and Li Lin, aware of the detrimental effects of secondhand smoke on children, pushed him outside, insisting he take a nap, adding, "If you don't behave, you'll regret it." Startled by this admonition, Li Bin hurried away. Just as Li Lin prepared to lie down again, he heard voices outside. He went down to open the door and found his father-in-law, Cheng Baiwang, accompanied by his 4 brothers-in-law, as well as his wife's uncle and granduncle, who were hauling 4 carts piled high with various items. He could also hear the clucking of chickens. "It's so hot. Why not come in to cool off?" "Exactly what I was saying," replied the eldest, Cheng Yushan, who, upon entering the house, headed straight for the courtyard well. Li Lin began drawing water for them to wash their faces and drink. Cheng Yumei, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house, exclaiming, "Have you eaten?" "We have," Cheng Baiwang replied. "Make some tea for your uncle and granduncle." Cheng Yumei agreed. "All right," and, lacking extra cups, she used a large bowl to brew the tea, personally serving it to her uncle Cheng Yinglian and granduncle Cheng Baihong. Cheng Yinglian set the tea bowl down on the ground, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and smiled. "This place is quite nice. It's much more spacious than in the village." He was 2 years younger than Cheng Baiwang, yet held a higher status in the family. Cheng Yumei replied with a smile, "Being able to have such a large house is an achievement. Renting doesn't count, no matter how good it is. It belongs to someone else." After a while of chatting, Cheng Baiwang took Cheng Yinglian and Cheng Baihong to Qian Changjiang's place for a nap, leaving his 4 sons here to rest. They had indeed exhausted themselves on the journey. Once everyone had enjoyed a hearty sleep, the atmosphere at Li Lin's house became lively with the gathering of a dozen people. During a leisurely moment, Li Lin, accompanied by Cheng Baiwang, Cheng Baihong, and Cheng Yinghong, decided to visit Lu Onmin's residence in Dangzi once more. The elderly Lu couple had long since moved away, and upon opening the door, Li Lin found the interior desolate and empty. Cheng Baihong patted the remaining rosewood furniture and glanced up at the ceiling beams, smiling as she remarked, "You must have made quite a profit from the 900 yuan spent here." Cheng Baiwang chuckled, adding, "We're all family here, so there's no need for formality. The laborers earn 50 cents for minor tasks and 60 cents for major ones. If the employer is prompt, payment is made immediately. If delayed, we can only wait. But by year end, everything will be settled, ensuring you aren't inconvenienced." Cheng Yinghong interjected, "What do you mean by minor and major? For dimes would suffice for us." "It's certainly better than staying idle at home," Li Lin responded. "Uncle, we have earned money, and we certainly wouldn't shortchange you. Let us agree on 50 cents. Cheng Yinghong, stepping to the threshold, knocked his pipe, then remarked, As long as we don't lose out, even if you pay us a mere dime. At least we'll have a meal here, which saves us some grain at home. After a moment's contemplation, Li Lin proposed, I have an idea. What do you think? The daily wage of 50 cents is fixed, and I want to elaborate further. My suggestion is this. I aim to finish the work within 15 days. If we complete it a day early, I will add an extra yuan for each worker. If we finish a week ahead, that's an additional 7 yuan. Cheng Yinghong appeared somewhat perplexed. That 7 yuan is extra, Li Lin clarified. For instance, if we finish in 10 days instead, having started with a base of 50 cents, you would receive an additional 5 yuan for the 5 days saved, totaling 10 yuan. Cheng Yinghong responded without hesitation, that sounds fair. Even if it takes a month. That's only 15 yuan. But for 10 days, we'd be earning 10 yuan, which amounts to 1 yuan per day. The advantage is quite evident. As they prepared to leave, the group loaded the rosewood cabinets onto a cart, planning to take them home first. Li Lin, leading the way with the cart, passed by a guest house and, without haggling, agreed to a high price of 80 cents for a large communal bed. Cheng Yinghong sighed. Honestly, it isn't necessary. 80 cents could buy something better. In this summer heat, we could manage with a simple setup. Li Lin chuckled, with all the mosquitoes. We wouldn't rest well at night, and how could we work during the day? Besides, the place offers bathing facilities and laundry services, which is economical for our group of 10. Cheng Baiwang pointed to a smoky spot, saying, that must be the brick factory? Li Lin replied, let us inquire about their prices. If we reach an agreement, we'll source the bricks from there. The group continued on to the brick factory. Upon arrival, it was primarily Cheng Baihong who conducted the negotiations, ultimately settling on a price of 1 yuan and 9 cents. After all, there aren't many farmers who can afford to pay in cash these days. The brick factory also sold slaked lime at a reasonable price, and without hesitation. Li Lin made arrangements there as well. That evening, Cheng Yutian, the second son of the Cheng family, took charge of the cooking and prepared 5 large bowls of food. In the village, during both joyous and mournful occasions, it was customary to invite Cheng Yutian to prepare meals, as his efficiency in the kitchen was unmatched by others. Cheng Yumei, though the rightful hostess, found her position as head chef usurped by her own brother. With a hint of grievance, she remarked to her second brother, you cook every day without feeling fatigued, yet I cannot find a moment's respite. Cheng Yutian retorted with irritation, look at how you all dawdle in the kitchen. It's like stitching flowers, and it vexes me. Li Lin candidly stated, as long as the third brother is around, you might as well take a break. He then raised a toast to his second brother, inviting him to join in the revelry. Their second uncle had ventured to the capital to work and, in a stroke of inspiration during the 1990s, opened a restaurant, amassing considerable wealth and becoming the first among their relatives to purchase a home in the capital. After Cheng Yutian downed his drink, he smacked his lips and remarked, this wine is quite pleasant, lacking any bitter aftertaste. Then drink more, Li Lin encouraged, lifting his glass towards Cheng's fourth brother. For brother, once I've finished, feel free to indulge. Who grants you permission to indulge? Cheng Yulong downed his drink in one go and gestured towards the empty glasses of the others. Cheng Yumei, while serving dishes to her third brother Cheng Yuha, advised, third brother, since you do not drink, you should eat more. Enough, enough, Cheng Yuha waved his hand, I am nearly finished. With a few swift movements of his chopsticks, he cleared his bowl, then comforted little Li Xian, who appeared on the verge of tears, saying, Uncle will take you out to play, don't cry, be good. This child is spoiled, Cheng Yumei thought. Li Xian desired fish, but the carp was covered with bones. Normally, Cheng Yumei would patiently clean the bones to prevent her from choking, but with so many guests in a bustling atmosphere, she had neither the time nor the inclination to indulge her whims. Uncle Cheng Yinglian noticed Cheng Yumei still lost in thought and urged, Yumei, hurry and eat. Then wash the child and put her to bed. Do not mind us. Cheng Yumei glanced at the still full wine jar and realized that the men would continue to drink without her. She hastily filled a bowl with rice and a couple of dishes, finished her meal quickly, and proceeded to bathe the child. The others continued to drink until the wine jar was empty. Qian Changjiang took Cheng Baiwang, Cheng Yinglian, and Cheng Baihong to sleep at his place, leaving the remaining guests at Li Lin's residence. Cheng Yushan and the others spread out the old bedding they had brought from home in the courtyard and promptly collapsed, soon snoring loudly. Li Lin offered his small bed to Cheng Yutian, but he had to return to the front room, squeezing in with the 3 children. Awakening from slumber, he heard commotion in the courtyard. Cheng Yumei and the 3 children were still peacefully asleep. He quietly donned his clothes and stepped outside, where 4 of his elder brothers were squatting by the well, washing up. The kitchen was dark, and Cheng Bai-wang and Cheng Bai-hong were busy cooking porridge. Jian Changjiang, while kneading dough, called out to Li Lin, "Make some flatbreads and add a bit of pickled vegetables. It will be delicious. Then hurry up. We are demolishing a house today. The sooner, the better, as we cannot bear the heat once the sun is high," Li Lin replied before heading off to wash up. After breakfast, the group made their way to the construction site. Upon arriving, as soon as they opened the door, they were met with curious villagers gathering around, eventually attracting the attention of the village's cadre, who came to interrogate them with numerous questions. Li Lin, feeling resigned, handed over the introduction letter from the village, proving they were not mere drifters. Although the economy had begun to show signs of vitality, the flow of population remained tightly controlled. Their sudden appearance in this place was indeed conspicuous. Observing the attitude of the village cadre before him, he completely extinguished any thoughts of heading straight to the capital to contribute to economic development. If the surrounding county was so stringent, how much more so would the capital be? Most importantly, it was currently the time for a large-scale return of educated youth to the cities. Even the local residents struggled to find employment. What chance did they, as outsiders, have in competing for jobs? It would be tantamount to courting disaster. Better to stay quietly in the county for a couple of years. It was acceptable to be a law-abiding local figure rather than a strong dragon. After reviewing the introduction letter, the village cadre, despite his initial verbosity, was approached discreetly by Li Lin, who, taking advantage of the onlookers' distraction, slipped a pack of cigarettes into his pocket. The cadre, in his 50s, glanced down at his pocket and smiled, saying, "We are all fellow villagers. I want to make things difficult for you. Just don't cause any trouble." Li Lin responded succinctly. Meanwhile, Cheng Bai-wang and Cheng Yinglian were busy preparing a makeshift kitchen for lunch, while the Cheng brothers climbed onto the roof to dismantle the old structure. Jian Changjiang and Cheng Bai-hong stood below, assisting by hauling away debris that was being removed from the roof with a cart. The homeowner, Luan Min, cast a brief glance and then walked away. The group worked tirelessly until the sun reached its zenith, and only then did they hurriedly consume their lunch. After a brief respite in the irrigation ditch, they resumed their demolition work. In less than 2 days, they had completely cleared the house, even removing the earthen bricks from the foundation. The subsequent task was the most laborious, digging the foundation shovel by shovel. To expedite the process, Li Lin hired 7 or 8 helpers from the village at a premium rate of 40 cents a day, and within 2 days, they had successfully excavated the foundation. When Luan Min came to inspect again, the group had already begun pouring cement and building the walls. 2 brick delivery workers from the brick factory toiled from dawn till dusk, barely keeping pace with the wall construction. The only one slowing down the progress was Cheng Yinglian, the sole carpenter among 10 workers, who, despite his vigorous hammering and wood planing, had only managed to create a single roof beam. Li Lin suggested, "Changjiang, let us stop building walls and saw some wood instead." Just as Qian Changjiang was about to respond, Cheng Baiwang interjected, "You two focus on something else. You don't know how to measure dimensions properly. Let us handle the sawing." Yulong Li Lin did not object. Nearby, he directed Qian Changjiang in mixing the mortar, exclaiming, "Cement doesn't cost a thing. Why are you adding so much?" Qian Changjiang, the well-meaning but somewhat clumsy worker, required supervision while working, otherwise, he would veer off course. He grinned, "I'm just worried it won't be sturdy." Li Lin retorted with annoyance, "This is a tiled house, not a skyscraper. Even if it's made of mud, it should last 40 to 50 years without collapsing, let alone cement. And as far as I know, houses around here won't even last that long. They'll likely be slated for demolition by around the year 2000. As for earthquakes, mudslides, and typhoons, those are non-issues in this corner. The only concern is flooding, but this area is safe from that. Using such high-grade cement is simply wasteful." 7 days later, Luan Min returned, gazing in astonishment at the roof already being tiled. The speed was truly remarkable. Li Lin took the cigarette, lit it with practiced ease, and exhaled smoke rings, saying, "Uncle, I still need 200 yuan to purchase putty." Observing Li Lin's sunburnt face, which had already shed a layer of skin, Luan Min did not hesitate. Chapter 36. Profiting after a moment of emotion, he handed over the money, only to feel a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have been so impulsive. If anything were to go awry, he would have no recourse. Li Lin noticed his concern and reassured him, "Uncle, rest assured. We only have the wall plastering and flooring left to do, and I will make sure it looks splendid. Oh, and there are still plenty of bricks left. I'll take care of the stove for you, saving you the trouble of finding someone else. To be fair, he initially estimated this job would take 7 days. But it seemed it would extend to the 9th day, yet he would still earn a considerable sum. The costs for bricks, lime, tiles, and cement were tangible expenses. The profits primarily stemmed from savings made elsewhere, such as on the foundation, where, to conserve cement and sand, Uncle Chung Baikwan personally quarried large stones from the mountain. The wooden beams for the roof were specifically retrieved from the countryside, made from aged poplar trees. If it weren't for their surplus, the villagers would be eager to sell even coffin boards to him, as the autumn harvest had yet to arrive and every household was in need of money. They would sell at the prospect of receiving cash, or else they would genuinely struggle for their next meal. This big man often felt a pang of sympathy when he saw such desperation, occasionally unable to resist giving a few extra coins. Then he looked at Luan Min, who was dressed in fine fabric and could effortlessly produce nearly 1,000 yuan for construction, making one question whether they truly inhabited the same world. By the way, don't forget to install a hot water hole for the 2 stoves, Luan Min cheerfully remarked. Rest assured, Chung Baiwang interjected, we will certainly make it happen. Then I shall take my leave. If anything arises, you can find me at the oil factory. After tossing the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to Chung Baiwang, Luan Min rode off on his bicycle. Chung Yulong, observing his carefree figure, sighed. Father, when can we also buy a bicycle? Li Lin smiled at his 4th uncle and replied, 4th brother, let us set our sights higher. Let us aim for a tractor. As for a car, he dared not say it aloud, fearing others might think him mad. Even a tractor would already exceed the imagination of many. Dalan, Chung Yulong scoffed, be realistic. A Dongfanghong costs several thousand yuan. Our production team has only managed to acquire one over the years. As expected, Li Lin chuckled, 4th brother, one must have dreams. What if we succeed? What if? There is no such possibility, Chung Yulong sighed. If there were, it would be in the next life. Let us strive for a decent fate, to be born and raised in the city, just like those educated youths, living a clean and carefree life. How wonderful that would be. Linny laughed and asked, have all those educated youths from our village returned yet? In their village, there once existed a youth station, home to 5 or 6 individuals, purportedly hailing from a major city. However, he had never paid attention to which city it was in his previous life, nor did he inquire in this one. Chung Yulong remarked, I am unaware of your village. In ours, only teacher Jiang from the school remains. I have made several trips to the town, but have yet to secure that elusive certificate for returning to the city. I am merely lingering here. Chung Baiwang distributed the cigarettes left by Luan Min, eventually lighting one for himself. Exhaling smoke rings, he said, with shoulders unable to bear burdens and hands incapable of lifting. Our presence here is but a torment. The sooner we leave, the better. This sentiment resonated with Li Lin, who detected the underlying resentment in his father-in-law's words. The educated youth, having grown up in urban environments, struggled to adapt to the demanding physical labor of rural life. The village cadre could not be overly critical of them. As long as they showed up for work, even if it meant slacking off, they still earned work points. During the grain distribution, their rations were nearly equivalent to those of the local villagers, which bred considerable discontent among the villagers. We are all born of the same mother and father. Why should there be such discrepancies between people? He, a mere ne'er-do-well, had initially been indifferent to these matters. However, later, when his son watched television and read novels, he often lamented to him. In these shows and stories, whenever rural life is mentioned, the mother-in-law is invariably malicious, the Phoenix man is always foolishly filial, and the farmers are depicted as the most ignorant. The harshest criticisms of farmers came from the educated youth who wrote avant-garde literature. With his primary school education, he had little understanding of avant-garde literature, yet he could distill the essence. The most scathing denunciations of farmers came from the educated youth. Thus, despite having no direct interactions with them, influenced by his son's remarks, he found himself harboring a growing dislike for the educated youth. As the sun ascended high in the sky, after everyone had lunch, they did not rest, resolutely striving to finish early the following day. With lanterns lit, they continued mopping the floor until deep into the night, unaware of the hour. Upon returning to the inn, the elderly man at the door grumbled, "It's 1 o'clock. Are you going to let anyone sleep?" Before dawn, they all rose, and by evening, the 3 brothers, Chung Baihong, Chung Baiwang, and Chung Baikwan, had already constructed the stove. As the sun set, Lu Anmin rode over on his bicycle, bringing the elderly matriarch of the Lu family. She gazed at the smooth, gleaming concrete floor and the spacious room, her face adorned with crow's feet that seemed permanently etched. "Young man, I won't be overly sentimental. What you've accomplished here is commendable," she said with a smile. "There is nothing else to discuss, is there?" Li Lin replied. "Auntie, we are finished here. It's only a matter of whether you have anything left to address." The elderly lady peered into the room once more and inquired, "How long until this floor dries?" Li Lin responded, "You can walk on it tomorrow." She then stated, "Let us not beat around the bush. Whenever the first rain falls, that's when you can come to collect the remaining payment. I need to see if the roof leaks." Li Lin chuckled. "Auntie, shall we take our leave then?" The elderly lady replied, "Thank you for your hard work. I want to see you off, but do take care on your journey back." On the return trip, Li Lin reclined on Qian Changjiang's cart. Upon arriving home, he was surrounded by his 3 children. Cheng Yumei brushed off the grass and debris from Li Lin's clothes and said, "If you don't return soon, I will have to take the children to find you." Li Lin, taking off his shirt and exposing his bare arms, replied, "With so many people around, how could we possibly get lost?" Cheng Yumei retorted, "At least send a message." Li Lin yawned and said, "I don't have time for that. Let us just kill a couple of chickens. These days have been unbearable." Observing the weary appearance of the crowd, Cheng Yumei refrained from saying more and simply stated, "Then you all rest for a while. I will go kill the chickens." Cheng Yutian, the second son of the Cheng family, chimed in, "You and I will go. Just catch the chickens." Li Lin had already calculated the potential earnings from this trip, so he did not hesitate. Cheng Yumei smiled and said, "We still have 5 pounds of salted meat and some dried water bamboo. Let us cook it all." That evening, everyone feasted heartily. Chapter 37. It rained the next day. Lin Yi slept until the sun was high in the sky. He yawned and inquired, "Where's everyone else?" Cheng Yumei replied, "Father took your elder brother and second brother to the dock to sell baskets, while the rest are chopping branches by the riverbank." Lin Yi remarked, "Aren't they tired?" Cheng Yumei entered the kitchen and brought him a bowl of dumplings, saying, "Eat a bit. Consider it lunch." "You made dumplings?" Lin Yi asked in surprise. Cheng Yumei handed him chopsticks and explained, "I picked some shepherd's purse yesterday, put it in a basket, and your second brother saw it. So he made the dough and wrapped them this morning." "Ah, your second brother is bound to get rich." Li Lin felt that there was nothing Cheng Yutian couldn't do when it came to food. If one could capture a man's appetite, one could certainly make a fortune. After devouring 2 plates of dumplings, brushing his teeth, rinsing his mouth, and washing his face, Lin Yi felt a sharp stinging sensation on his face. Cheng Yumei took out some sesame oil, saying tenderly, "Let me apply this for you. Don't move." Ouch! Li Lin winced in pain. This is more exhausting than farming. In the production team, most work occurred in spring and autumn. During summer, only weeding and grass removal took place, typically in the morning and afternoon, avoiding the scorching sun. Cheng Yumei smiled and said, "Just endure a bit." Lin Yi gently rubbed his face and wondered aloud, "Will I end up disfigured? You vain creature." Cheng Yumei shot him a glare before nervously asking, "Father said you all earned over 300, right?" "Beg me, and I might tell you," Li Lin replied smugly. Cheng Yumei shook his arm playfully, grinning, "Then I beg you. Tell me. You still need to call me husband," Li Lin pressed further. "Are you never satisfied?" Cheng Yumei pinched his arm. "You're really going hard on me." Li Lin grimaced in pain. Cheng Yumei snapped, "So, will you tell me or not?" Fearing that she might genuinely get angry, Li Lin smiled and said, "It's about right. Right now, you should pray for rain. Once it rains, we can recover the remaining money." Cheng Yumei retorted, "It's almost the rainy season. It happens every year around this time. I need to pray for less rain, otherwise we'll be flooded, and this season's wheat will be ruined." Li Lin found himself strangely conflicted, longing for rain, yet dreading it at the same time. However, he could never truly command the heavens. In the morning, it was uncertain what vegetables to purchase, yet by evening, there were throngs of people. "We have earned our share, so let us not be overly frugal." Cheng Yumei reassured him, "Do not worry, it will not diminish your appearance. I bought 5 jin of meat, and the vendor even included 2 large bones." Li Lin remarked, "It has been a while since we last retrieved the fishing nets. I wonder if anyone has been pilfering." Cheng Yumei pointed towards the water bucket at the entrance, saying, "Zhang Jiang went to collect them this morning, and he only caught 2 small crucian carp. He suspects that someone must have stolen from us." Li Lin sighed, "Then we must collect the nets earlier from now on. I do not mind if fish are stolen, as long as they do not take my nets. I will be grateful. As the couple conversed, Qian Zhangjiang and the others returned. Their 2 carts piled high with green branches. Cheng Baiwang and his 2 sons returned late in the evening. Seeing the empty carts, Li Lin smiled and inquired, "Did you sell everything?" Cheng Baiwang lit a cigarette and replied, 60 cents each. Qian Zhangjiang's eyes widened in surprise. "With your 30 pieces, that amounts to 18 yuan. Cheng Baiwang nodded with a smile. "My basket is sturdy. No one could pick through it." Encouraged, he was reluctant to rest, taking a sip of water before continuing to weave baskets at the door. The others, unable to weave, could only assist him or run to the riverbank to continue cutting branches. During dinner, they finally found the time to tally their earnings. "We have worked for 9 days," Li Lin proclaimed, holding a bowl brimming with wine. "That is 6 days ahead, which totals 4 yuan and 50 cents plus 6, amounting to 10 yuan and 50 cents. Would you agree?" Cheng Yinglian laughed. "That is indeed correct." Li Lin, satisfied, carefully counted the money before distributing it among them. Cheng Baihong interjected, "Lin, you seem to have miscalculated. How is it 15 yuan?" Li Lin chuckled. "Uncle, I have not erred. This is our initial venture. The more we earn, the more you receive. Do not be modest." Cheng Yinglian put down his pipe, raised his wine bowl, and declared, "Indeed, Lin, you take care of us. And we appreciate it, so let us toast. Uncle, please drink slowly." Li Lin downed half of the wine in his bowl. "Well then, let us drink as well." Cheng Yushan, the eldest of the Cheng family, raised his cup. Li Lin welcomed the toast without hesitation. By the end, he could hardly recall how he made it to bed. In the middle of the night, parched beyond measure, he rose to find water. Just as he stepped into the yard, he felt raindrops falling upon him, soon cascading from the eaves, walls, and leaves, like pearls strung together, forming a column of water. He stood quietly in the rain, allowing the downpour to wash over him. Cheng Yumei pulled him inside, diligently wiping the water from his skin with a towel, scolding softly. "You are truly drunk, aren't you?" Li Lin laughed. "Consider it a bath. It feels refreshing." Cheng Yumei tossed his clothes at him, saying, "Hurry and change to avoid catching a chill." In her presence, he changed his clothes without hesitation, stating, "Old husband and wife, why do you turn your back? It is unnecessary to be coy. You have no sense of shame," Cheng Yumei whispered, scolding him under her breath. Chapter 38. Unable to endure after changing into fresh clothes. Dawn was just breaking. Linny cast a glance at the empty room to his right and inquired, "Have they all squeezed into the front room to sleep?" Cheng Yumei replied, "They've all gone to stay by the Yangtze River, claiming they wish to continue drinking." Li Lin chuckled. "I suppose they intend to play cards, don't they?" Chang Jiang and the elder brother have quite the addiction. The card games among Qian Changjiang, Cheng Yushan, and others were not motivated by gambling, as they had little money to wager. Rather, it was primarily due to the monotonous entertainment options in the countryside, aside from procreation. Playing cards was nearly the sole form of amusement available. Losers would drink cold water, stick notes, slap their palms, or engage in other trivial punishments, which were rather childish. Nevertheless, everyone remained undeterred in their enthusiasm. Cheng Yumei remarked, "That seems to be the case. Let them be." Linny stifled a yawn and said, "Well, that's fine." Cheng Yumei added, "From what father implies, he is also preparing to rent a house here." Lin Yi wrapped his arm around her shoulder, gazing up at the torrential rain, and replied, "That sounds quite agreeable." Cheng Yumei expressed her discontent. "What is good about that? It would leave mother alone at home, and my sister-in-law would likely smother her." Li Lin interjected, "It sounds as though you believe your father could return home if he didn't rent a place, but that is not the case. And your 4 brothers, having caught a whiff of opportunity, are even less likely to return." "My brother is not your brother, you know?" Cheng Yumei retorted. "Are you saying that as if it's a fact? If I were to refer to my father, you might think I truly meant it. It is an awkward term." Li Lin, unfazed, remarked, "Your father is about to rent a house, so he will undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to continue dining with us. He might even have mother come over to cook." Cheng Yumei nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a possibility." Li Lin turned around, looking up at the ceiling. "Is there no leak in this room?" Cheng Yumei responded, "These few rooms are fine. I can't say for the kitchen." Li Lin, having just changed, balanced a beam on his head. "I'll go take a look. You should continue to rest." He dashed swiftly towards the kitchen. With a click, he turned on the light and, upon closer inspection, found no leaks in the roof. However, the entrance was rather low, allowing water to seep in, leaving the floor drenched in muddy water. Cheng Yumei picked up a broom to start sweeping, but Li Lin waved his hand, Don't worry about it. There's no rush to clean. We can wait until the rain stops. Furthermore, after sweeping, they would need to shovel away the muddy soil soaked by the rain, which would be quite a hassle. It would be better to wait until the rain had ceased. Cheng Yumei asked, "Are you hungry? Should I get you something to eat?" "Not hungry." Linny rubbed his forehead and replied, "Let us just sleep." With that, he lay down on the small bed beside him. Cheng Yumei leaned in closer, startling him. He quickly waved his hand. "You should hurry to the front room to check on the child. If they wake up and can't see you, they'll cry. Let me rest for a few days. My back is killing me after moving bricks the other day. I'm nearly done for and still haven't recovered." This woman was becoming increasingly audacious. He found himself a bit intimidated. Why was there no understanding of his plight? He had been toiling outside, exhausted, just returned, and had yet to recuperate. Where would he find the energy? The heart is flesh, and the kidneys are not made of iron. One must drive cautiously, lest they shed tears. "Take it easy." Cheng Yumei's face flushed. "You speak as if I could devour you." The road was slippery, so tread carefully as you return home. Li Lin, feeling a pang of guilt, offered a faint smile before rising to quietly secure the door. When he awakened, the rain had ceased. Qian Changjiang and others were seated, engaged in conversation. Li Lin inquired with a smile, "Did you manage to catch any fish this morning?" Qian Changjiang replied, "I was just about to tell you. I've been pondering who has been stealing our fish these days. This morning, I took an umbrella and hid on the riverbank, and indeed, I caught someone in the act. If it weren't for the boss stopping me, I would have given them a good thrashing." Cheng Yushan interjected, "If I hadn't held you back, what would you have done if something had gone awry? Besides, you mentioned that everyone in this village is named Huang. If you beat one of them, wouldn't a whole line of them come out?" "Calm down a bit." The elder brother was right. "You shouldn't be so impulsive over a few fish, as it's not worth the trouble." Li Lin had long grown accustomed to Qian Changjiang's double standards. He would strike hard against those of his own level without yielding, appearing indifferent to life and death, ready for a fight. Yet, upon entering the city, he would bow and scrape, wearing a smile for anyone who seemed slightly more polished than himself. The absurdity of city life left Li Lin bewildered. Qian Changjiang assured him, "Don't worry, I didn't end up fighting." With the rain subsided, Li Lin looked up at the sun breaking through the clouds. "If the road is passable later, I'll go retrieve the remaining money." After the rain, the ground was a quagmire, making it difficult to traverse. They would have to wait for the sun to dry the path. Cheng Baiwang, puffing on a cigarette, remarked, "This is serious. I just went with your uncle to see Huang Shirquan. He showed us a vacant house where people used to pick cotton. It's a bit damp, but otherwise fine, and it only costs $7 a year." Li Lin responded, "Dad, we have enough space here. There's no need to spend that unnecessary money." Cheng Baiwang countered, "With so many people making noise, the children can't sleep peacefully. Besides, they'll be starting school soon. Having so many people around will hinder their studies." "Fair point," Li Lin replied with a smile. $7 isn't too much." Cheng Inglian added, "I'll be heading back this afternoon. Do you have any messages for home?" Li Lin replied, "There's nothing much happening at home these days. Why don't you stay a few more days?" Cheng Baiquan said, "Lin, don't laugh at me, but I'm just tagging along with you to earn some money. Otherwise, we might run out of provisions at home. I need to go back and check. I can't help but worry. Just call us next time you need help." Li Lin entered the house and opened the pack of cigarettes he had purchased the previous day, discarding a pack of those he didn't smoke. He then stated, "There shouldn't be any issues at home now. Li Yu and Li Jin are grown up, and my parents are also more relaxed, with no pressing concerns." Cheng Inglian hesitated before saying, "Your sister has grown up too. Before I came, I heard that the Shibwa family from our village is preparing to propose to you." "Their family?" Li Lin suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous notion. His sister married at 18 in her previous life, regardless of age. The key point is that she's marrying someone of questionable character. Shibwa's son, Zatanki, is tall and strong and not unattractive. After his sister married, she endured frequent beatings, truly brutal ones. Not only did he strike his wife, but he also laid hands on the children. In the 1990s, he ventured south to Guangzhou and purchased the first motorcycle from their village. At that time, being able to afford a motorcycle did not necessarily mean one was wealthy. It could also indicate affiliations with unsavory characters. Shitong Kue was one such individual. In Chapter 39, Youth is Wonderful, it is said that if one frequently walks by the river, it is inevitable to get their shoes wet. After 2 years of laboring at a sewing machine, he emerged, unexpectedly fortunate, having earned enough to buy a house and a car. His poor sister toiled outside with 3 children, striving to maintain their household, only to be unceremoniously cast aside by him, left with nothing. Eventually, she took her youngest daughter and entered into a second marriage, which was equally unpromising, leading to a life of constant struggle. Among the 5 siblings, his sister had the most difficult life, and he truly felt for her. He vowed never to let her marry such a scoundrel again. Cheng Baiwang remarked that Shibo was decent, but the character of his children was questionable. The term good-for-nothing came to mind, as it applied to his own son-in-law as well. Speaking the truth could easily offend. Li Lin scoffed, stating he knew well enough not to allow Xiaoyu to be involved with such a rogue. Qian Changjiang chuckled, recalling that the last time that fellow had tried to associate with him, but he found his demeanor untrustworthy and ignored him. Li Lin pondered for a moment and said, "Uncle, wait for me. I'll head to Daingzi to retrieve the money, and then we can return together." Sheng Yumei considered this and agreed, saying, "It would be wise to check back. Shitong Kue is a few years younger than I am, and he has always shown himself to be untrustworthy. We cannot allow a match to occur." Fearing you may not be able to manage the household, having married into the old Li family for many years, she had genuinely received kindness only from her younger sister-in-law. While the rest were worse than the last, including Li Lin himself, they could not push her sister into the fire pit. Li Lin touched the damp clothes hanging by the door, disregarding everything else, threw them on, and headed out, telling Qian Changjiang, "I can go alone, you stay home." Qian Changjiang replied, "I have nothing to do here. I'll accompany you. Last time, while we were working, those rascals attempted to steal bricks, and we thwarted them. They didn't dare act out then, but if you go alone now, it could pose a problem if they spot you." Upon hearing Qian Changjiang's words, Cheng Yushan also stood up, saying, "I'll go too. If those brats dare to cause trouble, I'll deal with them." Cheng Yumei, feeling anxious, added, "It's better to have more people. Don't let yourselves get into trouble. Then I'll go with Changjiang," she concluded. Li Lin, bemused, thought that if they couldn't win, they could always run. Without another word, he left. Suddenly, Cheng Yumei remembered something and rushed out. "You haven't eaten yet." "You all eat. We'll grab something outside." Li Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Daddy, I want cotton candy," Li Liang exclaimed, followed closely by Li Xian, shouting, "I want some too." As Lin Yi reached the crossroads, he encountered the widow from next door, who was carrying a basket of manure. Qian Changjiang's gaze was fixed on her graceful waist, unblinking. Once she had passed, Li Lin nudged his arm and chuckled, remarking that there was nothing more to admire now that she had walked away. Qian Changjiang replied in a deep voice, expressing that if she were his wife, he would never allow her to undertake such laborious work. Li Lin, while walking, suggested that after they divided the money, each would receive about 100 yuan. He added that with his savings, Qian wouldn't be far from his goal, and he could lend him a bit more to pursue her. Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, asking if Li Lin was truly willing to lend him money. Li Lin retorted, "Have I ever deceived you? You know that Yumei manages your finances." Qian pouted, stating that he would need her permission to borrow any money. Li Lin reassured him, "Rest assured, in my household, I have the final say. I will lend you the money. Let us not joke about causing a rift between you two." Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Let us take on more work. That should suffice without needing to borrow from you." Just a month ago, he had thought Li Lin's words were mere jest. Yet now he brimmed with confidence, as he was not far from accumulating 300 yuan. In that fleeting moment, everything felt within reach. Li Lin pondered aloud. "The reason you find her appealing now is because of your financial struggles. You haven't experienced the vibrant world outside. Stick with me, and your fortunes will surely improve. You will encounter more women, and who knows, even someone like Jiang Mingyue might take a liking to you. But if you marry her now, later on, you might regret it, finding fault in her previous marriage. You must consider this carefully." "I've thought it through," Qian Changjiang declared loudly. "What nonsense," Li Lin laughed. "Don't forget, your crush has changed several times already. They say women are fickle. If men become capricious, they might as well abandon all hope of romance." "You have a point," Qian scratched his head. "Shall we wait a bit longer, then? Let us wait, earn more money, and in the future, you can marry a university student who can enrich your knowledge." Li Lin surmised Qian's intentions. Qian's interest in the widow was not genuine love. It was merely a fleeting attraction. Qian retorted indignantly, "You mock me again. If I could marry a university student, it would be a miracle." "What is a university student?" "They're akin to government officials, walking with their heads held high. How could someone like me, who dreams of marrying a wife, ever dare to fantasize about marrying a government official? They are goddesses from the heavens, unattainable for a mere peasant like myself. No, it would be akin to your ancestral grave catching fire. Li Lin burst into laughter, fearing Qian might genuinely be upset, and quickly added, in life, one must have dreams. If I weren't already with your sister-in-law, I too would aspire to marry a university student. Stop talking to me. You just enjoy ridiculing others. Qian turned away sulkily, choosing to ignore Li Lin. Hey, you're acting like a woman. Li Lin laughed even more heartily. Youth is truly wonderful. Everything can be done without restraint. Whether reckless or foolish, one can always use youth as an excuse. You are indeed the one being unreasonable, Delin. You have changed. In the past, Delin would never bully him. The two walked briskly to their destination, where the elderly matriarch of the Liu family was measuring the dimensions of the doors and windows. Upon seeing Li Lin and his companion, she smiled and said, had I known, I would have had you install the doors and windows directly, saving us some hassle. Li Lin glanced at the middle-aged man beside her, who was smoking and holding a measuring tape, and replied with a smile, Auntie, we surely cannot match their expertise. This man was quite irksome, yet he was in the business, just as they were. There was no need for discord. After all, it takes a village to raise a child. Being kind and virtuous is a mantra he had unconsciously adopted from a prominent boss he once followed. Chapter 40. Taking on carpentry work. Upon hearing Li Lin's words, the middle-aged man beamed with self-satisfaction and said, Old sister, my previous statement stands correct. We specialize in this work and will not charge you exorbitantly. Just keep your heart at ease. The elderly lady replied, 350 yuan is not too steep. Is it? How about you reconsider? 4 doors and 4 windows for 350 yuan. Qian Changjiang was nearly astounded. This is outright extortion. During recent days, he had accompanied Cheng Yinglian to the countryside to gather wood for the beams, and he was aware of the general pricing. It was nowhere near that exorbitant. The elderly lady turned to Qian Changjiang and urged, you give us a fair assessment. Without hesitation, Qian Changjiang replied, Annie, even if you use elm wood, it's simply not worth that much. This scoundrel is trying to deceive you, so just ignore him. Naturally displeased by Qian Changjiang's remark, the middle-aged man could only express his dissatisfaction. What do you know? It takes effort. This isn't something that can be completed in a day or two. Qian Changjiang scoffed. In this day and age, the most undervalued asset is labor. Annie, heed my advice. Offer him 100 yuan, and if he refuses, I shall find someone else for you. Making roof beams is far more labor-intensive than installing windows and doors, and it hardly costs a fortune. The most expensive part was hiring 7 or 8 helpers on the day of the beam installation, using thick ropes to hoist the beam to the roof, and providing them with a meal. Ah, you are here to cause trouble, are you? The middle-aged man crushed his cigarette, but on the ground, glaring at Li Lin and Qian Changjiang. Li Lin gestured to Qian Changjiang to refrain from further comment, addressing the middle-aged man instead, brother, as a fellow tradesman. Let us keep the peace. Arguing is futile. They had labored tirelessly to build the old lady's house, barely earning over 300 yuan for their efforts. And that was under the pressure of a relentless schedule. Had they worked at a normal pace, the costs for food and lodging would have consumed nearly all their earnings, barely amounting to 10 yuan per day. They might as well have stood at the street corner helping with moving. This carpenter was ridiculous. For a few plain windows and single doors, he dared to demand 350 yuan. Even the most extravagant wedding suite, with 72 legs, would not command such a price. Truly outrageous. Consider yourselves fortunate. We'll see what unfolds. After the middle-aged man uttered those harsh words, he turned and pushed his bicycle away. Li Lin accepted the cigarette that Lu Anmin offered, lighting it and exhaling smoke rings as he remarked, you can tell from the accent that he is not local. How did you manage to find him? Lu Anmin replied, I inquired around. I have no idea where he is from. I asked him to take measurements. But once I heard his prices, I wasn't keen. I'm not a fool to be deceived. He refused to leave and has been lingering ever since. He certainly does not appear to be a legitimate worker. He seems more like someone who roams the streets looking for odd jobs, taking a couple of quick gigs, with 3 years of inactivity followed by 3 years of feasting. Of course, his level of unscrupulousness pales in comparison to that of the Ma Hua gang and the Bulu gang. Li Lin pondered and said, you've met my uncle, the one who made the beams for you. He is indeed my uncle. If you agree, I will speak on his behalf, 100 yuan. The main door will be made of elm, and the windows of willow, that's a fixed price. You'll cut the glass yourselves. If you wish to make furniture afterward, you can negotiate with him directly. What do you think? He initially considered including the installation of the door and windows, but feared that the items listed would exceed 1,000 yuan and scare the elderly couple away. The elderly matriarch interjected, I trust that brother's craftsmanship. He completed so many beams all by himself. He is quite efficient. 100 yuan is acceptable. After saying this, she pulled out a stack of cash from her pocket and handed it over, saying, Count it. I've had it ready, just waiting for you to collect it. Thank you, Aunt. Li Lin took it and, as per usual, handed it to Qian Changjiang to count. He truly had little interest in money. This money is so filthy. The old lady chuckled. No need for pleasantries. When you return, just inform your uncle to come directly. Li Lin glanced at the mat on the floor and asked, You moved in without even installing the door? Luan Min replied, It's precisely because the door isn't installed that I had to move in. I was afraid some unscrupulous person would come in and cause trouble. I had to keep an eye on things. With a smile, Li Lin said, All right. I'll have him come over tomorrow. However, you could let him stay with you. It would ease your burden, and he would save on accommodation. That sounds wonderful. The elderly woman responded happily. Then we shall take our leave. After exchanging pleasantries with the elderly couple, Li Lin and Qian Changjiang returned home. He had skipped breakfast and missed lunch, and now his stomach was growling. Passing a stall selling cold noodles, he shared a bowl with Changjiang. By the time they arrived home, the sun was high in the sky, and he had lost track of the time. I'll buy a watch when the time is right. Li Lin mused while holding a tea bowl. Cheng Yumei retorted irritably, You're being ostentatious. You didn't have a watch before, and it didn't trouble you. That's not quite the case. Back then, I only had 1 meal a day, and I didn't starve, did I? Now, why is it that I eat 3 meals? Cheng Yinglian, having secured a carpentry job, was in high spirits. Cheng Yumei smiled and asked, Did you speak on his behalf? Uncle? Cheng Yinglian chuckled, I assist based on merit, not kinship. Li Lin finished the tea in his bowl, exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Changjiang, and then headed to the back room, followed closely by Changjiang. Cheng Baiwang glanced at Cheng Yinglian, then at Cheng Baiquan, pretending to tease the child while holding Li Xian, and slowly made his way into the back room. Qian Changjiang placed the neatly folded banknotes from his pocket on the bedside table, stating, I just counted again. And the total is 357 yuan and 43 fun. Cheng Baiwang struck a match, lit the cigarette perched on his lips, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, he remarked, You and Changjiang can each take 120. I'll take 100, and we'll leave the remaining 10-odd yuan for Yumei's meal expenses. With so many people to feed, we can't expect you to shoulder it all. Uncle, that's not fair. We agreed to split it evenly, Qian Changjiang replied with a smile. If we take more, it would not be right. I brought my 4 sons along to share in the fortune, which is already shameless enough. Cheng Baiwang waved his hand dismissively. Let us just divide it this way. Then I'll defer to you. Father, Li Lin understood Cheng Baiwang's intentions. Well, I won't say much more, Qian Changjiang said as he handed over Cheng Baiwang's 100 yuan. Uncle, you're the one at a disadvantage here. It's you who are at a disadvantage, Cheng Baiwang said, pocketing the cash without counting it, and walked out while holding Li Xian. Chapter 41, The Plastic Sibling's Brother. I'll be off too, Qian Changjiang said after taking his 120 yuan, turning to Cheng Yumei beside him. Sister-in-law, the rest is yours. Once Qian Changjiang left, Cheng Yumei quickly gathered the money into her hands, smiling as she began counting. When she noticed Li Lin reaching out, she asked, What do you want? Give me 20 yuan. You wouldn't want me to go home empty-handed, would you? Li Lin shot her a glare. This woman smiles at money more than at herself, Cheng Yumei remarked. Why do you need to carry so much money? Planning to take it back to honor your in-laws? You're not that low, are you? They've never treated you as a person. Li Lin replied. Is it excessive for a grown man to have 20 yuan in his pocket? Excessive to be a person, Cheng Yumei asserted confidently. Then how much will you give me? Li Lin inquired. Cheng Yumei hesitated for a moment before handing him a few banknotes. 5 yuan. Take it or leave it. Li Lin widened his eyes. Cheng Yumei, don't forget who earned this money. You can't just take without giving. Lin, don't forget, this money is saved for whom? Cheng Yumei retorted fiercely. Isn't this money saved for your 3 children? She spoke as though it had come from her own pocket. Hearing this, Li Lin sighed helplessly. Then can you add another 5 yuan? I don't have 5 yuan, but I have 50 fun. Cheng Yumei placed 50 fun into his outstretched palm, then tucked the remaining money into her handkerchief, resolutely refusing to give him more. Li Lin pointed at her, saying, You're quite ruthless. Just as he finished changing his clothes, Qian Changjiang said to him. "Lin, I'll accompany you back." "You don't need to go all the way back with me. It's a hassle," Li Lin replied. Qian Changjiang insisted. "You aren't familiar with that kid. Shitong Kue, I'm the only one who can handle him. If I tell him to scram, he'll leave immediately." "All right then," Li Lin agreed without a second thought. With only a few yuan in his pocket, having Qian Changjiang, this moving ATM, by his side gave him a sense of security. Before stepping out, I earnestly instructed Li Bin and Li Liang with a couple of sentences, and then, together with Qian Changjiang and Cheng Baiquan, made our way home. Upon reaching the bridge, Li Lin called the two men to a halt, suggesting they indulge in a rare luxury today by taking a bus. He mentioned it would cost 50 cents. Cheng Baiquan hesitated, lamenting that with that amount, he could purchase a pound of lard in Chala Town, enough to feed the entire family. Li Lin chuckled and said, "Third uncle, we must alter our perspective. Time is money. Spending a little to save time is worthwhile." He refrained from offering to pay for Cheng Baiquan, knowing this stubborn middle-aged man valued his pride. Aware that the other would likely refuse, to make such a suggestion would only be vexatious. Qian Changjiang chimed in, "Uncle, I've been to the county town numerous times, yet I've never ridden in a car. Let us take this opportunity today, it won't ruin us." Just as he spoke, a bus carrying a gas tank approached the bridge. In his moment of uncertainty, Li Lin extended his arm, and with a loud crash, the bus came to a deafening halt. "Hurry up. Are we all dead? Why the delay?" The ticket collector, a woman in her 40s dressed in a blue, durable fabric, impatiently urged the three shabby-looking men. "Here it comes." Cheng Baiquan timidly followed Li Lin and Qian Changjiang onto the bus. As soon as they boarded, the vehicle lurched forward with a thud. Li Lin quickly steadied the unbalanced Cheng Baiquan and shouted, "What is this? A race to the grave? Drive so recklessly." He knew full well it was a matter of the vehicle's condition, yet he couldn't suppress his frustration. At the very least, they should have waited for them to stabilize before speeding off. "Hey, how can you speak like that?" The ticket collector was the first to take offense. Li Lin pointed at her, declaring, "If you want a beating, just say the word. Who on earth indulges your bad habits?" Seeing the towering figure of Li Lin and the fierce expression on Qian Changjiang's face, the woman immediately shrank back. At that moment, someone nearby suggested, "Let it go. Let it go. It's a trivial matter. There's no need to argue." Hearing these conciliatory words, the woman found an exit and, as the three settled into their seats, approached them again, stating, 50 cents each. Don't even think about evading the fare." Noticing Li Lin reaching for his money, Cheng Baiquan insisted, "I have money." "Then let each pay their own," Li Lin replied, handing the 50 cents to the ticket collector. After accepting their money, the collector tore off 3 small tickets and handed one to each of them. Li Lin casually discarded his ticket onto the floor, while Cheng Baiquan carefully tucked his ticket close to his chest. Upon arriving at Chala Town, the sun still retained some warmth. After purchasing a few items at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Cheng Baiquan headed towards the Chun family ancestral hall, parting ways with Li Lin and Qian Changjiang. Along the way, Qian Changjiang was filled with joy, but soon his brows furrowed in concern. "I forgot to buy eye drops for my mother. Her eyesight has been poor for a while. Probably cataracts," Li Lin recalled, knowing that the elderly lady from the Qian family suffered from the same ailment. Due to a lack of timely treatment, she eventually went blind, a scenario all too common in rural areas. When the time was right, they would take her to the provincial capital for treatment, as their county lacked the necessary medical facilities. Qian Changjiang sighed, "I wonder how much that will cost." "Cataracts, huh?" Qian Changjiang was no stranger to this condition, as many people around him suffered from it, and had heard that, if left untreated, surgery might be required. Li Lin comforted him, saying that it was good to earn a decent living. Li Yu, crouching by the water channel at the door, was washing clothes. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he looked up, and, upon recognizing Li Lin, joyfully exclaimed, "Brother." After exchanging pleasantries with Li Yu, Qian Changjiang turned to Li Lin and said, "I'll head back first. If you need anything, just call for me." "You should return home and check on things," Li Lin replied, then squatted down in front of Li Yu, glancing at the large basin of clothes. He smiled and asked, "With just the 3 of you at home, why is there so much laundry?" Li Yu glanced back at the house and softly replied, "Eldest sister and brother-in-law have returned." Li Lin frowned, questioning, "What brings them back at such an odd time?" Among the 5 siblings, the eldest was Li Lan, who was 2 years his senior. In the past, he regarded both this elder sister and Li Jin with the same affection, believing them to be like his own siblings, selflessly devoted. His sister was a clever yet stubborn individual, determined to pursue her studies and escape the countryside, enduring the harsh treatment from Tang Ho Hot, her mother, to complete junior high school. She then passed the entrance exams for vocational school, becoming the pride of the surrounding villages. Tang Ho Hot finally felt a sense of pride, and, having heard that graduates were guaranteed jobs, lavished affection upon her eldest daughter, fulfilling her every request. At that time, Li Lin was merely 15 or 16, taking pride in having such a sister. He often walked all day, carrying a woven bag to deliver food and clothes to his sister studying in the city. If he couldn't return that night, he would lie hungry in a bridge nook until dawn. Eventually, after graduating, his sister secured a position at the local postal bureau, becoming a true public servant. His mother's attitude towards her changed significantly, becoming almost obsequious. Thus, with the example of his sister, his mother paid special attention to Li Jin's studies. If a daughter who incurred losses could attend vocational school and secure a stable job, why couldn't her beloved son aspire to attend university and become an official? As for Li Lin, he hadn't even completed primary school, and no one harbored any expectations for him, not even himself. He believed that as long as his sister and brother succeeded, he would find contentment. However, after his sister and brother made something of themselves, they never offered him assistance and seemed to look down upon him. He refrained from expressing his thoughts, reasoning that he at least had a son. Surely, he could treat his children a bit better. At that time, Li Bin was excelling in his studies, directly gaining admission to the county's top high school. His esteemed sister, by then a leader at the postal bureau, lived so close to the school, yet had never even visited. Her children had never even tasted a drop from her well. This realization infuriated him. Later, when Li Bin was preparing for college entrance exams, he sought advice from his younger brother, who was already a state official. Unfortunately, his brother was either on business trips or attending meetings, and he couldn't even catch a glimpse of him when he visited. Thus, he resorted to imposing his own ambitions on his son, pressuring him to pursue a career in medicine. He acknowledged his own faults, yet he felt even more anger towards his sister and brother. As he grew older, he largely ceased contact with his sister and brother. Conversely, he found solace in his younger sister, Li Yu, who, despite her unfortunate marriage, remained considerate towards him and showed great affection for his children. The bond among these siblings is truly perplexing. The eldest brother-in-law is returning to the county for work, and Li Yu, smoothing her disheveled hair, mentioned that the elder sister also wishes to transfer back, though it remains uncertain if that will be feasible. Their affairs are not ours to meddle in, nor could we even if we desired to. Li Lin resolved that he would never intertwine his life with theirs, nor did he wish to. Brother, why not return to the house first? The elder sister is inside, Li Yu suggested, her surprise evident. Previously, whenever the elder sister returned, it was Li Lin who was most delighted, leaping with joy, so this current demeanor was quite unusual. Li Lin shot her an incredulous glance, replying, "What is there to see? I ask you, has our mother arranged a marriage for you?" Chapter 42. The quarrel. Li Yu's face flushed instantly, and she whispered, "How do you know? The word is likely out in the vicinity. It spreads from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100, until it reached my ears." Li Lin stated earnestly, "Now tell me, what do you think of that Shi Tongkue fellow? In the previous life, the poor girl had merely been a puppet in her mother's hands, never once consulted about her own feelings, a recollection that now filled Li Lin with profound sorrow." Li Yu, perhaps nervous, fidgeted with a worn gray shirt in her hands and remarked, "That Shi Tongkue is quite bothersome. Every time I go to the street and he spots me, he whistles at me and won't let me pass." Li Lin frowned and asked, "Why have you never mentioned this to me before? If I had known, I would have certainly dealt with that scoundrel." Feeling aggrieved, Li Yu replied, "I told mother, but she scolded me for bringing shame upon our family and forbade me from discussing it." With a sigh, Li Lin deduced, "So you do not wish to be with him, correct? Are you certain? Such a marriage he would never approve of, even if you agreed. He would find a way to separate you." However, if Li Yu held no affection for Shi Tongkue, then the matter would be much simpler. "I just cannot bear to see him. He makes me feel nauseated," Li Yu lamented. "But mother said their family is well off and that it would be a life of comfort." "Nonsense. Their family is wretchedly poor. What a farce," Li Lin retorted. He glanced at the basin full of clothes and asked, "When did the elder sister return to have you wash this entire basin of laundry?" "She came back at noon. My head was buzzing with pain, and I felt rather lazy, so I didn't wash it. Mother just scolded me for being idle, which is why I came out to do it now," Li Yu explained. Li Lin's heart tightened. He placed the back of his hand against her forehead and exclaimed, "You have a fever. What are you doing washing clothes? Go lie down. Forget about this." "But mother will scold me," Li Yu protested. Li Lin glanced at the few remaining garments in the basin, tossed them into the water, retrieved them haphazardly, squeezed out the excess, and declared, "All done. Let us go home." "Brother, they're not clean," Li Yu retorted defiantly. "Must you fuss so much?" With the laundry basin in his arms, Li Lin walked home, while Li Yu trailed behind. Upon reaching the door and spotting their mother emerge, she timidly fell silent, glancing at the wooden basin hanging beneath the drying clothes, and obediently hung the garments up without caring whether they were clean or not. "You two have returned in disgrace," Tang Hohat remarked upon seeing Li Lin. Her words laced not with surprise, but with scorn. Li Lin held up the pork belly and a bottle of wine, saying, "Considering this meat and wine, you should say a few kind words, shouldn't you? If you find my words unpleasant, then you needn't return." Tang Hohat stepped forward without hesitation, seizing the wine and meat from his hands. "Oh, Delin has returned," remarked a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, with a square face, smiling at Li Lin. "I was just speaking with your elder sister about you." Elder brother-in-law. Li Lin felt no particular fondness for this brother-in-law, Hong Shixiang. There was none in the past, and none would blossom in this lifetime. "Hey, I say, Delin, why are you never at home, wandering about with your wife and child?" Following the voice, Li Lin looked up to see a woman in a beige long dress, her face stern. It was his elder sister, Li Lan. With a sense of helplessness, Li Lin responded. Though he did not particularly like her, he could neither hit nor scold her, so he merely replied, "I'm looking for some odd jobs. It's better than being cooped up at home. I heard you went to the county town. What kind of odd jobs can you find?" Li Lan continued to reprimand him. "You're always loafing around. Don't cause trouble and end up giving your brother-in-law a headache." Hong Shixiang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We're family. Let us not speak of such matters. There's no trouble." Li Lin frowned and retorted, "If you speak like that, I shall take umbrage. When have I ever caused trouble? When have I ever sought your help? It sounds as if I'm living off your goodwill." If Delin were to be pleased, it would indeed be a rare occurrence. He was not foolish. He knew that his elder sister and brother-in-law looked down upon him and seldom acknowledged him. Yet, in his youth, with a single-mindedness that bordered on foolishness, he had eagerly sought their approval, feeling a sense of obligation towards his sister and brother-in-law. In retrospect, such eagerness felt somewhat embarrassing. However, he had never troubled them, nor had they ever offered him a scrap of benefit. After Li Bin entered university, and as he approached middle age, he began to understand the meaning of dignity and the futility of seeking warmth from cold individuals. Thus, he started to distance himself from them. At most, he would see them during festivals at the dining table, raising a glass and passing. "Delin, your attitude is quite inappropriate," Li Lan exclaimed in astonishment. She realized her brother had changed, though she could not pinpoint how. At the very least, he had never dared to speak to her like this before. "Enough, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs." Li Lin waved his hand impatiently, entering the house and collapsing onto a bench. Spotting a cup on the table, he seized it and drank heartily, feeling utterly exhausted from the journey. "Please, let us not argue." Reflecting on the past, he was filled with resentment and truly wished to say no more. "How are you to speak with your sister and brother-in-law?" Tang Hohat, on the contrary, grew displeased and reprimanded Li Lin. Li Lan's tone turned serious. "Second, do not forget your place." "What place?" Li Lin countered. "Farmers should stick to farming, and workers should remain at their posts. If everyone behaved like you, would society not descend into chaos?" Li Lan asserted vehemently. "You know nothing of the world outside. If anything were to happen, you are my brother. Would you expect us to intervene or not?" Li Lin pouted and remarked, "Let us not forget, you were once a farmer yourself. Have you so quickly turned your back on your roots, shedding the mud from your feet only to renounce your kin? Why do you not adhere to your rightful place and tend to the fields at home?" He was not a virtuous man, nor was his sister entirely wicked. In days gone by, had she spoken to him in such a manner, he would have not only endured it, but would have also donned a smile to placate her, lest she become upset. However, having been granted a second chance at life, he could no longer tolerate her condescending and imperious attitude. "Delin, such bullying is uncalled for," Li Lan exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "Delin, I must admonish you. Your sister speaks thus for your own good. Should you persist in this manner, I shall not hold my tongue." Hong Shixiang, with a stern expression, addressed Li Lin before hastily soothing Li Lan. "Delin is still young. Do not take offense. Why must you cry? Am I to blame for this? Li Lin retorted. You are educated yet devoid of reason. Were it not for the relentless pressure, I would not have spoken such hurtful words. Chapter 43. The humble. What brings you back to incite your sister's ire? Li Guofu exclaimed in frustration, slamming his pipe onto the table. Get out of here. You are nothing but an eyesore, showing no respect. Li Lin rose, taking the wine and meat he had purchased, and departed without a word. What are you doing? Tang Hohot cried out, displeased at the sight of Li Lin carrying away the meat. She had planned to avoid killing a chicken with his return. But now that he had taken the meat, she felt utterly cheated. Take it to feed the dogs. What a coward! Tang Hohot shouted behind him. Li Lin made his way to Qian Changjiang's home. As he approached the rickety door, which was firmly shut, he hesitated, contemplating whether to kick it open. When he heard a voice call out, Lin, what a surprise to see you. Turning around, he saw Qian Changjiang approaching from behind a wall. With a smile, Li Lin asked, Have you returned from your mother's house? Was your visit brief? It was rather uneventful, Qian Changjiang replied, glancing at the wine and meat in Li Lin's hands with curiosity. Are you here for a reason, given that you are absent from home? I was sent packing, Li Lin stated. I intend to make do here for the evening. What of you? Did your sister-in-law not prepare a meal for you? Qian Changjiang, fumbling with a rusted key, responded, This month, it's my turn at my third sister-in-law's house. You know how she is, stingy to the core. Sharing a meal with her feels like a life or death situation. Luckily, I didn't bring this meat over, otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss. Why did you bring the meat back? Li Lin inquired. We had a quarrel, so naturally, I wouldn't offer it to them. The house was coated in dust and filth. Li Lin, deciding the conditions were unacceptable, tied the meat and wine together and hung them on the branch of a persimmon tree at the entrance. You must tidy up and prepare for dinner, he instructed. With a broom in hand, Qian Changjiang began to sweep away the dust, causing Li Lin to retreat to the doorway for a smoke, unable to bear the mustiness within. Once the cleaning was complete, Li Lin lent a hand in preparing the meal. Before long, a pot of rice was steaming, and a dish of braised meat with eggs was prepared. The two of them dined and drank together. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, Li Lin could no longer resist lighting a cigarette. The smoke swirled in the cramped room, refusing to escape. Haven't you told them you've made some money? If they knew, your sister-in-law would surely invite you for a meal, perhaps with wine and meat, said Qian Changjiang, chewing on a piece of meat, his words slightly mumbled. Isn't that what you taught me? One must remain low-key. When one earns, keep it to oneself and quietly accumulate wealth. You actually remembered, Li Lin replied with surprise. That's indeed the right approach. In these times, one must not flaunt their wealth. Always be wary of others. To show off wealth, one must wait for a few years. Qian Changjiang nodded. I know, my mother asked me if I was making money. I feared her loose lips, so I told her I earned just 7 or 8 yuan. When I left, I gave her 2 yuan to buy some painkillers. Li Lin sighed. I often see your mother clutching her liver area while walking. It's likely stones. She should drink more water and move around. Painkillers won't help. Of course, going to the hospital is futile. Neither the provincial nor county hospitals have machines for breaking stones. They would merely advise more water and exercise. Lin, you are quite knowledgeable, Qian Changjiang remarked, glancing at a spider on the beam, diligently spinning its web after having just been swept away. Li Lin chuckled, when we earn enough, we should buy houses in the county. This old house can be remodeled later, depending on the situation. Qian Changjiang, though not daring to dream of owning a house, was still curious. If we buy houses, why bother building more? Li Lin replied, This is our route. Of course, we must return. When we pass, the city will be filled with high-rises, with no place to lay a coffin. A home is essential. It provides ample space for the coffin. He had initially planned to return to his hometown at 70, to quietly pass away, making it easier for his children without the hassle of transporting him back from the provincial city. However, plans often fall prey to change, and he found himself unexpectedly alive again. You speak the truth, Qian Changjiang wholeheartedly agreed. In the city, everything is fine, except for the fear of dying without a proper resting place. Once they had eaten their fill, Li Lin allowed Qian Changjiang to clean up while he squatted by the wall to smoke. He noticed Li Yu approaching from a distance and inquired, What brings you here? Li Yu replied, Brother, mother wants you to come home. Li Lin yawned. What about my sister and brother-in-law? Li Yu explained, Sister and brother-in-law went to the county. They have urgent matters to attend to early tomorrow. Why does mother want me back? Everything was as Li Lin had anticipated. His brother-in-law, raised in the city, had been appalled by the outdoor toilet during his first visit, covering his nose and leaving immediately. Li Lin admired his fortitude. The fact that he could accompany his sister back for a meal was already a show of respect. Staying overnight was out of the question. Li Yu shook his head. I don't know either. All right, I'll go back and discuss your matters with them. Li Lin did not take the opportunity to mention Li Yu's situation while his sister was present. Having lived a lifetime, he had come to understand the true nature of his elder sister, who saw only herself and cared not for others. If he were to voice his thoughts, he would likely only find himself lamenting the trouble it would bring her. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Changjiang, he followed Li Yu back home. As soon as they entered, he heard Tang Hohot chattering on. Your elder sister and brother-in-law are doing quite well now. You ought to be wise and not be so stubborn. If I flatter them, what good might come to me? Li Lin was at a loss as to whether to feel touched or to weep. It was certain that he was not favored by his mother. Nevertheless, compared to the married daughters, she still showed some inclination towards him. Li Guofu, puffing on his pipe, remarked, Your brother-in-law has now been transferred to the county's electric power bureau. I hear they are hiring temporary workers. If you were a bit cleverer, wouldn't that be better than your current futile endeavors? Stop dreaming, Li Lin retorted scornfully. With someone like him, do you think he would ever think of you in good times? Forget it. In his previous life, he had harbored such dreams, though even in the depths of humility, he had never garnered their respect. You shouldn't speak so harshly. Tang Hohot unusually refrained from scolding him. I heard your sister mention that she is also considering a transfer back. Your brother-in-law cannot be relied upon, but your sister is there. As for her, she is even less dependable, he thought. In contrast to her husband, Li Lin understood his sister far better. She would do anything to shed every trace of her rural origins. How could she ever bring her brother into her life, revealing to the world that she hailed from the countryside? Furthermore, to his knowledge, she would certainly remain in the city for the next 4 or 5 years. Chapter 44. The folly of filial piety. Tang Hohot said with irritation, Have you lost your wits after stepping out? Regardless, she is still your sister. Who else would help you if she does not? Anyone with a modicum of sense had noticed the change in Li Lin. Once a dutiful child, he now dared to oppose her. Even his words could choke a person. I am my own man, capable of standing tall on my own. I do not rely on anyone, nor do I expect anyone to rely on me, Lin Yi declared candidly. Li Guofu frowned. Who cannot speak bravely? You must possess the ability to back it up. Your sister mentioned at lunch that if you were to show some promise, she would have your brother-in-law introduce you for a temporary position at the county, and you might even have the chance to secure a permanent role later. Why must you clash with them when you could gain something instead? He had indeed observed the changes in his son over the past month. When his eldest daughter returned home, Li Lin had been exceedingly attentive. What had caused this sudden shift? He could not fathom it. Hearing this, Li Lin was even more dismissive. In his previous life, he had heard similar words from his sister countless times and had waited in vain for many years. Ultimately, nothing ever came of it. Dad, let me share something that may touch your heart. They have been married for so many years now, and the eldest is already 5 years old. They have only hurried back a few times, barely spending the night. And apart from giving you a few coins during the new year, what have you ever gained? This time, they will come back empty-handed, won't they? If they cannot benefit, what makes you think I will? Such thoughts were far too hopeful. In Li Lin's view, the elderly couple truly deserved their fate. If they could not even show affection to him, their son, how could they possibly care for their daughter? In their eyes, daughters were outsiders, destined to be cast away as burdensome liabilities, subjected to beatings and scoldings throughout their upbringing, even deprived of an education. Had it not been for his elder sister's resilient nature, her fate would scarcely differ from that of Li Yu. How could she not harbor resentment? If she were as foolishly filial as he, then all her studies would be in vain. Only he remained a true fool. Li Guofu lowered his head, once again puffing on his pipe, filling the room with a thick haze. Li Lin's words seemed to stir painful memories for Tang Hohot, who bitterly lamented that raising this daughter had been in vain. She would have been better off with a dog. It appeared she had entirely forgotten the pride she once displayed when discussing her eldest daughter with neighbors. Setting aside the matter of his elder sister, Li Lin suppressed his anger regarding Li Yu's situation and addressed the elderly couple with a conciliatory tone. I hear you have arranged a marriage for Xiaoyu? Tang Hohot responded. You know about this? Shi Tongkue, right? Li Lin asserted decisively. Let me make myself clear. I do not approve. Tang Hohot glared. Since when do you have the authority to decide? Li Lin replied. Tomorrow, I shall go to the Chun family temple and give that Shi Tongkue a thrashing. We'll see if he dares to come back, and then you will know whether I can make decisions. Have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Tang Hohat shouted. Li Guofu admonished. This is nonsense. The Shi family is prominent. If you provoke them at the Chun family temple, you will surely suffer. Li Lin earnestly countered. Who is Shi Tongkue? You could inquire around here and learn. He has always been dishonest, a petty thief. Xiao Yu is, after all, your own daughter. Do you truly wish to push her into the abyss? Tang Hohat scoffed. You are infuriating. Are you suggesting that I would harm my own daughter? That is precisely what I mean. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Li Lin dared only to think this, not to voice it aloud. That man has a volatile temperament. While Xiao Yu is gentle, if she is bullied in the future, will you intervene or not? Li Lin sighed. If you choose to intervene, how will you do so? Beat them up? Or force a divorce? If you do nothing, they will think we are powerless, and they will treat Xiao Yu even worse. What then? Will the villagers not mock us? Do you still have the face to go outside? In the past, when his sister was beaten, he had taken money and gone to confront Shi Tongkue, who had cowered like a mouse before a cat. However, people have short memories. They forget pain but remember indulgence. When he went to the capital for work, absent for long periods, Shi Tongkue's old habits resurfaced, and he ended up treating his sister even more harshly. At that time, societal views had not shifted. Women who could no longer endure their circumstances resorted to hanging, poisoning, or drowning, with very few opting for divorce. Although his sister eventually divorced, that was only a matter that arose in the new century. Despite being her brother, he too had a family and burdens of his own. What could he do? Should he kill him? That is also a valid point. In this way, Li Lin had managed to strike at the heart of Tang Hohat's vulnerabilities. Tang Hohat is not particularly remarkable, yet she is excessively concerned about her reputation. If her daughter marries poorly, she will be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, Xiao Yu is still quite young. There is no need to rush into marriage. Observing a shift in his mother's stance, Li Lin decided to seize the moment. The world outside has become less stringent over the past couple of years, and with more job opportunities available, he proposed taking his younger sister out to earn some money for 2 years, potentially alleviating their family's burden. The reason for his mother's unwavering stance was apparent to him, primarily due to the matter of the betrothal gift. He could not recall the exact amount that the Shibwa family had offered as a bride price, but he was certain it did not exceed 200 yuan. However, few families in the surrounding area could match that. What money can she possibly earn? Tang Hohat scoffed. Don't fixate on that meager sum. How much is it really? Xiao Yu is only 17. If she accompanies me to work for 4 or 5 years, won't she earn more than the betrothal gift? If she cannot, I will cover the difference, Li Lin asserted confidently. In 2 years, he estimated he could become affluent. So what did a mere 100 yuan matter? Fortunately, Cheng Yumei was not present. Had she heard, she would have surely confronted him immediately. You cover the difference? Tang Hohat shot a disapproving glance at Li Lin. What can you provide? Don't just say what sounds nice. You are fixated on money. Li Lin felt helpless. His mother clearly held a low opinion of him. Leaning against the doorframe, Li Yu suddenly mustered her courage. Mother, I will listen to my brother and go work to earn 150 yuan, all right? She was aware that the betrothal gift promised by the Zitanki family was exactly 150 yuan. Really? Tang Hohat cracked open a sunflower seed. Shells scattered on the ground. Well, if I can't earn enough in 5 years, I will work for 10. If that is still insufficient, I will labor my entire life. As she spoke, tears welled up in Li Yu's eyes. Crying like this makes me feel like a stepmother, Tang Hohat said impatiently. Waving her hand that held the sunflower seeds, you came from my womb. How could I not care about your well-being? Well, if the Shibwa family doesn't work out, then so be it, Li Guofu declared decisively. Chapter 45. Unaware of the consequences, then it's settled. Li Lin sighed in relief. Hey, where are you going? Tang Hohat called out, as Li Lin stepped out the door. I intend to take advantage of this free time to give Zitanki a good beating for daring to harass his sister on the street. He clearly doesn't know the consequences of his actions. Li Lin glanced back at the sobbing Li Yu, gathered his belongings, and resolved that if he returned early, he would take her into the city. He had no desire to linger in that soulless home. Hey, come back. Regardless of Tang Hohat's calls, Li Lin did not turn back, striding purposefully toward Qian Changjiang's house. Stop calling. It's fine for him to get a beating, Li Guofu remarked, his pipe never leaving his mouth. Qian Changjiang was squatting at his doorstep, lost in thought. Upon noticing Li Lin's approach, he inquired, what is going on? Where are you off to? I'm going to the Chen family shrine. Planning to beat up Zitanki? Qian Changjiang hurriedly locked the door, anxiously following behind Li Lin. That lad was always darting about. It was uncertain whether they would find him at the Chun family temple. Where else could they search? Li Lin turned back to glance at Qian Changjiang. When it came to brawling or chasing someone down, he genuinely couldn't rival Qian Changjiang, who was a seasoned fighter. With a sense of pride, Qian Changjiang declared that the lad was mingling with De Wen and suggested they head to De Wen's residence, asserting that wherever De Wen was, the boy would undoubtedly be nearby. De Wen. Li Lin recalled a person by that name, but the specifics of his appearance and occupation eluded him. He's from the streets. You must have seen him. He flaunts his father's position as the deputy director of the supply and marketing cooperative, sticking his nose into everything. You even fought him last year. How could you forget so quickly? Qian Changjiang looked puzzled. Oh, it's coming back to me. Li Lin thought to himself. That was indeed the son of the deputy director of the supply and marketing cooperative. While others sought to curry favor, he had foolishly antagonized him. If he had any sense, he could have leveraged that connection to ensure a life of comfort. And you actually made him bleed. If I hadn't intervened, you might have killed him. Qian Changjiang couldn't help but lament. Previously, with that lad around, he and De Lin had never lacked for food. But ever since De Lin had beaten the boy, they could no longer rely on him for handouts. Li Lin asked, do you have anything left to pack? Let us head straight to the street to find someone. Once we locate him, we can return to the county without delay. I came empty-handed, and I shall return empty-handed. Qian Changjiang shrugged, realizing that the meat and wine they had brought back were all consumed, leaving nothing behind. Wait for me a moment, Li Lin said, retracing his steps. What are you up to now? Qian Changjiang, ignoring Li Lin's instructions, continued to trail behind him. Upon reaching his doorstep, Li Lin called out, Xiao Yu, are you ready? What trouble are you stirring up now? Li Yu did not emerge, but instead, it was Tang Ho Hot who appeared. Li Lin stated, I'm leaving for the county now. I'll take Xiao Yu with me. Brother, Li Yu, holding a cloth bag, glanced between her brother and their mother, momentarily at a loss. Let us go, stop dawdling. Li Lin said before turning to leave. He felt it was crucial to encourage his sister to cultivate her own opinions during such pivotal moments. Seeing her brother and Qian Changjiang moving further away, Li Yu bit her lip and, not waiting for her mother's response, took off in a small sprint to catch up. She figured that if she ran far enough, her mother would no longer be able to reach her. As she approached the fork in the road, she could still hear her mother scolding. However, she finally managed to catch up with her brother. Once on the riverbank, Li Lin turned back, smiling. You finally made a wise decision. Sister, as they ventured further from home, Li Yu felt increasingly anxious. Don't cry, hold it in. Stay close to your brother. And you will enjoy the finest things in life. You won't be neglected. It's far better than staying at home, Li Lin reassured her, patting the frail shoulder of his poor sister. This child was still malnourished. How could their mother bear to send her daughter into such a perilous situation? It was a feat unimaginable for a true mother. I won't cry. Li Yu struggled to hold back her tears. She rarely cried, even when her mother beat her. She remained stoic. The more she cried, the harsher her mother's blows became. Her father would stand by, deriding her tears as the cries of a harbinger of misfortune. This is my good sister, Li Lin mused, ruffling her dry, yellow hair, gazing at her delicate face. She was truly beautiful, albeit a bit too soft-hearted, a consequence of the psychological shadows cast by their mother. Nevertheless, considering there were 4 children in the family and they hadn't been discarded by their mother, they were fortunate indeed. For infant girls, there were those who were abandoned, drowned, or suffocated, for in the eyes of those scoundrels, only a boy was deemed worthy of life. Especially after the implementation of family planning, such occurrences had become even more prevalent. Brother, I'm not pretty, Li Yu said, her head drooping under Li Lin's gaze. All right, let us go, Li Lin said, snatching the cloth bag from her hand and tossing it to Qian Changjiang. Take it. Startled, Li Yu quickly insisted to Qian Changjiang. I can carry it myself. It's fine, Xiao Yu. The road isn't completely dry and could be slippery. Just walk your way. And I'll carry it for you, Qian Changjiang replied nonchalantly. With no choice, Li Yu followed behind the two, unable to match Qian Changjiang's strength to reclaim her bag. By the time they reached the bridge in town, twilight had descended significantly, and a group of people was swimming and frolicking beneath the bridge. Qian Changjiang pointed to the group in the water and said, De Lin, no need to search the streets. I sent that them? With a sharp exclamation. Li Lin instantly recognized Shi Tongkui, who was lying back in the river. This scoundrel, even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him, he exclaimed, furious for the trouble he had caused his sister. He shouted towards the river, Shitonkue, get over here. The river fell silent at once. The first to emerge was a tall young man in his 20s, sporting a crew cut, who rummaged through a pile of clothes on the shore for a pack of cigarettes. Lin, Qianjiang, he greeted. Li Lin scrutinized the man before him, and, recalling his memories, finally recognized him as Huang Bowen, the son of the deputy director of the supply and marketing cooperative. That scoundrel was trying to escape. With sharp eyes, he spotted Shitonkue, clutching his clothes and attempting to scurry away in another direction. You little rat, thinking you can run upon seeing me? Qian Changjiang sauntered over leisurely and kicked Shitonkue, sending him sprawling into the mud. Qianjiang. Shitonkue cried out as he fell, still dazed, his back pinned to the ground by Qian Changjiang's foot, pleading, I didn't provoke you, and now you still pretend to be clueless? Li Lin slapped him hard, saying, if your conscience is clear, why are you running? The boy had little flesh on his face, and the slap stung Li Lin's palm as well. Chapter 46. An innocent era. Ouch. Shitonkue howled in pain, instinctively shielding his head with both hands. Lin, let us talk this out. Li Lin threatened. Hurry and remove your hands so I can give you a couple more slaps to vent my anger. Otherwise, I'll hit you even harder. Do you believe me? Did you not hear what Lin said? Qian Changjiang raised his foot and delivered a kick to Shitonkue's back. Shitonkue's anguished cries echoed along both banks of the river. Brother Changjiang, I was wrong, he hastily exclaimed, releasing his hands from shielding his face. Gazing at the blood trickling from his nose, nearly on the verge of tears, Li Lin, seeing his face smeared with mud and blood, hesitant to dirty his own hands, grasped Shitonkue's hair, lifting his neck. Amidst Shitonkue's pained cries, he coldly inquired, do you understand why I struck you? With his head pulled by Li Lin, Shitonkue looked pitiful, wanting to feign ignorance. However, upon noticing Li Yu gradually approaching, he resignedly confessed, brother, I merely wish to exchange a few words with Xiao Yu. I did nothing wrong. Just ask Xiao Yu if you don't believe me. How dare you still speak? This time, Li Lin disregarded the state of Shitonkue's face, delivering another slap that echoed with a sharp sound. Afterward, his palm stained with mud and blood, he wiped it against the nearby thatch, suppressing his disgust. Damn it. You've truly sullied my hands. What foolishness possessed you to entertain thoughts against my sister? Shitonkue's cries grew louder, drawing more onlookers from the riverbanks. Spotting Huang Bowen approaching with a cigarette, he quickly pleaded, Brother Bowen, save me. Huang Bowen glanced at the wretched Shitonkue and then at his own subordinates. Ultimately, unable to resist, he stepped forward, saying, Brother Dalin, Brother Changjiang, let us talk this over peacefully. After all, Shitonkue was one of his subordinates. If he were to back down now, it would set a poor precedent for leading the group. Even if he had to force himself, he needed to take this step. Talk it over peacefully? Li Lin released his grip on Shitonkue's head, rising to accept the cigarette from Huang Bowen, placing it between his lips. Once Huang Bowen lit it for him, he exhaled smoke rings, stating, Then I shall grant you the courtesy of a civilized conversation. Having been reborn, he was no longer the brazen and reckless Dalin of the past. The current Dalin had been tempered by the principles of a harmonious society, promoting civility and courtesy. He generally refrained from violence unless provoked beyond measure. Thank you, Brother Dalin. Huang Bowen exhaled in relief. Li Lin turned to Huang Bowen, asserting, Who in this street does not know that Xiao Yu is my biological sister? This scoundrel harbored intentions against her and dared to block her path. Do you believe I should punish him? Absolutely, Huang Bowen affirmed. He had a sister himself. Anyone who dared to obstruct her would meet the same fate. Such disrespect could not be tolerated. Li Lin looked back at Shitonkue, saying, You little rascal, remember this lesson. This time, I'll spare you for Da Wen's sake and refrain from pursuing this matter. But should you err again, you may not be so fortunate next time. Do you think I wouldn't dare to toss you into the sandpit? The glint of menace in Li Lin's eyes startled Shitonkue, prompting him to hastily reply, Brother. Before he could finish, he received another kick from Qian Changjiang, letting out a muffled grunt. Once he realized the weight on his back had lifted, he wobbled to his feet, adjusting his sagging trousers, and with a mournful expression, he said, Brother, I understand. He dared not mention the marriage negotiations between their families that were currently underway. As for whether his father agreed or not, ultimately, it was he who held the final say. Originally, the idea of the marriage negotiations had been his own. Now that it faced opposition, It was precisely in line with his father's wishes. Li Lin addressed Huang Bowen, urging him to speak. Huang Bowen, thumping his chest, assured, "Do not worry. I will keep an eye on him. If he shows any insolence, I shall be the first to strike." Li Lin was renowned in the town as a fierce character. Today, amidst numerous brothers, he was pleased to grant Huang some face, nearly losing his bearings in delight. Thus he could hardly utter a refusal. "In that case, I trust you. Today, I shall let this lad off the hook," he conveyed to Huang Bowen. Turning to Shi Tongkue, he asked, "Did you comprehend my words?" Fearful from the beating, Shi Tongkue hastily replied, "Brother, I understand. I shall never dare again." Li Lin asserted, "You know my temperament. What I say, I shall do." I know, Shi Tongkue said, unable to resist wiping the blood still trickling from his nose. "It's nothing serious. Just wash it off in the river. But be more cautious in the future." Li Lin patted Shi Tongkue on the shoulder, who flinched, not daring to evade. Upon hearing he was permitted to leave, he questioned in disbelief, "Brother, may I go wash up?" Tentatively, he inched toward the riverbank. "Go on, but take your time," Li Lin replied with a maternal smile. Internally, he mused. It was no wonder that those who had not experienced the 1980s deemed the people of that era to be innocent. This was indeed a fact. In a few decades, mark my words, not only would one be beaten, but even a mere touch could provoke someone to shamelessly collapse to the ground, refusing to rise without a hefty sum. Truly disgraceful. The hearts of men have grown callous. Unlike today, where one could bleed another's nose, and the latter would still respond with politeness, devoid of any intent to extort. "Brother, allow me to light your cigarette." Huang Bowen, noticing Li Lin reaching for his cigarette again, hurriedly struck a match, bringing the flame to Li Lin's lips. Li Lin praised, "You are indeed generous, indulging in golden leaf. I have just learned to smoke and must roll my own." Huang Bowen, trying to conceal his pride, replied, "If you enjoy this brand, I shall bring you a couple of packs shortly. That once he do, I am quite impoverished. If you spoil my palate, it will be a different matter altogether." Li Lin waved his hand dismissively. That could lead to trouble. Huang Bowen hesitated before suggesting, "Brother, shall I fetch you a whole carton?" Li Lin chuckled. That would be too embarrassing. Initially, he had no intention of accepting Huang Bowen's generosity, but in the spirit of boasting, he felt it would be foolish to refuse. Huang Bowen's lips twitched involuntarily, yet he managed to force a smile. "Brother, would you wait for me here? I ride my bicycle quite swiftly." Seeing Li Lin nod, he swiftly donned his shirt, ready to depart, only to be halted by Li Lin's voice. "Why bring such a burden?" Li Lin snatched the cigarette pack from Huang Bowen's hands and casually tossed it to the grinning Qian Changjiang. Huang Bowen was taken aback. How had Li Lin transformed so? Although once fierce, he had always valued his dignity, feeling ashamed to accept even a meal from another. To use a phrase from drama, he would never partake in food offered without merit. How had he come to adopt such thievery? His audacity was beyond measure. "Didn't you hear Brother Delin speaking? Why are you standing there in a daze?" Qian Changjiang bellowed. Chapter 47. Liberation. Without hesitation, Huang Bowen dashed onto the gravel road, propping up a bicycle leaning against a poplar tree. He pedaled a few strokes before gliding down the slope, swiftly disappearing from view. Li Lin waited at the bridge for 5 or 6 minutes until he spotted Huang Bowen riding up from below. Before Huang could dismount, Qian Changjiang snatched the cigarette from his hand, declaring that the matter was settled. "Thank you, Brother Changjiang," Huang Bowen gasped, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "All right, you all carry on. I shan't hold you up any longer." Just then, a bus approached from a distance. Li Lin raised his hand to hail it, and noticing Li Yu lost in thought, he pulled her onto the bus. There was an empty seat up front, so he seated himself there. Li Yu, flustered, scrambled to find a place to sit. As the bus began to move, she witnessed her brother hand over $1, exclaiming, "Brother, that's so expensive." Li Lin chuckled. "If you were to walk, it would take you several hours." Li Yu retorted, "Brother, it's hardly worth it. I'd rather walk than spend $1 on this." "It's not your money, so don't fret about it," Li Lin replied with a smile. "Just enjoy your stay with me. That little rascal Shi Tongkue won't dare bother you again." "Thank you, brother." As Li Yu spoke, she couldn't help but gaze out the window at the ever-changing scenery. She had never traveled far. The furthest she had been was to the town. Everything appeared novel to her, and she could never seem to gaze long enough. Li Lin reassured her, "You are my sister, and I am your brother. There's no need for thanks." Li Yu hesitated before asking, "Will I really be able to find work?" "That's just a ruse to placate our mother. Don't take it to heart." Without that, she wouldn't let you go, Li Lin mused. In a few years, when the time is right, I'll help you find a good job. It won't be a burden on you. He contemplated. When you come to stay with me, you can assist your sister-in-law with the children and put on some weight. You're far too thin. Eat a bit more, and who knows, you might even grow taller. His sister, though possessing delicate and well-defined features, had one significant flaw: her height. Measuring just a little over 1.5 meters. At only 17, with proper nourishment, there was still hope for her to grow a bit more, wasn't he there? All right, Liu replied cheerfully. She had her own thoughts. Their mother didn't favor her, and she reciprocated the sentiment. As long as she could be away from her mother, she felt liberated. In contrast, she cherished her sister-in-law. Whenever her sister-in-law was wronged by their mother, Liu would comfort her, and when she herself felt mistreated, her sister-in-law would offer solace. They were bound together in mutual support. However, since her brother and sister-in-law had left, her mother had focused all her attention on her, and a slight misstep would earn her a slap. As a young woman, her mother would even strike her in front of others at times. She wished she could dive into the river, putting an end to her embarrassment and exhaustion. Li Lin, observant as ever, noticed a louse crawling on her cheek and swiftly crushed it. When we return, I'll have your sister-in-law braid your hair and give you a proper wash with boiled water. Avoid using raw water. No, I want to keep my hair long. Liu couldn't help but retort. Your hair is in poor condition. What's the point of growing it out? Li Lin chuckled, suggesting they should first twist it and then see. If you wish to grow long hair, you ought to eat more so that your roots strengthen. Liu, fearing that her brother might become upset, acquiesced. As they disembarked from the gravel road at the entrance of Wulong village, Liu felt dizzy, trailing behind him. Li Lin remarked with a smile, I had no idea you were prone to motion sickness. We are almost home, just hang in there a little longer. Hearing that they were nearly there, Liu felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. While her sister-in-law was amiable, one could never be certain about the appetite of others at the dinner table. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Brother, I can eat a little less. What nonsense are you talking? Li Lin was taken aback by her words. I brought you out to ensure you have a hearty meal. However, he added, you won't have the luxury of leisurely dining. Taking care of children is no easy task compared to farming at home. None of his 3 children are easy to manage. If given the chance to start over, he might not muster the courage to have 3. Yet, having actually brought them into the world, he had no regrets. He felt fortunate that upon his rebirth, he was granted all 3 of his children. Otherwise, he would be in a state of panic. I understand. Liu nodded emphatically, this time resolutely following Li Lin. Upon arriving home, Cheng Baiwang and others were already there, and Li Lin briefly recounted the family matters. Cheng Yumei smiled and said, I was just feeling lonely. Little US arrival is just perfect. Liu stepped forward to take the broom from Cheng Yumei's hands, saying, Sister-in-law, you rest. I'll handle this. Cheng Yumei pushed her away with a smile. I know you're capable, but there's no rush. Go wash up first. You'll have plenty of work ahead. Her husband had unilaterally decided to bring his sister-in-law over without consulting her, yet she bore no grievances. With her father and 4 brothers, along with 2 uncles and an uncle always around for food and drink, Delin not only earned money for them, but also took care of everything, ensuring that she, as a married woman, did not lose face. She felt immense gratitude. Now with the younger sister-in-law arriving, it would be petty to harbor jealousy. Moreover, this sister-in-law was quite competent, and having her around would indeed be beneficial. Cheng Baiwang rose with a cheerful demeanor, saying, Go wash up in the yard. We'll step outside. Just lock the door behind you. Liu quickly protested that it wasn't necessary, but Cheng Baiwang and the others had already exited, taking the door with them. A group of men squatted at the road's entrance, smoking. Cheng Yushan remarked, that Shi Tongkue fellow is from our village. I have a decent relationship with his father, so I can't just beat him up. Otherwise, I'd go back and help you settle the score. Qian Changjiang replied, Do you even need to? I could knock him down with a single kick. He wouldn't dare move. Cheng Baiwang cautioned, In the future, be mindful of your strength. We don't want to hurt anyone unnecessarily. Qian Changjiang assured him, Rest easy. Delin has already instructed us. If we truly injure someone, we have to cover medical expenses. We're not that foolish. Cheng Baiwang nodded in agreement. That's good. Suddenly, Qian Changjiang slapped his forehead as if recalling something, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and while distributing them, inquired, Have you taken care of the hygiene in your house? Ah, the golden leaf. Huang Bowen is quite the spendthrift. I dare say even his father would hesitate to indulge in such fine tobacco. Chung Yushan, after taking a drag and exhaling smoke rings, remarked that all that was missing was a pot. He intended to visit the supply and marketing cooperative, but alas, he found nothing. Tomorrow, he planned to venture into the county town. Li Lin chuckled, suggesting that they simply dine together, as Heir Ji's culinary skills are quite commendable, and he wished to savor more of those meals. Chung Baiwang interjected, expressing that if one desired to taste Heir Ji's cooking, they ought to visit their side, opting not to meddle with them. So, what shall we do tomorrow? Shall we loiter on the street? Chapter 48. A sense of security. His inquiry was remarkably casual, devoid of any embarrassment. It is worth noting that he had previously held this son-in-law in disdain. He could never have imagined that one day he would be sharing a meal with his son, brothers, and son-in-law. Li Lin responded with a smile, suggesting they wait to see if it rains tomorrow. If it does, it would be futile. Typically, one does not relocate in the rain. However, if the skies remain clear, not only would they go, but they would also split up on the streets, with Sanbo returning home and Uncle heading to Luan Means for carpentry. Only 8 of them remained. They would divide into 2 groups of 4, one stationed on West Street and the other on South Street. In the Jianghuai region, the annual rainfall predominantly occurs during the months of May, June, and July, a period most conducive for seedling cultivation and rice planting. Later, when Li Lin ventured out for work and ceased farming, he developed a fondness for the rain. Each time he returned home, he would gather a few boisterous companions, set up a table, pour a bottle of Air Guatu, and enjoy peanuts, reveling in the pleasure of drinking the day away. Yet, those who detest the humid rain can articulate numerous grievances. After the plum rain season begins, the drizzle persists from dawn till dusk, rendering homes damp, walls moldy, and clothes perpetually undry. Should a torrential downpour occur, it can lead to merciless floods. One must abandon the small family for the greater good, leaving crops behind and hastily retreating to higher ground with their wives and children. Living in such a corner of the world, one finds that life and death are fated, while fortune lies beyond one's control. Chung Yushan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the idea of casting a wider net to catch more fish was indeed prudent. How shall we divide ourselves? He inquired. Li Lin cheerfully suggested that an elder should lead 3 younger ones, which seemed perfectly reasonable. Chung Baiwang concurred, stating, "All right, the eldest, second, and third shall accompany me. Don't give me those wide-eyed looks, especially you, the eldest, with your foul temper. I must keep you in check to prevent any trouble." A father knows his son best. His eldest's temperament was hardly more agreeable than Li Lin's. When that reckless nature flared up, no one could rein him in. It was indeed safer to lead them himself. He then turned to Chung Baihong, advising, "Third brother, keep an eye on the fourth. Do not indulge his bad habits." Li Lin contemplated and then said, "Father, you should head to South Street, as it is the most bustling. Sambo, we will go to West Street." Chung Baihong, having crouched for too long, stood and stretched, remarking that while West Street might not be as crowded as South Street, it was still an acceptable location. And with a stroke of luck, they might snag some decent work. When Qian Changjiang offered a cigarette, Li Lin hesitated but ultimately accepted it. After lighting up, he remarked that it was likely they would be moving and that the tasks requiring plastering would be plentiful. Whoever secured a job would commence first, and if they found themselves shorthanded, they could reconvene for discussion. This sentiment resonated deeply with the others. After a hearty dinner, Chung Baiwang and his companions departed, leaving Li Yu to wash the dishes and laundry. As she observed Chung Yumei cradling Li Xian, she felt a momentary sense of disorientation. Chung Yumei jestingly inquired, "Little sister, what troubles you? Are you homesick?" "Sister-in-law, as long as you don't send me away, I have no desire to return," Li Yu replied without hesitation. Chung Yumei reassured her. "What nonsense are you talking? How could I ever want you to leave? You're still running a fever. How do you feel now? The quilt is in the room. You can spread it out yourself. Hurry and wash your face, then get some rest. We don't need your help here." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Li Yu expressed gratefully. "All right. Heed your sister-in-law's advice and go to sleep. When you have time, we'll each make ourselves a new outfit," Chung Yumei added. Li Lin observed his sister, who had neatly tied her hair, looking tidy, though her attire was a sorry sight, washed to a dull white with patched cuffs and collar, exuding a sense of poverty. Li Yu mumbled, "I have clothes. I don't need any." Chung Yumei glanced at her own sleeves and retorted, "Listen to your brother. Tomorrow we will each make ourselves something new. This outfit was made by my mother before I married your brother, and since then, aside from 2 undergarments. I Haven Tea had a single new piece made. Li Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly. Wasn't that a time of poverty? With that, he burped and retreated to the small back room to sleep. Before dawn, Li Lin habitually opened his eyes and through the small window. He saw the moonlight spilling onto the floor, confirming that it hadn't rained. He got out of bed, hearing noises from the kitchen, assuming it was Chung Baiwang and the others. Upon entering, he was surprised to find it was Li Yu. What are you doing up so early? I didn't ask you to be the housekeeper, Li Lin said, bemused. Li Yu replied as she stuffed straw into the stove. Brother, it's fine. I can't sit idle. If I were at home, I would have already gathered pigweed by this hour, then continued with cooking and washing, leaving no moment to spare. Li Lin shook his head. Well, let us take it slow and get used to it. Who doesn't yearn for comfort? It was merely that residing here brought a sense of insecurity, compelling her to prove her worth. Speaking further would be futile. Only time could slowly guide her understanding. When Qin Changjiang and the others arrived, the porridge in the pot was ready. The group quickly finished their meal and, as per yesterday's arrangements, set off to their respective posts. Li Lin, along with Qin Changjiang and Cheng Yinglian, had barely settled on West Street when his stomach began to growl, realizing that porridge does little to stave off hunger. Just as he hesitated over whether to spend money on bread, he spotted Chung Baiwang's figure, followed closely by Cheng Yinglian. Curiously, he asked, Uncle, weren't you working on Luan Min's front door? How do you have time to come here? Cheng Yinglian chuckled. Delin, you wouldn't know? But after Luan Min's house was completed, many people have come to view it, saying the 900 yuan spent on labor and materials was worth it. Just after you left yesterday, Luan Min rented it out to a couple running a noodle shop for just 5 yuan a month, and everyone else is envious. This morning, the elderly man next door who repairs tires approached me, expressing his desire to construct a house, likely hoping to rent it out like Luan Min did. I refrained from making any rash commitments and promptly came to consult with you all. 5 yuan a month? Qian Changjiang exclaimed, astonished. How many bowls of noodles must one sell to break even? That area is a crossroads, frequented by numerous passing drivers, all of whom surely have an appetite. Moreover, these drivers are not short on cash. Upon entering, they would at least indulge in a bowl of pig's head meat noodles, yielding a profit of 20 cents. If, on a good day, we sell just 50 bowls, that amounts to 10 yuan, half profit, translating to 150 yuan per month. Li Lin scoffed. What does that meager rent amount to? Qian Changjiang scratched his head, conceding, you have a point. Cheng Yinglian nodded in agreement. Indeed, and it's not just noodles. I've heard they also sell steamed buns, 2 dimes for those with meat filling, and 7 cents for plain ones. It's all profit. Cheng Baiwang chuckled. Now you've got me thinking about sending my younger brother to open a noodle shop. Li Lin replied, that could indeed work. With San Ji's skills in both cooking and noodle making, the business would undoubtedly thrive. Chapter 49. Luck. Moreover, subsequent events would prove that Cheng Yuha, the third brother, possessed a keen business acumen. Cheng Baiwang quickly waved his hands. I'm merely jesting. We mustn't take it seriously. That could lead to speculation and trouble. We should stick to honest labor and secure our meals. That's true, Li Lin agreed, choosing not to elaborate further. The streets and alleys abound with vendors, small restaurants, and entrepreneurs, yet most operate discreetly. While they lack official recognition as sole proprietors, they function as such in practice. In some regions, regulations are stringent. Even selling water chestnuts or eggs can lead to chaos. In contrast, other areas are more lenient, turning a blind eye. Take, for instance, the siblings Jiang Mingsong. The restaurant owned by Old Zhou, or the boat operators along the Huai River. Should scrutiny arise, none would escape unscathed. Ultimately, it hinges on local policies. While Li Lin was confident about the broader trajectory of the future, he remained cautious about the potential twists along the way. He feared that, under his guidance, the young boy's third uncle might become a casualty of those very complications, thereby implicating him as the wrongdoer. To be prudent, it was best to refrain from stoking the flames. As for any matter, they should be the architects of their own decisions without overextending his involvement. Once the overarching direction was firmly established, it would not be too late to venture into the restaurant business. Cheng Yinglian suggested, let us hurry then, so as not to keep them waiting. Cheng Baiwang turned to Cheng Yulong, saying, fourth brother, you stay here. If anyone inquires, muster up your courage and speak to them politely. The personalities of the eldest and the fourth brothers were quite the opposite. The eldest was bold and reckless, while the fourth was shy, resembling a timid young girl. If one were unaware, They might think they were not born of the same mother. Understood. Cheng Yulong responded with a smile. If anyone comes, I will certainly speak properly. Qian Changjiang added. Uncle, I too prefer not to leave, so you all go ahead. I will stay here with the fourth brother. There won't be any issues. Cheng Baiwang cautioned, you two be sharp. The more Qian Changjiang insisted, the less assured Cheng Baiwang felt. This troublesome creature is much like his eldest son, notorious for his penchant for causing chaos. Unable to restrain himself, he imparted a few more words before setting off with Li Lin and Cheng Yinglian towards the encampment. Li Lin felt a stroke of fortune coming his way. With the house of Luan Min serving as a model, he found no need for lengthy negotiations with Lu Laoshi and promptly secured 4 large rooms for 900 yuan. Once the agreement was reached, Cheng Baiwang hastily urged his second son, Cheng Yutian, to take a ride back and summon his second uncle. His elder brother, Cheng Baiquan, was quite capable. Without him, matters would truly falter. Suddenly, Cheng Yinglian called out to Cheng Yutian, turning to Li Lin, Dalin. The entrance of Luan Min's house is still unfinished. I'm afraid I cannot handle the task that Lu Laoshi has started. You must find another carpenter. Li Lin pondered briefly and asked, whom do you think would be suitable? Cheng Yinglian, absent-mindedly tapping his pipe, replied, in terms of skill, apart from myself, it would undoubtedly be Qian Laoku from your village. After saying this, he recalled something and looked at Qian Changjiang. Your elder brother truly possesses remarkable craftsmanship. Qian Changjiang scratched his head. I'm not on good terms with my elder brother. He is quite difficult. He can haggle over every single cent for an eternity, making him quite the handful. When it comes to cooking at home, he counts every grain of rice before it goes into the pot. Hence, he has earned the moniker of Qian Laoku. Li Lin chuckled. Uncle, perhaps you should think of someone else. Cheng Yinglian stroked his chin and mused. How about we invite Wu Binshan? His skills are commendable, though he can be rather lazy. We'll just need to keep an eye on him. Isn't that your apprentice? Li Lin was naturally familiar with him. This fellow had previously associated with him. To call him lazy would indeed be an injustice. Although he had only completed elementary school, he was a literary soul, often preoccupied with crafting incomprehensible writings, disenchanted with reality. Unable to envision a promising future, he simply chose to lie flat. Cheng Yinglian affirmed. That's him. What do you think? Li Lin replied. He'll do just fine. Let him come. With Li Lin's approval, Cheng Yinglian instructed his second son, Cheng Baitian. Go summon your second uncle and find Wu Binshan. Just say it's from me. He wouldn't dare refuse. Understood. I'll go right away. Cheng Baitian, seeing there were no further instructions, dashed off. Li Lin glanced at his receding figure and suggested, shall we return home to gather our tools? After lunch, we can commence work. Cheng Baiwang remarked. The walls of his house are merely made of mud bricks. They should be easy to dismantle. I estimate we could finish in 7 days, ideally. That sounds about right. Li Lin felt that this venture might yield greater profits than his previous dealings with Luan Min. After returning for lunch, they set off with a cart loaded with a sledgehammer, hemp rope, trowels, shovels, buckets, and various other tools, commencing work the same day. By evening, Cheng Baiquan and Wu Binshan arrived. Cheng Baiquan required little guidance from Li Lin, having previously completed a job. He merely pulled Wu Binshan aside for a few detailed instructions. Wu Binshan, tall and slender, was hesitant to speak too freely in front of the formidable Li Lin. He nodded in agreement to everything that was said. In the evening, after preparing a meal on the stove built at Lu Laoshi's doorstep, they finished dining and returned to the state-run hotel where they had previously stayed. With the experience gained from Luan Min's household, the group worked in perfect harmony, and by noon on the 8th day, they had successfully erected the house. However, Cheng Yinglian did not participate in the final carpentry work, which Lu Laoshi entrusted to his own relatives. Nevertheless, Cheng was not disheartened. This time he earned a commendable 56 yuan from Luan Min. Coupled with the 15 yuan he had earned earlier, he amassed a total of 71 yuan in less than half a month. His entire family, comprising 3 sons and 3 daughters-in-law, toiled in the fields for an entire year and barely earned 40 yuan. Indeed, Daling was right. In this era, the bold thrive while the timid perish. Honest individuals struggle to make a living. On the night of their last workday, Li Lin bought 5 kilograms of pig's head meat, 2 jars of 20 kilograms of wine, and half a kilogram of peanuts from a prepared food stall. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Qian Changjiang and Cheng Yushan had just returned from the river with a catch of over 10 kilograms of fish. Cheng Yuha took to the kitchen again, with Li Yu assisting, and they prepared a lavish spread. As they sat down at the table, Cheng Yushan poured the wine and declared that no one was allowed to act timid tonight. They should drink to their heart's content. Before he could finish, he received a chopstick jab from Cheng Baiwang. Seeing the wine, he forgot his own surname. It was not good for him, and he should drink sparingly. Dad, I am just happy, Cheng Yushan replied, looking pitifully at his father. You are just a seasoned drinker. How can you scold me? However, he had no choice. This was his father, after all, and he had to endure whatever was said. Chapter 50. The artistic youth Li Lin ignored the banter between the two and turned to the bewildered Wu Ben-shun, saying, Shunzi, don't just stand there, come sit down. This is your home now, so please don't be shy. No one could have anticipated that such a rugged middle-aged man, who seemed to have abandoned societal norms, would aspire to be an artistic youth. Since Li Lin had met him, he had been incessantly writing and drawing, often rising in the middle of the night to labor over his notebook, producing hundreds of words with his pencil, and tirelessly submitting his work everywhere. Many mocked his lofty aspirations, questioning how a man who hadn't even graduated from elementary school dared to dream of becoming a writer. Yet he remained unfazed, dedicating all his leisure time to reading and writing, unfortunately, without even securing a single placement in the newspapers. By the time he reached his 50s, he began to lament the oppressive nature of traditional forces that stifled opportunities for newcomers, subsequently embracing the internet and proclaiming himself a web novelist, taking it upon himself to safeguard the essence of Chinese traditional culture. His mentor, Cheng Inglian, considered him lazy, not because he was indolent, but due to his stubborn dedication to this pursuit, despite his undeniable craftsmanship as a carpenter. Moreover, he was far more devoted to his family than Li Lin. Throughout his life, he has never raised his hand against his wife nor shown anger towards his children. In fact, he was likely the first father in the village to prioritize his children's education, despite his impoverished circumstances. Even when struggling to put food on the table, he sent his children to learn traditional crafts such as the suona, eru, and paper cutting, believing that a well-rounded upbringing was essential and that music nourishes the soul. He went into debt to send both of his children to the county for middle school, having only worked as a carpenter for a mere 2 days. Many regarded him as having lost his mind. However, years later, his eldest son graduated from a prestigious university, and his daughter from Fudan University, both securing stable government jobs. For their remote village, this achievement was remarkable, leading others to realize that the true foolishness lay in their own judgments. Li Lin often took pride in having 3 university-educated children who were doing reasonably well, yet when compared to others, it paled in significance. The adage holds true: comparisons can bring despair, and one measure against another can lead to discontent. Thus, he garnered both laughter and respect in equal measure. There was no rush. The elders had not yet taken their seats, so they would wait patiently. Wu Ben-shun felt quite pleased to have earned 15 yuan on this trip, which diminished his biases against Li Lin. It turned out that De Lin was not as hopeless as everyone claimed. At least when it came to money, he was straightforward and precise. Cheng Inglian urged, "Come on, take a seat without hesitation. There are no outsiders here, so don't be shy." "Master, you should take a seat," Wu Ben-shun insisted, guiding Cheng Inglian to the central position before retreating to sit beside Cheng Yushan. Cheng Inglian remarked irritably, "You may not possess much skill, but you certainly have an abundance of rules." Wu Ben-shun replied earnestly, "Master, this courtesy has existed since ancient times. Let's pause this discussion and drink first." Li Lin knew him well. Traditionally, one should speak for at least half an hour before drinking. Having endured enough of such rituals in his previous life, he was unwilling to suffer through them again. The 11 of them finished a jar of 10 jin of liquor, and when night fell, they all went to the place rented by Cheng Baiwang and Qian Changjiang to sleep, with no one expressing a desire to return home, including Cheng Baiquan. That night, Li Lin lay on a small bed in the back room, shirtless, while Cheng Yumei applied fragrant oil to his shoulders, occasionally causing him to gasp in pain. Cheng Yumei, feeling sympathetic, remarked, "You just healed, and now it's swollen again. It wasn't this severe a few days ago." Li Lin sighed and replied, "I just wanted to save some money. Demolishing houses, digging foundations, carrying earth, laying stones, building walls, and hoisting beams. Was any of it easy? I'll just endure this for now. Once I've saved enough capital, we can pursue a different endeavor. If given a choice in this life, I would prefer not to continue working on construction sites. Anyone in this line of work understands the daily dealings with all manner of people, often engaging in cunning games. where one might even be stabbed in the back. Fights, brawls, and conflicts were commonplace, especially in an era where life was held so cheaply. The loss of a person was regarded with less concern than that of a dog. Integrity and honesty were not valued on construction sites. If that were all, it would be bearable, but the greatest fear was risking one's life and still not receiving any remuneration. If one does not owe millions or is not owed millions, one feels hesitant to claim to be in the construction business. Should the opportunity arise, one might purchase several buildings, nurturing a quiet life with one's spouse and children, peacefully managing properties and sparing the next generation from the daily grind of labor and the scrutiny of others. He is merely a farmer, devoid of familial sentiments or notions of righteousness. His greatest contribution is simply to refrain from causing disruption to the state and society. However, it is prudent not to act rashly. One ought to be considerate, not only for oneself, but also for one's children. Cheng Yume hesitated before stating that should one find oneself destitute, the children would suffer. Having been married to Li Lin for many years, her days of comfort were far fewer than the time spent renting a home. At the very least, she is spared the burden of her mother-in-law's disdain. Moreover, she currently possesses enough funds, with assistance from Li Yu in managing the children, doing laundry, and preparing meals. At times, she feels as if she is in a dream, the reality seeming less tangible. Mind your own business regarding the men's affairs. Just take care of the children at home. Once they grow older, you may live as you please, and I shall not intervene, Li Lin yawned. It's easy for you to say. What is it that doesn't require my attention? Cheng Yume retorted bitterly, lamenting her fate of perpetual worry, unworthy of enjoying comfort. Though life is presently agreeable, she fears that Li Lin might become complacent and cannot restrain herself from uttering a few dramatic remarks. Damn it, here we go again with the nonsense. Li Lin replied indignantly, have I truly made your life so arduous? Or have I caused you any distress? Perhaps his voice was raised a bit too high, as it caught the attention of Li Yu, who was washing clothes in the yard. She called out, brother, sister-in-law has worked hard, don't argue with her. They usually timidly been joined in, shouting, Dad, you can't bully Mom. Cheng Yume proudly declared, do you see? The truth is evident. Hey, I've bought you so much food, only for it to end up in the dog's belly, isn't it? Li Lin said as he got up from the bed, lifting Li Bin with a swift motion, causing the boy to scream in fright. Cheng Yume scolded, what are you doing? It's late, and you're frightening the child. What else could I do with my own son? Li Lin replied, setting Li Bin down and casting a sidelong glance. You'll come to me for help one day. His son was growing increasingly rebellious. He asked for little more than a father-son relationship that was not as strained as the previous generations. Chapter 51. Transporting goods. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yume grew increasingly displeased. Is there truly a need for a father to compete with his children? Fine. It's all my fault. Just as Li Lin finished speaking, he heard Li Liang shouting at the door, Sister, the puppy needs to go. Cheng Yume grabbed a piece of paper and hurriedly ran over, kicking aside the small dog that was sniffing around Li Xian's rear. Dogs, being carnivorous, typically do not consume feces, yet when raised in poverty, they might resort to such desperate measures, seeking sustenance beneath human bottoms. Observing the puppy's eager demeanor, Li Lin surmised the cause. Did you forget to feed it again last night? Cheng Yume, while tidying up the aftermath with Li Xian, remarked, there wasn't enough for you gentlemen to eat. Not only was the soup consumed, but even the crispy rice was devoured entirely. All that remains are a few bones and fish bones, which nearly choked me just now. It's astounding how a dozen grown men, in their prime, could leave nothing behind. Li Lin opened the door, picked up a shovel, and unceremoniously tossed the freshly baked remnants, along with the earth, onto the dung heap outside. Ever since the meals had more substance, the children had been much more efficient in their toilet habits, no longer wailing like banshees. He himself had found a certain enjoyment in smoking while squatting, a stark contrast to the previous discomfort. The only unbearable aspect was the coarse toilet paper, which, while effective, left him with a sore behind. He resolved to procure better supplies soon. A small puppy, drawn by the scent, dashed outside but was swiftly kicked back by Li Lin. After securing the door, he poured some water into the dog bowl and, amidst Cheng Yume's astonishment and disbelief, added some milk powder meant for the children. Before she could voice her thoughts, he said dismissively, it's not worth making a fuss over. Brother, you're being extravagant. Are we truly unable to manage? Li Yu could no longer contain herself. That's milk powder. My sister-in-law wanted to prepare a cup for me this morning, and I couldn't bear to drink it. And now, you're feeding it to the dog? See, I'm not the only one saying this, Chung Yumei retorted, her frustration palpable. With our stomachs grumbling all night, how can we possibly sleep? Li Lin, unfazed, placed the prepared milk before the eager dog, which lapped it up greedily, nearly burying its head in the bowl. Without a backward glance, he retreated indoors to sleep. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, the group divided into 3 teams to patrol the streets. Li Lin led Qian Changjiang, Chung Yulong, and Wu Benshun to the riverbank road, where the sun had yet to rise. Bored while sitting on the roadside, he was about to light a cigarette when someone inquired, "Are you traveling far?" Li Lin looked up to see a man in his 40s, with a square face and a dark complexion, dressed in a clean white shirt and black trousers, his feet clad in worn liberation shoes. "Where are you headed? What are you delivering?" The man smiled and replied, "Delivering yellow ginseng, chicken head fruit, angelica de hurica, and cat's claw herb to Boizhou." "Chinese medicinal herbs?" Li Lin frowned. "Brother, Boizhou isn't close. It's about 200 kilometers away, isn't it? Wouldn't it take 5 or 6 days for a round trip? There are no national highways here. Just winding rural and county roads, no direct routes." The middle-aged man chuckled. "About that, yes. If you're willing to deliver, we can discuss the price. Rest assured, we won't shortchange you." "Curious," Li Lin asked, "are you in business for yourself?" "No, I work for a collective enterprise," the man replied, hastily producing an introduction letter and handing it to Li Lin. "Brother, take a look. I'm not deceiving you." "Oh, I see." Li Lin recognized the familiar scheme akin to that of Jiang Mingyue and her siblings, who annually provided a meager contribution to the village under the guise of a collective enterprise. However, he did not expose the matter, for in these uncertain times, such practices were commonplace. One either registered under a collective enterprise or a tertiary industry, or opted for direct contracting, with profits remitted and excess retained. The man smiled apologetically. "What do you think? We have carts, you seek automobiles. How convenient would trains be?" Upon uttering these words, Li Lin immediately regretted his folly. How foolish it sounded. Automobiles and trains were in short supply. Even public institutions could not secure them without connections. How much less could a private individual? "My friend, you overestimate my capabilities," the man remarked as he dispersed a circle of smoke. "Rest assured, you will not be neglected." Chung Yinglian lit a cigarette, allowing the haze to swirl before him. "You have been in this business for years. How could you lack manpower?" The man chuckled. "To be honest, in the past, I could manage with a single cart. But this year, the demand has surged. Given the local ties, I fear the obligation of favors, hence I prefer not to seek help from home." Fear of obligations? Li Lin certainly did not believe such nonsense. Perhaps he was wary of those close to him discovering his vulnerabilities. Envy was a difficult ailment to cure, especially in times of tension, where one might end up sacrificing oneself. What a cautious individual, unlike himself, who had already gathered a large group of relatives and friends without much hesitation. Yet, this served as a reminder to him. Moderation was essential. If he left a record, it could tarnish his children's futures. Li Lin turned to Chung Yinglian. "Uncle, what do you say?" Chung Yinglian smiled. "Whatever works. Anything is better than sitting idly at home." Upon hearing this, Li Lin felt reassured, rising to toss a cigarette to the man. "Brother, how many carts do you need? How many people? State your price, and if it suits us, we shall run the errand for you." The man exhaled a sigh of relief. 8 carts, at least 10 people, rotating shifts. "Let me be clear, this batch is urgent. There won't be much time for rest on the road." Li Lin replied with a smile. "Brother, as long as the payment is prompt, everything is negotiable." After a moment of contemplation and a furtive glance around, the man slowly extended 5 fingers. "This number, brother. We are 11 in total. Assuming we run for 7 days, enduring hardships, it amounts to less than 7 yuan a day. To be frank, we might as well linger at the street corner," Li Lin earnestly stated. "Brother, that is a considerable sum," the man retorted dismissively. "Earning over 40 yuan in 7 days exceeds the monthly salary of a government official." "Brother, you are deceiving yourself. Government officials have access to daycare, healthcare, and the best schools. How can we, mere common folk, compare? This truth I have learned clearly through my 3 children." Unfortunately, no one seemed willing to heed his wisdom. Even when Li Bin later became a doctor, barely scraping by in a stable job, it was a path he had to force upon himself. Chapter 52. Settling disputes. Their reluctance stemmed perhaps from an aversion to a life where the end was always in sight. Yet, they never considered that such a life represents stability. Only those who have endured the harsh realities of society can truly comprehend the extravagant pursuit of stability. Lin, the elder, initially left his hometown, relying on the goodwill of others, and suffered disdain, all in the hopes of earning enough to return home and build a house. After all, building a house signifies the quest for stability. He longed to escape the transient lifestyle, to avoid the chaos stirred by a mere residence permit. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man chuckled, remarking that your aspirations are lofty, far beyond what ordinary folks contemplate. Indeed, comparisons are futile. Li Lin stubbed out his cigarette on the ground and replied, our primary work involves moving, patching, and painting, laborious tasks, yet despite the toil, we can return home each night to a warm meal and a restful sleep. Unlike your long journeys, where one eats poorly and sleeps even worse, and yet earns less than one would at home. Brother, what do you seek in that? The man continued, I aim for a long-term business. To be honest, as long as you perform well, I will have work for you consistently, save for a month or so of rest in the snowy winter. However, moving jobs are not daily affairs, are they? Li Lin smiled and said, brother, if it's 600, I want to say more. The man insisted, this is a small business. I'll cover your meals and lodging on the road, ensuring you have meat at every meal. These are expenses to consider. Furthermore, you know how many troublemakers lurk along the way. One must prepare 100 or so to placate them, or else you might incur losses. Li Lin's eyes brightened, and he casually offered, 800, and no need to concern yourself with any ruffians on the road. In an era where slogans warning against criminal acts can boldly adorn walls, the common folk remain remarkably naive, neither robbing you of your kidneys nor coercing you into selling blood. They simply request a bit of money for their needs. Refuse? They will greet your entire family with ill wishes, and then approach you with pitchforks and axes for a rather intimate encounter. If you happen to be a young woman, they might even extend a warm invitation to their homes to continue their lineage, providing food and shelter. Should you bear them several children, your old age would be secured. An abundance of benefits. The man chuckled and said, brother, anyone can speak sweetly, but we are, after all, out of our province. It is better to avoid trouble. Spending a little money can save a great deal of hassle. Li Lin scrutinized him for a moment and then said, from your words, it seems you are quite the easy target. Wouldn't those passing by be delighted to see you? Doesn't that weigh heavy on your heart? Big brother, if you dare venture out, you must possess some ambition and surely would not wish to endure such humiliation. Among our group of men, we do not boast, but few dare to challenge us here. Once outside, while I cannot promise to resolve your issues, at the very least, no one would dare to extort you. The middle-aged man continued to smile, saying, if you encounter trouble, I cannot be held accountable. Qian Changjiang stood up, disdain evident on his face, saying, you simply wish to instigate a fight with us. Rest assured, if we lose or something goes awry, you shall not be implicated. 800? The man repeated, observing the robust Li Lin and Qian Changjiang. Meals and lodging included, Li Lin added. The man shook his head helplessly, saying, your brother speaks plainly, and I shall heed your words. When can you depart? I have a shipment that is rather urgent. Li Lin remarked, we have only 3 carts. If you have a cart, we can leave today. If not, we must borrow one and depart by noon tomorrow. The man nodded, saying, I have a cart. We can leave this afternoon. Take the river embankment road, turn left onto Liberation Road, walk for about 2 miles, and you will reach Dengying. Do you know it? Li Lin replied, I am familiar with it. The man tossed the remaining half-pack of golden leaf cigarettes to Li Lin with a smile, adding, my home is in Dengying. Once you arrive, just ask for Wei Xinbing. Everyone there knows me. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. What an intriguing character. As Li Lin watched his figure disappear, he retrieved a cigarette from his pack, tossed it to Qian Changjiang, and lit one for himself, exhaling smoke rings. If we take a trip and it goes well, we might consider purchasing a tractor for transportation, he mused. Wu Benshun thought Li Lin's words were nonsensical and chose not to respond, simply asking, so are we heading home now? Li Lin replied, I'll take the bus to West Street to find my brother, and you two should head directly to South Street to find our second uncle. You can go home without waiting for us. Let them start cooking once you arrive. He then turned and made his way to the bus stop. Squinting at the street signs, he located the route to West Street. Before long, the bus arrived, and he paid 3 cents to the conductor before boarding. Heading straight for West Street, Cheng Yushan was engrossed in smoking when he inadvertently looked up and saw Li Lin disembarking from the bus. He nudged Chung Yutian beside him, saying, "Look, isn't that Delin?" Chung Yutian stood up and approached Li Lin directly, asking, "What brings you here?" Li Lin briefly explained the situation, then turned to Chung Baiwang, inquiring, "Father, is this feasible?" Chung Baiwang smiled. "It's 10 yuan for the day. Of course, it can be done. Just avoid mediating disputes for outsiders. They can be quite unpredictable and you don't want to suffer losses." Chung Yushan, unfazed, remarked, "Dad, didn't you hear what Delin said? If we don't mediate, they won't offer such a generous sum." "Indeed, Dad. In this day and age, without a bit of courage, one cannot earn money amicably," Li Lin added with a smile. "If we want to make money, we must possess some audacity." "I'm inclined to follow your lead," Chung Baiwang acknowledged, realizing they spoke the truth. For the sake of earning, risking one's life seemed trivial. A scuffle was inconsequential. "Father, you truly embody the spirit of a soldier," Li Lin remarked. "You possess more valor than the average person. Don't mention merely fighting. I fear not even in battle." Chung Baiwang stated, reflecting, "If you doubt my words, ask Wu Tuozi from your village. Back in the day, I stood firm against the American devils without hesitation. Unfortunately, he wasn't as fortunate as I was. I returned unscathed while he, as a combat engineer, suffered a back injury from an unsteady log and became a hunchback." "Was he transformed into a hunchback during the war?" "I thought he had always been one," Li Lin responded, astonished. "Heading home, are we? Let us depart then." Chung Baiwang exhaled a puff of smoke, continuing his stride. "Otherwise, we would all be engaged in labor, and after lingering a bit longer, I might find myself back to tilling the land, without even having wed a wife, which is indeed rather pitiable." Suddenly, Li Lin recalled certain rumors concerning Wu Tuozi. It was said that his monthly pension amounted to 10 to 20,000. At that time, he was unfamiliar with Wu Tuozi and dismissed the talk as mere nonsense. However, in light of what his father-in-law had mentioned, it now seemed plausible. "Father, did you ever clash with the Americans in close combat?" Li Lin had previously maintained a strained relationship with his father-in-law, refraining from such inquiries, and naturally, his father-in-law had not broached the subject with him either. Chung Baiwang sighed. "You have no idea. The Americans had planes and artillery. We hadn't even encountered them directly. From several kilometers away, their bombs fell as if they were free. A true threat to life. During ambushes, when the distance was closer, they wielded automatic rifles and heavy machine guns, hardly bothering to affix bayonets. Bullets rained down relentlessly. Only a fool would engage in face-to-face combat." With sincerity, Li Lin responded, "Father, you are indeed a hero. Had we been there, we might have soiled ourselves at the mere sound of the shells. Regardless, I do not consider my life to be one of humiliation," Chung Baiwang declared, straightening his posture. "I have worn an American pocket watch and consumed American canned goods. I have experienced my share of glory." Chung Yushan interjected, "Father, you enjoyed your glory. Yet you prevent us from enlisting. If only I had gone to serve, it would have been much better. It's all your fault." Chung Baiwang cast a disdainful glance at him. "You are all my offspring. Do I not know your characters? With your foolishness, none of you would last 3 days on the battlefield." Chung Yushan retorted defiantly, "You underestimate us. We are not as incompetent as you suggest. After all, you are only slightly over 1.60 meters. I am taller than you." He believed he was not inferior to his father. "I forbade you from going precisely because I understand the dangers involved," Chung Baiwang continued, lighting another cigarette and sighing. "That Shi Tongkai from our village was no less clever or capable than you. He went to Vietnam last year, and just like that, he was gone." His mother nearly lost her breath from weeping. Now she can hardly open her eyes, lost in despair. War is no trivial matter. Such foolishness should not be entertained. Chung Yushan, unwilling to concede, insisted, "In a fight, I would best him." "Foolish child." Chung Baiwang could not help but glance at his son, growing increasingly irritated by his naive demeanor. "Go away." Li Lin, witnessing Chung Yushan's embarrassment, felt an urge to laugh, but ultimately restrained himself. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted the chimney emitting smoke from a distance. Chung Maitian sighed. "Maisie's cooking is not to my liking. She often hampers rather than helps." Li Lin chuckled. "Having something to eat is already quite fortunate. Do not be too critical of her." At the doorstep, Chung Baihuan and Chung Baihong were busy chopping wood, one holding the log steady while the other swung the axe. With a resounding clang, the axe split the wood in two, causing Li Lin's eyelids to flutter. Unable to contain himself, he cautioned, "Second uncle, third uncle, please be careful. If you don't want to chop, just toss it into the pot for the fire." Chung Baiquan secured the axe at his waist, spat into his palm, and chuckled. No worries. Idleness breeds mischief. Dad. Before Li Lin could react, Li Xian had already clung to his waist, joyfully exclaiming, "Oh, my precious wine jar. You are quite the handful." Li Lin lifted her under her armpits, hoisting her to his shoulder while calling out playfully, "Giddy up." Though his daughter may not excel academically, she was certainly a spirited challenge. She was no pushover. When he married off his eldest and second sons and purchased a house in the provincial city, he felt quite accomplished. Yet, his daughter seemed displeased, often implying he favored the boys. She would say, "Where the money is, there lies the love." But at that time, he truly had no choice. Without providing financial support to his sons, how could they ever secure wives or homes? Conversely, his daughter had no shortage of suitors or provisions. Her situation was undoubtedly easier than that of her two brothers. At times, he would ponder his daughter's grievances, which weighed heavily on his heart. In the stillness of the night, while lying in bed, he vowed that in this lifetime, he would, by all means, secure a home for her, lest they become adversaries in the future. Ideally, a building would suffice as her dowry. However, the thought of the expenses involved left him feeling rather uncertain. Having traveled extensively, he had gained considerable experience, yet his education remained limited. With only a primary school education, he could barely ensure he was not utterly ignorant. After entering society, he had not engaged in any formal study. The most he had read were the online novels on his phone, tales of martial kings, son-in-laws, and fantastical adventures, still igniting a fervor within him at 50 or 60 years of age, wishing he could join in the rallying cry, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Yet, these stories contained little of substance, whether it be the martial arts of the warriors or the cultivation techniques of the fantastical realms. He could not master any of it. Essentially, he had only experienced solitude. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to be disheartened. Perhaps he would never amass great wealth. But with the insight gained over the years, as long as he avoided reckless actions, it would be difficult to remain destitute. "Dad, I want some candy." Li Xian tugged at Li Lin's hair, raising her voice. "I didn't buy any today. I'll get you some next time," he replied, his heart racing, fearing she might burst into tears. Fortunately, Li Xian was considerate and did not throw a tantrum. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Lin briefed Cheng Yumei. "I'll be away for about a week. You and Xiao Yu just keep an eye on the house. Be careful on the road." Cheng Yumei responded without further ado. After the meal, as they prepared to depart, Cheng Yushan placed 2 axes onto the cart, which caused Cheng Yumei's heart to race. Eldest brother, shouldn't the axes stay at home? What did these men intend to do? If they had to stay overnight, having an axe could help them chop branches for cooking. Chung Baiquan chuckled, "Leave them at home. Don't worry about it. Just be cautious on your journey." Cheng Yumei gazed at the figures of the departing crowd. Unable to suppress a sigh, Li Yu remarked, "Sister-in-law, there's no need to worry. Uncle and the others are reliable." Cheng Yumei replied, "I just fear for your elder brother. My own brother is unpredictable, and then there's Chong Jiang. He is quite a character." It should be fine. Li Yu thought of his elder brother's temperament, which, though it had softened somewhat of late, remained quite volatile. The sun hung high in the sky, marking the peak of the day's heat. By the time Li Lin and his companions arrived at Wei Xinbing's residence, they were already drenched in sweat. Wei Xinbing's home, situated beside the road, featured walls enclosing the front and back, with a spacious courtyard in between, where heaps of medicinal herbs stacked like small mountains filled burlap sacks. Wei Xinbing pulled back the rain tarp and straw, then pointed to a cart in the yard with a smile, saying, "This is it. I appreciate your hard work." Chapter 54. On the road the air was thick with the scent of herbs. Cheng Yushan could not help but exclaim, "Brother, your business is quite impressive. With so many herbs, you must be earning a considerable sum." Wei Xinbing quickly responded, "I'm merely a runner, toiling for the public good. As for myself, I manage just to scrape by." "Brother, there's no need for such caution. We all understand the situation," Li Lin chuckled softly. "If you don't trust us, there's really no necessity to involve us." Despite having tempered his temperament considerably, he still found it irksome that Wei Xinbing regarded them as fools. "That was not my intention." Wei Xinbing tossed a cigarette towards Li Lin. "Take one for the road." "You're quite generous." Li Lin glanced at the offering, realizing it was a whole pack of shuchang, priced at 2 yuan and 90 cents. After accepting it, he directly handed the money to Qian Changjiang. Upon opening the pack, except for Cheng Yulong, who did not smoke, everyone received a packet. After tucking the cigarettes away, Cheng Baiwang asked, "Younger brother, How should we proceed? Shall we start moving now? Wei Xinbing replied with a smile. It often rains on the road, so let's layer the cart with straw and then a sheet of plastic. Once the sacks are full, we'll cover them with the rain tarp and straw again, securing everything tightly with ropes to prevent anything from falling off. His detailed instructions were quickly understood by all. It was much like protecting a stack of wheat from rain. The Cheng brothers laid straw and plastic on the cart, while Cheng Yushan and Cheng Yutian climbed atop the mound of herbs, tossing down bag after bag. Once 10 carts were filled, Cheng Baiwang and Cheng Baiquan personally tied the knots, while Cheng Yinglian followed closely behind to double-check their work. Wei Xinbing, pleased, lit another cigarette and remarked, "You truly are masters at your craft. It's evident you hail from the military." Cheng Baiquan chuckled, "In the army, if you couldn't tie knots. When the trumpet sounded for a sudden march, while others packed up their gear, you'd still be fumbling, dragging the whole unit behind. Certainly, you'd face consequences." Hearing this, Wei Xinbing regarded him with newfound respect. "Brother, have you been to the battlefield? I never had that opportunity. In 48, I joined the army in this remote corner, surrounded by veterans from the northeast. The main forces had already completed their battles, and we simply crossed the river, following in their wake without firing a single shot. We were stationed in Anqing, guarding the airport, with nothing to do but twiddle our thumbs. By 50, I returned to farming." After Cheng Baiquan finished speaking, he pointed at Cheng Baiwang, saying, "My brother here is fortunate. He actually fought alongside the Americans and even tasted American canned food." Cheng Baiwang humbly waved his hand, stating, "That's all in the past. There's nothing remarkable to recount. Although I may be older, rest assured, I can still muster a bit of strength on this journey." Wei Xinbing chuckled, "Brother, you can't be that old, right? I'm 35, and you seem at most a decade older." Cheng Baiwang shook his head. "Oh, I am much older than you. I'm 59 this year." He then pointed to Cheng Yushan, saying, "This is my eldest, already 32. To be honest, I served in 63 and spent 5 years in the military, mostly repairing the secondary roads in western Anhui." Wei Xinbing reflected, "That's why I feel such a familiarity with you all. It turns out we are like family. Now I need not feel embarrassed. We can speak freely." Traveling from Huaibin to Boizhou, there were plenty of unsavory encounters. You could say my temper is quite explosive, and in the past, I wouldn't have tolerated their antics. But now, with my family in tow, I truly cannot afford to be reckless. Moreover, being in unfamiliar territory, I was alone. I exerted myself, but it was as it was. Sometimes, I dared not walk during the day and would wait until nightfall. Even then, I encountered numerous injustices and spent a fair sum of money. Yesterday, while in the county on errands, I spotted this brother. He saw Li Lin light a cigarette and personally helped him to ignite it. There was a moving sign nearby, and I thought to find a couple of people for courage on the journey. Suddenly, Cheng Yushan exclaimed, "Brother, it looks like you've found your companions. When it comes to fighting, none of us are afraid." Li Lin smiled wryly. "Our hierarchy has become quite muddled." The brothers Cheng Baiwang and Wei Xinbing referred to each other as siblings, and now Cheng Yushan also became close with Wei Xinbing, creating a tangled web of relationships. Wei Xinbing laughed, "With brothers like you, you've hit the nail on the head." Cheng Yinghong interjected, "Let us not prolong the chatter. Shall we depart? You lead the way, and I'll just relay a few words to my family." Wei Xinbing quietly spoke to a woman at the door, holding one child and leading another. Cheng Ying swiftly pulled the cart and led the way, followed closely by Cheng Baiwang and Cheng Yushan. The last cart was pulled by Qian Changjiang, while Li Lin walked behind, occasionally running ahead to lend a hand over any bumps. Upon reaching Jiefeng Road, Wei Xinbing jogged ahead to guide the group. As the sun set, they crossed the Hong River and entered Funan, officially within Anhui province. The group was not particularly surprised. This area marked the border between Hunan and Anhui, where one could easily traverse between the two. They shared the same water, endured similar hardships, and their accents and customs were closely related, with many familial ties. Yet, due to administrative divisions, they were separated into two provinces. After enjoying a warm meal in the city, they pressed on without rest, insisting on continuing their journey under the stars. The sooner they arrived, the sooner they could return and collect their earnings. Li Lin replaced Cheng Baiwang, chuckling, "Dad, take a puff while I take a turn." Cheng Baiwang, without hesitation, draped the rope around his neck onto Li Lin's shoulder, laughing, "I'm getting old. I'm out of breath after such a short walk." Back in the day during the war, trudging through heavy snow with over 100 pounds of explosives and grenades, I could run 50 to 60 kilometers without even gasping for air. Wei Xinbing handed him a cigarette, lighting it for him, and remarked with a smile. Our enlistment was no easy feat either. We had morning and evening drills, preparing actively for combat. Unfortunately, we missed 3 battles and instead faced famine. Training on empty stomachs, an unpleasant experience. Cheng Baiwang jested, as if anyone could actually fill their belly. They exchanged laughter as they traveled, and by dawn, with fewer mosquitoes around, they parked the cart by the roadside. They removed their clothes, using them as pillows, and soon fell asleep by the riverbank. Though they had prepared for a fight, the journey was uneventful, and by the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived in Boizhou. On the expansive road, lush green wheat fields flanked them, with carts, oxen, and tractors scattered about. Just as they set down their cart, a young woman dressed in fine fabric approached. Wei Xinbing went to greet her, speaking in a manner that deliberately avoided Li Lin and the others. Unfazed, Li Lin and his companions understood that in these times, revealing too much could make one foolish. After a lengthy conversation with the girl, Wei Xinbing returned, saying, "Let us move a little further ahead." They followed his lead without question. Upon reaching a small grove, they lifted the tarpaulin and wheat straw. Wei Xinbing pulled out a burlap sack, tearing it open to reveal its contents. "Look at this, all good stuff. A long-time customer. I wouldn't deceive you." He opened 4 more bags, showing the girl one by one. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied with a smile, "Wait for me. I'll check. If it works out, I'll let you know shortly." With that, she pedaled away without looking back. Cheng Yushan, filled with envy, remarked, "That's a phoenix. It won't go for less than 200. Wei Xinbing, in high spirits, responded, 200? That's nothing. These runners make at least that much in a day." Cheng Yushan, astonished, asked, $80? Wei Xinbing laughed, "Be a bit bolder. 80 is trivial. It couldn't be 800, could it?" Cheng Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Xinbing, dispersing another round of smoke, claimed, and that's still an understatement. Those runners are well connected with both the pharmaceutical factories and the drugstores, as well as with us who deliver the bulk goods. They have the inside scoop, and it's only right they earn such money. Cheng Yushan whispered, "Isn't that speculation?" Wei Xinbing scoffed. "Without these runners, the factories wouldn't find their herbs, and the drugstores wouldn't sell their products. What would they do? Without them, it all falls apart. You shouldn't be so surprised. I'll take you to Angwa sometime to see the herbal trade fair. It's a bustling scene, far livelier than this, and if fortune smiles upon you, you could become a millionaire in a day." Angwa? Cheng Yushan had never heard of such a place. In Baoding, Wei Xinbing clarified that it is not too far from here, perhaps a 2-day journey. Baoding. Cheng Yushan appeared even more perplexed, as it was a place he had never heard of. Hebei. Wei Xinbing found himself at a loss for words. "Oh, I know that." Cheng Yushan nodded in acknowledgement. As they smoked and chatted, they paused midway to purchase 2 flatbreads to quell their hunger. They continued until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point the young lady finally arrived. Following her, the group delivered the medicinal herbs to a large liberation truck. Li Lin and others were exhausted, panting heavily, while Wei Xinbing stood with his back turned, counting money against the wall. Cheng Yutian, tilting his head towards Li Lin, inquired, "Shall we engage in this business?" Li Lin shook his head, stating, "It is not feasible. We do not recognize a single herb. Moreover, without acquaintances, who would dare to transact with you? Unless, of course, one is willing to endure losses for the first couple of years, gradually learning the ropes." This was indeed a valid point. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yutian immediately extinguished his aspirations. Cheng Baiwang nodded in agreement. Indeed, do not entertain unrealistic notions. Once the matter was settled, they dragged the empty cart, following Wei Xinbing as they turned left and right, ultimately stopping at a spacious courtyard. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they collapsed onto their beds and fell asleep. Cheng Baiwang was the first to awaken, urging everyone to rise and return home. Wei Xinbing, rubbing the corners of his eyes and yawning, remarked, "Brother, there is no urgency now. We need not rush. Let us sleep until dawn and then find a restaurant to enjoy a hearty meal." He had never experienced such a smooth transaction. Throughout the journey, not a single challenge had arisen, perhaps due to the large number of people. The group of opportunists had quieted down. This time, seeking out Li Lin and the others had proven to be a wise choice. Li Lin understood Cheng Baiwang's sentiments and was also aware of Cheng Yumei's anxiety back home, as well as the child's longing. Thus, he said, "No more waiting. The sun is not harsh now. and it is the perfect time to travel. Wei Xinbing sprang to his feet, suggesting, "First, let us have breakfast." Subsequently, Cheng Yushan and his brothers rose as well. After washing up in the water room, they noticed it was still dark, yet the vendors had already set up their stalls. Wei Xinbing tossed 2 coins to the vendor and instructed, "Eat whatever you like. Just make sure to fill your stomach." The vendor, delighted by this, devoured 4 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 fried dough sticks, and 4 pieces of youtiao. When everyone finished eating and prepared to leave, he continued to pat his belly, appearing still unsatisfied. Once again, Wei Xinbing took the lead on the return journey, this time unburdened, each person brimming with energy and moving swiftly. Just before exiting Taya County, it was already early morning, and a patch of light appeared on the dark road, resembling flashlights and torches. There were faint sounds of commotion. Cheng Baiwang, leading the way, suddenly halted, squinting at the dim kerosene lamp, furrowing his brow as he said, "Wait here. I will go take a look." "Do not move around," Wei Xinbing offered. "I will go. I am familiar with this route." "No," Cheng Baiwang interjected, blocking him with a hand. "You are the host. We agreed before coming that you would remain safe. If you stick your neck out, it would imply disdain for us. It would be too embarrassing if you boast and then shrink back when faced with a challenge." "Enough. There's no need for disputes. I shall accompany Changjiang," declared Li Lin, as he untied the rope from his shoulder. Without hesitation, Qian Changjiang followed suit. "I shall join as well," proclaimed Cheng Yushan, picking up an axe. Cheng Baiwang eyed the gleaming axe beneath the oil lamp, hesitated briefly, but ultimately stepped forward to seize it, cautioning, "It's late at night. We must not frighten anyone." "Then I shall go," Cheng Yushan replied, unafraid of heaven or earth, yet terrified of his father. Throughout his life, any misstep would earn him a severe thrashing with a branch, devoid of any compassion. This had instilled a psychological shadow within him. The mere furrowing of his father's brow sent him trembling with fear. "Go on," Cheng Baiwang gestured. "Let's heed Dalin." Cheng Yushan jogged to catch up with Li Lin and Qian Changjiang. After covering a distance of about 100 meters, they neared the light and spotted a large truck, as well as figures holding torches and flashlights. Upon reaching the truck, Li Lin handed his lantern to Cheng Yushan and bellowed, "Hey, are you coming or not? If not, step aside." In front of the truck stood a young man clutching his forehead, blood trickling from his fingers, while a middle-aged man squatted on the ground, rubbing his swollen eyes. Opposite them were a dozen men, each bearing fierce expressions. At the forefront was a dark-skinned middle-aged man wielding a pitchfork, who looked at the unarmed Li Lin and his companions and barked, "What do you want? This is none of your business. Just get lost. Damn it. If you can talk, then speak. If not, shut your filthy mouth," Li Lin retorted defiantly. Without waiting for a response, he snatched the pitchfork from the man opposite him and began to swing it wildly, capitalizing on their surprise. A lifetime of experience taught him that in such situations, it was better to act than to question right or wrong. Qian Changjiang, seasoned from years of brawling, moved in tandem with Li Lin. As Li Lin lifted onto his toes and leaned forward, Qian Changjiang swiftly snatched a machete from one of their opponents. Chapter 56. A sense of injustice. With the machete in hand, he swung it without hesitation, though in his urgency, he recalled Li Lin's admonition, avoiding direct confrontation. Dalin had once said that taking a life warranted dire consequences. It would be unwise to risk his future of wealth and marrying a university student, fathering 4 daughters and a son. Whether Dalin's words were meant as a curse or a blessing remained unclear to him. If seen as a curse, it showed concern for his well-being. If seen as a blessing, it seemed to doom him to a life filled with costly offspring. Even without making contact, the mere display was enough to frighten many into screams and retreat. Among the bold, some desperately wielded their torches, sending sparks flying. Cheng Yushan, slightly slower to react, managed to grasp a young man's collar, but by then, Qian Changjiang and Li Lin had already dispersed the crowd. Was this no longer his concern? In a fit of anger, he was about to deliver a punch to the young man's skull when Li Lin interjected, "That's enough. Don't harm anyone." The back of the head is a notoriously vulnerable area. With his brother-in-law's imposing presence, what good could come from such a blow? Li Lin seized the young man from Cheng Yushan's grasp, kicking him into the nearby wheat field. As the young man crouched down, he swiftly straightened up and bolted away. In his haste, something luminous fell from behind him. Cheng Yushan hurried over to pick it up and exclaimed with delight, "A flashlight." Excitedly, he waved it around. What fortunate luck! Li Lin was equally thrilled. A flashlight is considered a household appliance, Not everyone can afford to buy one. And not everyone is willing to invest in such items. At least Chung Yume would never splurge on one at present, bringing it back home. This escapade wouldn't be a loss after all. As he waved the flashlight back and forth, it illuminated the face of Chung Baiwang, who was slowly approaching from the back of the vehicle. Chung Baiwang, visibly annoyed, remarked, "What are you doing shining that everywhere? Show some decorum." Wei Xinbing, gazing at the distant light in the wheat field, chuckled, "We were planning to come lend a hand. But you handled it so swiftly that they were sent packing in no time. Is everything all right?" Chung Yushan, nonchalantly, replied, "A bunch of cowards. Even with their bravado, they wouldn't dare do much. We're fine, but I'm unsure about those two brothers." "Brother, shine the flashlight over here," Li Lin called out as he approached the two drivers, prying open the hand of the young man who was clutching his forehead. "Don't panic, let me check your head." "I appreciate it." The young man hesitated before responding. With the beam of Chung Yushan's flashlight, Li Lin observed the bruise congealed in the young man's hair, concealing the true extent of the injury beneath. Chung Baiwang waved Li Lin aside, taking matters into his own hands. Without hesitation, he poked the young man's head with his finger, causing the young man to wince in pain and instinctively step back. Chung Baiwang laughed. "No worries, the bone is intact. It's just a superficial wound. A couple of days of rest, and it will scab over." The young man, with bloodied hands, grasped a handful of dirt from the ground, vigorously rubbing it together before helping the middle-aged man, who had been squatting, to his feet. "Luo Ge, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The man, referred to as Luo Ge, rubbed his eyes and gratefully addressed Chung Baiwang and the others. "Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't know what would have happened. When you're out and about, who doesn't face some difficulties? It's only right to look out for one another," Chung Baiwang said, handing each of them a cigarette. "Where are you headed?" "I'm Luo Chung, and this is my colleague Qi Bei," the man replied, pointing to the large truck behind them. "We have a shipment of disaster relief supplies for the flood in Hubei. If it gets stolen by those thugs, we won't know how to explain it." Wei Xinbing sighed. "Hubei is submerged, and the downstream areas in Anhui probably aren't faring any better. These are major grain-producing provinces, and this year has been quite unfortunate." Chung Baiwang took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, "Well then, brother, saving lives is as urgent as extinguishing a fire. We won't delay you any longer. Gather your things and leave quickly." "Brother, I don't know how to thank you." Luo Chung turned to Qi Bei and said, "Xiao Qi, go grab those 2 packs of cigarettes from up top." "All right." Qi Bei opened the truck door and retrieved the 2 packs. Chung Baiwang persistently declined the offer, but ultimately, he could not refuse and accepted them. Luo Chung chuckled and said, "My brothers, let's dispense with the pleasantries and get to work. I would appreciate your assistance." The others nodded in agreement. Li Lin and the others stepped forward to clear away the large tree and the boulder obstructing the front of the flatbed truck. Once the truck roared away, Chung Baiwang remarked, "Let's not linger. We should depart quickly to avoid any complications with the locals." Qian Changjiang glanced at the 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket with a sense of nostalgia, exclaiming, "No wonder they say drivers are affluent. These are all Qian men. Priced at 4 jiao a pack. Have you ever smoked this brand?" Li Lin, who had never smoked in his previous life and was unfamiliar with tobacco prices, was intrigued by how Qian Changjiang knew about it. Last year, Shi Zhongsong brought some back from the army during his visit and mentioned they cost 4 jiao a pack. Qian Changjiang replied as he peeled open a cigarette pack. "I found them quite enjoyable." After distributing the cigarettes, they eagerly lit them up, exhaling thick clouds of smoke. Noticing that Chung Baiwang and the others had already left, Li Lin disregarded Qian Changjiang and pulled the cart to follow behind. He asked, "Are you referring to Shiyang's second son?" Time had dulled his memory, especially for those who had left the village for military service, labor, or business, often absent for years on end. "Yes, that lad. I've heard he got promoted this year and married a cadre's daughter, living quite the life," Qian Changjiang replied, puffing on his cigarette as he walked beside Li Lin. "It's all because of that scoundrel Li Daqua. If he hadn't left me with this huge scar on my chest, I would have passed the medical exam and joined the army myself. Just stay put at home, will you?" Li Lin retorted, "With your temperament, you wouldn't fare well in the military." He had once aspired to be a soldier himself, but his mother had vehemently opposed it. "If you had left for the army, who would have farmed? With my elder sister studying and younger siblings still small, our mother was unmotivated, relying solely on our father's labor to sustain us. We would have been left with nothing but the wind of the Northwest." When asked if he regretted not joining the military, he responded, "Of course I regret it. A lifetime of regret. Many years later, he would find himself captivated by military novels, particularly those with seemingly absurd yet thrilling plots, such as a war hero returning home to discover his 5-year-old daughter living in a doghouse. Was there no older sibling to confirm that this little newcomer wasn't he merely playing a single-player game? Chapter 57. The Journey, and Qian Changjiang grumbled, "Dalin, can't you wish for something good for me?" The roosters from the neighboring villages began to crow. Li Lin sighed, lacking a watch to know the time, and yawned. "Why wouldn't I wish well for you? I'm just hoping you'll have 4 daughters. Then we'll have something to look forward to in our old age." "What good is having so many daughters?" Qian Changjiang replied, visibly irritated. "Your understanding is quite lacking. The more sons one has, the less hope there seems to be. Your brother has 5, and although our parents take turns providing for them, the respect shown collectively does not surpass what your 2 sisters receive." Li Lin expressed his thoughts, stating that having sons can be troublesome. They require homes, cars, and bride prices, which can be quite burdensome. He advised that it would be wiser to have more daughters. His daughter, possessing a rather difficult temperament, is not one to be trifled with, especially after he purchased a home for his son. She has become increasingly disdainful toward him. However, despite her grievances, she still occasionally provides their elderly parents with some money, whether it be 300 or 500, or even 1,000 or 2. As for clothing, shoes, and medical care, those are even more unnecessary to mention. Once a son has a wife, he forgets even his mother, let alone his father. If he manages to avoid arguments with him, that is already a blessing. Cheng Yumei sometimes reassures him, reminding him of the immense pressures sons face and urging for a bit of understanding. Moreover, sons are men, and men care about their pride. His volatile temperament often leaves the son feeling embarrassed, naturally causing a rift between them. Qian Changjiang pursed his lips and remarked, "Dalin, your words are becoming increasingly absurd. Are you truly considering buying homes and cars? Let us not even discuss houses. I can barely afford a bicycle, which costs several hundred yuan. If I can provide them with a meal to stave off hunger, that is already fulfilling my duty as a parent." The mention of a bicycle left Li Lin speechless with laughter. Indeed, poverty severely limits one's imagination. It feels pointless to explain anything to you. As they passed over a hill, Li Lin exerted some effort and pulled himself up, continuing, "Just wait a few years. Then you will understand what real development and change entail." In Laos, Qian Changjiang had 4 daughters, all born in close succession. When Li Lin visited, he noted that none inherited Qian's appearance. Each was remarkably beautiful, closely following their father, affectionately calling out to him. Li Lin felt an intense envy at that moment. Yet, Qian Changjiang was determined to pass on his superior genes and was unwilling to settle for anything less than a son. Although he had a son, he had relinquished the valuable Chinese household registration, spending a fortune for him to attend an international school in Laos, where the boy's intellect did not quite shine. In Qian's own words, "I wasn't this foolish when I was in school, you little rascal." Just days before his rebirth, Qian Changjiang had messaged him, saying, "Had I known that having sons would be so exhausting, I would have refrained from having any." Thus, Li Lin understood his pain. His current words were meant for her benefit. "I believe you not at all," Li Lin thought as Qian Changjiang tossed the cigarette, but into a nearby ditch, and seized Li Lin's cart, hastening to catch up with Cheng Baiwang and the others. As dawn broke, they passed a wonton stall and enjoyed a hearty meal before resuming their journey. By noon, they rested in a makeshift shelter built for repairing the riverbank. The group hurried along, finally entering Hunan province just as the sun set on the 3rd day. With home in sight, no one mentioned the need for rest any longer. Approaching the county town, Wei Xinbing halted and pulled a bundle of money from his pocket, smiling as he said, "I'll take a cart. The remainder can stay with you all, no need to accompany me." Cheng Baiwang pretended not to notice the stack of money, smoking silently as he replied, "That sounds good. If you need anything, we can bring it to you tomorrow." "No worries, one is sufficient for my needs." Wei Xinbing extended his hand, clutching the money, urging them to count it. "Well then, we shall not be polite." Li Lin nodded at Qian Changjiang, who stepped forward to receive the money. With a disdainful expression from Li Lin, Qian Changjiang spat into his palm, bracing himself as he counted 4 times back and forth. Recognizing that everything was in order, Li Lin addressed Wei Xinbing. "This feels rather awkward. I have taken the money." Wei Xinbing chuckled. "I should be the one feeling awkward for having delayed you all these days. If there are no issues, I shall take my leave." Cheng Baiwang transferred the lanterns, ropes, and plastic film from the other carts onto Wei Xinbing's cart, stating, "Leave the cart here. Take the film back and don't lose it. We cannot afford to compensate for it. Besides, we have no idea where to buy more. These are precious items, not easily obtainable. After finishing his words, Wei Xinbing waved at everyone and departed. Li Lin and the others headed towards Wulong village. With money in hand, they stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing 5 jars of liquor, a bag of white rabbit candies, a bottle of vinegar, and 5 pounds of tofu. The only disappointment was the absence of pork. The weather was hot, and the cooperative could not keep fresh items for long, selling them only briefly in the morning. Qian Changjiang and Cheng Yushan went to the river to collect nets, catching 2 large catfish. Qian Changjiang grumbled, "Damn it, someone must have stolen them again." Li Lin laughed. "Thank goodness someone is stealing. Otherwise, the fish inside would have been a disaster, even breaking your nets." As they reached the entrance, they heard Li Xian calling out, "Dad." Her voice elongated. "Oh, my dear daughter." Li Lin, disregarding his dirty appearance, squatted down and lifted her high, asking, "You miss me?" "Of course." Li Xian replied without hesitation. "Where do you miss me?" Li Lin joyfully inquired. "I miss you everywhere," Li Xian exclaimed, perched on Li Lin's shoulders. "Let us see if you really miss me. Give me a kiss," Li Lin said, feeling quite pleased. Seeing her father's scruffy face, Li Xian hesitated momentarily before exclaiming, "Mom, Dad stinks. I bought candy." Li Lin unleashed his trump card. With a smacking sound, Li Xian's little lips pressed against Li Lin's forehead. "You little rascal, how practical you are," Li Lin remarked, astonished. "Quickly wash up," Cheng Yumei said, tucking a towel and clean clothes under Li Lin's arm before taking Li Xian into her arms. "You know your father stinks, and yet you come close." Li Xian jumped out of Cheng Yumei's embrace and dashed towards her brother, holding the white rabbit candies. The 3 siblings tore open the bag, distributing the treats fairly, 1 for each. During dinner preparation, Cheng Tiantian did not assist. After bathing, he lay down on the mat like Li Lin and the others and promptly fell asleep. When it was time to eat, he was full of energy, beginning to complain that Cheng Yumei's old hen was overcooked and the radish and tofu lacked flavor. Even such a large fish can be cooked to shreds. Cheng Tiantian lamented, picking up a piece of fish without skin. "Next time, learn from me," Cheng Yumei retorted. "If you think my cooking is inadequate, you should cook next time. If it's not good, can I say something?" Cheng Yutian cast a sidelong glance at the girl, clinking glasses with Li Lin, and remarked that the food was rather unpalatable. Thus, they should drink more. "Tomorrow, I shall prepare a feast for you all. Is there truly no one else? Perhaps I should inquire again later?" Chapter 58. Aspiration. Li Lin took a sip of his wine and then said, "Indeed, the food is hardly delectable. Drink some wine and indulge in a bit more peanuts. We shall endure this hardship and ensure that we do not waste the unappetizing old hen and fish." Cheng Yutian nodded in agreement, only to realize the implication of Li Lin's words. "Ah, Daling, it is no wonder that people along the Yangtze River claim you have changed. Your words now carry a sharp edge." "That was not my intention," Li Lin replied, filling Cheng Yutian's bowl with more wine. "Brother, not everyone has the opportunity you do to practice their culinary skills by preparing meals for others. In families like ours, pickled vegetables and tofu dregs are considered a luxury. Eating cabbage and tofu is akin to celebrating the new year. There is no chance to hone one's craft. Regardless of the era, the appreciation for fine dining comes at a cost. Those without wealth only concern themselves with whether they can fill their bellies, while the affluent ponder the quality of their meals." As a chef, Cheng Yutian was well aware of these truths. He was merely teasing the girl out of boredom, showcasing his own abilities. Seeing Li Lin remain silent, he grew more pleased with himself. "I can provide you with all the ingredients and seasonings. Let you practice for a month, shall I?" Noticing Li Lin's continued silence, he boasted, "Some individuals, even after a lifetime of effort, simply cannot master the craft. When I was in middle school, I was quite confident that mathematics would forever elude me. However, cooking is different. After witnessing it just twice at a grand banquet, I felt I could manage as well." Cheng Baiwang gritted his teeth and retorted, "You may not excel academically, yet you seem rather proud of it, do you not? You forsake genuine scholarship to busy yourself with women's affairs. Do you not feel ashamed?" Cheng Yutian chuckled awkwardly. "When I go out to prepare grand banquets, it does not mean I cannot earn a living. Sometimes, I bring back leftovers, and my father enjoys them as much as anyone else. But I can only grumble silently. I dare not speak openly. If I were to undermine my father's reputation, what good would that bring me?" "Brother, you possess genuine skill," Li Lin said earnestly. "If your culinary abilities were lacking, The village would not retain you as their head chef for annual receptions, opting instead to invite you specifically. He recalled a television drama he had watched titled The Courtyard Full of Love, featuring a character named Shaju. Though his brother-in-law may not have garnered the attention of high-ranking officials, he was highly regarded by local leaders. His ability to establish himself in the capital's culinary scene attested to his considerable skill, perhaps rivaling that of Shaju. If any shortcomings were to be noted, it would be a matter of unfortunate circumstances, lacking a father who could bequeath him a career. Upon watching that drama, he found himself perplexed not by Shaju, but rather by Hidaching. How could one forsake a stable government position for the sake of a widowed woman? Were it Chung Baiwang, he mused. Not even the allure of a black widow would suffice to entice him away. To receive a government salary, to ensure one's family is well fed, what a tremendous fortune. Such opportunities are beyond mere desire. One must be exceedingly foolish to part with them so easily. What purpose does that serve? Chung Baiwang sighed and remarked. If the leadership truly valued you, they would at least grant you a position or allow you to collect a salary from the cafeteria. Yet, what is the reality? They merely exploit you and offer you leftover scraps, making you feel elated as if you're fortunate. Such a lack of ambition. His father, Chung Yutian, felt quite aggrieved. This is utterly unreasonable. According to my temperament, I wouldn't even covet the leftovers. What distinguishes me from a beggar? Nevertheless, his father advised him. A true man must endure both hardship and humiliation. Even Zhu Yuanzhang once begged for food. Han Xian endured humiliation beneath the legs of others. He encouraged his son to bring the leftovers home. How has this become a matter of disgrace? Li Lin, observing his father-in-law's flushed face, realized he had indulged in too much liquor and chuckled. Dad, trust me, my second brother will undoubtedly achieve greatness. He raised his thumb in approval. Chung Yutian smiled warmly. Lin, you certainly know how to speak. Rest assured, if I strike it rich in the future, I will never forget you. It's settled then, Li Lin said as he emptied his bowl and placed his hand over it, addressing Qian Changjiang. No more pouring. I'm done drinking. He then handed his bowl to Chung Yume, asking, could you serve me some rice? Qian Changjiang, feeling dissatisfied, protested. What does this mean? We agreed to each drink a pound. I can't continue. I'm too tired, Li Lin admitted, stifling a yawn. After days of exhaustion without proper rest, I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Once I recuperate, we shall drink properly. Let us call it a night. He genuinely could drink no more. Chung Yinglian added. I shall also refrain. I'm too old to keep up with you youngsters. A bit less drinking could extend my years. Uncle, allow me to serve you some rice. Chung Yume offered, filling Chung Yinglian's bowl generously. Soon after, Chung Baiwang, Chung Baiquan, and others also decided to stop drinking. Chung Yushan and Qian Changjiang exchanged glances, realizing they were the only two still imbibing. Qian Changjiang asked, what shall we do? Chung Yushan glanced at his father and sighed. Then let us not drink anymore. We can enjoy a proper drink tomorrow night. After dinner, once everyone had departed, Li Lin glanced at the jar of liquor, noting that more than half remained, having consumed barely 5 pounds in total. Li Yu, seeing Li Lin preparing to clean, quickly interjected, brother, since you're tired, you should rest. I've got this. Li Lin couldn't resist lighting a cigarette, leaning against the doorframe with a smile. So, how have you been settling in these days? Li Yu nodded enthusiastically. There's food and drink every day, and sister-in-law won't let me do anything. How could I not feel at home? Chung Yume, cradling Li Xian and soothing her to sleep, added, washing clothes, cooking, tending to vegetables, chopping wood, and caring for the child. It's all your responsibility now. I'm almost becoming a bystander. At this rate, your brother might start to resent me. Li Lin observed the rough cloth garments they wore and declared, tomorrow I will stay home to care for the child while you both go out to get some proper clothes. Li Yu was about to object when Chung Yume interjected. Yes, we'll go out tomorrow. By noon, second brother will ensure they won't go hungry. As Li Lin lay down in the room, Chung Yume quietly entered. Without her needing to speak, Li Lin understood her intentions and replied, the accounts have yet to be settled. The money is with Changjiang. We will discuss it tomorrow. Chung Yume inquired softly, did you truly earn 800 yuan this time? Is the boss really that generous? Once the accounts are settled tomorrow, you shall know the truth. Li Lin, his eyelids heavy with fatigue, mused that it amounted to merely 70 yuan each. Chung Yume's laughter was like a flurry of blossoms, captivating Li Lin, who found himself entranced yet powerless. With a sigh of impatience, he turned away and said, go tend to the children. Do not bother me. With that, he succumbed to deep slumber. At the break of dawn, he awoke to find 3 children standing before him, their eyes wide with anticipation. "What are you rascals doing awake so early? Are you plotting a rebellion?" Li Lin was startled by their presence, feeling a surge of irritation. Their mischief was excessive, their defiance palpable. In a previous life, they had all grown up, either too formidable to confront or too precious to discipline, leaving him with a bellyful of grievances. This time around, he longed for an opportunity to assert himself, lest these 3 little scamps disregard him as they matured, especially the eldest, who not only argued with him openly, but also whispered slander behind his back. Once, when Cheng Yumei had prepared a meal, Li Lin called for the eldest to join. Upon entering, he found the boy engrossed in a computer game, flustered and failing to close the tab in time. A fleeting glance revealed he was on a website called Jihu, answering a question about the experience of having foolish parents. Although he did not see the specifics, he could deduce that it was likely not complimentary. His blood pressure surged, nearly causing him to collapse in a dramatic display of anguish, wishing the boy would regret his words. Yet, with his son working overtime at the hospital, devoid of any proper rest and burdened with 2 children, Li Lin's heart ached at the sight of his swollen eyelids. Moreover, the costs of ambulances and medical fees deterred him from acting out, for the price of theatrics was too steep, and he was not so juvenile as to resort to such antics. Nevertheless, the incident lingered like a fishbone lodged in his throat, refusing to be dislodged. In an attempt to unburden himself, he secretly searched for answers on his phone regarding this Jihu, yet remained at a loss and felt too embarrassed to inquire with others. Ultimately, he did not discover the answers his son had provided. "Dad," Li Bin drawled habitually, pointing towards the window, "the sun is shining on my backside." Upon hearing this, Li Lin glanced at the open window, basking in the splendid sunlight, yet unsure of the hour. He then surveyed his own legs, itchy and swollen from mosquito bites. The Huang family's home lacked the luxury of glass windows, instead covered with layers of cowhide paper and newspapers, each year adding another thick layer. When closed, the room became stifling, prompting Li Lin to leave the window ajar during sleep, relying on luck to avoid mosquitoes. As for a mosquito net, he had purchased a new one recently, but in a fit of haste during a midnight trip, he had inadvertently obscured his face and, in frustration, ripped it to shreds, rendering it impossible to mend. Cheng Yumei, resolute in her displeasure, had not replaced it since. "Dad, I'm hungry," Li Liang exclaimed loudly. Li Xian's snot had already dripped down to her upper lip, and she was on the verge of screaming. In a swift motion, Li Lin embraced her, hurriedly saying, "My dear girl, it is entirely my fault. Let us remain calm." He feared nothing in this world, but the thought of her crying terrified him. Once she started, there would be no end. Historically, it has always been said that only under the rod can a filial son emerge. There is no such principle for a filial daughter. One cannot strike or scold. Thus, one must console her. "I want spicy soup." Although Li Xian was raising her voice, she refrained from crying, which relieved Li Lin greatly. "All right." Without hesitation, Li Lin responded, carrying his daughter out of the room. He glanced around and asked, "Where is your mother?" "Aunt and mother went to the market without taking me." Li Liang's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. "If you dare to cry again, believe me, I will smack you with my shoe." Li Lin's patience was wearing thin, regretting his impulsive promises made the night before. Cheng Yumei truly dared to leave behind 3 children. Her audacity was growing. Observing his father's stern expression, Li Liang finally managed to stop his tears, pouting slightly, his body trembling occasionally. Unable to bear the sight, Li Lin sighed, "Do not cry. Speak up. What do you wish to eat? I shall buy it for you. I want fried dough twists." Li Liang's tears began to flow once more. Bye. Li Lin felt an urge to shout in frustration, but held back. He turned to Li Bin, saying, "Wash your brother's face. The 4 of us shall go shopping." Cheng Yumei buys things. Naturally, I, Delin, can also buy things. As for money, it is inconsequential. If it runs out, I shall earn more. Locking the door, he placed the 3 children onto the cart. Just as they reached the corner, they encountered Qian Changjiang and Cheng Yushan returning from fishing. Qian Changjiang set down the bucket before Li Lin, complaining, "Delin, this time I insist we teach that boy a lesson. If I do not get angry, do you take me for a fool? Just 2 small crucian carp, barely enough to fill a gap for lunch." Cheng Yushan echoed his frustration. "That rascal didn't heed my warning last time. He treated us with disdain. Here are the keys for you. I am off to the market, Li Lin." overwhelmed by the noise of the three children, had no time to engage with these two fools. Cheng Yushan curiously inquired, "What are you going to the market for?" "Uncle, Dad is buying us fried dough twists," Li Bin exclaimed loudly. Cheng Yushan, drenched, rejected Li Xian's attempt to cling to her, waving her hand. "Wait a moment. I will go home to change into clean clothes and join you. It is crowded at the market, and it is difficult to manage three children alone. I will go too." Qian Changjiang hurriedly followed behind the swiftly moving Cheng Yushan. Li Lin stood at the corner for a while, habitually pulling out a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he suddenly noticed the three children staring at him. His two sons had never touched cigarettes or alcohol. It is often said that one learns from the good and the bad. If, by his example, they learned to smoke and drink, he would truly deserve to perish. Contemplating this, he shoved the cigarette back into its pack and declared loudly, "Smoking is harmful to health." Delin, Qian Changjiang rushed over. Wearing a pair of trousers transformed into shorts, snatched Li Lin's cart, and headed directly towards the riverbank, making their way to the street. Upon reaching the street, they found the stall selling spicy soup had only remnants of broth left. Without hesitation, Li Lin paid for the soup and begrudgingly filled 3 small bowls for the 3 children, while the 3 adults could only stand by, helplessly watching. How could they dare to snatch food from the children? Cheng Yushan suggested, "You all wait here. I will go buy some fried dough twists and be back shortly." Such treats were reserved for women during their confinement period. Not only did the children relish them, but the adults also found them delightful. Paired with thin rice porridge, they were irresistibly fragrant. When he returned, the 3 children had only sipped a few mouthfuls of their spicy soup, and he unilaterally decided to plunge the fried dough twists into their bowls, hurriedly explaining, "Listen to your uncle. It will surely be delicious." Seeing the children's lack of dissent, he let out a sigh of relief. He had never noticed how indulgent Delin was with the children. The 3 little ones were becoming increasingly spoiled, getting their way in everything. If they were his own, he would not hesitate to discipline them with a swift hand for any sign of defiance. Such indulgence breeds bad habits. Having food was already a blessing. How could they be so particular? He must have been too lenient. Chapter 60, Mother River slowed down while eating. The 3 children devoured their food like pigs fighting for scraps, slurping loudly. Li Lin was at a loss, torn between joy and sorrow. Joyful that the children could eat heartily, indicating they were healthy, but sorrowful because spicy soup was a deep-seated nostalgia, especially as one aged. The desire to consume it daily only grew stronger. Yet, for the younger generation, it was not even worth a glance, especially his grandchildren, who required coaxing to eat breakfast of milk and bread, not to mention spicy soup. Oftentimes, leftovers were offered to the dog, which would turn its nose up at it, knowing that saving room would lead to more sumptuous bones later. "Dad, I want to eat it again tomorrow," Li Bin said, wiping his sticky mouth with his sleeve. "All right." Li Lin truly found it difficult to refuse. After all, it was merely a bowl of spicy soup, having been granted a second chance at life. If he couldn't fulfill such a simple request from his son, what would be the point of his rebirth? He then turned to Qian Changjiang and Cheng Yushan, asking, "Would you like something to eat?" Cheng Yushan waved his hand, saying, "This morning, the second brother made a large pot of porridge that filled us up. We can have more at home for lunch. Perhaps I'll just have a fried dough twist." Looking at the full basket of fried dough twists, Qian Changjiang couldn't resist reaching out, taking a bite that crunched audibly. Li Xian watched him with wide, tearful eyes, crying out, "That's mine." Qian Changjiang, bewildered, was torn between chewing and not chewing the fried dough twist in his mouth. "Let us teach him a lesson," Li Lin exclaimed, slapping Qian Changjiang's arm in front of Li Xian, scooping her up and soothing, "Don't cry, don't cry. Look, I've already punished him. Uncle will buy you even more." Li Xian wept and sniffled, while Qian Changjiang could only stand there, utterly flustered, having unwittingly created such a predicament. Li Lin successfully pacified Li Xian, but as the sun climbed higher in the sky, he felt compelled to return home. While he could endure getting sunburned himself, he was concerned about the well-being of the 3 children. Upon arriving home, he found the door firmly shut. Furrowing his brow, he wondered where they could have wandered off to and why they had not yet returned. The road was merely a single street, and when he left, he had glanced around, seeing no sign of them. He assumed they had taken a different route and would have returned long ago. To his surprise, they were still out, seemingly lost in their revelry. Cheng Yushan remarked that they could frolic as they pleased, suggesting they might come back to dine with them. As he assumed the second child had already prepared the meal, He was genuinely apprehensive about his brother-in-law and sister possibly quarreling. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly sided with his sister, ready to confront any challenge. He was not one to shy away from conflict, particularly with his four brothers. However, he never anticipated that the tides would turn and his family would find themselves entangled in the same pot as Delin. If a dispute were to arise, it would surely be chaotic. Li Lin glanced back at the sleeping Li Exine, who had nestled against his shoulder. Cheng Baiwang, busy weaving baskets at the entrance of his rented house, lifted his head upon hearing the commotion. He quickly rose and approached Li Lin, carefully taking Li Exine from him and placing her on the bed. The house comprised only 3 rooms, lacking a courtyard, so as not to disturb her slumber. Everyone in the kitchen kept their voices down while drinking and playing games. Cheng Yumei and Li Exine returned late in the evening. Did you even consider coming back? Li Lin said with irritation, eyeing the 2 women with their woven bags. Li Yu timidly asked, "Brother, have you eaten?" Disregarding her, Cheng Yumei, from a distance, could already catch the lingering scent of alcohol on Li Lin, and cradling Li Exine, she asked, "Was the little one well-behaved at home?" "Mom, I was very well-behaved," Li Exine replied, her head tilted against Cheng Yumei's chest, looking sweet and innocent, which filled Li Lin with envy. The little girl certainly exhibited a double standard. Why did she not treat him with the same affection? He had spent money today. "Well-behaved, my foot. You've been crying since morning." It was not like him to let things slide, but he decided to refrain from escalating the situation. "What reason do you have to be upset with the child?" Cheng Yumei shot back, "You took care of her for just 1 day, and you act as if it's a hardship? That was not my intention." Adhering to the principle of harmony, Li Lin chose to lower his head. Arguing served no purpose. A man should be magnanimous, capable of tolerating much. Meanwhile, Li Yu, unable to grasp the situation, quietly remarked, "There was no suitable fabric for me on the street. Sister-in-law went to the county for me. It cost a total of 11 yuan. Do you want to settle the account?" Cheng Yumei's voice rose in volume. "Why save money if you don't spend it? It will just gather dust." Li Lin, sensing the tension, made an excuse to head down to the riverside to fish, and he quickly departed. That evening, dinner was once again at Cheng Baiwan's place. As they drank and the evening wore on, Qian Changjiang, at Li Lin's signal, produced a stack of money. "Let's settle the accounts." After deducting the expenses for groceries and alcohol over the past 2 days, each person received 68 yuan. The most animated among them was Wu Benshan, who had already indulged quite a bit. He had never encountered such a vast sum of money in his lifetime. Save for the occasions when the production team distributed their earnings, with stacks of banknotes piled high upon the table. The children's schooling was now assured. As he spoke, he couldn't help but wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. To have potential, Li Lin declared, raising his large bowl, "Let us drink." In a moment of distraction, he noticed that the stack of money before him had vanished. Turning around, he found Cheng Yumei counting the money, her fingers damp with saliva. What a nuisance, he thought disdainfully. Yet, he couldn't suppress the urge to straighten his posture and lift his chin. In this lifetime, Cheng Yumei could no longer speak ill of him, could she? Not only had he exerted every ounce of his effort, but he had also refrained from striking her. Every day, he endeavored to control his tempestuous temper. As the drinking reached its conclusion and he prepared to return home, he found himself unable to locate Qian Changjiang and Cheng Yushan. He only heard his father-in-law exclaim, "You fool, drinking so much at this hour and going to cast nets. Do you not fear drowning in the water?" Li Lin was taken aback. These 2 fellows had truly overindulged. They seemed to have disregarded their very lives. He hurriedly followed Cheng Baiwang, swiftly accepting the lantern that Cheng Yumei had passed to him. "You all stay behind. Let Dad go with Delin," Cheng Yumei insisted, blocking the way for Cheng Baiquan and Cheng Yinglian. Li Lin chimed in, "You all should rest. It's fine, I'll accompany Dad." Along the banks of the Huai River, one would find no shortage of gamblers and drunkards. Yet the most prevalent were those who perished from indulgence. When they were pulled from the water, each bore a protruding belly. The most pitiable were the children, in their prime, growing up beside the river, priding themselves on their swimming abilities. In truth, they understood nothing. They believed they could manage, that they were capable. Yet once they ventured into the Huai River, they never resurfaced. They were wholly embraced by the mother river. All that remained were the heart-wrenching cries and calls of the parents. Li Lin had heard and witnessed this numerous times. Each instance constricted his heart. Thus, in this lifetime, he would never permit his 3 children to approach the water. Each time they did, he would discipline them. Even for his cherished youngest daughter, he resolved to be unyielding. Chapter 61. Integrity. Chung Baiwang led the way, while Li Lin followed behind with the lantern, traversing the riverbank. Before long, they spotted the glimmer of a flashlight. "You fool! The battery has limited power. Could you not conserve it?" Chung Baiwang lamented upon seeing the light, feeling a pang of concern for the flashlight's battery. Since they had found it, they had treasured it immensely and seldom used it. Once depleted, purchasing new batteries would incur a cost. If not absolutely necessary, they refrained from turning on the flashlight. The brighter the beam shone in the darkness, the more uneasy his heart became. Li Lin smiled and said, "Dad, there are deep pits over there, shrouded in darkness. Let them come up first. We do not wish to frighten them." After all, they were his own sons. Chung Baiwang did not wish to alarm them in the river and planned to deal with them once they were safely ashore. As they approached the light of the flashlight, they suddenly heard the sound of a woman weeping, accompanied by the wails of children. Chung Baiwang abruptly halted his steps, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. The thought of those two scoundrels was too much to bear. He dared not dwell on it further, nor could he muster the courage to proceed. "Father, rest assured, they haven't sunk that low. As for Qian Changjiang, you know well the nature of your son. He would never stoop to such disgraceful acts." Li Lin's heart was heavy with anxiety. Yet, considering Qian Changjiang's character, he chose to place his faith in him. Qian Changjiang had many flaws. For instance, he was easily distracted by women, particularly those of striking beauty. However, that did not render him a rogue, for he would blush like a ripe peach in the presence of a woman. Had he possessed even a modicum of ambition, he would not have spent decades as a solitary bachelor, ultimately driven to seek a wife in Laos. To force himself upon a woman while under the influence of alcohol? Absolutely inconceivable. He lacked even the courage to offer warmth to a shivering maiden on a frigid night. In such a chaotic construction site, claiming to remain untainted was a farce everyone could see through. Yet, Qian Changjiang held his own convictions. "I am not like them. I refuse to be looked down upon even after forking over my money. I am not so cheap." Such pride, when misapplied, could lead to a lifetime of solitude. Chung Baiwang trembled as he lit a cigarette. "If that scoundrel truly brings shame upon us, I will go and deal with him. Clear out the filth. Do not hinder me." "Father, you are overthinking this," Li Lin replied, bemused. His brother-in-law, Chung Yushan, was indeed no paragon of virtue since entering society. He had engaged in every form of brawl and mischief imaginable. Yet, he was also a man concerned with his dignity. He would not stoop to disgraceful deeds. Noticing Chung Baiwang's lingering trepidation, Li Lin decided to forge ahead alone. With a lantern in hand, he drew closer, the cries of women and children growing louder. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Delin." Li Lin recognized the voice distinctly. It was Qian Changjiang. "What are you doing?" As he approached, bowing his head to the light of the lantern, he spotted a woman sitting on the ground, drenched and disheveled, her head buried in her arms as she wept inconsolably over a little girl she held. "You have no idea," Qian Changjiang remarked, cigarette in hand, gesturing towards the woman. "We came to collect, only to encounter this woman attempting to take her own life. It took considerable effort to pull her back. Damn it, I'm drenched in sweat. Had I known, I would have refrained from playing the Good Samaritan. I thought something terrible had happened," Li Lin remarked, though he trusted the two men. He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Qian Changjiang's words. "What is the matter?" Even Qian Changjiang, though not the sharpest, could sense the oddity in Li Lin's tone. "You don't think I am being lewd, do you?" "Not at all," Li Lin replied with an awkward smile. Chung Baiwang emerged from the shadows, standing tall. Observing that the woman's clothing was intact, aside from her wetness, he crouched before her and asked, "Miss, what troubles you? Do not frighten the child." "Kind sir." The woman finally lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. "I wish to end my life. I beg of you, just let me die." Chung Baiwang seized the child from her arms and coldly stated, "I shall take care of the child. If you wish to perish, then do so. But do not bring harm to the innocent." The little girl, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, with her hair styled in pigtails, her face smeared with dirt, and a mixture of snot and tears obscuring her features, cried even louder in Chung Baiwang's embrace, flailing her arms and legs in a desperate attempt to reach her mother. "Be a good child. Let us not cry." Chung Baiwang tightened his hold on her, reassuring her. "I will raise you." "Brother." The woman stood up, once again snatching the child back, soothing her while wiping away her own tears. "Brother. It is not that my heart is cold, I do not wish for her to suffer in this world. Rest assured, we may not have great means. But caring for a child is not a burden. She cannot endure such pain. Li Lin, filled with frustration towards this foolish woman, exclaimed, if you wish to die, then die. Why must you drag the child into this? Cheng Yushan, having lost all patience, urged, go ahead and end it already. It has been made abundantly clear. The child will be raised as if she were my own. My man is a beast, the woman lamented. Collapsing to the ground once more, her cries drowning out the sounds of crickets and frogs by the riverside. If your husband is a beast, then he should be the one to perish, not the child. Cheng Baiwang's words were devoid of any sympathy. Looking at the frightened, sobbing child, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike the woman. If you truly had any courage, you would have taken a knife to his throat, Li Lin bitterly remarked. But if you lack the guts, then suffer in silence and do not involve the child. He wants to stab me with a fork. The woman wiped her nose with her sleeve, continuing her lament. I have been beaten to a pulp by her. As her sleeve fell away from her face, the dim light revealed her swollen visage, marred by dirt, bruises, and moisture. Young lady, Cheng Baiwang lit another cigarette. It is too late. The child needs to sleep. Can we not discuss this back at home? No. The woman retorted defiantly. I would rather die than return. Are you from Wulong village or elsewhere? Cheng Baiwang inquired. After a moment's hesitation, the woman replied, I am from Dengying. Dengying is not nearby, about 4 or 5 miles away. Li Lin, intrigued, asked, what brings you here in search of death? The woman lowered her head and confessed, I never intended to die, but as I walked, I suddenly felt the urge to end it all. Cheng Baiwang took a deep drag from his cigarette and declared, come, let us go to my home, change your clothes, and soothe the child to sleep before we speak further. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Qian Chanjiang and Li Lin followed closely behind. Brother. The woman, clutching her child, unhesitatingly pursued their footsteps. In chapter 62, Cheng Yumei cradled the whimpering Lin Xian, who had yet to fall asleep, standing at the doorway. Beneath the door's light, mosquitoes and moths swirled around the bulb in a dense cloud, while the ground was littered with stray dogs, any one of which could easily be crushed underfoot. Normally, she would keep the light off to avoid attracting insects. However, ever since I paid the electricity bill and discovered it was shared per capita, I ceased to be frugal with electricity. After all, whether I used more or less, the price remained the same. Thus, I might as well utilize more, ensuring that others do not benefit at my expense. It is said that some individuals surreptitiously use bright lights, while those like us adhere to modest 5-watt or 15-watt bulbs. Holding the child, in a moment of ennui, I suddenly lifted my gaze and was met with the visage of her father, dark as night. Just as I called out Dad, I noticed my older brother and Li Lin, followed by a woman cradling a child. The child lay motionless against the woman's damp shoulder. Were it not for the sound of gentle snoring, I might have thought otherwise. Just as I was about to continue speaking, I heard her father say, find her some of your clothes. Let her change before we continue. As I stepped into the house, a sudden thought struck me. I carefully handed the child to Li Lin, instructing him to be gentle lest he awaken the little one. I mused to myself, truly, I must have owed her something in a past life. Li Lin took the girl, muttering, even in sleep, she does not allow anyone peace. Just a house is all I owe. I could simply buy one. If luck is on my side, it might even be a property in the capital of our great motherland. No longer will I have to endure the landlord's disdain towards my daughter. The most infuriating thing is that some landlords, with ill intentions, presume that we rural folk are easy prey, daring to target my eldest daughter. The only reason I didn't lash out at them was due to my recognition of reality. The world has changed. Being beaten, is that even a significant matter? They had the audacity to call the police. My 2 sons made it abundantly clear, should he fail to understand the situation and land himself in jail, jeopardizing his grandson's future, he would sever their father-son ties without hesitation. My old man is no coward. Yet, before his sons, he may appear tough, but deep down, he is still timid. Reflecting back, I see that my 2 sons are also pitiful, left behind children growing up in the countryside, with no difference between having parents or not. At that time, I harbored ambitions of making great wealth, daring to venture and strive, never considering what a childhood devoid of parental companionship would entail. It was only after having grandchildren that I truly comprehended the profound sorrow of children without parental presence. Children possess an innate dependency on their parents, a natural trust. If there exists distrust or quarrels, it is often due to one's own shortcomings. The so-called affection of the next generation arises from a sense of guilt, compensating for the deficiencies towards one's own children through the grandchildren. Chung Yume brought the thermos inside, filled a large basin with well water, and then, with a resounding thud, closed the door. When she emerged with the little girl and the woman, Qian Changjiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Though the woman bore bruises on her face, upon closer inspection, she was not unattractive at all. What kind of despicable man would inflict such harm upon his wife? If it were me, Qian Changjiang, I would cherish her as a precious gem. Sister, if you fear not even death, what else is there to fear? Chung Baiwang said calmly, not just for yourself, but for the children, you must live with dignity. To bully the weak and cower before the strong is truly contemptible. My dear brother, I find myself at a loss for words. How fortunate it is to have you. The woman, gently caressing the head of the child peacefully sleeping in Chung Yume's arms, could not suppress a sob, expressing her despair. What can be done? Simply find another man. That hot-tempered fellow, is unbearable. The woman lowered her head in resignation. Do you have any evidence? Li Lin inquired further. No, I didn't have the chance. The woman replied hesitantly. Then that simplifies matters. You can bypass the divorce process altogether and just leave. Look at how distressed you are. Li Lin was not particularly surprised. Obtaining a marriage certificate necessitates a trip to the county, which is a daunting task for many. In a production team of over 100 households, only a few possess marriage certificates. He and Chung Yume had acquired theirs in 2019 due to the necessity of land rights confirmation and the separation of their son's household. Without the certificate, they could not proceed, thus leading to their first photograph together. Regrettably, they now bore gray hair and wrinkled faces. Seeing that the woman remained silent, Chung Baiwang waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough, no need to say anything. Rest for now. The woman stayed the night. And Li Lin relinquished the small bed in the back room, following Chung Baiwang to sleep elsewhere. Before departing, he reminded Chung Yume to secure the door tightly. One must always be wary of others' intentions. A group of men lay on the mat, exchanging the odor of their unwashed feet. Unable to contain himself, Li Lin remarked, Second brother, haven't you washed your feet? He could confidently assert that the foulest odor came from Chung Jiyuan, the second son. Chung Jiyuan, unable to endure the teasing, stepped outside to wash his feet in the small ditch at the entrance. Upon returning, he said, There's no well here. It's not as convenient as where you are. Chung Baiwang retorted irritably, You're just lazy and deserve a good beating. Father, I'm merely speaking the truth. Chung Baitian replied defiantly, The well is indeed better. Chung Baiwang sat up, lighting a cigarette and commenting, With that kind of cowardice, you still wish to enlist? You aren't even worthy of a beating. Chung Jiyuan felt perplexed. Despite his efforts, his father never seemed to regard him highly. Chung Baishan, reluctant to dwell on the painful topic of military conscription, changed the subject, saying, That woman is quite a troublesome affair. You needn't worry. I have a plan, Chung Baiwang replied nonchalantly. Are you going to introduce her to someone? Li Lin asked with curiosity. There are plenty of bachelors without wives. She won't be a burden, Chung Baiwang scoffed. Chung Baiquan chuckled, From what you allude to. That woman is already in her 30s and has a child. Finding someone in our village will be challenging. A second marriage with a child is generally undesirable unless one is truly desperate. I specifically took a look. Even though we hadn't left, I went to wash my clothes. My mind may be a bit dull, but my eyesight is keen, Chung Baiwang said, extinguishing the cigarette, but in his rough palm before tossing it out the open window. She has already given birth and hasn't had any contraceptive measures. It shouldn't be too difficult to find someone. Do you have a plan? Li Lin wondered why his father-in-law appeared so confident. Wu Tuozi is of the same age as me, and throughout his life, he has left no legacy behind. Chung Baiwang sighed and remarked, At least he should have had one child. Even in death, there would be someone to mourn him. Wu Tuozi? Chung Yinglian chuckled. That may not be impossible, but considering he is a hunchback, the woman might not agree. Let us ponder over this for now and discuss it later. Chung Baiwang furrowed his brows and replied, Upon seeing the dismal ratings, I was nearly in tears. It was just shy of 7. Dear brothers and sisters, let us converse amiably. I humbly beseech you for your favorable reviews. Chapter 63. The human heart. Qing Yushan had a sudden inspiration. Father, how about I return tomorrow and bring the hunchback over? Let them take a look at each other? It was not out of genuine concern, but rather an opportunity to ride a bus back to the village and indulge in some boasting. Cheng Baiwang shot him a disapproving glare. How can we be certain if he is a man or a ghost? Why would you bring him over directly? Cheng Yushan, perplexed, countered, but you just praised his diligence and found him agreeable. His appearance is that of a pitiful soul, battered and bruised by his husband. Helping him would indeed be an act of kindness. Elder brother, Cheng Baiwang glared at Cheng Yushan once more. What is the matter? Cheng Yushan wondered why his father suddenly appeared solemn, unsure of what he had said wrong. Cheng Baiwang lit another cigarette and addressed Cheng Baiquan across from him. Third brother, you explain it to him. I fear that if I speak further, I might be tempted to strike him, that fool. Third uncle, what have I done wrong? Cheng Yushan still looked bewildered. Elder brother, you have many admirable qualities, but your haste in matters is concerning. Who said that a pitiful person must be a good person? Cheng Baiquan spoke earnestly. There is also a saying, those who evoke pity must also harbor contemptible traits. You know about Dedong's wife, correct? Indeed, she is from the same village. Cheng Yushan replied, familiar with her reputation. That woman speaks lies as if issuing decrees from the underworld, and her hands are not clean. She has been caught red-handed at the supply and marketing cooperative twice. Dedong often beats her to a pulp. Just the other day, she tried to steal beans from Fifth Uncle's private plot. Had it not been for intervention, Dedong would have broken her hand. As he spoke, he seemed to realize something, and his head drooped in shame. After being beaten, Dedong's wife weeps copiously, and anyone unaware might think that Cheng Dedong is a terrible person. Cheng Baiquan offered him a cigarette, lit it for him, and continued, you are young and inexperienced. Some matters cannot be taken at face value. Until you inquire personally, you cannot discern whether this woman, Feng Jingxin, is good or ill. While we harbor no ill intentions, we must remain vigilant. We cannot simply take at face value whatever others say. Even if this woman is virtuous, she is still tied to her marital family. It is not so simple to sever ties. If you go directly to the hunchback, he might even blame you for being naive. Being single is not a concern, but entangling oneself in complicated affairs could lead to disgrace. Third uncle, your words hold wisdom, Cheng Yushan admitted sheepishly. However, they haven't registered their marriage, so if she leaves, what can be done? Cheng Yinglian chuckled. The woman should send her brothers from her family to cause a commotion, making it known to all. Only then can it be said that she has left her marital home. If one were to depart quietly, following the camel, what would become of them? It would be quite the predicament. Cheng Yushan inquired curiously, what if the woman refuses to make a scene? Noticing her timid demeanor, he added, if her brothers from her maternal family were to support her, her in-laws wouldn't dare to treat her so harshly. Refusing to make a fuss? Cheng Yinglian shook his head, responding, then she would be left with no recourse, enduring her plight alone. Uncle is right, Li Lin concurred. If she lacks the resolve to rally her brothers to confront the situation, no one can aid her. It's akin to a nephew illuminating a lantern in vain. He echoed Cheng Yushan's saying, disregarding the eye roll from Cheng Yushan. As the conversation flowed, the rooster began to crow. Cheng Yinglian glanced out at the sky and remarked, should we sleep or stay awake? If we choose not to sleep, we could simply depart. Li Lin pondered and replied, Uncle, we haven't slept soundly in days and are thoroughly exhausted. Let us take a day to rest. Having experienced life anew, his body remained resilient, able to endure hardships. Yet his heart had changed. Having grown accustomed to handling vast sums of money, he found little interest in the meager earnings of $3 or $5, deeming it not worth the effort. Regardless, he resolved to rest for a day. Cheng Baiwang smiled, perfect timing. While you all rest, I shall head to the docks to sell baskets. Then you should go with your elder brother. There are many unsavory things over there, Li Lin advised. Cheng Baiwang scoffed. They wouldn't dare to mess with me. With that, he turned over and fell asleep. Cheng Yushan, relieved that his father did not require his company, took a deep breath. Not only was he not sharing in the profits, but they had also long since divided their household. His father had made it clear that any money earned now was for his retirement, and even if distributed, it would be for his grandchildren, leaving no hope for his sons and daughters. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to accompany his father. Staring too long could lead to red eyes, even if the other party was his biological father. Li Lin lay on the mat, indifferent to the hardness of the ground, utterly exhausted, and drifted into sleep. Upon awakening, the sun was already high in the sky. Time. Apologies, he truly did not know. I really need to buy a watch. He yawned. Not having one is quite inconvenient. Dalin, Qian Changjiang teased. A decent watch costs 100 or so. Your Yume would surely be reluctant to part with that. Indeed, Li Lin sighed again, astonished at how far he had fallen. In his previous life, he hesitated to purchase a fine watch, yet a $100 digital watch was hardly a luxury. Moreover, he had once owned a Rolex, albeit a gold-plated one. Nevertheless, it kept time impeccably, matching his mobile phone to the second. The house rented by Cheng Baiwang lacked well water, relying instead on river water mixed with alum, which he found unsatisfactory, leading him to go home to wash up. Last night, the woman, Feng Jingzhen, whom Qian Changjiang and Cheng Yushan had rescued, was squatting at the entrance, picking coriander with her child. Upon seeing Li Lin, she promptly stood and greeted, "Elder brother. Do not shout like that. I am younger than you." Li Lin teased the little girl beside him. "What is your name?" The girl glanced at her mother and timidly replied, "I am Jiangli. Hurry up and eat. The hot pot is ready." Cheng Yume said as she brought a large bowl of food to Li Lin. "I will brush my teeth and wash my face first," Li Lin stated, placing the bowl on a nearby wooden stump before heading to wash up. Li Liang diligently pumped water for him. "If you have any requests, just tell me directly." Li Lin thought he understood this second son all too well. He was undoubtedly the smartest in the family, and also the most acerbic with his words, often leaving Li Lin feeling embarrassed. It truly gnawed at his nerves. "Dad, wash your face," Li Liang said, straining as he pumped the well water. Being small in stature, he struggled, his body contorted to generate a trickle of water. "What are you dawdling for?" Li Lin shot him a glance. "Speak up. What do you want to buy this time?" "Dad, I still want to eat the big white rabbit candy," Li Liang exclaimed excitedly. "Didn't I buy some for you yesterday?" Li Lin responded in astonishment. "You finished it so quickly? I hid it away yesterday." "But they found it and devoured it all at once," Cheng Yume said, her cheeks puffed up in irritation. "Goodness, you really have a knack for this," Li Lin chuckled. "All right, I will buy some more for you." "Too much candy will cause cavities," he mused, reflecting on the challenges faced by children in the new century. Cakes, ice cream, popsicles, drinks, and all sorts of snacks are filled with the sugar that children adore. Overindulgence even makes them disdain regular milk candy, claiming it hurts their teeth. Such luxuries are rarely available. If they get to enjoy these treats now and then, it feels like a celebration. "You spoil them," Cheng Yume remarked, though she felt a sense of joy within. Her husband was finally becoming more reasonable. In the past, whenever the children desired something, he would not only refuse but also scold them, often bringing them to tears. She dared not speak up for the children, as any conflict with her husband would give her mother-in-law an opportunity to create trouble. Both mother and son were increasingly assertive, and she preferred to avoid such disputes alone. Chapter 64. Wu Tuozi, it's not something of great value. If they want to eat, let them eat. Li Lin, oblivious to Cheng Yume's subtle thoughts, assumed she was merely being stingy and fretting over money. He resolutely said to Li Liang, "In the evening, when I have time, I will buy some for you." "Dad, I want some too." Li Xian's head popped out from the doorway. "Fine, you will not miss out on anything," Li Lin replied irritably. Today, he had no work to do, and after consuming a large bowl of porridge, he went to the front room, locked the door, and fell asleep. Upon waking again, it was the hottest part of the day. He looked around both inside and outside his room, but saw no one. Cheng Baiquan, smoking a pipe, slowly approached from the back wall and said, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? You may left some in the pot for you. You should eat a little. Where is everyone? Why is not a single person around?" Li Lin inquired. "You had agreed to buy the child some milk candy, didn't you? The child has been causing a ruckus since noon, and Yume couldn't bear it any longer, so she took the child out after a good meal." Cheng Baiquan explained with a smile. Li Lin squinted at the blazing sun and frowned, saying, "In the middle of the day, aren't they afraid of getting sunburned?" Cheng Baiquan replied, "The child is fussing, and if I can't calm him down, it's better to take him out with an umbrella to shield from the sun. They should be back shortly." "What about Feng Jingzhen and her mother? Did they go along as well?" Li Lin inquired while serving rice from the pot. Cheng Baiquan, sitting across from Li Lin with a bowl of rice, said, "Your father-in-law spoke both sweetly and harshly, and only then did she agree to visit her family and stir things up with her parents and brothers. Let her handle it, if it escalates. We'll call for the camel driver, and once they assess the situation, we can figure out how to proceed. You needn't worry, your father-in-law can manage this." Li Lin had little interest in such matters. After lounging comfortably at home for a day, he was back on the street the next day. It was quite strange. Despite a dozen people squatting at 3 street corners, not a single job came their way. The second day and into the third, the situation remained unchanged. Was it because of the heat that people were reluctant to venture out? During dinner that evening, Qin Changjiang felt that the wine in his hand had lost its appeal. The county town was small, with a limited population, so work was bound to be scarce. Li Lin pondered this carefully, noting that only their group was available for labor. With the riverbank work nearly complete and the seedling cultivation almost done, many others were also seeking jobs. Did they not notice the several signs at the nearby intersection? Indeed. Cheng Baiquan sighed. There are no fools. Everyone knows how to make money. The clients are astute as well. They ask 3 or 5 families and undoubtedly choose the cheapest. Cheng Yushan angrily remarked, "Today, a thin fellow asked for just 1 yuan. I nearly felt like hitting him. Don't engage in such nonsense." Cheng Baiwang shot him a disapproving glance and coldly replied, "We all earn our living based on skill. No one can blame another." "Father is right. We should consider other options," Li Lin replied nonchalantly. Cheng Baiwang contemplated for a moment and said, "Since there's no work, I'll head back home tomorrow and fetch the camel driver." Under his urging, Feng Jingzhen finally took her family's brothers to stir up trouble at her in-laws' house. He discreetly observed from a distance, and this time, it truly escalated. With some free time, he could seize the opportunity to match the camel driver with Feng Yuzhen. Unable to restrain himself, Li Lin remarked, "The camel driver is in his 50s, while Feng Yuzhen is only in her 30s. Her parents surely won't approve." Cheng Baiwang dismissively said, "A woman with a child finds it simple to manage. After a couple of days, her family's demeanor will turn sour. Tomorrow, I'll tell the camel driver to bring 100 yuan. Her family will be delighted and eager to send her off, and they certainly won't object." "That makes sense," Li Lin agreed wholeheartedly. As dawn broke, Cheng Baiwang set off with a cart back home. By evening, he returned with a cart full of baskets and steamers. Following behind was Wu Tuzi, dressed in a slightly worn gray shirt, hunched over with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing Dalin, he grinned and said, "I appreciate your help with this." Chapter 65. Blind Date. There was no trouble at all. Previously, Li Lin was unaware of his illustrious achievements, believing him to be merely an ordinary old man who tended livestock. However, upon learning of his past from his father-in-law, Li Lin was instantly filled with profound respect. On the battlefield, regardless of whether one achieved merit, merely surviving was a remarkable feat. He particularly believed his father-in-law's assertion that only the astute survive in such perilous conditions. That evening, Cheng Yutian prepared a sumptuous feast in their rented abode. Everyone, except for the teetotaler Cheng Yuha, indulged in drink to the point of inebriation. Li Lin returned home utterly fatigued. The following day, as the sun began to rise, Cheng Baiwang brought Wu Tuozi to the agreed meeting spot, a riverside slope at the boundary between Wulong village and Dengying. Wu Tuozi, upon catching a distant glimpse of Feng Jingzhen, could not help but nudge Cheng Baiwang's arm, sighing, "She looks splendid. She may not fancy me, though. Should we turn back?" He was simultaneously elated and troubled. "What are you saying? Are you having second thoughts?" Cheng Baiwang waved his hand dismissively. "Leave that to me. As long as you are interested, the rest is in my hands." Wu Tuozi furrowed his brow, saying, "I am indeed eager to marry, but I cannot deceive anyone. We must be honest with her. Otherwise, what kind of person would I be?" He feared that Cheng Baiwang, in his good intentions, would inadvertently mislead him into a false union. Cheng Baiwang retorted impatiently, "Do you not know who I am? If I were unaware of your character, I would not have come along without a care." Wu Tuozi sighed, "Yet I am uncertain of her intentions. Such a fine young lady would be wasted on me." "Have a bit of confidence. Your circumstances are not lacking," Li Lin interjected. "Just considering your 6 rooms and provisions, she would be living in comfort by your side. When it comes to life's necessities, having enough to eat is paramount." "You exaggerate." Wu Tuozi began to light a cigarette, only to have it snatched away by Li Lin. With a smile, Li Lin remarked, "If you wish to smoke, wait until after the meeting. For now, you must make a good impression. There's no need to rush." "Very well, I will heed your advice." Wu Tuozi took back the cigarette from Li Lin and returned it to the box. This was the special pack he had purchased the day before, and after sharing it with friends, only 1 pack remained. He was reluctant to indulge. Feng Jingzhen arrived with a dozen female relatives in tow. Li Lin and the others refrained from approaching and instead allowed Cheng Yumei and Li Yu to accompany Tuozi. While they waited at a distance, an elderly woman from Feng's side began to question Wu Tuozi, nodding occasionally, and ultimately accepted a stack of cash from Cheng Yumei. Cheng Baiwang said with a smile, "This is it. As he anticipated, under the watchful eyes of Feng's female relatives, Feng Jingzhen approached, carrying a bundle in one hand and leading a little girl with the other, following Tuozi. By evening, Wu Tuozi's face was flushed, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words upon seeing Feng Jingzhen. Qian Changjiang vacated his room for Wu Tuozi, squeezing into Cheng Baiwang's home himself. As for that young girl Zhongli, Cheng Yumei directly took her to Li Yu's residence. An old tree blooms anew. As night fell and the effects of alcohol began to wane, Li Lin hesitated on whether to eavesdrop on Wu Tuozi, only to discover that Qian Changjiang and the others had vanished without a trace. Resolutely, he followed after them. Chapter 66. The lame man. Upon exiting the house rented from Cheng Baiwang, Li Lin abruptly halted midway, sensing an inexplicable disquiet. Wu Tuozi, merely 2 years younger than Cheng Baiwang at 57, was pursuing a woman who was a mere 35. The age disparity was far too great. How could such a union be feasible now? Was it simply because the woman, accompanied by a child, was perceived as vulnerable? Surely, this was not a commendable act. Something felt amiss. It was undoubtedly inappropriate. Should we not reconsider? He called out to the ahead-moving Qian Changjiang. What? Qian Changjiang replied, a look of confusion adorning his face. He had no inkling of what Li Lin was alluding to. Was he experiencing a fit of hysteria? Though the woman bore a child, she seemed ill-suited for Wu Tuozi. What if regret followed? That would certainly complicate matters. Li Lin accepted the cigarette offered by Qian Changjiang, exhaling smoke rings as he pondered aloud. Should we not counsel Tuozi to spare him future troubles? Could a family truly be forged with an age gap of over 20 years? He maintained a skeptical outlook. Qian Changjiang chuckled. I assumed you were concerned about something significant, yet here you are still mulling over this matter. Tuozi desires someone who can bear children. Once the child is born, he considers it a legacy, and whether the woman stays or leaves is of little consequence. Is this truly commendable? From the outset, Cheng Baiwang orchestrated this affair, and Li Lin not only acquiesced but also supported it. Yet now, in retrospect, a discomfort brewed within him. How could this be deemed improper? Qian Changjiang, perplexed, remarked. Though the age difference is considerable, what of it? A lame man and a hunchback. It's not an insurmountable issue. Li Lin appeared increasingly unrecognizable to him. What nonsense are you speaking, lame man? This time, it was Li Lin who was taken aback. Feng Jingzhen is a lame woman? Qian Changjiang expressed his surprise. You weren't aware? I didn't notice. Li Lin recalled vividly the night Feng Jingzhen attempted to drown herself. It was dark, and he hadn't scrutinized her closely. The following morning, when she was squatting on the ground with her child, he had gone straight to bed without paying much attention. By the time he awoke, she had already been taken away by Cheng Baiwang. This morning, when they went to view her, the gentleman had deliberately avoided her, and he hadn't observed her closely either. How could she be lame? Dalin, Qian Changjiang chuckled. You too have your moments of oversight. He appeared particularly delighted, reveling in the revelation that his friend Dalin could be more foolish than he. She truly is a lame woman. Li Lin sighed, and everything made sense now. Had she not been lame, their father would not have dared to introduce her. Cheng Yushan, overhearing their conversation, turned back and said, any woman of decent stature, even if bearing a child, would never look upon a hunchback. Couldn't anyone have given me a heads up? Li Lin retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Why had he been left in ignorance, appearing foolish? Qian Changjiang spoke in a carefree manner. I thought you were aware of it. Didn't Yumei tell you? She was just rambling about it this morning. Everything is fine, except for a slight limp, which is quite fitting for a camel. His laughter grew more cheerful. So she knows too? Li Lin felt increasingly irritated. Was he the only one blind to this? Even Li Yu was aware of it. Cheng Yushan took pleasure in witnessing Li Lin's discomfort. Forget it, Li Lin sighed, waving his hand helplessly. I'm going back to sleep. Ah, Dalin, you all go ahead, he said, ignoring Qian Changjiang's calls as he turned away. Upon returning home, Cheng Yumei looked at him and said, drink less, will you? Do you really want to get yourself drunk and feel miserable? Li Lin picked up a large bowl of cold tea from the table and gulped it down before asking. Is it true that Feng Yuzhen is indeed a cripple? Haven't you got eyes? Cheng Yumei was taken aback by his sudden question. I only just heard Changjiang mention it. Noticing that the lights in the living room were already off, Li Lin instinctively lowered his voice, worried about waking the 3 children, which would only lead to more trouble. Especially his little girl, who had become increasingly spoiled lately. She wasn't even afraid of him anymore and dared to oppose him. Sometimes, he truly wished for her to understand the meaning of respect. However, his daughter was rather stubborn, holding on to grudges. Even the smallest of matters could linger in her memory for a lifetime. He didn't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, being nagged even in old age. Perhaps it was best to be a bit soft this time. After all, she was his only daughter. Bowing to her was not a sign of shame. "And that look you have," Chung Yume said, half amused, half exasperated. "It's late. You should go tend to the children. I'm going to sleep." Li Lin felt he had truly made a fool of himself this time. Waking up early, he found Chung Yume and the 3 children still sound asleep. And Li Yu had yet to rise. By then, Li Lin had already prepared some porridge. Just as he was about to pour a bowl to cool, he noticed a face outside the kitchen window. Wu Tuozi. "Wait for me a moment," he said, placing the bowl down to open the door. "Delin, you're up so early. I thought you hadn't opened the door yet," Wu Tuozi said, cradling little Jiang Li in his arms, his face aglow with joy. However, Li Lin's attention was entirely on Feng Yuzhen behind him. "What are you all doing?" Wu Tuozi replied with a smile. "We wanted to get home before the sun came up. Otherwise, it would get hot, and the child would suffer." "That's quite good," Li Lin thought, glancing at Feng Yuzhen's crooked knee and confirming that she was indeed a cripple. Wu Tuozi handed the child to the woman and then pulled out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Li Lin. "I just visited your father. He and the others probably drank too much last night and are still asleep. I didn't want to disturb them. When you see them, tell them I'm heading back now. We'll have a proper drink together when you're free. I will convey your message. If you're leaving, then you should hurry," Li Lin replied with a smile. It seemed he was up early not just for the sake of catching a bus. It appeared he would have to walk back. Wu Tuozi was not stingy, yet parting with a lump sum for the fare must have pained him. Walking would have been more economical. Thus, I took my leave. After placing the cigarette in his pocket, Wu Tuozi accepted the child from the woman and strode away. Li Lin cast another glance at the woman's retreating figure, noting her pronounced limp, with her right shoulder sagging noticeably as she walked. Indeed, she was a pitiable soul. Once the trio had vanished from sight, he squatted at the entrance, slurping a bowl of thin rice porridge. Yet, it felt rather lackluster. Something was amiss. It seemed incomplete. Observing the vibrant green scallions and fresh chili peppers cultivated by Chung Yume at the doorway, he set down his bowl, approached, and plucked a couple of scallions and 4 or 5 pointed peppers. After washing them, he balanced the bowl in one hand and the scallions in the other, sipping and biting, occasionally stuffing a crispy chili pepper into his mouth. Chapter 67. Independence. Tears welled up. It was too spicy. Just as he was about to discard them, Chung Yume tilted her head, comb in hand, and asked while grooming her hair, "Spicy, isn't it?" "Not spicy." This was Li Lin's final act of defiance. With tears in his eyes, he finished the chili peppers and pressed down on the well water, directing his mouth toward the spout, vigorously rinsing his fiery mouth. He then lay back down to continue his slumber. He was awakened by the voices of Chung Yushan and others. Chung Yushan expressed his dissatisfaction, stating that Tuozi was quite inconsiderate, leaving quietly without a word. Li Lin, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea and yawning, replied, "When he left, you were still asleep. He didn't knock on your door, but came to me instead, saying he would treat you well once you returned. That would be acceptable." Chung Yushan pulled a pear from his pocket, wiped it on his clothing, and took a bite. Li Lin looked on, feeling a pang of envy, unable to resist exclaiming, "You have to wait 2 months to eat that. No worries, by the time it ripens, it probably won't concern us anymore. Let us eat it while we can." Chung Yushan said nonchalantly, "As long as you're happy." What else could Li Lin say? "Would you like to try some?" Chung Yushan inquired, pulling out another unripe pear from his pocket. "I'm not interested," Li Lin replied curiously. "Did you hear any noises last night?" "Heard nothing." Chung Yushan replied while munching on the pear. "As soon as you left yesterday, my father came, forbidding us from causing any trouble." "Where's Dad?" Li Lin noted he had yet to see Chung Baiwang. Didn't he take the baskets and crates from home to sell on South Street? After finishing the pear, Chung Yushan stood, stretched his arms, and tossed the core into the nearby seedling field, splashing water everywhere. "That is serious business," Li Changjiang remarked. "Delin, are we going out today?" "Not today. Let us rest for another day and discuss it tomorrow." Li Lin gazed at the sun climbing higher in the sky, feeling a wave of trepidation. In such sweltering heat, was it worth risking one's life? Regardless, let us rest for 2 days first. Chung Yume returned from the market with groceries, while Chung Yutian continued to cook. After indulging in considerable amounts of alcohol, they all sprawled across the mat, inebriated. Chung Baiwang, returning under the scorching sun, was taken aback by their state and felt a surge of anger, but ultimately restrained himself. He turned to the timid Li Bin and asked, "Why aren't you asleep, my dear child?" "Grandfather, I cannot sleep," Li Bin replied, cradling a small yellow dog that had grown a bit, his voice innocent and soft. He added, "Grandfather, have you eaten? Or is it that I am the only one who cares?" Cheng Baiwang felt a swell of pride at his words. During dinner, as the alcohol had nearly run its course, he suddenly exclaimed, "This basket business is quite profitable." Seeing his demeanor, Li Lin laughed and said, "Dad, just tell us how much you've earned." Cheng Baiwang replied with pride, "Just from those 30 baskets, I've made 7 yuan. That's quite a nice profit for today." Li Lin remarked, counting on his fingers, baskets and sieves combined. "Wouldn't that amount to this figure?" He gestured with 3 fingers. Cheng Baiwang nodded, "Just 3 yuan short." 27 yuan. Qian Changjiang, holding his wine bowl, paused. "We worked for 7 days and earned only 68 yuan each. And you make that in a single day?" Cheng Baiwang chuckled. "Well, the journey back and forth wasn't too laborious." Hearing this, Cheng Inglian, after lighting a cigarette, said, "At this rate, I'm tempted to craft some wooden stools and join you on the streets." Li Lin laughed. "Uncle, this is indeed a good business, worth pursuing." He then turned to Wu Benshun, who was engrossed in gnawing on chicken feet, saying, "With your skills, you too will surely succeed. Loss is not an option." Wu Benshun declared, "What is the least valuable of materials?" Hesitating for a moment, he glanced at Cheng Inglian. "Shall we give it a try?" Cheng Inglian nodded. "Let us give it a shot. It's just a matter of effort, nothing too daunting. Oh, by the way, what are your plans for the dismantled beams and the rosewood furniture? When you have the time, I can help you sort it out," Li Lin inquired. "For now, let us set it aside and discuss it later," Cheng Inglian replied. They had built houses for 2 families, Luan Min and the tire repair shop in Daingzi, donating all the furniture and beams to them. Technically, these items should have been shared among them all. However, it was tacitly accepted that they belonged to Li Lin, as he had spearheaded and orchestrated all their endeavors. It would be unjust to split the wood with Li Lin, given his contributions. Cheng Inglian chose not to elaborate further. Before dawn, the group awoke to resume their watch on the street. Regrettably, it turned out to be another fruitless day. Cheng Baiwang took his 4 sons back to the village to gather willow and bamboo, while Cheng Inglian and his apprentice wasted no time and returned home to craft furniture. Continuing to linger without purpose seemed futile. It was better to seek work for themselves. Cheng Baihuan and Cheng Baihong, witnessing their brother's industriousness, found it unbearable to remain idle and returned home to rest. In the brief span of a day, only Li Lin and Qian Changjiang were left, staring at each other in silence. "What are you staring at with those squinty eyes?" Li Lin grumbled. "Dalan, my eyes are certainly larger than yours," Qian Changjiang retorted, unable to hold back his response. "Nonsense." Li Lin casually wiped the cucumber he had plucked on his sleeve, took a bite, and remarked, "With those squinty eyes, how can you still have the audacity to speak?" "Well," Qian Changjiang replied helplessly, "what are we to do? Should we continue to loiter outside for another day? It's early in the morning. We can't just waste the day at home. We haven't seen a single cent for 7 consecutive days. I am determined to marry. How can we possibly earn money like this?" "Don't worry about it," Li Lin said leisurely. "Tomorrow, let us pay a visit to the Jiang siblings." As his father-in-law Cheng Baiwang and others departed, he was left in a dilemma, unsure whether to feel sorrow or joy. These individuals had become independent, lightening the burden on his shoulders and alleviating the pressure. Yet, he could not shake the discomfort in his heart. Why must everyone be so pragmatic? If they had any work, they would have sought us out long ago, Qian Changjiang sighed. That is true. Li Lin echoed his sentiment with a sigh of his own. He felt he was a disgrace to those who had been reborn. His current situation was utterly dismal. In the web novels he had read, those who were reborn or traversed time were either financial magnates or business elites. At the very least, educated individuals from the new century, possessing culture and knowledge. What significance does rebirth hold for an uneducated brute like him? His rebirth was certainly not by choice. At this moment, he could only wish that the heavens would grant him a system to turn his fortunes around. Chapter 68. The start of the game with a pair of 8s. What he yearned for most was a sign-in system. At the very least, if not a Ferrari. A modest Shally would suffice. If not that, even a pair of 8s would do. These are all hard currencies in the market. As long as you possess them, you can easily convert them into money. With this thought, he could not help but mutter several times in his heart, "System? Ancestors of the system? System, you old man." Seeing that there was still no response, he nearly shouted in frustration, "You and your ancestors." Qian Changjiang noticed Li Lin staring skyward, his mouth moving as if entranced, and waved his hand in front of his dazed eyes, concern etched on his face. "Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Li Lin declared fiercely. "I must strive hard. Without a system, I might have to continue as a contractor. After investing, I would become a subordinate, even less than a hired hand. A lifetime wasted. If I work a bit harder, perhaps I can avoid repeating the same path." "Lin, you're talking nonsense again," Qian Changjiang said with a mix of laughter and tears. In their current predicament, what else could they possibly do but work tirelessly? "You wouldn't understand if I told you." Li Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Why don't you go collect your nets?" Qian Changjiang replied. "That rascal keeps stealing my fish. You don't want me to beat him up?" Li Lin waved his hand again. "It's not worth fighting over a few fish. The banks of the Huai River are abundant with fish. Often, the fish at the docks are sold by the basket, yet few people are interested in buying them. For they are not only devoid of profit, but also require fuel. Most folks are focused on saving to buy fatty meat. Even if one craved fish, they could simply send their own children to the riverbank to catch some. Moreover, the fish caught by fishermen are seldom sold locally. The majority are delivered to the neighboring large cities. In the bustling metropolis, the populace indulges in a medley of flavors, steamed, braised, and pan-fried, each dish a delightful variation. "I'll heed your words," remarked Qian Changjiang, as he offered Li Lin a cigarette. Noticing Li Lin's refusal, he inquired, "What's wrong? Have you truly given it up?" "Indeed, I have," Li Lin replied. "Unbeknownst to me, I've become quite addicted over these past few days." Though old Lin was once a man of the streets, he never smoked. "Being surrounded by a group of seasoned smokers has turned my teeth yellow. My daughter even complains of my bad breath and forbids me from kissing her." "Just cut back a little. It's no big deal," Qian Changjiang dismissed lightly. "You say you won't smoke anymore," Li Lin chuckled, "but once you're hooked, quitting becomes a true challenge. If it weren't for my addiction to alcohol, I would gladly give that up as well. The liquor available in the market today comes from small workshops with outdated techniques. Not a single one meets the standards for methanol or hygiene." In his youth, he lacked understanding, and, being both impoverished and naive, he drank without care. However, after a lifetime of experience, having seen the world, he now recognizes the quality, or lack thereof, of these spirits. The claims of grain alcohol and traditional craftsmanship are mere deceptions, fooling only the gullible. "Then I shall smoke myself," he concluded. Seeing Li Lin's resolute stance, Qian Changjiang chose not to press further. The next day, they resumed their vigil on the street. As Li Lin finished a large bread roll, he spotted Jiang Mingyue standing before him. "It's been quite some time since I last saw you," she greeted, holding an umbrella with a smile. "Has your family not had any shipments lately?" Li Lin inquired curiously. "The tung seeds have been difficult to harvest, which has caused some delays," Jiang Mingyue explained with a grin. "I passed by yesterday afternoon and intended to say hello, but I encountered an acquaintance and lost track of time. By the time I turned around, you had already left. If you have time now, why not accompany me?" Li Lin suggested. "Just the two of us? That shouldn't be too troublesome. 2 people will suffice. There's hardly any cargo," she replied, folding her umbrella and wheeling her bicycle to the side. "You know the route. I shall head off first." "Riding a bicycle is indeed more convenient," Qian Changjiang remarked, watching Jiang Mingyue recede into the distance. Li Lin teased, "With the money you have now, you could buy one, but you hesitate, don't you?" "That money is reserved for my future wife," Qian Changjiang replied before making his way toward Jiang Mingyue's home. Yawning, Li Lin trailed behind with another cart. "Dalin, it seems Wei Xinbing has vanished as well. Has he abandoned the cart?" Qian Changjiang noted. Originally, they had 3 carts, but during the last shipment of medicinal materials out of the province, Wei Xinbing had left 6 here. This time, Cheng Baiwang and his crew took 5. Had it not been for Wei Xinbing's leftovers, they would be short. Li Lin chuckled. "He is quite capable and affluent, having dealt with him once. He surely won't easily abandon us. He'll be back. It seems Uncle Wang and the others are making good profits with their baskets. They might not be keen on continuing with us," Qian Changjiang speculated. "That would be even better," Li Lin replied, feeling a sense of relief. Constantly stirring the same pot and splitting the earnings can be rather unfulfilling. He had yet to amass great wealth, should fortune smile upon him. It would undoubtedly give rise to resentment. The notion of sharing equally, akin to a communal meal, would ultimately lead to discontent. "Lin, I share in your joy," Qian Changjiang remarked. Li Lin spoke candidly, revealing his innermost thoughts. The business originally belonged to him and to Lin. Chung Baiwang, leveraging his position as father-in-law, had no right to interfere. After their separation, although the business was no more, a sense of clarity enveloped him. Enough of this. In the future, I shall ensure your prosperity. This was the heartfelt sentiment of old Lin. In a previous life, he had ventured far from home with Qin Changjiang, not only failing to earn substantial wealth, but also embroiling him in considerable trouble, even spending time behind bars. Yet, not a word of reproach escaped the latter's lips. He continued to regard him with utmost respect. Ultimately, at 40, he found himself compelled to seek a wife in Laos. He left in good spirits, but never returned. Li Lin truly felt an indebtedness towards Qin Changjiang. Upon arriving at Jiang Mingyue's modest courtyard, they found merely 20 barrels of tung oil, and by the time they finished, the sun had already set. Li Lin's recently scabbed shoulder had begun to bleed anew. "Brother," Li Yu observed with concern, tears involuntarily welling in her eyes. "You're making progress." Li Lin affectionately tousled her hair, which had begun to darken, and cheerfully urged, "Hurry and cook. I'm starving." Li Yu sniffled as she headed to the kitchen. Cheng Yumei suggested, "Why not take a day off tomorrow?" Although she valued money, witnessing the bloody state of her man's shoulder made her uneasy. "Another day off?" Li Lin retorted, "You've already rested for a week. If we take another, our family will be left to the wind." He applied some herbal ash to his shoulder and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into slumber. He dreamed of a tall, slender youth standing before him, timidly stating, "Dad, I want to study computer science." What is this computer science? Old Lin had never even heard of such a thing. How could he possibly agree? "You should pursue medicine. No physician has ever starved throughout history." Chapter 69. Mold. The child wept bitterly, yet he remained unmoved, simply replying, "It's all for your own good." Many years later, that youth, now clad in a white coat and sporting a beard, stood before him, towering over old Lin by a head. He offered to assist with the grandchildren, but the youth, filled with resentment, retorted, "I don't want my children to follow in my footsteps." He was furious. How could the child he had painstakingly raised hold him in such disdain? Yet, the youth's subsequent words chilled him to the core. "Do not delude yourself. It only disgusts others." Endless words were exchanged, the essence of which suggested that every action taken by old Lin was merely to satiate his desire for control. Was everything he did fundamentally wrong? He longed to weep, yet the tears would not come. He stifled his emotions, abruptly waking. Upon opening his eyes, he found Li Bin standing before him. "What is the matter?" Li Lin wiped the sweat from his brow. "Dad, it's time to eat," Li Bin responded, still bearing that timid demeanor. Li Lin felt a pang of sympathy and scooped him into his arms, laughing. "In this life, pursue whatever you desire, even if it means living a life like mine. I shall not interfere." Returning to the matter at hand, it is undeniable that Daluan himself is not an admirable character. What right does he have to impose demands upon his son? The sudden influx of paternal affection left Li Bin somewhat bewildered. As they gathered for dinner, he chose silence. Li Lin set Li Bin down and rose to wash his face in the courtyard. During the meal, Qin Changjiang poured a drink for him, but he outright declined, declaring that he would not partake tonight. Change must commence with abstaining from alcohol. Li Lin's decision to forego smoking was understandable to Qin Changjiang, as he had never been a smoker. However, to abstain from drinking? Was this truly Daluan? Having had his fill, Li Lin passed his bowl to Li Yu, requesting a serving of rice. Qin Changjiang, clutching the bottle, wore an increasingly mournful expression. "I am aware that I have changed." Li Lin, lost in thought, helped himself to a generous piece of fatty meat. The aroma of the meat was enticing. "Then I shall also refrain from drinking," Qin Changjiang retorted, somewhat petulantly. "Brother Changjiang, allow me to serve you some rice." Li Yu seemed to have been waiting for this invitation. Without hesitation, she snatched his bowl and filled it to the brim with rice. Drinking is truly odious, especially in the company of many, where the revelry often extends into the night, leaving behind the unpleasant aftermath of nausea. The very scent is enough to induce disgust. What is it about this drink that makes it so appealing? Qin Changjiang felt quite resigned, his only recourse to eat in silence. After all, the words had been spoken, and retracting them would be rather embarrassing. Observing his demeanor, Li Lin couldn't help but interject, "Come now, one evening without drinking will not be fatal." "I know," Qin Changjiang replied, reluctantly placing the bottle behind the door. As night fell, remaining sober allowed Li Lin to retain clarity. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Should he venture into the kitchen for a glass of wine to ease his descent into sleep? After much hesitation, he ultimately retrieved a pack of cigarettes, tore it open, and lit one. He could summon the resolve to forego cigarettes, yet this alcohol had truly become his personal demon. Perhaps he would first mask it with smoke. After smoking 4 cigarettes in succession, his mouth soured, prompting him to take a refreshing shower in the courtyard before collapsing into bed, disregarding everything else. Upon waking, he discovered that indeed, one could survive without alcohol. Hearing a cacophony outside, he opened the door only to find it was raining. A thick curtain of rain obscured all light, casting a gloomy pall both indoors and out. The 3 children stood at the threshold, extending their hands to catch the rain. Thoroughly drenched, while Chung Yumei's scoldings fell on deaf ears. Let them be, Li Lin thought nonchalantly. Daoluan, we shall be cooped up indoors once more. Qian Changjiang, seated at the door smoking, lamented, what a hassle. It's not a big deal, Li Lin observed as he noticed Li Yu bringing out fish and meat. Was this dinner or lunch? He found himself momentarily confused. The absence of a clock was quite disorienting, particularly during the rainy season and winter. Either it was a misty rain or a dreary haze, utterly devoid of any sense of time. Brother, this is lunch. We have already eaten, Li Yu said with a smile. Then I must have overslept, Li Lin replied, picking up his bowl and finishing off the leftovers on the plate. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Li Liang, being scolded by Chung Yumei, squatted in the corner of the room, crying in bewilderment. The rain poured relentlessly, saturating the interior and rendering the floor a quagmire. Li Lin, feeling helpless, wielded a shovel to elevate the ground within the room. Yet it soon succumbed to dampness once more. Ultimately, he resorted to scooping ash from the stove to cover the floor. The little yellow dog frolicked on the ground, becoming covered in ash, while the air itself was thick with dust, prompting Li Lin to sneeze repeatedly. The downpour persisted until dusk, marking yet another day gone by. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the sound of torrential rain once more. It was not until the 3rd day, while lying in bed, that he heard the calls of those gathering duck feathers and goose down outside, confirming that the rain had finally ceased. Is that a local dialect? Qian Changjiang queried, intrigued. Li Lin gazed at the bright sun, his spirits lifted. If you hear a dialect from Xinjiang but cannot comprehend it, it is most likely from Xinjiang. This region is rich in dialects, yet they bear minimal distinction, save for Xinjiang, where the locals tend to speak with a peculiar lisp, their enunciation muddled. Oh, Qian Changjiang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. It sounds familiar. When we were repairing the riverbank 2 years ago, there were indeed people from Xinjiang speaking in that very tone. Have you been drinking early in the morning? Li Lin inquired, eyeing his flushed face. I haven't indulged in 2 days, Qian Changjiang lamented. The previous 2 days, Li Lin had abstained from alcohol, and thus, so had he. This morning, after finishing his porridge, his stomach still felt empty, and he could no longer endure it. Drink less. Overindulgence yields no benefits, Li Lin advised, somewhat insincerely. Not to worry, Qian Changjiang chuckled awkwardly. I've only had 2 liang. Li Lin washed his face, had breakfast, and gazed at the increasingly fierce sun. Stretching, he suggested, let us go for a stroll. Remaining cooped up will only lead to mildew. The 2 men removed their liberation shoes, carrying them in hand, and walked along the muddy path until they reached the gravel road, where they washed their feet and donned their shoes once more. Without a cart, it would be challenging to work, Qian Changjiang sighed as they walked. The road is in disrepair, so what can be done? Li Lin echoed his sentiment, feeling equally helpless. Ideally, they could wait until noon for the sun to dry the road sufficiently. However, his patience had worn thin. Upon reaching South Street, his stomach began to rumble. Understanding Li Lin's temperament, Qian Changjiang took the initiative to purchase 4 steamed buns without needing to be asked. Steamed buns made from quality flour are simply delightful, Qian Changjiang remarked cheerfully. Li Lin shot him a glance, retorting, that's obvious. They cost only a dime each. For the price of 1 quality bun, one could buy 3 coarse grain buns and still have change. The coarse grain buns were primarily made from wheat bran, essentially crushed wheat husks, often mixed with a bit of sorghum or cornmeal. Due to their difficulty in fermentation, they were coarse and tough, yet for most households, these were the staple, and those who could afford to eat their fill were deemed fortunate. Qian Changjiang effortlessly consumed 2 white flour buns, still looking unsatisfied. If only we could have these every day, it would be wonderful if everyone could enjoy them. Your aspirations are quite lofty, Li Lin observed. Is it enough for oneself to be well-fed, while wishing for everyone else to be satisfied? Li Lin expressed his astonishment. Qian Changjiang sighed. I find it distressing to see others go hungry while I have crumbs in my mouth. Changjiang, you truly are remarkable. Li Lin could not help but give him a thumbs up. Rest assured, in 20 years, everyone will certainly have access to white flour buns, while wheat bran will be reserved for the pigs. As for the multi-grain buns in restaurants, they will consist of whole wheat, millet flour, cornmeal, and sugar, a far cry from the multi-grain buns of today. 20 years. Qian Changjiang furrowed his brow. That seems an exceedingly long time. This is a conservative estimate. If all goes well, within the next decade, the coastal regions will largely enjoy meat, while here, a portion of us will at least savor some broth, Li Lin said, displaying an unusual patience with Qian Changjiang, motivated by a desire not to disregard his sincere sentiments. For them, white flour buns were no longer a concern. In another decade, the entirety of China will attain the freedom to enjoy white flour buns. As a diligent bricklayer, Li Lin had traversed the country, gaining a wealth of experience. In 1997, the very year of Hong Kong's return, as society hurried towards the 21st century, he vividly recalled working on construction sites around the borders of Hubei, Henan, and Anhui. That year was marked by droughts and floods, and for the common people, being able to eat white flour buns felt akin to celebrating the new year. Many parents, desperate for their children's meager school fees, would have gladly leapt into the river. In contrast, the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions, as well as Guangdong and Shandong, had already begun constructing small villas, nearing the standards of a moderately prosperous society, with electricity and telephones. As for the Northeast and the vast Northwest, when he reminisced about hardships with peers from those areas, they looked at him in disbelief. They could not fathom the concept of hunger. Is it not possible to eat lamb or drink milk? Especially in the Northeast, despite some decline, the land was rich and bountiful, at worst. They had merely dropped from a score of 90 to 80, now striving for revitalization, hoping to return to the 90 mark. Meanwhile, those in the central regions were eager to rise, struggling to elevate their scores from 30 to 60, inching towards passing grades. A decade might be reasonable, but claiming that most will have access to meat seems exaggerated. Qian Changjiang shook his head. I do not believe your words. I doubt I could manage it myself. Were it not for his rebirth, he could never have imagined such rapid development in China. As they conversed, they heard someone calling out to them. Li Lin initially thought he had misheard, but upon looking up, he indeed saw someone beckoning him. It was Ren Yuanchao, the secretary of the local land committee and the factory director. The Ren family was a prominent local clan, akin to a noble lineage. Director Ren, what brings you here? Are you here on business? Li Lin had previously worked on houses for Luan Min and the tire repairman, using bricks from Ren Yuanchao's factory, while not intimately acquainted. They had at least crossed paths. I am here on a business matter, Ren Yuanchao nodded. Seeing you both here, I thought I would greet you. So, have you made any progress today? Director Ren, to be frank with you, we haven't seen a single cent this past week. Li Lin picked up the cigarette that Qian Changjiang had laid on the ground, extracted one, and handed it to Ren Yuanchao, personally lighting it for him with a smile. As a wealthy individual, could you lend us a little assistance? He jested. However, Ren Yuanchao, feeling quite apprehensive, replied, such words cannot be spoken lightly. Our brick factory operates as a collective enterprise of the village, not merely under my individual authority. I understand completely, Director Ren, Li Lin said, determined to break the tension. It is cumbersome to always hide behind veils of ambiguity. The unification of personal and collective interests must adhere to regulations. You, Ren Yuanchao remarked, pointing with his cigarette at Li Lin, my little brick factory is merely that, a small establishment. I await your contributions. After a moment of contemplation, Li Lin suggested, Director Ren, how about we establish a collective enterprise under your umbrella? Under our umbrella? Ren Yuanchao frowned. That is not an easy matter, after all. You are not part of our villager group. Although I serve as the village secretary, I do not have absolute authority. Rest assured, Director. The fees for affiliation will certainly be compensated to you. I would never allow the collective's interests to suffer, Li Lin assured with a smile. And what kind of entity do you wish to establish? Ren Yuanchao inquired with curiosity. A construction service company, Li Lin replied, as he had not yet contemplated any other ventures and would return to his original trade. With the name of a collective unit, negotiations would become simpler. Otherwise, People might mistake him for a mere drifter alongside Qian Changjiang. Brother, we must lay down the terms clearly in writing, Ren Yuanshao said with a smile. Affiliation is acceptable. But should any troubles arise, I cannot be held accountable. Understood, Li Lin responded readily. How about this? When you have the time, I will come to your village, and we can discuss the details further. I will await your arrival at home, Ren Yuanshao replied as he took the cigarette Li Lin offered and turned to leave. Once Qian Changjiang saw him disappear around the corner, he inquired with curiosity, Lin, what were you just discussing? Affiliation, Li Lin replied nonchalantly. Currently, private businesses cannot operate. We need to find a unit to conduct our affairs in its name. Jiang Mingsong and her siblings have done this. The profits are theirs. Yet it remains a collective enterprise. So it's merely a facade. Qian Changjiang quickly understood and remarked, Lin, you truly possess a sharp mind. But how much would this affiliation cost us? The specifics require further negotiation, Li Lin mused. But I estimate it would only amount to a few dozen yuan annually at most. That is still quite a sum, Qian Changjiang reflected. It's as if we are giving them money for nothing. Shouldn't we consider establishing our own affiliation with the village? Shi Yong and the others lack the courage for that, Li Lin replied, shaking his head. Speaking too much may sour relations. If there's a ready-made option, we should certainly utilize it. That is true, Qian Changjiang nodded in agreement. Otherwise, they might assume we are engaged in dubious activities, and our reputation would be tarnished. Chapter 71. Laborious, he had initially thought to threaten with violence for disobedience, but recalling Lin's notion of a harmonious society, the words caught in his throat. They are, after all, the leaders of the team, and their usefulness will undoubtedly increase in the future. You should refrain from provoking them unnecessarily. Li Lin understood Qian Changjiang all too well and was aware of his intentions. Thus he felt compelled to patiently remind him once more that should they be angered. There are ample ways to deal with you. I haven't said anything yet, Qian Changjiang retorted with dissatisfaction. Let's head home, Li Lin said, gazing at the sun climbing higher in the sky, predicting yet another fruitless day ahead. Continuing to linger felt futile. Why is my luck so poor? Qian Changjiang lamented, his head drooping, devoid of energy. If this continued, he contemplated returning to his hometown to stay with his brothers Cheng Baiquan and Cheng Baihong. Although his parents had ceased to concern themselves with him, they had cultivated a variety of vegetables, which he could freely harvest without cost. It certainly wouldn't incur the same expenses as here. Look at you, so pathetic, Li Lin chided as he playfully slapped Qian Changjiang's back. Stand tall and walk with confidence. Qian Changjiang reluctantly complied. Such a nuisance. Li Lin shot him a disapproving glance and continued walking ahead. As they approached a fork in the road, Li Lin spotted a figure squatting at his doorstep. It was neither Cheng Baiwang nor any of his uncles. Yet there was an undeniable familiarity about the silhouette. Wei Xinbing, Qian Changjiang exclaimed joyfully. How did you find this place? Li Lin asked, curious, as he had neither brought Wei Xinbing here nor disclosed the address. Lin, Changjiang, you're back. Wei Xinbing rose and waved. Your legs are quite long, aren't they? How did you manage to find your way here? Li Lin declined the cigarette Wei Xinbing offered, voicing his curiosity instead. Wei Xinbing chuckled. Isn't it what you both mentioned? At the bridgehead of Wulong village. I went to Hedalu yesterday looking for you, but didn't see anyone. I tried again today, still no luck. So I had no choice but to come directly here. I asked a child for directions, and upon mentioning the bald man, they pointed right to this house. Luckily, my sister-in-law was home, so I just waited here. Hey, Qian Changjiang grinned, touching his shiny bald head. Indeed, I am the only bald man in this village. Are you planning to make a delivery? Li Lin inquired with a smile. We might be short on manpower. If you're not in a hurry, you could wait a day. My father-in-law and uncle have gone back to the village and won't return until tomorrow. I'm here to fetch Banksia from Runan. With the two of you, 3 will be sufficient, Wei Xinbing replied cheerfully. What do you think? If you have time, shall we leave now? Qian Changjiang's eyes sparkled. Boss Wei, how much will this trip pay? Li Lin added. The round trip is over 200 kilometers. It will take at least 3 to 4 days. We will first reach Runan, then head to Boizhou without stopping. The entire journey will require about 10 days. I'll give you 1,000 yuan to split between the two of you, which isn't too shabby, is it? Wei Xinbing smiled, and Qian Changjiang glanced at Li Lin, who simply said, all right. With that, Qian Changjiang finally exhaled in relief, fearing Li Lin might disagree. Li Lin entered the courtyard and exchanged a few words with Cheng Yumei before joining Qian Changjiang and Wei Xinbing. who had already begun to pull the cart toward the fork in the road. Although the journey was relatively tranquil, the persistent wind and rain left them drenched and uncomfortable, a state that even a native of Hunan like him found challenging to endure. The incessant downpour made it impossible to continue. If it had been a gentle drizzle, they could have pressed on, but as the rain intensified to the point of obscuring the path, they were compelled to take refuge, taking shelter beneath a cylindrical building. They were soon approached by a police officer clad in a raincoat, who curiously peered down at them. After presenting a letter of introduction hidden within a plastic bag, they were reluctantly permitted to continue their journey through the torrential rain. Eventually, they found refuge beneath the eaves of a supply and marketing cooperative. "I'll have one as well," Li Lin said, wiping his hands dry against the wall as he reached out for a cigarette from Qian Changjiang. Their matches were damp and failed to ignite, prompting Wei Xinbing to buy a new pack of matches from the cooperative, allowing them to finally enjoy a smoke. As Wei Xinbing exhaled smoke rings, he gazed at the overcast sky and chuckled. "This trip has been quite an ordeal for you. Let's wait a bit longer to see if the rain stops. If not, we can find a guest house to rest for the night." "No need. Let us endure a little longer. It will surely cease," Li Lin replied, waving his hand dismissively. For this journey, Wei Xinbing had already generously contributed 1,000 yuan, which was more than fair. It was inappropriate to ask him for more, especially since he was a business owner capable of weathering such hardships. Li Lin and Qian Changjiang, being mere laborers, had no excuse not to persevere. Indeed, Qian Changjiang, though visibly distressed, nodded in agreement. At that moment, he longed for nothing more than a hot bath and a restful sleep in a comfortable bed. Due to delays on the road, they arrived at their destination in Runan on the evening of the third day, still shrouded in misty rain. Fearing the medicinal herbs would become damp, they refrained from continuing their journey in the downpour, taking breaks along the way. The 200 kilometers took them a full 5 days to traverse. On the return journey, with no cargo to carry, they hastened their pace. After crossing the Honghe River, a collective sigh of relief was released. In the rain, Li Lin glanced back at the sluggishly flowing, murky river, reflecting on how in 20 years, this place would no longer be easily accessible. Otherwise, before even crossing the river, he would receive a welcome text from Anhui Mobile, with exorbitant roaming charges. He certainly did not wish to be caught in such a predicament. Parting ways at the bridgehead, Li Lin and Qian Changjiang returned home, spotting the chimney emitting smoke from a distance. "Dad!" Li Liang's shout brought out Cheng Yumei and Li Yu. Li Lin said little, setting down the cart and wiping himself with a towel before announcing, "I'm going to take a nap. Don't wake me." "Same here," Qian Changjiang said, pulling out a mat and falling asleep on the ground. Cheng Yumei observed the two men, unshaven and snoring loudly, and quietly closed the door, turning to Li Yu. "Your brother and the others are utterly exhausted from this trip." She then cautioned the 3 children, "You mustn't disturb your father while he sleeps. It's been quite tough. They've been away for over 10 days. Li Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Cheng Yumei replied, "Watch the kids. I'll go prepare a couple of dishes so there is something for them to eat when they wake." Li Lin awoke to find the night fully enveloping the sky, and Qian Changjiang was seated at the doorway, indulging in a drink. "Lin, care for a sip?" Qian Changjiang inquired with a smile. "Then, I shall partake," replied Li Lin, picking up a cigarette from the table and lighting it effortlessly. "This journey has truly exhausted me. I am filled with uncertainty in my writing, utterly clueless. I humbly beseech my elder brothers and sisters in the comments section for more guidance. The readership is decent, yet the number of those adding to their bookshelves is regrettably scant. How I wish more would add it. As for the ratings, they are disheartening, to say the least." In chapter 72, he mused, before the drink, he was from Hunan. After a few sips, Hunan belonged to him. Having enjoyed a sound sleep and a bit of alcohol, he now felt invigorated. He gestured animatedly towards Qian Changjiang, saying, "Listen, Changjiang, follow my lead, and you shall not suffer losses in the future." Qian Changjiang, with a carefree demeanor, responded, "Lin, I trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be hanging out with you." Cheng Yumei was busy counting the money Li Lin handed over. After a moment, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Have you made this much from your trip? You can't be serious. This is 500 yuan. And you've only been gone 14 days. That's an astonishing amount." Considering the temperaments of the two men, Cheng Yumei couldn't help but think the worst. "Though we may be a bit poor, we must not stray down the wrong path. Lin, you must heed my words," she said, her eyes welling with tears. "Nonsense. I stand tall and proud. Just take it, Li Lin scoffed. Under normal circumstances, for this journey, the two of us together would barely scrape together 300 yuan. The remaining 700 is the price of peace. Otherwise, the trip wouldn't have been so smooth. A sense of pride welled within him. Though he had not enjoyed the best of meals or attire in his youth, he had inherited his father Li Guofu's tall stature, commanding respect wherever he went. Moreover, with Qian Changjiang, a formidable figure sporting a shining bald head and fierce demeanor, no one dared to challenge them, except, of course, their own mother and sister. This trip had not been without its share of arrogance, but upon confrontation, the challengers had turned into timid fools, fleeing before they could utter a word. The only source of discomfort was the attitude of the police, who had never regarded them as upstanding individuals. Had it not been for Wei Xinbing producing his discharge certificate and their introduction letter, they would have faced further complications. Did you get into a fight? Xing Yumei still seemed skeptical. Li Lin chuckled. If only there had been a fight. It would have been a good chance to stretch my limbs. Since my rebirth, I haven't engaged in a single brawl. Typically, it was Qian Changjiang who charged ahead, intimidating others, while Li Lin made a grand entrance to negotiate terms. Whether it was encountering Tian Laosi at the Wulongji dock or Shi Tongkue in the village, they seemed to hold a certain respect for him, never encountering situations that required a combined effort. Upon hearing his words, Cheng Yumei's anxieties eased, and she tucked the money into her pocket. You too drink less. I will take the child and go to sleep now. Li Lin nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of ease without the nagging of a woman. Brother, the sesame oil is here. After you finish drinking, apply some for yourself. Observing her brother's swollen and bruised shoulder, Li Yu felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Her brother truly had a difficult life. How could her sister-in-law speak of him in such a manner? If it weren't for the exceptional kindness her sister-in-law had shown her, she might have defended her brother. Despite his vices of smoking, drinking, and fighting, he was fundamentally a good person. Please, go to sleep, Li Lin said as he closed the kitchen door after the two left, swiftly swatting a mosquito that had been feasting on his shoulder, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. Lin, let us drink, Qian Changjiang exclaimed, feeling a sense of liberation without any women to oversee him. Raising his wine bowl high, drink sparingly, Li Lin chuckled, reminding him, I've told you before, you're destined to marry. If you exhaust yourself now, it will lead to trouble later. Lin, you are becoming increasingly nagging, Qian Changjiang replied, draining his bowl in one go. We work tirelessly every day in this pitiful state. What else is there to do if not drink? He had no wife, and if he didn't indulge a bit, he would find it impossible to sleep at night. Even if he did manage to fall asleep, any noise would awaken him, leaving him restless. Fine, I shall not concern myself with your trivial matters. As long as you are aware of your own state, he thought. Recognizing that his lack of education and his previous life had led him to develop an undesirable habit of playing the teacher. Now, he was conscious of this flaw and intended to amend it gradually. Otherwise, he would surely become a nuisance, perhaps even to his own children. Each generation perceives its surroundings through a fixed lens. If one speaks too far ahead of their time, others may mistake them for being mentally unstable. It is challenging for anyone to envision the society 2 decades hence. Upstairs and downstairs, mobile phones, the internet, and automobiles. The once unattainable permanence, the phoenix, now relies on shared bicycles for survival. Lin, I know you mean well, Qian Changjiang said, lowering his head, unwilling to provoke Lin's ire. Good brother. Li Lin raised his bowl in solidarity. He owed a debt to his friend from their past life and could not allow him to be embarrassed in this one. Promising not to drink excessively, he nevertheless consumed over a pound of alcohol in one go. When he finally went to bed, he was once again engulfed in a haze. Awakening to the bright sun, he rejoiced that the rain had finally ceased. Standing shirtless at the doorway, he caught sight of his sister-in-law, who immediately averted her gaze. Cheng Yumei glared at him. Can you not wear a shirt? Li Lin retorted, I stand at my own doorstep. Am I infringing upon anyone? How dare this woman speak to him in such a tone? It was infuriating. Brother, Li Yu, noticing Li Lin's displeasure, interjected, you do indeed look quite unseemly. She chose to side with her sister-in-law. Changjiang hasn't come over? Li Lin diverted the topic. Not yet, Cheng Yumei replied, while attending to Li Xin. He probably drank too much last night and is still asleep. With his tolerance for alcohol, how much would it take for him to be considered drunk? After finishing the porridge that Li Yu had brought him, Li Lin headed towards Qian Changjiang's residence, passing by the tightly shut doors of Cheng Baiwang's rented houses. He wondered how long it would take for them to return. Upon arriving at Qian Changjiang's doorstep, he knocked for a while, only to hear the crowing of roosters and no human voices. Reluctantly, he resorted to rapping on the window. Delin, Qian Changjiang opened the window, rubbing the corners of his eyes, exclaiming, "So early." Li Lin chuckled. "It's not early. The sun is already warming the earth." With the door finally ajar, Qian Changjiang wasted no time and dashed into the water channel at the entrance for a quick wash. Once refreshed, he inquired, "Do you have any food?" "Yes." "Come have some porridge," replied Li Lin, tossing a sweat-stained shirt into his arms as he dressed. Seeing Qian Changjiang enter, Cheng Yumei promptly handed him a large porcelain basin filled with porridge, not waiting for him to speak. Qian Changjiang gulped it down ravenously, resembling a pig, swallowing without pause. "Where are my parents?" he asked. "I just checked over there. The door was locked," Li Lin casually responded. "My parents have been quite busy lately, constantly transporting goods. They return to the village every other day to collect more. My father and brothers are making money," Cheng Yumei said with genuine delight, noting that they had sold 40 baskets and over 100 dustpans just the previous morning. "Sold that many?" Li Lin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "It's not enough just to sell on the street and at the docks. These days, they've been going to nearby residential complexes," Cheng Yumei explained. "If there's no one competing, sales are plentiful. Sometimes brooms sell well, other times it's sieves. It varies. Regardless, it's better than farming. Your father-in-law has finally seen the light. An upright veteran, a true revolutionary, has learned to become a middleman and profit from the difference. Who would believe it? Why don't we return to the village and bring some to sell?" Cheng Yumei suddenly suggested. "Forget it. You'd be competing with your elder brother. Aren't you afraid he'll berate you behind your back?" Li Lin teased. "Humph, my elder brother isn't as petty as you think," Cheng Yumei replied proudly. "Besides, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to earn this money without us leading the way. My father has other avenues and doesn't rely on them for sustenance." Hearing this, Li Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. This woman may cherish her family, but she knows how to distinguish between personal and external affairs. "You don't have to tire yourself out. Our current situation is manageable," Cheng Yumei smiled. "What do you want for lunch? Should I go buy something?" Li Lin pondered for a moment and said, "Let us have braised pork for lunch. I've been craving it, having been out lately." Wei Xinbing was not stingy with food, and while it was decent, the journey had been exhausting, leaving him only wanting to sleep, with little appetite, especially in the face of the torrential rain outside. "Absolutely," Cheng Yumei responded without hesitation. Given how tired her husband was, a hearty meal of braised pork was only fitting. Determined, she bought 6 pounds, and along with pickled vegetables, prepared a large basin filled to the brim. What vexed her most was that Qian Changjiang devoured the most. All the fatty meat went into Qian Changjiang's belly, while Li Lin barely managed to eat a morsel of the lean meat. "Brother Changjiang certainly has a hearty appetite," Li Lin remarked after Qian Changjiang left, taking advantage of the dishwashing to vent his frustration. "He consumed a good portion of it. He follows your brother through wind and rain, which is indeed quite taxing. He should eat more. It hardly seems worthwhile otherwise, at least on the surface." Cheng Yumei still maintained her grace. "Yes, I know. I also hold Changjiang in high regard. Last time, he even helped me deal with Shitong Kuei," Li Yu added. As the two squatted by the well, engaged in conversation, they were suddenly interrupted by a burst of laughter, a woman's voice accompanied by her man's. She hastily dried her hands and wiped them on her scarf before standing at the doorway. First, she glanced at the woman in the white dress, strikingly beautiful and fair-skinned. Then at her own rough hands, and an unexpected chill swept over her heart. "Is that the younger sister?" The woman suddenly turned her gaze towards her. "My wife," Li Lin said, oblivious to Cheng Yumei's expression, chuckling. "You'll be living here, so you'll need to look out for each other. You speak so politely." The woman replied graciously. "Let us agree on that. You'll take good care of my business. I must take my leave now." Once the woman departed, Cheng Yumei inquired, "Who was that? I haven't seen her before." Li Lin smiled. "She runs a noodle shop in the county. This house we rented was introduced by her. Today." He learned that the woman's name was Huang Xiuqin, 2 years his senior. "Quite beautiful," he remarked. Moderately so, Li Lin finally acknowledged, realizing the woman had inexplicably grown jealous. Li Yu, who had stood nearby, suddenly interjected, "Dressed so provocatively, she clearly isn't a good person." She gestured at her own collar, indignantly adding, "It's deliberate that she is dressed like that." Li Lin shot her a glance, saying, "Do you think everyone is like you? afraid of the heat, tightly fastening their collars. Besides, that's a dress with a sweetheart neckline. It's meant to look that way. Haven't you been to the city? Haven't you seen how the city folks dress? In the past, their mobile group chats were filled with entertaining images and videos, and he, a seasoned veteran, had long grown accustomed to such sights. Nowadays, what was the big deal about a sweetheart neckline? It was just the countryside, slightly more conservative, in the fields. People covered up from the neck down. Only those toothless old women dared to wear sleeveless coarse cloth shirts in the scorching summer, fanning themselves under the locust trees. But this is the countryside, not the city. Liu continued to defend her sister-in-law. Her brother's gaze towards that woman had been off. He couldn't let his brother make a mistake. Enough, let us not discuss trivial matters, Li Lin retorted. Next time I come back, I'll bring you both a couple of dresses. Just don't waste money, Cheng Yumei remarked, turning her back to continue washing clothes in the yard. Qian Changjiang offered a cigarette to Li Lin, and upon his refusal, lit one for himself. He glanced around and whispered, "That young wife is indeed quite lovely." Li Lin smiled and said, "What's the matter? Do you have new ideas? Rest assured, you have your chance. His husband has been dead for years after a fight, and there's still no resolution. If you put in a little more effort, there's still hope." "I'm not that foolish," Qian Changjiang retorted. "Huang Shichuan's wife has already told me that she has a son. I have no intention of becoming a stepfather to a child that I cannot nurture. They run a small noodle shop, and it seems quite profitable," Li Lin teased. "Have you considered that? Wouldn't that make you a son-in-law?" "I can't afford that kind of shame," Qian Changjiang scoffed. "Your thought process is quite different from theirs," Li Lin remarked, both amused and exasperated. "Your father-in-law has returned." Qian Changjiang pointed toward the road, cigarette in hand. Li Lin looked up and saw his father-in-law pulling a cart piled high with bamboo and willow crafts, followed by his 4 children, each carrying a heavy load. He approached to offer assistance, but Cheng Baiwang waved him off, saying, "Take a break. I won't be hauling anything else. I'll leave it here." With that, he unfastened the rope from his shoulder and went into the yard to wash his face. Cheng Yushan took the cigarette from Qian Changjiang's hand and asked with a smile, "When did you return?" "We came back yesterday," Qian Changjiang replied. "Did you go to Zamadian?" Cheng Yushan inquired curiously. "I believe so," Qian Changjiang said, having only heard Li Lin mention it briefly and not knowing much more. He often admired Li Lin's extensive knowledge, not only of their province, but also of the geography of other regions, as if there were nothing he did not know. "Zamadian is located below Runan," Li Lin explained. "How does that place compare to ours?" Cheng Yushan entered the house and took a towel from Cheng Yumei, wiping his face and neck. "Zamadian is known for its simple folkways, and Xinyang is renowned for producing talent. It's undoubtedly a first-rate location." Li Lin's words were laced with jest, yet beneath that lay a sense of resignation. The province of Hunan bore the brunt of disdain in China, with Zamadian often at the center of criticism. People of their generation could not articulate the reasons, but as the most populous province, was it not normal to have a few miscreants? Conversely, the younger generation, like his son, saw through it all. Once, while accompanying his son to a gathering with friends, he overheard some casual conversation. "In this corner of the world, we enjoy the Yellow River and lie beside the Huai River, with fertile land stretching for miles. Being situated at the divide between north and south, the climate is distinct, pleasant in spring and autumn, not too hot in summer, and even winter, though chilly, lasts merely a month or two. Here, both northern and southern flora can thrive, with flowers renowned across the nation. It's a place that nurtures its people. One can hardly deny the significance of this land. A history of China is intertwined with the history of Hunan, where much of the land disputes throughout history unfolded. Even our ancestors believed that to survive, one must seize land here, take root in this fertile soil, free from typhoons and pests, ensuring a comfortable existence. The unfortunate reality lies in the rapid changes of the times. Land has lost its luster, and those by the coast reaped the greatest rewards. Even after the reforms, they could only continue to farm diligently, engaging in earnest competition, with merely gaining admission to Zhengzhou University as a source of pride. Regrettably, the incessant heavy rains and flooding have rendered agricultural endeavors precarious along the Yellow and Huai rivers. Consequently, a significant number of Hunan residents have opted to leave their homes in search of better prospects, leading to the ubiquitous presence of individuals from Hunan in cities across the nation. What dignity can the impoverished possess while begging for alms? In summary, one word encapsulates their plight: poverty. Poverty is the original sin, and the destitute lacked the privilege of being regarded with any esteem. In later portrayals in film and television, rural ignorance was often represented through characters with Hunan accents. Upon hearing this, Dao Lao Lin resonated deeply with the sentiment. Was it not a consequence of poverty? He brought along an old hen, a duck, and some vegetables from home, while Cheng Yutian, rubbing his damp head, declared that he would showcase his culinary skills at noon. How generous of you, mother. Cheng Yumei couldn't help but tease. Cheng Yushan, brimming with pride, remarked that they would soon see their earnings as they would not settle for anything less than a decent meal. Has your sister-in-law been in a better mood? Li Lin inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Cheng Yushan was known for his explosive temperament, yet he was quite submissive to his wife's commands. Of course, he retorted with irritation, I work hard to provide for her, and she dares to nag me? I shall certainly put her in her place. Go ahead and boast. Cheng Yumei, well acquainted with her elder brother, was far from convinced. What makes you think I'm boasting? Cheng Yushan attempted to defend himself, but his sister had already retreated to the kitchen. Uncle, Li Xian exclaimed, clinging to Cheng Yushan's leg, where's my dragonfly? The recent rains had thwarted her attempts to catch one. Cheng Yushan comforted her, assuring, do not worry, your uncle will fulfill your wish. Great, Li Xian replied joyfully. At noon, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Li Lin abstained from alcohol. It's better not to drink, he stated. The happiest among them was Cheng Baiwang. For when he drank to excess, it was his daughter who bore the consequences. Now, with the couple quarreling, he found it quite challenging to scold his son-in-law as he had in the past. It echoed the old adage, one who receives assistance is bound by gratitude. The sole silver lining was that he had begun to establish his own livelihood, gradually freeing himself from reliance on his son-in-law. Chapter 75. The unquenchable thirst for alcohol. This basket business exceeded his expectations. In just half a month, they had amassed 500 to 600 yuan. Compared to the meager earnings from farming, they now regarded it with disdain. They toiled relentlessly, living a life worse than that of a dog. You folks are selling far too quickly. Li Lin remarked upon hearing that 5 large cartloads of over 1,000 wicker and bamboo products could be sold in a single day, astonished by such a feat. Their county had a limited population. Surely, such quantities were unnecessary. As for the rural areas, the locals typically harvested willow branches themselves or enlisted skilled relatives to weave them. Purchasing them was akin to squandering money. Before Cheng Baiwang could finish his thought, Cheng Yushan, belching from the alcohol, interjected with candor, it's merely our good fortune. Those boat owners see our prices and choose to transport our goods directly to the rattan workshops in western Anhui, where they profit even more than we do. Rattan workshops indeed utilized a considerable volume of materials. Although Li Lin had never been involved in dock work, he was familiar with the concept of rattan workshops, which essentially served as gathering spots for laborers and porters. In an era devoid of machinery, reliance on human strength was paramount. The most commonly used tools were the shoulder pole, baskets, ropes, and dung shovels. These implements were prone to damage and required frequent replacement. Cheng Baiwang interjected, suggesting a further exploration into the possibility of harvesting hemp to weave hemp ropes, which would surely find a market. Li Lin confidently affirmed that. Even in the decade preceding the rise of the chemical industry, hemp rope remained a sought-after commodity. Merely securing a construction site could provide ample sustenance. With such assurance, Cheng Baiwang, despite his reservations about his son-in-law, recognized his astute business acumen. Did Wei Xinbing not require a cart? He inquired. If he does, just inform him that we can return it at any time. We will procure our own in a few days. Not having mentioned this matter, Li Lin smiled and suggested that if they were to acquire a new cart, Uncle and Shunzi could utilize the beams stored in his courtyard. The beams, salvaged from Lu Anmin and the mechanic Lu Laoshi, remained untouched in the yard, their aged wood showing no signs of wear from the elements. A fine timber indeed. What a waste, Cheng Baiwang remarked, taking a sip of wine. That wood is elm. You should keep it for making cabinets. Using it for a cart is hardly worth it. Agreed. Li Lin noted a change in his father-in-law's demeanor since acquiring wealth. He had become rather boastful. A cart with plastic wheels costing merely a few dozen yuan hardly seemed significant anymore. After a hearty meal, the men, undeterred by the blazing sun, set off with the cart. The fourth brother, Cheng Yulong, lamented his fate, only to be chastised by Cheng Baiwang. With money, it's not just demons that can push the mill. Even your father could do it without difficulty, Li Lin reflected as he watched their retreating forms. His father-in-law could be more cantankerous than a demon at times. Is it common to speak of one's father-in-law in such a manner? Cheng Yumei conceded that her husband had spoken the truth, albeit rather harshly. Very well, I shall pretend I said nothing. Li Lin waved his hand and returned to his slumber. Upon awakening, he was surprised to find Wei Xinbing squatting at the door, sharing a smoke with Qian Changjiang. He chided Cheng Yumei, "Why did you not inform me of your brother's arrival?" Wei Xinbing quickly replied, "It's my fault. I told my sister-in-law that you were sleeping soundly, so I did not disturb you. Besides, there was little to do, so I was just having a leisurely chat with brother Changjiang. Please, sit tight. I shall brew you a cup of tea." "No need," Wei Xinbing said, lifting a thermos from beside him and waving it in front of Li Lin. "Sister-in-law filled it for me. Don't busy yourself. Wash your face and wake up. I came to share a meal today, and you must join me for a proper drink. Your presence is an honor. I shall ensure we have enough." Wei Xinbing graciously accepted the compliment, stating, "It is only appropriate that I bring something." At that moment, Cheng Yumei seized the opportunity to interject. "I brought half a pig along." Li Lin, feeling a bit embarrassed, retrieved the cigarettes from a nearby stool and personally offered them to Wei Xinbing, saying, "If you plan to continue these gestures, I will not invite you again. It's from our own stock. We slaughtered a whole pig and saved half for you." Wei Xinbing stood up and said, "We are all family here, so there is no need for formality." Li Lin replied, "Then I shall truly be unreserved. My father-in-law and my uncle are both acquainted with you. They are here today. When it comes to drinking, you know how it is. I'm just afraid you might falter. I have a taste for it, and I am not intimidated by anyone when it comes to drinking." Wei Xinbing, holding his head high, responded, "With your words, let us regard life and death with indifference. Is it really so difficult for Daolin to give up alcohol? When guests arrive, failing to drink with them is a sign of disrespect and brings shame." As the sun set, Cheng Baiwang and others returned. In the modest hall, smoke lingered in the air. Li Lin shooed the children outside, forbidding them from running amok in the house. Even with his lack of education, he understood that secondhand smoke is harmful to children. In the evening, Cheng Yutian displayed his culinary skills, and Wei Xinbing praised his cooking, raising his glass and saying, "Brother, let's speak frankly. Your skills are such a waste if you do not open a restaurant. Especially these pig ears. What seasoning have you added? They are simply delectable. I could never match this even if I cooked for 8 lifetimes." Cheng Yutian beamed with pride, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Wei Xinbing finished his drink and continued, "My second child has a celebration next month. You must come to help with the feast." Without hesitation, Cheng Yutian agreed, "Of course. It is no big deal. I am accustomed to it." Li Lin interjected, placing a piece of chicken leg on Cheng Yutian's plate. "Just let us know the specific date, and we will lend a hand." Wei Xinbing turned to Cheng Yinglian and Cheng Baiwang, saying, "Although we haven't spent much time together, you know my temperament. To be frank, for the baby's full moon celebration, I expect nothing more than to adhere to tradition. Your presence will bring me joy. Please do not engage in any superficial antics or belittle me, or I shall truly ignore you." Cheng Baiwang raised his wine bowl and declared, "Agreed. Just as you say. I will not give the child anything extravagant. A small token will suffice as my good intentions. If you suggest otherwise, that would be an insult to us." Wei Xinbing laughed heartily at this. The group continued to drink until the late hours of the night. Li Bin and the others had already fallen into a deep slumber. Li Yu, who was waiting to clear the bowls, was already stifling yawns. Wei Xinbing glanced at her and said, "Sister, I made a fool of myself today. Please do not mock me. If you do not consider me a stranger, hurry off to bed and do not linger here." Li Lin gestured to Li Yu, saying, "Listen to your brother Wei. Quickly go to sleep and do not hinder us. Could someone, a brother or sister present, please say something?" she thought, feeling a chill of solitude. Chapter 76, Harvesting Wheat. "Then I shall truly retire," Li Yu declared, her eyelids already heavy with sleep. Unfazed by her brother's indifference, she unhesitatingly entered her room, closed the door, and fell asleep. Li Lin remarked, "Let us continue to drink." He found it amusing that his sister had begun to throw a tantrum, shedding her earlier cautious demeanor, a development he welcomed. Wei Xinbing glanced at the full bowl of liquor before him and remarked, "Once I finish this bowl, I must return home to spare my sister-in-law from worrying. Brother, allow me to finish my words. Today I have enjoyed my drink thoroughly. How about we continue this next time I visit your place?" Cheng Yushan replied, "If you don't want to drink, then don't. There's no need to rush home in this darkness. It's quite inconvenient. We have a place to sleep here, and we can return after lunch tomorrow." Wei Xinbing raised his bowl toward Cheng Baiwang and said, "Uncle, we have been away for over 10 days. It's a rare occasion to return, and I must spend the evening with my wife and children, or my spouse will surely explode with anger. If you must return, that is fine," Cheng Baiwang said as he drank half of his liquor and wiped his mouth. "Once we finish this bowl and have a bite to eat, we shall send you back." "No," Wei Xinbing waved his hand. "I have been traveling alone for years and am accustomed to the night roads. Were it not for the cart I'm pulling, I wouldn't fear anything when I set out." Li Lin teased. "It's not that you fear someone taking advantage of you. Rather, you worry about drinking too much and falling into the river. It's not uncommon for a few drunkards to drown along the banks of the Huai River each year. It would be unusual for someone to survive. The treacherous sand pits are a given, and even stepping into a knee-deep ditch could lead to disaster. A twisted body may not rise again, with mud covering the face. And just like that, life is lost. That would truly be encountering a ghost while out and about." Li Lin had previously scoffed at such notions. But after experiencing an inexplicable rebirth, he could no longer dismiss them. However, he did not entertain thoughts of venerating every deity in the heavens. There were simply too many, and he was unsure which one presided over rebirth. If he honored the wrong one, that would be troublesome. Honoring them all would equate to honoring none. At worst, he could be diligent in his worship, paying homage to whichever deity or Buddha he encountered, maintaining a sense of reverence. "Do I look drunk to you?" Wei Xinbing asked, wiping his flushed face. "Absolutely," Li Lin replied with certainty. "Then you should escort me home. I worry about you getting drunk. Should I come back to fetch you?" Wei Xinbing said with a wry smile. "No need," Li Lin waved his hand. "I'll accompany you back with Changjiang, and we'll return together. But I rode my bicycle here. Why would I walk back with you when I have a bike?" Wei Xinbing protested. Li Lin shook his head. "That makes it even more essential that you don't walk alone. It's settled then. I will push your bicycle and see you home." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Wei Xinbing, unable to resist their insistence, finished his drink, hurriedly ate a few bites of food, and set off with his bicycle, flashlight in hand, with Li Lin and Qin Changjiang closely following behind. The three chatted as they walked, and upon reaching the entrance, Wei Xinbing helplessly suggested, "Why not stay here for the night?" "No need, go inside. We're heading back," Li Lin said, not looking back as he walked away with Qin Changjiang. The weather was warm, and having consumed alcohol, Qin Changjiang was drenched in sweat. He promptly removed his shirt, draping it over his shoulder, and gazed at the shimmering river, unable to suppress his longing. "If only we could take a dip and wash off." With his bare shoulders exposed, Li Lin yawned and remarked, "If you wish to perish, just don't drag me along." "Oh, I was merely jesting." Qin Changjiang hastily caught up with Li Lin, muttering, "Your courage has diminished significantly. In the past, a mere suggestion would have had Lin leaping into the river without hesitation. Now you seem afraid of everything, not even considering the shame of it. Those who live with cowardice age slowly, while those with audacity meet their end in chaos." Li Lin responded dismissively. "Regardless, you have a point," Qin Changjiang retorted defiantly. "After all, my words are indeed sensible." Li Lin felt drowsiness wash over him, resolving to abstain from alcohol in the future, as excessive drinking was truly unpleasant. "Lin," Qin Changjiang suddenly interjected, "there's something amiss with Wei Xinbing. Why has he suddenly been so generous towards us?" Li Lin chuckled. "He merely wishes for us to continue associating with him." Qin Changjiang pondered. "Do you think he profits significantly from trading medicinal herbs? 3 carts of Pinellia could yield him 1,000 yuan. How much must he earn for himself? Who can say? We are not versed in such matters," Li Lin shrugged. "That is also true," Qin Changjiang nodded in agreement. Upon entering the village, the barking of dogs echoed. Li Lin opened the door and asked, "Will you sleep here or return home?" "I'll head home," Qin Changjiang replied before departing. Once home, Li Lin had just finished showering when Cheng Yumei stealthily emerged from the inner room, whispering, "Wei Xinbing is quite generous. He gave each of the 3 children 2 yuan." Li Lin remarked, "With his wealth, he can certainly afford to be generous. Why are you still awake?" Cheng Yumei replied, "After you all drank so much, I couldn't rest easy knowing you weren't home." "It's all right. I'm back now. Hurry and get some sleep," Li Lin said, exhaustion overtaking him. As soon as he lay down, he was soon snoring. When he awoke, the sun was high in the sky. Cheng Baiwang sat on the threshold, smoking and frowning deeply. After Li Lin washed up, he sipped congee and inquired, "What dilemma are you facing now? Why the long face?" Cheng Baiwang sighed. "With the wheat harvest in full swing, ours will be ready in just a few days. If I don't return, I can't shake this anxious feeling. I hardly slept last night. Li Lin chuckled. Did you not reach an agreement with your production team? That may be so, Chung Inglian interjected, but after toiling for a season, to suddenly hear it's not needed anymore is disheartening. Watching others harvest their crops only adds to the sorrow. I was discussing with your father whether we should go back. Li Lin pondered briefly and said, you all can decide that. He had considered returning, but he wanted to avoid facing his mother, so he preferred not to go back. Cheng Baiwang contemplated and then stated, I'll finish this batch of goods this afternoon and return to harvest wheat first thing tomorrow. It was hard-earned, and he was unwilling to relinquish it. If the villagers found out, they might think he had lost his mind. Dad, Cheng Yushan protested, if we go back, we won't receive much grain anyway. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing hunger. It's settled then, Cheng Baiwang declared decisively. In truth, Delin, like you, I also do not intend to return. Qian Changjiang is similarly reluctant to part with his modest share of labor credits. However, when I reflect on the earnings I currently possess, a comparison reveals the path I must choose. Chapter 77. Awakening. Chung Inglian furrowed his brow and remarked that had it not been for the rain that delayed matters a few days prior, the wheat would have been harvested by now. I just strolled around the vicinity and noticed that some of the wheat heads have begun to mold. We can no longer afford to procrastinate. Cheng Baiwang nodded in agreement, saying he must return. If he does not, who knows what chaos they might incite. Though he holds no official position in the village, he is regarded as the seasoned expert in agriculture, knowing precisely when to plow, sow, nurture seedlings, and reap the harvest. This authority has been cultivated over many years in this collective era. Having become accustomed to certain tasks, he felt a sense of discomfort at the thought of abandoning them. Moreover, he and his 4 sons, along with Chung Inglian and Wu Benshun, represent the village's primary workforce. Their absence could indeed hinder the timely collection of summer grain, thereby affecting the public grain quota. This concern extends beyond his own family. It pertains to the entire Qin clan. He cannot allow his pursuit of a trivial sum to impede the collective progress. He has lived his life with integrity and does not wish to tarnish his legacy in his twilight years. Indeed, returning is imperative. Wu Benshun set aside the well-worn book in his hands and rubbed his coarse palms together. The summer harvest is a serious matter. One cannot remain solely fixated on monetary gains. In the village, only he and Chung Inghong possess the skills necessary to repair carts, wooden shovels, sheep forks, and iron spades. Logically, he should have returned with Chung Inglian to prepare long ago. The delay has likely drawn the ire of their fellow villagers. Brother, we must hasten the wheat harvest. If it rains again, the fields will be ruined, Li Yu said, casting a troubled glance at her elder brother. As a diligent young woman, she too is a vital laborer in the village, never shirking her duties during the autumn harvest. If she fails to return this year, what will people say? They will surely gossip about her idleness, implying she is shirking responsibility while her parents toil at home. Li Lin looked at her in astonishment. You wish to return as well? Brother, I am going back, Li Yu affirmed. With so many villagers around, can we afford to let the fields go to waste? Li Lin was bemused. Brother, my mother has a bad back, and my younger brother is still in school. Relying solely on our father is untenable. Li Yu insisted more strongly. Why don't we all return, harvest the wheat, and then come back? Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Cheng Yumei felt a pang of unease. It was not out of sympathy for her ailing mother-in-law, who always seemed to suffer from ailments during busy seasons, but rather a lament for the wheat harvest she had labored over. Last autumn, she had nearly collapsed from exhaustion. The thought of losing the fruits of her hard work was unbearable. This was the result of her own strenuous efforts. Additionally, she shared the sentiment with Li Yu. Pride mattered. While the villagers toiled diligently, they enjoyed a life of ease. Even if they were to become wealthy in the future, they would find it hard to hold their heads high upon returning. What do you mean? Li Lin asked, momentarily perplexed. Isn't Cheng Yumei the one who despises his mother the most? Why is she considering returning to find discomfort? Let's go back ourselves, Cheng Yumei declared resolutely. Haven't you heard what Uncle said? The wheat has already developed gray mold. We must harvest it promptly, or it would be a great pity. Li Lin lit a cigarette, exhaled rings of smoke, and gazed at the rolling waves of wheat swaying gently in the breeze, recalling the scene of harvesting wheat, the golden grains cradled in his palms. Fragrant and enticing, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he exclaimed, then let us return. After all, he was a person educated in the harmonious values of the new era. How could his awareness be inferior to that of Cheng Yumei, that woman? The return was not solely for the sake of work points. It was for the collective interest. It was for national food security, for this land that yields golden grains. Even to perish is worth it. He endeavored not to calculate the losses of spending fewer days on the streets or fewer trips for work. That was a narrow-minded individualism. Then I shall return as well. Qian Changjiang sighed deeply. With Daling and the others having left, what could he possibly do alone here? Then let us return together tomorrow, Cheng Baiwang said with satisfaction. He too hoped that Li Lin and the others would return. However, as a son-in-law, he could not command them as he would to his own son. Now that the son-in-law had come to this realization on his own, it could not be better. We are farmers and must not forget our duties. Allowing the grain to rot in the fields is an act of sin. Father, I shall heed your words. Li Lin chuckled awkwardly, realizing he needed to reflect seriously. Is there truly something amiss with my character? Why do I lack the awareness of people like my father-in-law? After a hearty lunch, Cheng Baiwang and the others hurried out. They returned hastily in the evening. The sun had yet to set, and Cheng Yumei had not yet prepared dinner. Why don't we return now? Qian Changjiang was the most reluctant to go back, but knowing they had to return, he seized the opportunity to head to the county hospital to buy medicine for his mother's eye ailment. Ironically, he became the one most eager to return. Right. Cheng Baiwang declared decisively. There weren't many possessions at home. Cheng Yumei packed a few clothes, bundled them, and tossed them onto the cart. Just as she was about to lock the door, she hesitated, turned back, and stood on a chair to retrieve the cured meat. Once she locked the door, she hurriedly said, "Wait a moment." She then went to the neighbor Qi Jiyun's house, who, by kinship, was Huang Shirquan's aunt. Having stayed here for a while, they had become familiar, so she directly handed her the key, asking her to help feed the chickens. Naturally, Qi Jiyun did not decline, as it was not a significant matter. The three children lay on the cart, their spirits lively, constantly frolicking. Li Lin, unusually, did not chastise them but gently urged, "Settle down, do not cry if you fall." "Dad!" Li Liang exclaimed loudly, "I want to cry." Everyone hurried along, and when they reached Chalu town, the sun had just set. In the town, almost everyone recognized Cheng Yinglian and Cheng Baiwang. They would greet them and exchange a few pleasantries. Taking advantage of their delays, Li Lin entered the supply and marketing cooperative and purchased quite a few items. At the entrance to the Chun family ancestral hall, only the Li family and Qian Changjiang remained. Unable to contain himself, Qian Changjiang spoke, "Later tonight, I will go to the hospital. The doctor's estimation is similar to what you mentioned. It is cataracts. My mother needs surgery in the provincial capital, which will cost around 100 yuan. If we delay, it may not end well." Li Lin pondered for a moment before responding, "When you return, discuss it with your brothers. If they disagree, take it upon yourself to handle it." He was reluctant to meddle in other people's family matters, yet this was Qian Changjiang, his closest friend. "However, my elder brothers will surely think I am showing off." Qian Changjiang voiced his concerns. As the youngest in his family, he had older siblings, and if he took the initiative, they would likely disapprove. He feared the village gossip that would follow, claiming that his brothers were unfilial, while the most dutiful son was the youngest, which would be a blow to his siblings' pride. During the day, he worked, and at night, he hurriedly updated his tasks. If his siblings saw any typos or awkward sentences, they should point them out directly. He, as a novice, diligently read the comments and would surely make the necessary corrections, for which he would be immensely grateful. Chapter 78. The harvest that is your own mother. How can you turn a blind eye? Can you just watch as her eyesight fades? Li Lin exclaimed. Your brothers and sisters have many children and great pressures. If you are capable, speak to them earnestly. You can advance the money, and they can repay you when they are able. This statement was, in essence, a comfort to Qian Changjiang. He had 4 older brothers and 2 sisters, and while the burden was heavy, collectively, the 7 siblings should be able to afford the 100 yuan for the surgery. Qian Changjiang, usually carefree, sighed. You're right. I cannot just watch my mother go blind. The mere thought of his mother losing her sight brought him a profound sense of sorrow. Hey, what a big deal. Li Lin thought it was surprising to see Qian Changjiang actually cry. This was something he had never witnessed in his life. Don't worry. I will accompany you to the provincial capital. In an era without expressways, although it was within the same province, traveling by bus from their town to the renowned Universal Hospital would take an entire day. He was truly reluctant. Yet seeing Qian Changjiang in such a pitiful state stirred his sympathy. Moreover, just a few days prior, he had vowed to treat Qian Changjiang well for life. Given Qian Changjiang's impulsive nature and his tendency to act carelessly, Li Lin was genuinely uneasy about him taking his mother alone. "Darling, I thank you in advance," Qian Changjiang replied without hesitation. Realizing his own awkwardness, he hurriedly wiped his face with his arm. Li Yu said, "Brother Changjiang, don't be afraid. I can also help take care of Annie." "Sister, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime," Qian Changjiang responded, thinking about how, if his mother were hospitalized and needed to relieve herself, it would be challenging for him, as her son, to attend to such needs without a woman's assistance. Would he truly be willing to endure such humiliation? He knew his mother would likely prefer to hold it and then be cared for in such a manner. "Then it's settled," Li Yu said cheerfully. Li Lin frowned. The atmosphere felt charged with a different kind of intensity. For a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to give Qian Changjiang a good thrashing. "Brother, do not overexert yourself. I yearn for your company." Just as he was about to speak, Li Yu exclaimed, "Brother, hurry up. We are almost home." With that, she took the lead and dashed ahead. Although her mother often reprimanded her, she still longed for her. Tang Hohat stood at the door, and from a distance, she recognized her daughter, even if she were but ashes. Just as she was about to scold her, her daughter rushed over, embracing her neck and weeping profusely, leaving her momentarily speechless. "What is this? You're choking your mother." Li Yu replied amidst her tears, "Mother, I missed you." Tang Hohat felt a sense of pride swell within her as she glanced at Li Bin and Li Liang, quickly announcing, "My dear grandson has returned. I have missed you so much." Meanwhile, Li Lin and Chung Yumei were entirely overlooked. Grandma, the sight of her two brothers being embraced by their grandmother, filled Li Xin with discontent. She felt neglected and ignored. "Oh dear, my little heart." Tang Hohat similarly pulled Li Xin into her embrace. Despite her reservations about her, the mere call of grandma softened her heart. "All right, let's hurry inside and tidy up." Li Lin, well aware of his mother's temperament, understood that her affection for her grandchildren would soon fade, and things would return to normal. Aside from her youngest son, Li Jin, everyone else had to take a back seat. "It's good that you're back. If you didn't return, I would worry," Li Guofu remarked while sitting on the doorstep, tapping his smoking pipe against the ground before standing up to take a deep puff, awaiting news from the brigade. Anticipating that the harvest would commence in the next couple of days. Since Li Lin had returned, he had no intention of evading responsibilities. After Chung Yumei finished tidying up inside, she went directly to the village office. From afar, someone greeted him, "Delin, if you don't come back soon, I'll have to come and fetch you." "That's unnecessary. The summer grain harvest is a significant matter. We cannot afford to delay." The speaker was Li Baohua, the village secretary of their tea village, who was also Li Lin's uncle. "You're a sensible lad. You know not to be foolish at critical times. If the wheat continues to wither, we'll be left with nothing but the bitter wind this year." Dressed in coarse cloth, Li Baohua accepted the cigarette that Li Lin offered him. When Li Lin sought a match, Li Baohua waved his hand dismissively. "I have hands. Don't just stand there. Quickly gather your things. The weather is favorable. We'll start harvesting tomorrow." Li Lin understood Li Baohua's implication. Wheat is susceptible to rain, which can cause mold and rot, and it is also harmed by excessive sunlight, which leads to shriveling and reduced yields. If this continues, the loss would not merely be a few bushels. Wu Tuozi was sharpening a sickle while his limping wife was mending a wicker basket for the wheat nearby. Li Lin approached with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you still possess this skill?" "Just fooling around," Feng Jingzhen replied shyly, lowering her head with a smile. Uncle Zhongli, organizing the wicker strips for her mother, called out cheerfully upon seeing Li Lin. "Oh, Zhongli, you are so thoughtful. You even remember your uncle." Li Lin couldn't help but ruffle her nose affectionately. Wu Tuozi chuckled. "My daughter is now called Wu Li. Don't mistake her name." "Father, are you tired?" The little girl unexpectedly handed over the towel hanging around her neck. "Good girl, I'm not hot," replied her father, Wu Tuozi, whose eyes sparkled with joy. Wu Li also sounded pleasant. Li Lin observed the harmonious scene of this family and felt that Feng Jingzhen had indeed married well. As a woman with a limp and a child to care for, what kind of good family could she hope to marry into? Moreover, given her temperament, even if she found someone, her child would likely suffer. For the sake of her child, it was worth it to be with Wu Tuozi. "Hey, Delin, you returned just in time. Tomorrow, you'll be in charge of the field." The accountant of the brigade waved at Li Lin. Traditionally, it was always the Lao Lin driving the cattle and pulling the stone roller, so this arrangement was quite reasonable. Observing the bustling scene at the village market, where no one was idle, he suddenly felt invigorated, and his spirits lifted considerably. For a fleeting moment, he felt ashamed of his past selfish thoughts. Talking about money truly felt vulgar. For dinner, his mother did not hold back. She slaughtered an old hen and stewed a pot of cured meat brought back by Chung Yume. After a satisfying meal, he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Before dawn, with no rooster crowing and stars still twinkling in the sky, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. The tea temple village officially began its harvest. Li Lin took a cigarette from Qian Changjiang, placed it between his lips, and blew out smoke rings. Under the dim light of the moon, he saw the fields of surrounding villages simultaneously commencing their harvest. De Lin, Li Guofu approached and scolded. "Don't dawdle, hurry up." Li Lin extinguished the cigarette but grabbed the sickle tucked under his arm and plunged into the golden wheat fields. "The data isn't quite satisfactory. I hope the brothers and sisters will communicate more and gather extras. Those in need can leave messages in the comments. Wealthy women, landlords, business magnates, doctors, teachers, there's surely something suitable for you." Chapter 79, Summer Harvest. It had rained just the day before, and the wheat fields were still damp. Wearing liberation shoes, he stepped in and sank to his heels. The hard wheat tips pricked at his nose, making him involuntarily sniffle. It had been decades since he last worked in the fields, and as he prepared to reflect, he noticed Qian Changjiang on his left and Feng Jingzhen on his right. Both hunched over like moles, vigorously swinging their sickles, having already left him behind with a large patch still uncut. Not far away, Shi Yong raised his sickle and called to Li Lin. "De Lin, stop dawdling. Hurry up. Once the sun comes out, we won't be able to do much work." Having not worked in a long time, he felt a bit out of practice. Li Lin chuckled and shook his head, deciding not to be pretentious. Relying on the instinctive memory of his body, he began to swing the sickle. After cutting 5 or 6 bundles, he straightened up to rest for a moment, and continued like this until noon, when everyone returned home. Lunch was prepared by Tang Ho Hot, consisting of cured meat and amaranth soup, along with a large basin of steamed buns. After getting used to eating fine flour these days, he found it a bit difficult to swallow coarse grains. But his hunger was overwhelming, so he paid little heed to it and ate 5 buns in one go. The 3 children were also not accustomed to the coarse buns. Chung Yume did not chase after them to feed them, as she had been busy in the fields all morning and was now too preoccupied to attend to the children, allowing them to eat or nod as they pleased. She hastily consumed 2 buns and fell asleep on the bamboo bed. As for the child, it suffices to have the grandmother watching over, ensuring they do not get lost. Li Lin, however, found little time to relax. Just as he was about to indulge in a brief nap, Chiu Daxing, who resided next door, arrived, beckoning him to assist in threshing wheat with the stone roller. With a smile, Li Lin responded, "Well, it seems my rest is over." Chiu Daxing remarked, "Don't even think about resting. We must seize the sunlight to complete the work and let it dry before we gather it in the evening." Li Lin raised his head, seized his water jug, and gulped down a hearty drink. Donning his straw hat, he set off towards the wheat field under the blazing sun. A group of older women were shaking the wheat, and upon noticing Li Lin's arrival, they instinctively quickened their pace. Wu Tuozi was busy tending to the oxen, and upon seeing Li Lin cracking the whip, he swiftly snatched it away, advising, "This ox is quite obedient. Do not strike it. In this heat, if it sticks out its tongue, allow it to rest for a moment. There's a water trough nearby, so let it drink plenty." He added, "Even if you asked me to whip it, I wouldn't have the heart to do so." Li Lin, unfazed, reached out to pat the old ox that was munching on the wheat grains. This ox must be quite aged by now, he mused. For the past 5 or 6 years, he had been the one working the field, and he understood the temperament of the ox well, yet he had forgotten its exact age. "This ox is indeed old," Wu Tuozi sighed, "though it still appears quite robust." After Li Lin finished speaking, he tightened the cloth strip around his pant legs and, without waiting for the women to prepare the ground, he urged the old ox into the field. After circling the area several times, the women resumed using their pitchforks to shake the wheat that had been flattened. As Li Lin continued, dizziness overcame him, and by the time the sun reached its zenith, he was nearly at his limit, unable to find a replacement. Finally, Li Baoguo approached and, after inspecting the field, declared it satisfactory, prompting Li Lin to stop. He untied the ox's lead, allowing it to drink, and then lay down beneath a nearby jujube tree. The women, busily working, chattered incessantly, preventing him from resting peacefully. When the windmill stirred up dust, he found himself in the downwind, his face and nose coated in grime. He had no choice but to rise and wash his face in the adjacent ditch. Xiong approached, offering him a cigarette with a smile, saying, "I hear you've taken up smoking?" "Just for fun," Li Lin replied, taking it without hesitation and lighting it. Exhaling smoke rings as he remarked, "I see quite a few mold spores in this." "That's considered decent," Xiong chuckled. "Last year's flood didn't tea yield this much." He continued, "This year, starvation won't be an issue." Li Lin yawned and inquired, "Is there still more to be done? If not, may I return for a nap?" With an exasperated glance, Xiong retorted, "Why would you wish for that? There's another field beyond the ditch. Take a short break and then head over. Surely you can't expect me to shoulder all the burden alone." In the past, Li Lin would have willingly accepted, for enduring hardship is a cherished virtue of the Chinese spirit. However, as a reborn individual, he found it increasingly intolerable. Why not continue cutting the wheat and let others thresh? Xiong suggested while exhaling smoke rings. "You can choose." "Then I suppose I shall stick to threshing," Li Lin responded, feeling quite resigned. Though threshing was exhausting, at least he could stand upright. After a day of cutting wheat, his back would be utterly ruined. After taking a deep breath, he reattached the rope to the old ox and headed directly towards the river ditch. The area of the ditch was small, and he completed his tasks in about 2 hours. This time, regardless of the circumstances, he took a bath in the river near his home and promptly fell asleep. For an entire week, he repetitively cut wheat in the morning and threshed in the afternoon, but he could hardly endure it any longer. Being a farmer was indeed no easy task. That afternoon, after finishing threshing at the village center, he felt utterly exhausted, lying on the stack of wheat, refusing to do anything further. Xiong shouted, "Dalin, if you keep slacking off like this, your work points will be deducted." "Then deduct them," Li Lin replied, feeling as though his strength had been completely drained. "You coward." Li Guofu, standing nearby with a fan, stamped his foot in frustration. "You're my father, aren't you? Let my mother add some meat for dinner." Li Lin shouted back, "Dalin, your mother is so stingy. Dalin, you're still young, yet you're losing your strength. In such busy times, your mother should at least kill a chicken." A group of women chimed in, teasingly. "Yume, you and your husband should be cautious. Having another child means you won't even be able to register it," one remarked. "That's no concern. They're in the county now, earning money. So fines don't matter," came the dismissive reply. The teasing became even more unrestrained, directed towards Cheng Yume, who was busy tying up bags nearby. Li Guofu felt his face flush with embarrassment, especially as his son appeared indifferent, which only fueled his irritation. Cheng Yume's expression was hardly better. She stomped a bag of wheat weighing over 100 pounds to ensure it stood upright before walking over to Li Lin, pleading, "Oh, my dear ancestor. If you're not going to work, can't you just go home and lie down? You're just causing trouble here." Li Lin genuinely feared provoking Cheng Yume, for she was quite sensitive. Upon returning home, he encountered Qian Changjiang at the door, skinning a soft-shelled turtle, while his 3 children squatted nearby, watching the gruesome scene unfold. "Dalin," Qian Changjiang grinned. "Aren't you working?" Li Lin inquired curiously. "Why are you back so soon?" "What work?" Qian Changjiang retorted irritably. "I dropped a few ears of wheat, and that scoundrel Li Tong'an had the nerve to scold me. What is wrong with letting the kids pick up a few stray grains?" In many areas, although the land and grain were collectively owned, there existed an unwritten rule that allowed the collection of fallen wheat during the harvest, a task usually undertaken by a group of older children. As the adults were often too busy, if one was diligent enough, it could even cover a semester's worth of school fees. However, brazenly creating opportunities for children to pick up wheat, as Qian Changjiang had done, would certainly attract the ire of the village leaders. "You didn't get into a fight with him, did you?" Li Lin asked with concern. "No," Qian Changjiang sighed. "I'm not foolish. His 4 sons were right there. If it came to blows, I'd definitely be at a disadvantage." "Well, you're certainly not foolish," Li Lin replied, relieved. Then glanced at the turtle that Qian Changjiang had just decapitated. "Where did you catch this? Why not take it home to honor your mother instead of causing a ruckus here?" "By the canal, I spotted a burrow of loaches and considered capturing one, only to discover it was something entirely different." Qian Changjiang, visibly agitated, recounted that he had finished work early the previous evening and visited his elder brother's home, where he mentioned taking his mother to the provincial city for medical care. This morning, several sisters-in-law noticed his unusual appearance, and he wished to avoid the ensuing embarrassment. Lacking the ability to prepare a dish, he sought the help of his aunt instead. "It was no great matter. After all, we are family." and a little extra oil wouldn't hurt. Tang Ho Hot, standing nearby, laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Li Lin, observing Li Bin peering curiously at the gruesome scene, swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his backside. Li Bin, startled, fell silent, while Li Liang and Li Xine, quick-witted, scurried away upon witnessing the spectacle. After handing a clean soft-shelled turtle to Tang Ho Hot, Qian Changjiang lit a cigarette and declared, "I've made up my mind. I can't rely on them. You'll have to accompany me to the provincial city." Li Lin, indifferent, replied, "Once a decision is made, it is best to act swiftly. Let us head to the provincial city as soon as we finish our tasks." He could not quite remember the address of the legendary hospital, but assumed he would inquire upon arriving at the bus station. As long as one speaks up, there is nothing to fear. Moreover, the provincial city, at that time, resembled the scale of a modest county town 2 decades later, making navigation effortless for someone like him. "Your assurance brings me comfort," Qian Changjiang remarked as he stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette. "After spending money, I must be frugal. Otherwise, I might as well quit smoking altogether. It's too costly." Li Lin had no objections to that notion. That evening, a pot brimming with rich, soft-shelled turtle soup, infused with fatty meat, simmered enticingly. After consuming 2 bowls of the savory broth and a cup of wine, Li Lin enjoyed a restful night's sleep. As the summer harvest neared its conclusion, the village's drums were not as insistent. When he awoke to the sun high in the sky, the only company at home was Tang Ho Hot and her 3 children. Tang Ho Hot expressed her discontent, saying, "With such meager work points, you insist on causing a ruckus. Is there any porridge?" Li Lin inquired, patting his flat stomach. "You didn't work this morning, so just hold on," Tang Ho Hot retorted. Resigned, Li Lin understood that breakfast was not to be expected and set off to work. Upon seeing him, Xiong resumed his usual threats to deduct work points. "Deduct away. Deduct away." Li Lin maintained his carefree demeanor. If his memory served him correctly, next year would usher in the household responsibility system. The Huai River had flowed for millennia, witnessing countless changes. They ought to be well fed by now. This was the final era of the collective. Witnessing his demeanor, the others shook their heads, remarking that Li Lin had changed significantly. Yet, in their eyes, he still appeared rather foolish. 3 days later, the summer grain harvest officially concluded, and after delivering the public grain, Li Lin remained busy, plowing the fields with the oxen. Discarding his liberation shoes as cumbersome, he continued to trudge onward, his rough feet suffering from the sharp stubble. Each day brought scabs that would break open, with no respite in sight. Once the fields were prepared, it was time to plant rice, yet he still resisted bending down to transplant seedlings, instead carrying the waterlogged bundles as he dashed across the field. Despite the exhaustion, gazing upon the verdant rice fields instilled within me a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. After a 20-day delay at home, I returned to the county town, accompanied by sister Qian Changjiang, Qian Changwen, and their mother. Li Lin felt weary and achy. Yet witnessing the anxious expressions on the faces of the Qian siblings compelled him to forego rest. Early the next morning, he accompanied them onto a bus heading to the city, which would then connect to the provincial capital. The road was bumpy, and Qian Changjiang's mother, already in poor health, suffered greatly from motion sickness, leading to continuous complaints from the passengers, despite a bag to contain her distress. However, there was little choice. They were nearing the provincial capital, and stopping midway would leave them stranded without transportation. The group persevered until dusk, finally emerging from the bus station into the dim light of evening. Qian Changjiang, alongside his elder sister, assisted their mother, momentarily at a loss amidst the bustling crowd, before turning to Li Lin for guidance. Li Lin suggested they move forward, allowing their aunt to breathe and stretch her limbs, and then find a place to stay. The bus and train stations, teeming with a mix of people, were notorious for their chaotic atmosphere. Even in the new century, procuring a simple pack of cigarettes was no trivial endeavor. Observing the weary gaze of Qian Changjiang's mother, he took it upon himself to carry her on his back. "Child, I can walk," the elderly lady protested, unwilling to burden her son. She gently insisted, "Dalan is right. After such a long journey, it's time to stretch our legs." Regardless of her condition, she trod forward, determined. "I'll hold your hand. The traffic is heavy." Qian Changjiang grasped his mother's frail hand, guiding her across the street. After walking 2 miles, they finally spotted a state-run guest house. Li Lin presented an introduction letter and paid for their stay. After quenching their thirst at the water station and resting briefly, he ventured out with Qian Changjiang in search of food. At a crossroads, They discovered a vendor selling pancakes and purchased 10 to bring back. The pancakes in the provincial capital were notably different, made with lard, much to the elderly lady's delight. "Mother, drink some water, don't choke," Li Lin urged. "I want tea choke," she replied with a smile. "This is better than what your father eats. He is probably gnawing on stale bread at home. Tell him to be envious." "Mother, if you enjoy it, I'll buy it for you every day," Qian Changjiang promised, still offering warm water to their mother. In their cramped room, Li Lin lay on the floor with a pillow, while the elderly lady and Qian Changwen took the bed, managing to rest for the night. At dawn, he returned with buns and inquired with the staff about the hospital's location. "Zhengda Hospital," the attendant replied with confusion, eventually showing impatience and stating the best hospital was he-affiliated hospital, expressing indifference to whether they believed it or not. "Thank you," they replied. Li Lin was not well acquainted with the changes in provincial hospitals, but having heard that he-affiliated hospital was the finest, he decided to head there, as they had no other options. 5 cents. The elderly lady exclaimed, gripping the armrest tightly, her nerves causing her to chatter incessantly. In the comments section, "Dear siblings, let us engage and draw more people in." Chapter 81. Seeking medical attention. "Mother, please remain seated," Qian Changjiang observed the curious gazes of those around them. Their distinctive attire and the unusual expressions on their faces indicated their humble origins, leaving him feeling embarrassed and at a loss for words. Noticing that his mother was about to continue, he whispered, "Dear mother, I can still earn money, so do not worry so much." The elderly woman rubbed her blurred eyes and sighed. "In my opinion, this trip should not have happened. At your age, if you go blind, so be it. You have yet to marry, and wasting money like this is simply unacceptable. Auntie, you are not yet 60. What if you cannot see anything for the next several decades? Would that not trouble you?" Li Lin recalled that this old lady had lived to the age of 90. Upon learning that Qian Changjiang had fathered a daughter in Laos, the blind old woman wept uncontrollably at the doorstep, expressing her joy that her son had a descendant. However, after the birth of the 4th granddaughter, her excitement dulled. But when Qian Changjiang finally had a son, she was overwhelmed with emotion, setting off 20 firecrackers at the family gravesite, ensuring that everyone within a 10-mile radius was informed. "You are just fooling around again," the elderly lady chuckled. "If I can live another 10 years, that would be a blessing. Living for several more decades would make me quite the old hag. Mother, you cannot do anything now. You simply sit on the bench or lie in bed. If this continues, how will you endure?" Qian Changjiang gently urged. "Once we restore your sight, you will be able to do anything. Even raise chickens to sell in the market and earn back the cost of the surgery." Qian Changwen, wiping the sweat from her bangs, chimed in. "That is precisely the point." Alas, the elderly lady sighed deeply. "If my eyesight truly improves this time, I will accompany you to the county town and support you." Qian Changjiang waved his hand dismissively. "What could you possibly do if you come? It is best for you to stay home." The elderly woman replied, "In the past, with my poor eyesight, I could not work, which burdened your father. By the end of the year, we will only be 60. We can still eat and drink. If my vision returns, my hands and feet will still be useful, and I can help you. Can you truly remain single because of me?" If it were not for her failing eyesight, could she not have accompanied her husband to bear the brunt of their daughter-in-law's temper? If her vision were restored, even at 80, she could support herself. "Mother, please do not worry about me. Once your eyesight improves, you can assist my brothers." Qian Changjiang began to grow impatient. If his mother could see, she could cook, care for children, and earn work points. Would his sisters-in-law ever allow her to venture out? Impossible. Do not blame your brothers. They each have their own children and struggles. As for your sisters-in-law, if they were even slightly generous, life would not be so difficult. We cannot disregard the younger ones for the sake of the elder." The elderly woman patiently replied, "Previously, I helped them build houses, marry, and raise children. I have fulfilled my responsibilities to them. It is only right that I live with your father and you. They cannot speak ill of me." Qian Changwen could not help but interject. "Mother, my younger brother wishes to venture out on his own. It would be best if you refrain from complicating matters. Moreover, you both are not young anymore, and the tasks outside may be beyond your capabilities. This time, I will share the surgical expenses with my brother. It amounts to about 50 or 60 yuan each, which is quite manageable." "Nonsense," the elderly lady retorted, pursing her lips. "You are a married woman. It is illogical for you to contribute financially. If word gets out, your father and I would lose face. Let your brother bear the cost. He is unmarried and has no burdens. He may spend now, and later, your father and I will reimburse him. Dear sister, what mother says is true. I will cover the expenses. I have the funds, Qian Changjiang declared, thumping his chest. Once the surgery is complete, you need only to care for mother. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, Qian Changwen replied, observing their unwavering resolve and deciding not to press the matter further. At that moment, she felt a mix of emotions. Should she feel joy or sorrow? The joy stemmed from the fact that her 4 children were all clamoring for food, and with the eldest 2 in junior high, expenses were considerable. The family was financially strained. She had borrowed from neighbors and left with only 60 yuan. Although her husband said nothing, his demeanor was already discontented. As she watched him squatting by the doorstep, smoking incessantly and sighing, her heart felt heavy. If only she could return home with the money intact. Her husband might be a bit more pleased. Yet, she was troubled by the burden her younger brother carried. Why had her siblings placed all the pressure upon him? The more she pondered, the more she felt ashamed as the elder sister. Li Lin's gaze remained fixed outside the window, feigning ignorance to the family's conversation. Outside, the landscape was characterized by predominantly 5 to 6-story buildings, interspersed with a few low-rise homes. The only commendable aspect was the wide road, complemented by commendable greenery. He found himself somewhat unfamiliar with the provincial capital in this era. His first visit to the provincial city had been in the 1990s when his second son, Li Liang, studied here. He never expected the provincial capital to appear so dilapidated now. However, he soon grasped the situation. Their locality had once been the capital of Hunan, Kaifeng. Zhengzhou was merely a new city. In the province, one could not be ostentatious, especially with neighboring Luoyang and Nanyang nearby. Overall, in comparison to the already open coastal regions, it still seemed impoverished. As for history, he had heard through radio storytelling that no warlord dared to establish dominance here, yet Jiang and his associates galloped about, engaging in the so-called Central Plains War. Others fought on their turf. What a loss of face! Such beauty! Qian Changjiang exclaimed, leaning his head out through the car window. Be careful! Li Lin swiftly pulled him back. There's a car coming. Do you want to lose your head? Outside. Qian Changjiang was the most obedient to Li Lin's words. Hearing the conductor announce the next stop, Li Lin hurriedly stood and called out, Driver, wait a moment. Quickly. The conductor impatiently replied, Where were you earlier? Ultimately, Li Lin managed to suppress his irritation. This was the provincial capital. He must endure. After all, they were merely country folk. Qian Changjiang lifted their mother onto his back and followed Li Lin off the bus, while Qian Changwen trailed closely behind, laden with bags. At the bus stop stood quite a number of people. Li Lin approached an elderly gentleman, who, with great enthusiasm, pointed towards a few low-rise buildings. Those were the finest hospitals in Hunan. The hospital was modest in size, which spared him considerable trouble, allowing him to directly locate the registration window. After paying the fee, when he noticed that Qian Changjiang was about to speak, he waved his hand dismissively, suggesting, Let us settle the details later. Changjiang, unreserved, replied, Dalan, you truly are a lifesaver. Qian Changwen felt quite embarrassed, as their family seemed almost foolish, causing Dalan to hustle about for every little thing. Chapter 82. The surgery on the second floor in the ophthalmology department, a long queue awaited. The petite nurse called out names, and one by one, patients moved forward. Having risen early, they discovered through the window that the sun was already high in the sky by the time their turn arrived. The doctor, in his 50s or 60s, left Qian Changjiang somewhat bewildered, but fortunately, Li Lin could discern the doctor's accent. It was likely from Linzhou, the very region associated with the construction of the Hongqi Canal, a unique gem among the dialects of Hunan, predominantly filled with entering tones, while it boomed with clarity. It remained utterly incomprehensible. If proficiency in Mandarin were a requirement for physicians, this doctor would undoubtedly fail due to his heavy accent. Nevertheless, his earnest attempt at speaking Mandarin was commendable. The doctor wrote a prescription on a thin piece of paper, adorned with an elaborate scrawl that left Li Lin perplexed. It wasn't until the examination that he realized it referred to a slit lamp and ultrasound check. Amidst the anxious wait, the results were finally revealed. No conjunctival congestion in both eyes, cornea clear, nuclear cataract present, but Li Lin could not decipher the implications. When he presented the findings to the doctor, the response was reassuring. Surgery was possible, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That very day, they were admitted to the ward. In these times, few could afford to directly pay for surgery without hesitation, like they did. In the narrow corridor, Li Lin witnessed several burly men pounding their chests in frustration. The sight was almost unbearable, such poverty. This was the true essence of illness. After payment, the hospital operated efficiently, scheduling the surgery for the following morning. Unexpectedly, at the moment the elderly lady entered the operating room, she began to cry like a child. The doctor urged her on, and Qian Changjiang hastily consoled her. You can no longer see. How much worse can it get? Before the elderly lady could respond, 2 young nurses assisted her inside. Qian Changjiang, feeling vexed, crouched in the corner, about to light a cigarette, but Li Lin snatched it away, saying, "This is a hospital. We shouldn't smoke here. Let us go to the stairwell." Once they reached the stairwell's entrance, he handed the cigarette back to Qian Changjiang with a smile, reassuring him. The doctor was quite clear yesterday. For them, it's merely a minor procedure, nothing serious. There's no need for concern. I know, Qian Changjiang puffed on the cigarette. But this elderly lady has always been so strong. She didn't shed a tear when the sickle cut her flesh as a child. Who would have thought she would cry like this in her old age? Li Lin chuckled. When she was cut by the sickle, it was unforeseen. Now, as she faces the operating table, she is prepared, and naturally, fear grips her heart, especially when it concerns her eyes. Can one remain unafraid when faced with such peril? Indeed, it is a valid point. Qian Changjiang sighed deeply. Qian Changwen, wiping away her tears, followed suit, inquiring if they wished to have something to eat. Offering to fetch it for them, Li Lin smiled and said, "Sister, do not trouble yourself. Take a moment to rest. There is no need to worry. Everything will be fine." Qian Changwen refrained from saying more and sat down on the steps, watching the bustling crowd, her eyes devoid of spirit. After more than 2 hours, the elderly lady emerged from the operating room, relieved upon hearing the doctor announce the success of the surgery. The doctor warned her against crying, and the elderly lady, with her eyes bandaged, dared not utter a sound. Would crying mean there was no hope left? The elderly lady declined the congee that Qian Changwen offered, anxiously asking. The doctor had indeed said so. Do not cry anymore. In a couple of days, the bandages will come off, and your eyes will heal. Without further ado, Qian Changwen insisted on placing the spoon in the elderly lady's mouth. Suddenly, the elderly lady inquired, "Where are Changjiang and Dalin?" Qian Changwen responded, "They just let you rest. I saw they were quite exhausted, so I encouraged them to take a walk. A stroll is good for fresh air," the elderly lady advised. "When we return, we must treat Dalin to a proper meal. Remind me not to forget." Seeing that the elderly lady had ceased her tears, Qian Changwen finally felt a sense of relief. In the midst of the bustling afternoon, Li Lin and Qian Changjiang stood on the busy street, feeling quite lost. "Dalin, where shall we go?" Qian Changjiang had already wandered 4 miles with Li Lin. "How would I know?" he replied, feeling unfamiliar with the provincial city at that moment. "Shall we return?" Qian Changjiang tentatively suggested. "Then let us go back," Li Lin conceded, feeling equally helpless. 3 days later, as the elderly lady had her bandages removed and slowly opened her eyes to the light once more, her joy was immeasurable. She no longer spoke of money. Upon being discharged that evening, the elderly lady expressed a desire to savor lamb paoma. "When I was young, my husband took me once. It has been over 40 years, and I cannot forget that flavor. Mother, if you wish to eat, I shall take you," Qian Changjiang assured her. During the past few days, Qian Changjiang had not idled with Li Lin. He had become well acquainted with the local dining and lodging options. As they circled the hospital under the sun, Qian Changjiang led the way, with the elderly lady unfazed by the heat. They made a wide detour before discovering a lamb stall nestled in the shade of a tree. They squatted on the roadside, each relishing a hearty meal, ultimately spending only 3 yuan. That evening, they rested at a guest house. Before dawn, they headed straight to the bus station. This time, the elderly lady insisted on carrying her own bags, refusing the assistance of her children. Upon arriving in the county town, the sun was setting. At the entrance of their rented home, Li Xian was tugging at the tail of a small yellow dog, now weighing nearly 20 pounds. The dog barked loudly, yet was hesitant to bite at the little hand. Li Lin felt a pang of sympathy and said to Li Xian, "Dear daughter, please let it be." "Father." Li Xian's voice had become increasingly clear, unlike before when it was difficult to comprehend. "Go play," Li Lin replied, feeling the heat. And he entered the house, immediately reaching for the water jug to quench his thirst. "Aunt, have your eyes improved?" Cheng Yumei poured tea for the elderly lady. Expressing her delight, This is truly wonderful. The elderly lady smiled and replied, they are indeed better, but it has caused you all much worry. If it weren't for Dahlin, we would have been utterly helpless. Cheng Yumei chuckled, as long as your eyesight is restored, everything else pales in comparison. The elderly lady handed some candies, specially purchased from the provincial capital, to Li Bin, saying, dear grandson, see how sweet they are. Thank you, grandma. Li Bin glanced at his mother and sluggishly accepted them. Aunt, you can't indulge them any longer. It's becoming quite serious. Cheng Yumei sent the 3 children away. A few pieces of candy are hardly worth anything. The elderly lady looked around the room and remarked, now that my eyesight has returned, I'll help tidy up, and in the future, I can keep you company. Mother, are you really staying here? Qian Changjiang was quite helpless. Let your father lend you a hand. I can wash clothes and cook, saving you from looking disheveled every day. The elderly lady spoke with an undeniable tone. Child, you are already 26. Usually busy with work. If updates are slow, I hope everyone can be understanding. Once I find time, I will certainly increase the frequency of updates. In rural areas, if one is unmarried by the age of 21 or 22, they are almost destined to remain a bachelor, not to mention being 26. It cannot be delayed any longer. If it continues, he will become the laughingstock of the village. Previously, her poor eyesight limited her abilities, leaving her anxious and powerless. Now, with the return of her vision, she felt invigorated. The couple would exert their utmost effort, and she refused to believe that her son could not find a wife, even if it meant marrying a mute. Lost in her thoughts, she unintentionally blurted out, I certainly do not want to marry a mute. Qian Changjiang became anxious. What was his mother thinking? How could she suggest he marry a mute? She never insisted that he must marry. The elderly lady chuckled. It's better to marry out of necessity than to remain single, right? I would rather remain single than marry. Qian Changjiang asserted resolutely. Being mocked for being single is far less embarrassing than marrying a wife who becomes the subject of ridicule. Does Qian Changjiang lack self-respect? Come now, why are you so impatient after just a few words? The elderly lady retorted. I am not impatient. I simply do not wish to marry a mute or a deaf person. Qian Changjiang reiterated emphatically. The elderly lady said, we will discuss it later. Turning to the busy Cheng Yumei, she added, I heard Changjiang say that he has all the pots and pans ready. This careless child has been like this since childhood. I'll go take a look first. If everything is indeed in order, I will cook there, and you all need not mind if it feels cramped. As his mother, she understood her son's temperament best. Whatever he claims to have ready, she knew better than to trust. If he were usually careless, it would be one thing. But today they were hosting Dahlin. What a disaster it would be if they were missing this or that. Cheng Yumei hesitated, but Li Lin directly responded, Aunt, I won't keep you any longer. You should hurry to his place and check. It's likely a mess since he hasn't tidied up these days, which should keep you busy. On this journey to the provincial capital, the elderly lady carried approximately 20 yuan in her pocket. However, in the end, it was all spent on Jiang, without her having to part with a single coin. Upon arriving at the county, she insisted on treating Li Lin to a meal. As they passed a nearby supply and marketing cooperative, the elderly lady directly used her own funds to purchase rice, flour, pork, vermicelli, and a plethora of other items. She truly spent generously. Although the elderly lady lacked formal education, she approached her tasks with great care and attention to detail. Dahlin, I truly admire your straightforward disposition, she expressed with delight. After speaking, she accompanied Jiang to his rented abode. As soon as Jiang opened the door, her brows furrowed deeply. Approaching the bamboo bed, she lifted a pile of blankets, revealing a collection of dark, yellow, and lumpy spots atop. With a heavy sigh, she lamented, I would rather have been blind. Out of sight, out of mind. Mother, I shall first unravel this, wash and dry it, and make do for now. Once autumn arrives and the cotton is harvested, I will prepare a new bed for him, Jiang once said cheerfully. Now that my eyes are better, I need your assistance. The elderly lady advised her daughter earnestly. Return home and live well with Chuanjia. The older two are already in middle school, and I see they are keen to study. You must put in the effort. Even if it means sacrificing everything, you must support them. Do not be like your elder brothers, none of whom have shown any inclination for education. Not a single one of your father's family is destined for scholarly pursuits. From her sons and daughters to her grandchildren, each one is performing poorly academically. Why do you keep bringing up those old tales? Jiang once said, half laughing, half exasperated. The elderly lady sighed. Your father-in-law had once studied in the provincial capital, but alas, he was not ambitious, and our family fortune vanished with gambling. As Jiang Wan was unpicking the stitches of the bed cover, she remarked, "Fortunately, it was lost. Otherwise, our family would have faced dire consequences." Later on, "Your father-in-law lived in even greater hardship than we do now. I see that Chuanjia is steady and kind-hearted, even though he cannot attend school. He reads a book every day, and I believe he will amount to something significant in the future. That is why I allow you to be with him." After saying this, the elderly lady opened the window to let in fresh air, dispelling the musty smell, and continued, "I never expected him to end up as a farmer, becoming increasingly honest and humble. Thus, he now places all his hopes on the children." As Jiang Wan spoke, she became quite agitated. "The children are being pressed too hard. Just the other day, the youngest was punished to kneel for making a single mistake in his writing. He is only 11. What does he understand? The eldest was reprimanded for a trivial matter. He was beaten on the back with a branch until it was swollen. Tell me, is there a father in this world who treats his children like this?" I defended him a little, and he was furious, wanting to confront me. Yet he did not act with malice. The elderly lady continued, "He is not a stingy man. Consider how many years you have cared for our family. Has he ever uttered a word of complaint? It is a father's duty to discipline the children. You should not interfere. If your father had been willing to discipline you as such, perhaps one of your brothers would have succeeded." Turning to Jiang, she asked, "Do you not have a broom? You seem to have forgotten to tidy up." Jiang, observing his mother and sister so occupied, couldn't he help but smile with a hint of embarrassment. "He has no use for that thing, so why bother? Purchasing it would be a sheer waste of money. You really should consider finding a wife." The elderly lady mentioned again, "I'll go borrow a bucket from the Delin family." Upon returning, the elderly lady called out to Qian Changjiang, gazing at the water tank, which was coated in a layer of patina, and asked where to draw water from. "Hurry up and clean it out. Fill it up." "Understood." Qian Changjiang fetched a water bucket and, with a yoke in hand, made his way directly to Li Lin's home. They sourced their water from the pressure well at Li Lin's place. Qian Laotai scooped a basin of water from the irrigation ditch at the entrance, splashing it around the 3 rooms, inside and out, and discovered a tattered, dusty shirt under the bed. Without a second thought, she soaked it to use as a rag. When Qian Changjiang returned, he found the house transformed. While cooking, the elderly lady felt quite fortunate for her foresight in purchasing oil and salt. Otherwise, how could they prepare a meal? The kitchen lacked firewood, and it was too late to make preparations. Without waiting for her to speak, Qian Changjiang went directly to the woodpile at Cheng Baiwang's doorstep and brought back 5 or 6 bundles, along with 2 sacks of wood scraps left over from Cheng Yinglian and Wu Bunshuan's carpentry work. "Are Cheng Baiwang and the others around? Should we call them over?" the elderly lady inquired. "They are not here. They are likely still in the countryside pulling weeds." Qian Changjiang casually attempted to grab a chicken leg, but the elderly lady swiftly swatted his hand away with her chopsticks. Laughing awkwardly, he remarked, "What's wrong with me taking a chicken leg?" The elderly lady retorted, "What's wrong? There are only 4 chicken legs in total, and with 3 children at the Delin family, I'm still worried there won't be enough." This time, she was not stingy at all and directly had 2 of the chickens Qian Changjiang raised slaughtered. Even during the new year, when the whole family gathered, she wouldn't have been willing to indulge like this. Chapter 84. The ordinary person. Qian Changjiang expressed his dissatisfaction. "If I'm to kill 3, you wouldn't be pleased. Yet now you realize it's not enough. 3. You dare to be so extravagantly wasteful, and others would feel embarrassed to partake. Let us kill 2. That should suffice. It's no trouble to entertain guests, and we can repay Delin's goodwill gradually. There's no rush for this moment." Although the elderly lady's tone was not pleasant, she still patiently expressed quite a bit. Qian Changjiang feared nothing in this world, except for his mother's incessant nagging. What if she decided not to return to her hometown and stayed by his side? With a quick thought, he couldn't help but say, "Mother, your vision seems just fine. Why not rest at home for now? I truly don't wish to disturb my sisters-in-law. Just tidy up my thatched cottage and stay there." "What? You're unhappy with me being here for a while?" "I'm not staying here for your filial piety," the elderly lady observed her son, who appeared less than astute. "You, alone in the house, neglecting it is one thing. It doesn't affect anyone else. But to not even prepare meals and trouble the Delin couple for everything. Don't you feel ashamed?" "I pay for my meals there," Qian Changjiang replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, Delin and I are good buddies. He wouldn't hold it against me." "Yes, you've paid for it," Qian Changwen interjected, "but did you compensate Cheng Yumei for her labor? In the heat of summer, preparing an extra meal for someone is not an easy task, you know? A day or two may pass without concern, but over time, can one truly expect Cheng Yumei to harbor no grievances? What does she think of herself? It is precisely because of the strong camaraderie that one ought to consider her feelings more deeply. The elderly lady nodded in agreement and continued, "Your elder sister is right. Look at Cheng Baiwang. Even his daughter and son-in-law manage their own affairs. Yet here you are, single-handedly expecting others to serve you, lacking in self-awareness." Qian Changjiang found himself at a loss for words after hearing the remarks from his mother and sister. Indeed, cooking during the sweltering summer can be quite exhausting. And he had taken the easy route of dining at Daling's place, sitting comfortably while a bowl of food was placed before him, without a trace of embarrassment. The elderly lady handed her son a bowl brimming with chicken, and noticing his dazed expression, urged him, "Hurry up and go." "Go where?" Qian Changjiang instinctively took the bowl, his face a picture of confusion. "We need to head to the provincial capital to collect the wheat. Who has been looking after the livestock while you've been away? We ought to show our gratitude, deliver a bowl of food, and invite them over for a drink. Had you not mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten." Qian Changjiang suddenly realized, "Mother, your foresight is commendable." When it came time to harvest the wheat, Cheng Yumei had entrusted the livestock to a neighbor, Qi Jieyun, whom Qian Changjiang was not well acquainted with, so he instead sought out Huang Shihao, the cousin of his landlord, Li Lin. Huang Shihao was also a bachelor, sharing a mutual understanding with Qian Changjiang, often dropping by with a bottle of liquor to chat, especially in the evenings, when their conversations would stretch late into the night. If anyone wished for Qian Changjiang to remain single, Huang Shihao was undoubtedly among them. He did not want his good friend to settle for the mundane. Throughout life, with or without wealth, the essence lies in being carefree. "What do you mean by that, brother?" Huang Shihao, bare-chested and squatting at the door while picking at his toes, fixed his gaze on the bowl in Qian Changjiang's hands, unable to resist the urge to sniff the air. "These past days, I've troubled you with the livestock. Today, I've brought my mother back after slaughtering a couple of chickens, so here is a bowl for you. Don't think it's too little," Qian Changjiang explained. "Brother, this is quite trivial. Do we need to go through such formalities?" Huang Shihao replied, yet he took the bowl without hesitation. Just as he reached for a piece, Qian Changjiang stopped him. "Can't you wash your hands first?" Qian Changjiang felt exasperated. His mother often scolded him for being messy, but compared to Huang Shihao, his habits were inconsequential. "My feet are my own, and my hands are my own. If my hands pick at my feet, whatever enters my stomach is still mine," Huang Shihao retorted, brushing Qian Changjiang's arm aside, plucking a chicken bone from the bowl and tossing it into his mouth. Watching Huang Shihao's mouth expand as he chewed, the crunching sound echoing, Qian Changjiang exclaimed, "That's an old hen. The bones are tough. Can you even chew that?" "Trivial. Roosters, hens, chicks, or big chickens, it's all chicken. Can you eat the bones of a rooster, but not those of a hen?" Huang Shihao wiped his mouth with his arm, finally placing the bowl on the bedside table. After a moment's hesitation, he covered it with a cloth, the original color of which was indiscernible. "A cat approached, and I thought to catch it so we could feast on its flesh together. Can one truly eat cat meat?" Although Qian Changjiang was not a fussy individual, he had never partaken in such a delicacy. "Why should it be off the menu?" Huang Shihao replied with pride, suggesting that it be stewed with some locust flowers and elm leaves for flavor. It seemed he was quite accustomed to this cuisine. "Forget it. I cannot relish such a meal. You may indulge yourself." Qian Changjiang waved his hand, adding, "Dalin is with me tonight. You should join us for a drink." Dalin. Now there's a common man, reeking of the scent of copper. How shameful it would be to be seen with him. Huang Shihao exclaimed boldly, "Stay home then. I shall drink with Dalin, the two of us mere mortals." Qian Changjiang did not indulge his whims. "I'll head over shortly. Set the wine out." Huang Shihao called out loudly as Qian Changjiang turned to leave. Ignoring him, Qian Changjiang made his way home, gazing at the chimney of his rented abode, which was belching thick smoke. Suddenly, he felt a surge of gratitude for having a mother. Li Lin awoke from a light slumber, only to be met by a pair of large, tear-filled eyes staring at him. "What's the matter?" he asked with a smile. "Who hit you? I'll help you settle the score." He had sworn that if his daughter could secure a few higher education qualifications, he would gladly prepare a few property deeds for her. "It's my mother." Li Xian pointed unceremoniously at Cheng Yumei, who was entangled in a ball of yarn with Li Yu. "Ah," Li Lin realized, and responded, "Then it's nothing to worry about. Go back to playing." Finally, Li Xian's tears spilled forth. "If you cry again, do you believe I won't discipline you?" Cheng Yumei threatened. "Try playing with water again, and see what happens. Where did you play with water? Li Lin inquired. In the small ditch by the door, Cheng Yumei replied. Then next time, I'll have no mercy. Li Lin asserted without hesitation. After washing his face and observing the darkening sky, he declared, no need to rush. Let us head straight to Changjiang's for dinner. Don't be shy, eat heartily, and do your best to make it worthwhile. Goodness, it's a challenge to treat Qian Changjiang to a meal. Chapter 85. Kindred spirits. Qian Changjiang had spent 2 lifetimes alongside him, the elder brother caring for the younger living off the elder. Over time, an unspoken understanding had formed between them. Had he ever treated Qian Changjiang to a meal more than twice? The answer was likely a resounding no. Even when Qian Changjiang occasionally invited him to dine, he usually declined. Aside from boiling porridge and cooking noodles, he was incapable of preparing anything palatable. He could even forget to add salt while stewing ribs. As for ginger and garlic, he didn't even consider them. It was all about preserving the original flavor. And only those who tasted it would truly know. Today, with the rare opportunity for a proper meal, he was determined to savor it fully. Take care not to drink too much, Cheng Yumei hesitantly advised. Li Lin chuckled. Rest assured, I'm almost ready to give up alcohol entirely. Stop crying, Li Lin said, as he lifted the sobbing Li Xian from the corner and declared loudly, come on, I'll take you along to feast. Li Xian, however, wept even more loudly. Stifling her emotions, she chastised herself, wondering how she could still cry after having done something wrong. Li Lin, his elbow pressing against her leg, grasped her small hand firmly as they walked, admonishing her, next time you play with water, don't say your mother will hit you. I will too. The elderly woman, wielding a shovel at the entrance as she cleared ash from the cooking pot, noticed the father-daughter duo approaching and promptly took Li Xian into her arms. Smiling as she asked, who has angered my dear granddaughter? He. Li Xian pointed accusingly at her father. Playing with water deserves a beating. Li Lin was unsurprised. If she didn't hold grudges, she wouldn't be his daughter. Indeed, a beating is warranted. The elderly woman agreed sagely. However, before Li Xian could react, the grandmother stuffed a large chicken leg into her hands, saying, my dear girl, if you can't bite it, let grandma tear it for you. Li Xian shook her head defiantly, glaring at the chicken leg with mock ferocity. Li Lin chose to ignore her and turned to Huang Shihua, who was squatting at the entrance. Hey brother, you've come too? This fellow was notoriously lazy and often unworthy of attention. Huang Shihua lazily held a cigarette between his lips and replied, Li Lin, it's been a while. He added with a smirk. Can you still smell the scent of copper on me? Li Lin couldn't help but inquire. Has it intensified? Indeed, Huang Shihua nodded. If you despise the odor of copper, why don't you mind the stench of chicken droppings? Li Lin teased. That's different, Huang Shihua retorted, firmly defending his perspective. In what way is it different? Li Lin asked curiously. You pursue fine food and drink, while I pursue wealth. Aren't we essentially the same? That is mundane. Chickens are mere livestock, inherently dirty, which is normal. Humans are the spirits of all beings. Why should we only chase after the scent of copper? Huang Shihua stubbornly insisted. Li Lin found this reasoning peculiar and replied, you, a rough man, spouting such nonsense? The spirit of all beings? Look at how everyone lives, worse than dogs. Don't let anyone hear you. They'll all mock you. I am but a humble scholar, having completed high school. If I had encountered better times, I might have even attended university, Huang Shihua boasted with pride. You completed high school? Who are you trying to fool? Li Lin was skeptical. This guy looked disheveled, resembling a vagabond, lacking any semblance of refinement. Moreover, in the countryside, even middle school graduates held some prestige. At the very least, they wouldn't end up like this. I am awake while others are intoxicated, Huang Shihua yawned. In this world, no matter how hard you work, what difference does it make? At the end of the day, you remain a farmer. And you still remain a farmer, living in a thatched hut and eating pickled vegetables? Li Lin scoffed. I, on the other hand, dine on meat every meal. Brother, laziness is laziness. Don't make excuses, Huang Shihua replied nonchalantly. You're merely a farmer who can afford meat, Huang Shihua countered. It's like an ant that hops onto the stove. It's just a little higher than other ants, yet still an ant, no different from me. Li Lin chuckled. What era are we in? It's surprising you still cling to such outdated thoughts, especially as a high school graduate. Don't you read the news? I do. A call has been made for a portion of the populace to achieve prosperity first, yet one cannot fathom the number of households across the nation that boast wealth. When I finally attain that status, what difference would a mere household registration make? Huang Shihao cast a puzzled glance at Li Lin. Such words sounded less mundane and bore a broader vision. Enough with the idle chatter, Li Lin interjected, noticing Qian Chongwen struggling to move the table. Sister, put that down. Qian Chongjiang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Lacking any perceptiveness, Qian Chongjiang shot Li Lin a resentful look after moving the table. Feeling that he had done the good deed, while Li Lin basked in the praise. A sturdy square table was laden with 2 large ceramic bowls, a clay jar, and 2 porcelain plates, leaving no room for anyone else as the 3 hefty men surrounded it. The elderly lady aimed to lift the bedside table for a reconfiguration, but was halted by Cheng Yume. They're drinking, and it's unbearable. Let us eat in the kitchen where they won't bother us, she suggested. The elderly lady, not one to be coy, promptly arranged the dishes on a small table in the kitchen, where several women gathered to dine. As Li Lin and his companions grew increasingly animated, they eventually carried the table outside to sit beneath the locust tree. Beside the tree lay a water channel a yard wide, across from which stretched the rice paddies, filled with the sounds of croaking frogs, chirping cicadas, and buzzing mosquitoes. With a wine glass in one hand and slapping his thigh with the other, Li Lin soon found himself irritated by the mosquitoes and hastily finished his drink before retreating home. Just as he arrived, Qian Chongjiang, clutching a bottle of wine, and Huang Shihao, bearing leftover dishes, followed closely behind. Huang Shihao, in a carefree manner, exclaimed, "Drinking halfway is no fun. Very well. I shall risk my life to accompany you." Li Lin felt quite helpless but did not wish to dampen their spirits, so he continued to drink with them. His abode, with its front yard, offered a reprieve from the mosquitoes that plagued the outdoors. Under the moonlight, he consumed over a pound of liquor, yet never once lit a cigarette. The following day brought no work. After escorting Qian Chongwen to the bus bound for town alongside Qian Chongjiang, that evening, Qian Chongjiang's father, Qian Dongfang, arrived with a cart full of belongings, inquiring about Wulong village. "Uncle, you truly possess remarkable skills to have made it here," Li Lin remarked as he welcomed him into the house, pouring him a bowl of cool tea. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with the tattered sleeve of his shirt, Qian Dongfang smiled and replied, "In my youth, I helped repair the riverbank around here and visited a few times. When Chongwen mentioned Wulong village, I knew exactly where it was." "Are the 2 of them living there?" Li Lin asked. "I shall take you there now." He guided Qian Dongfang and his cart to where Qian Chongjiang resided. Upon spotting his father squatting at the door mending a fishing net, Qian Chongjiang felt a chill run down his spine. How would he navigate life from this point onward? Both of them were formidable characters. They had a penchant for nagging and were strict in their teachings. Chapter 86. Deceived. Furthermore, they always seemed to regard him as a child. He was nearly 26, yet still treated like a little one. As his mother would put it, he was still utterly clueless. In the words of Dalin, his mother would have tied him to his pants if her eyesight were better. The old fool. Qian Dongfang grinned widely at Qian Chongjiang. "Father." Qian Chongjiang hurriedly ushered him into the house, moved a chair, and poured a glass of water. "Where's your mother?" In the modest abode of merely 3 rooms, Qian Dongfang stood at the center, surveying the surroundings, but failing to spot his beloved companion. Qian Chongjiang replied, "She went to gather mugwort on the riverside with Sister Yume." "Are you out of your mind? Your mother is in good health, and you let her tire herself out?" Qian Dongfang, although indulgent towards his elder son, felt compelled to defend his wife's well-being. "No matter how I reason with her, she refuses to listen," Qian Chongjiang lamented. "She insists on staying here long-term, and said she needs to familiarize herself with the area alongside Sister Yume. Otherwise, she wouldn't know where to find firewood if she were alone at home." "But you cannot simply acquiesce to her whims," Qian Dongfang retorted with irritation. "Let her go, but you should accompany her." He exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a resentful glance at his son. How foolish this boy remained. "She knew you were coming, so she urged me to catch fish quickly for dinner tonight," Qian Chongjiang responded, bemused. The quality of the fishing net was rather poor. Having been submerged in the river for too long, it had become susceptible to tearing from the slightest debris flowing downstream, rendering it ineffective in catching fish. After harvesting the wheat and transplanting the seedlings, he had rushed his mother to the provincial city, leaving no time for repairs. Today, fortunately, he was free from work and planned to mend it. "Uncle, rest assured, Yume and Xiaoyu are both here. They wouldn't truly let Auntie do the heavy lifting." Li Lin interjected, unable to contain his sympathy for the hapless Qian Chongjiang. "Then it will be hard on Maisie and Xiaoyu," Qian Dongfang remarked politely in response. Stubbing out his cigarette on the ground, He still expressed concern. They are on the riverbank, right? I shall go lend them a hand. Changjiang, you accompany your uncle. I will mend the net, Li Lin suggested with a smile. That's settled then. Only a few small holes remain unfixed. Qian Changjiang stated as he lifted the fishing net, heading towards the riverbank. I went down with Huang Shihao this noon and set 2 nets. I wonder if he has caught any fish. Li Lin quietly cautioned him. How many times must I tell you? Do not go down to the river alone. Qian Changjiang shrugged. I have no time to go. If I forbid him, you know his temperament. He won't heed my words, will he? Indeed, Li Lin acknowledged, recognizing the truth in Qian Changjiang's words. As they ascended the riverbank, they soon spotted a diminutive figure in the distance, unmistakably Huang Shihao. Li Lin gestured to Qian Changjiang. You go find Auntie. I'll check on Huang Shihao. With that, he and Qian Changjiang parted ways, heading in opposite directions. As he approached Huang Shihao, he called out, You're all alone. Aren't you worried about being dragged away by a river ghost? Whether or not river ghosts truly existed in the Huai River remained a mystery, yet the legends surrounding them thrived on both banks, convincing many of their reality. Although Cheng Yumei often clashed with his mother, they oddly shared a consensus regarding the river ghost issue. River ghosts were said to haunt at night, preying on children to facilitate their reincarnation. In later times, such claims would seem ludicrous. However, today, if one were to suggest that these tales were mere fabrications, others might regard them as delusional. River ghosts? Huang Shihao approached Li Lin with a leisurely demeanor and remarked, You, Lin, are a clever individual. How could you possibly believe such nonsense? There are indeed large catfish in our river, weighing 40 to 50 pounds. When they thrash their tails in the water, it leaves a person utterly dazed. Due to past incidents resulting in fatalities, no one clearly remembers their appearance, and over time, they have come to be dubbed water ghosts. Have you ever seen one? Li Lin had heard tales of such massive catfish in the Huai River, but had never encountered one himself. That was a matter from my childhood. I once witnessed someone catch one, Huang Shihao reminisced. It had teeth, looking fiercer than a shark. Have you ever seen a shark? Li Lin continued to inquire. Are you ever going to stop? Huang Shihao retorted with a hint of irritation. I have completed high school. If you keep yelling, the entire world will know that Huang Erlingzi graduated from high school. Li Lin chuckled. Do you consider that an honor? Some might call it foolish. Conversing with you is more enlightening than discussing matters with Qian Changjiang. If one were to call you intelligent, it's quite the irony that a high school graduate has ended up like this. I do not feel any shame, Huang Shihao huffed. My background was not favorable, otherwise. Do you think I wouldn't have been able to attend university? Hey, nowadays, university admissions do not consider background. Aren't you aware? Li Lin teased. Indeed. I am preparing to take this year's college entrance examination, Huang Shihao declared with enthusiasm. What? Li Lin doubted his own ears. How old are you? And you still plan to take the college entrance exam? Is this man out of his mind? I am 33 this year. Is there a problem? Huang Shihao was clearly displeased with Li Lin's attitude. Perhaps you are a bit older, Li Lin observed, feeling as if he were conversing with a madman. If you are truly intent on taking the exam, shouldn't you be studying instead? When busy, you dawdle. When idle, you drink and bask in the sun. You spend your days aimlessly wandering instead of studying. Does that resemble someone preparing for an examination? The knowledge is already ingrained in my mind. Huang Shihao waved dismissively. You cannot be serious, Li Lin insisted, still incredulous at the disheveled man's claims. The exam is on the 7th. There are only 3 days left. Huang Shihao raised 3 damp fingers. Could you lend me 5 yuan? I need to buy some supplies for the exam. If you are indeed taking the college entrance examination, I will not only provide you with a pen, but also personally accompany you to the exam, ensuring you stay in the finest accommodations. Li Lin scoffed. Really? Huang Shihao exclaimed in delight. Staying in the guest house for a night costs 50 cents. What's 50 cents? I can afford that, as long as you are speaking truthfully. Li Lin replied magnanimously. Then it is settled, Huang Shihao grinned. With your help for the accommodation fee, I have nothing to worry about for the exam day. During dinner that evening, Huang Shihao slid a piece of paper across the table to Li Lin. Examination admission ticket? Li Lin was taken aback. You are truly participating in the college entrance exam? Qian Changjiang found it hard to believe. Do you think I am joking? Huang Shihao seemed pleased to see their astonished expressions. Well, Qian Laotai said with a sense of satisfaction. I always felt you were an extraordinary child. It turns out you possess ambition. You do not seek to remain single. Rather, You aspire to marry a female university student. In that fleeting moment, Qian Changjiang felt deceived. The writing was hasty, and misspellings would be corrected later. Chapter 87, Love. Huang Shihao, holding a large rib, lifted his head and declared, "What I desire is love. For the sake of waiting for love, I can endure a lifetime of solitude." What is love exactly? Observing that both his mother and father had entered the kitchen to tidy up, Qian Changjiang boldly expressed, "My requirements are quite simple. A woman, alive, and pleasing to the eye. Preferably, she should be unclothed, as that would be the most beautiful. Indeed, Changjiang, this is refined in foreign lands. It would be regarded as the aesthetic of human art." After finishing the rib, Huang Shihao raised his glass towards Li Lin, saying, "Did you see clearly? If you did, then drink." Qian Changlin set down the examination admission ticket he had scrutinized multiple times, retorting, "Do you really have the ability to pass? If not, why waste time and money? Better to stay at home. With that money, we could buy more meat." He did not regret promising Huang Shihao funding for the college entrance examination, as he considered this trivial amount inconsequential. He simply felt that Huang was unreliable. Attending would only squander money and resources. Better to remain at home. "What kind of talk is that?" Huang Shihao replied, disgruntled. "A middle school student can pass. So why can't I, a high school student? Isn't it just that you've studied 3 more years of high school? You know better than I whether they taught anything during that time," Li Lin retorted disdainfully. He recalled a television drama named Xingyang Mingxia, featuring a formidable character named Cheng Jianjun, a middle school student who miraculously gained admission to a prestigious university. He was astounded. He thought to himself, if only his son or daughter possessed such intellect. How much time could be saved? And how much money? In his view, what did it matter that Huang Shihao had attended high school? Could he compare to Cheng Jianjun? High school lasts 2 years. Do you not understand that? Huang Shihao shot Li Lin a disdainful glance. 2 years of high school. Poor Lin, who never graduated from elementary school, is truly unaware. Does he not remember his son and daughter both attended for 3 years? Changed. When did it change? I have no idea, Huang Shihao said nonchalantly. Just provide the funds. In the future, when I am successful, I will take you along. Take me along. To share the wind of the Northwest? Li Lin pondered. If you had any ability, you should have passed the exam 2 years ago. Why wait until this year? In 77, I fought the village committee director's son, and a few months later, the college entrance examination resumed. Had I known, I would have endured. The village wouldn't grant me a recommendation letter, leaving me with no choice. Huang Shihao sighed. In 78, 79, still no recommendation letter. I ended up beating his son again. But heaven had eyes. This year, I did not need a letter. He concluded with a face full of pride. You son of a gun, you never mentioned that before. Qian Changjiang exclaimed, astonished. Although he often boasted about confronting village officials, he had never acted on it. He was no fool. Even if Li Lin did not dissuade him, he would never consider such a course of action. After all, how would he manage in the village if he assaulted the village officials? His mother once said something profoundly true. It is not crucial to be intelligent, but the greatest fear lies in failing to discern the subtleties of social dynamics. No wonder you have no friends in the village. At this moment, Li Lin finally comprehended why Huang Shihao chose to associate with 2 outsiders from different villages, particularly favoring Qian Changjiang. Who else would dare to befriend a fool like him, who had offended the village leaders? Huang Shihao chuckled awkwardly. That's just my nature. I speak out against injustice. I won't coddle them. I'd rather die than not raise my voice. You lack common sense, Li Lin retorted sharply. Dalin, you're being pedestrian again. I can bend and bow to the powerful, Huang Shihao declared boldly. But what do these village leaders amount to? If I beat them up, so be it. Can they really harm me? They can prevent you from taking the college entrance exam, leave you hungry, or deny you a decent home. Li Lin waved dismissively at Li Xian, who had approached, continuing, it's simply not worth the risk. But let us turn the conversation back. Why do you pursue the entrance exam? A good job? What is the difference between that and chasing after money? What gives you the right to look down on me? My aspirations soar like a swan, while yours are merely about survival, akin to sparrows pecking for crumbs. Can they be compared? Huang Shihao sipped his drink quietly, not clinking glasses with anyone. You sure know how to speak. Although Dalin was irritated, he had to concede that Huang Shihao made a valid point. Throughout his life, he had been involved in projects worth hundreds of millions, each a grand endeavor, collaborating with top-tier companies. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. He was merely a small contractor. The barriers to entry in his line of work were exceedingly low. Among the mediocre, all are merely scraping by. Dreams and ambitions are non-existent. Of course, those real estate tycoons fare little better if they don't leave you with unfinished projects. They consider themselves morally sound. He recalled a prominent businessman he once knew, who, during a banquet, had stated, "Only by prioritizing your own comfort can you ensure longevity." The short-lived are those who overly concern themselves with others' opinions. He wholeheartedly agreed. "Dahlin, you are indeed clever, but a wise man must possess vision. If your perspective is narrow, this will be your lot in life," Huang Shihao remarked, raising his pinky finger. "However, don't be anxious. Young people tend to excel in technique, but lack understanding. That's a common flaw. Take your time. You speak as if you're so much older than me." "You're only a few years my senior," Li Lin frowned. He could hardly fathom a day when a fool he looked down upon would impart such lessons. What does vision even mean? Tiling the Great Wall, extending the Pacific, or adding turning lights to airplanes for polishing atomic bombs? That's mere folly. You, Dahlin, are clever and perceptive, able to endear yourself to everyone. But that's merely social acumen, Huang Shihao said. After much discourse, Li Lin still failed to grasp the essence of vision. The Chinese people are ambitious and capable. They will surely catch up to and surpass the world's advanced levels in the near future. That is vision, Huang Shihao declared boldly. You fight your battles, I fight mine. If you can win, do so. If not, retreat. That too is vision. That sounded familiar. Li Lin pondered for a long time, yet could not recall where he had heard that before. Dahlin, are you confused? Have you been listening to the loudspeaker every day for nothing? Qian Changjiang exclaimed incredulously. Upon hearing the word loudspeaker, Li Lin immediately understood. This was a passage from the selected works of Mao. No wonder it felt so familiar. Revolution is not a dinner party, nor is it an artistic endeavor. It cannot be so refined, composed, and genteel, nor should it embody the qualities of gentleness and humility. Huang Shihao leaned back in his chair, continuing, life is the same. Otherwise, you might as well be a teacher, a scholar rebelling against the system. And if that fails after 3 years, chapter 88, rules I, Dalao Lin, shall not speak of anything else. After hearing Huang Shihao's remarks, Li Lin's perception of him changed instantly. He was determined to keep this friend. The day after tomorrow is the college entrance examination, right? I will accompany you. I will cover all your expenses for food and lodging. Huang Shihao was not ignorant of social niceties. Rather, he simply looked down upon them. Huang Shihao, now serious, retracted the flippant expression from his face and said earnestly, Dahlin, I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. No need to remember. As you know, I am a rough man with little education, Li Lin replied, gesturing toward the 3 children playing in the dirt at the doorway. If you truly become a university student and a state official, do help guide their studies. Regarding his son's education, aside from providing financial support, he felt utterly helpless. With an elder sister and brother in the family who had formal education, he could not rely on them either. Now, encountering Huang Shihao, he thought of it as finding a tutor for his son and daughter in advance. Despite Huang Shihao's unruly nature, he was still better than relying solely on himself. Although he was a rogue, he was also a cultured vagabond. Dalao Lin was destined for prosperity. He had no expectations for his son to be a paragon of virtue. During his time working in the capital, he had been made aware of the harsh realities of society. Children from poor families were taught to be honest and straightforward because they lacked confidence and the backing of wealthy parents, relying instead on these admirable traits to win favor with the affluent for mere survival. In contrast, wealthy children were educated to preserve their wealth. They were not bound by rules and should not act as sycophants. Otherwise, no amount of money could be maintained. These are trivial matters, Huang Shihao said nonchalantly. I will take care of these 3 children from now on. It's a promise. Li Lin's bowl clinked against Huang Shihao's in agreement. Brother, let me be frank with you. Over these years, I've been looked down upon even by my own brother, who nearly ridicules me as useless. Huang Shihao, having had a bit too much to drink, struggled to articulate. My parents passed away early. I was raised by my elder brother and sister-in-law. They bore the financial burden of my schooling from elementary to high school without complaint. Given that, how could I ever resent them for my failures? But I am a person who refuses to accept defeat. I refuse to believe that I am destined to be a farmer. Can a farmer never rise to prominence? Who among the famous individuals emerging from our corner was not once a farmer? If they can succeed, so can I. If I cannot achieve something worthwhile, I would rather starve than live in such humiliation. Brother, After listening to his words, Li Lin fell silent for a moment. You are an ambitious individual. Those with aspirations will surely achieve greatness. You are destined for significant success. Thank you for holding me in such high regard. Huang Shihao, filled with emotion, finished the bowl of white liquor in one go. Just as he swallowed, he suddenly retched and dashed out, vomiting into the drainage ditch. Qian Dongfang promptly suggested, drink some warm water. Once Huang Shihao managed to pour himself some water, he turned to Qian Changjiang and said, take him home to rest. He should drink no more. No more drinking, Huang Shihao agreed, waving his hand. Then I shall escort him home, Qian Changjiang said, supporting Huang Shihao as he returned home. Upon Qian Changjiang's return, he discovered that the jar of liquor had already been consumed by his father and Li Lin. You drank far too quickly, he exclaimed. Just finish what's in your bowl. There's no need to drink so much. The old lady chided him. The more you drink, the more muddled you become. I am your own son. Is this how you speak of your child? Qian Changjiang mumbled. If it weren't for Dalin, do you think you would be able to afford a meal and still want to drink? The old lady pressed her hand against his forehead. Auntie, that's too harsh. Longjiang and I are brothers, helping each other, Li Lin interjected after clinking bowls with Qian Dongfang. No one can rely on anyone else. Auntie, I have 3 children to care for. Dalin, you're being too modest, the old lady said, handing Li Lin a chicken head. Longjiang owes you a great deal. Otherwise, this coward would have been beaten to death long ago. She had previously held a low opinion of Li Lin, feeling that her son had been led astray by him. After all, her son was merely a bit foolish. How could he harbor any ill intentions? Learning from good people makes one good. Learning to bite from a turtle is all Dalin's fault. However, after this trip to the provincial city, her view of Dalin had completely transformed. Dalin was steady, sincere, and a person of principle. It was her own son who was the least reliable. Had it not been for Dalin on this journey to the provincial city, she and her daughter and son certainly would not have had such a smooth experience. Auntie, I've had enough of this chicken head. Please don't serve me any more, Li Lin said with a smile. Longjiang and I are not just brothers. We are closer than that. If we discuss anything else, it would be too formal. Indeed, the old lady continued, I just discussed with your uncle. And we shall stay here. As long as Longjiang remains unmarried, he remains our responsibility. We humbly ask you to look after him and you may more in the future. Auntie, if you continue to speak like this, I shall take my leave, Li Lin pretended to be angry. Tomorrow, if you work, let your uncle lend a hand behind you. The old lady said, setting down her chopsticks and presenting a large bowl of tea to Li Lin. However, the rules cannot remain as they once were. You must use your intellect, and those who merely speak should not share in your earnings. This has never been the way of things throughout history. Dalin, listen to me. Your good intentions, I will take on behalf of Longjiang, but it cannot be the same as before. You take the lion's share, allowing them to have some soup to drink. That will suffice. Auntie, the effort Longjiang and I put forth is equal. It's not that I mind sharing the money. I simply disdain such a trivial sum. Dalin, if you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall take Changjiang home to till the land. The old lady's demeanor was decidedly unyielding. Aunt, what do you intend to do then? Li Lin wore an expression of helplessness. If you hold them in regard, allow them to accompany you and earn a coin. You take 50 cents while they each take 50 cents as well. Li Lin recognized the old lady's seriousness and could only acquiesce. Clear accounts among close brothers lead to no entanglements in the future, which is a good thing. The old lady remarked with satisfaction. Before dawn, as Li Lin rose, he noticed a shadow outside the window, and he heard someone call, Dalin, are you awake? I'm up. Hearing Qian Changjiang's voice, Li Lin let out a sigh of relief. This time of day was precisely when those with ill intentions were most active. As soon as Qian Changjiang saw Li Lin open the door, he said, My mother has prepared breakfast. She is calling you to eat. Let me wash my face first. Li Lin did not stand on ceremony and proceeded to have 2 bowls of thin porridge and 4-course grain-steamed buns at Qian Changjiang's home. It was the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed since his departure. He and Qian Changjiang stood by the cart at Jiang Mingyue's doorstep, and Jiang Mingyue cheerfully exclaimed, Elder brother, you have made it easy for me to find you. I apologize for not being around these days. I've been busy at home harvesting wheat and transplanting rice seedlings. I hope I haven't delayed anything for you. Li Lin assessed the courtyard and noticed there weren't many oil barrels, causing a slight unease in his heart. Hopefully, this brother-sister duo had not sought assistance from others. Although the earnings here weren't substantial, they provided a stable income nonetheless. Jiang Mingyue smiled and said, We are also farmers. We've been working at home as well. And just the day before yesterday, we began extracting oil. Qian Changjiang took the cigarette that Jiang Mingsong passed to him, lit it, and interjected. Then why are you in such a hurry to find us? Uncle, please don't stand on ceremony, Jiang Mingsong said, striking a match and personally lighting Qian Dongfang's cigarette before continuing. We need to trouble you to help us transport the oil seeds. Li Lin, intrigued, asked. But this is not the harvest season. Are there really that many oil seeds to transport? The oil tree is an economic crop, but most of it is wild and has yet to form an industrial scale, and it is not harvest time yet. We must wait until September or October. Typically, Jiang Mingsong collects the reserves from farmers, a few dozen pounds from each household, accumulating gradually, and with just a three-wheeled cart. He usually manages well without needing so many people. Why is there now a special need for so many to assist? Jiang Mingsong pointed towards the door. It's hot outside. Let us talk inside. Once the three entered the house, he prepared a cup of tea for each of them and slowly explained. Once the harvest season arrives, there will be even fewer oil seeds to collect. If we want to gather them, we must act quickly. Qian Changjiang turned the white porcelain cup in his hands several times, marveling at how beautiful a simple teacup could be. After hearing Jiang Mingsong's words, he looked up and asked, why will there be no goods during the harvest season? Just the other day on our way to Runan, the mountains were full of them. How can there be a shortage now? That is something you may not know. The shells of these oil seeds are exceedingly hard. If they are not stored properly over the winter, the seeds cannot be extracted. Qian Dongfang, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Uncle has experience. We certainly cannot expect to return with freshly harvested fruit and peel them ourselves, can we? Jiang Mingsong chuckled, remarking that the oil seeds harvested this year were primarily those that had been stored through last winter and were only now being shelled. Indeed, it is said that changing fields is akin to traversing mountains. Li Lin had never considered such intricacies. Typically, as the school year approached, the shells would soften. And with financial constraints, one would gradually begin to shell the oil seeds, coinciding with the time when oil seeds were most abundant and inexpensive. Jiang Mingsong continued. To be candid, this year we have a bit of surplus cash, so we intend to stockpile more oil seeds. Avoiding the frantic scramble in spring when running around the countryside yields little. Shall we accompany you to the countryside? Qian Changjiang eagerly inquired. This time, we will not head to the countryside. Instead, we are going to the provincial capital, seeking to engage directly with significant wholesalers and bring back a more substantial supply. Jiang Mingsong replied, noticing that Qian Dongfang's teacup was empty and refilling it with water. There are 4 of you, plus myself and my cousin, totaling 5 carts to fill. Brother, do you know Wei Xinbing? Li Lin asked directly. Jiang Mingsong smiled and responded. He roams the village collecting mountain goods as well. We often cross paths. Last time, at a banquet hosted by a friend at Old Joe's restaurant, he mentioned you and praised you greatly, saying he was fortunate to have your assistance on 2 delivery trips. Li Lin laughed. He holds me in such high regard. During my last delivery to him, I noticed he had oil seeds among his goods. And there was quite a quantity. It wasn't out of kindness. Rather, he wished to avoid the provincial capital. If he were to go this time, returning before the 7th would be impossible. After all, he had already promised Huang Shihao to assist with the exam, and it would be unwise to backtrack now. No, he gathers only green fruit for medicinal use. Besides, if green fruit is needed, I can procure it without going through him. Seeing Li Lin's troubled expression, Jiang Mingsong inquired, Brother, is it inconvenient for you to go to the provincial capital? Li Lin nodded. I have commitments on the 7th and 8th. And if I head to the provincial capital, I wouldn't return in time, which would be dishonorable. If he truly failed to assist with the exam, Huang Shihao's stinginess could lead to dire consequences. Li Gu, we Haven Tea said we would leave today or tomorrow. There's no rush. Jiang Mingyue chimed in with a smile. If you have matters on the 7th and 8th, we can depart on the 9th instead. Will that cause any delay for you? Li Lin could not resist lighting the cigarette that Jiang Mingsong had offered, exhaling smoke rings. I could have my father-in-law substitute for me. It would be the same. Jiang Mingsong exchanged a glance with Jiang Mingyue before saying, I frequently visit the provincial capital and know the way well. If we take the bus, I can manage alone. Brother, having spent this time together, I have a good understanding of your character, and I'll be forthright. This trip requires us to bring cash and a cart. On this journey, even if we merely graze a chicken or disturb a single blade of grass, we would struggle to explain ourselves. Uncle Chung is naturally reliable, but given his age, I feel hesitant to impose too much on him. Thus, I must trouble you. Elder brother, you may be unaware, but Wei Xinbing has sung your praises, and many now know your esteemed name. Jiang Mingyue remarked cheerfully from the side. With this reputation, you could even establish a courier service. You flatter me. Li Lin shook his head. I am fully aware of my own capabilities. The road conditions were poor, jostling the cart in every direction, consuming both time and energy, often leaving his shoulders bruised and bloodied. To put it frankly, he felt like nothing more than a laborer. How could he possibly compare to the formidable bodyguards of the past? Brother, it is not mere self-praise. In our county, very few do not recognize the two of us. Jiang Mingsong tossed a cigarette to Li Lin, remarking that if this trip to the provincial city went smoothly, his reputation would be established, and in the future, there would be few able to compete with him in county transport. Thank you, Li Lin replied, uncertain whether to feel joy or amusement. He was pleased to be acknowledged and valued, yet he was also a reincarnated soul. To be reborn as a laborer? Even a dog would shake its head at such a fate. So it's settled then, Jiang Mingsong said, pulling a pack of gold leaves from his drawer and casually tossing one to Qian Changjiang. Seeing Li Lin nod, he continued, at dawn on the 9th. We'll meet at Old Zhou's restaurant and have a hearty meal before setting off. Absolutely, Li Lin replied without hesitation. After leaving Jiang Mingsong's home and walking a considerable distance, Qian Changjiang could no longer contain himself. Dalin, we haven't discussed the price yet, have we? The road to the provincial city is not short. Li Lin replied nonchalantly. Since he knows we're delivering goods to Wei Xinbing, he must have inquired about the price. He wouldn't cheat us, nor would he undercut us. Qian Dongfang nodded. Those two siblings don't seem like the type to disregard rules. Let us follow Dalin's lead. Chapter 90. Delivering the exam dad. Qian Changjiang glanced at his father, hesitating before saying, the provincial city is too far. Carrying such heavy oil seeds on the way back, why don't you stay at home and wait for an easier job later? Don't talk nonsense. Qian Dongfang abruptly halted, turning to glare at his son. Back in the day, when I was repairing the Huai River levee, I carried baskets weighing over 100 pounds without so much as a breath. Pulling a cart can't possibly kill me. Qian Changjiang retorted subtly, Dad. You know that was a long time ago. After the new year, you'll be 61. He was 26. Why did his father still treat him like a child? Especially in front of others? It was quite embarrassing. He certainly wasn't like Cheng Baiwang's sons, who bore no temper at all. Shall we practice together then? Qian Dongfang's expression darkened. Never mind, Qian Changjiang said, feeling quite helpless. Li Lin interjected, Uncle, please calm down. Changjiang didn't mean it that way. Qian Dongfang, along with Cheng Baiwang and Li Guofu, had all been formidable men in their youth, unafraid of hardship or exhaustion, determined to complete their tasks at all costs. However, it was precisely because they had endured so much suffering and toil in their younger days that they all suffered varying degrees of lumbar strain. Coupled with inadequate nutrition over the years, they were all exceedingly thin. They still insisted on calling themselves strong men, merely relying on the endurance cultivated in their youth to hold on. This was also the reason why his father-in-law was actively developing the basket business now. Running long distances for deliveries made one genuinely fear that they might not be able to catch their breath and could perish far from home. Of course, the primary reason remained that baskets were quite profitable. Dalin, rest assured, should we truly venture to the provincial capital, I shall not hinder your progress, Qian Dongfang declared, thumping his bony chest with conviction. Uncle, what are you saying? Li Lin responded with a hint of exasperation. In terms of capability, you undoubtedly surpass both of us. After a moment of silence, uncertain of how to respond, he chose to remain mute. Upon returning home, he immediately chastised Huang Shihao. I sacrificed a lucrative business opportunity worth several hundred yuan for you. Yet not all is lost. At the very least, you have discerned your worth among them. And you have discovered your own position, Huang Shihao replied lazily, a dogtail grass hanging from his mouth. Is that truly a positive outcome? Li Lin retorted, incredulous. As you mentioned, if national policies indeed loosen, you must find your niche in business and comprehend your value to others. Huang Shihao appraised Li Lin from head to toe, then glanced at Qian Changjiang. Your stature is not without merit. As long as your punches are strong enough, there will be a place for you in this world. I have no intention of mingling in this world. Li Lin shook his head vigorously. I am in business. Indeed, you are in business, Huang Shihao conceded, unusually not arguing. So hurry up and save money to buy a car. If not a car, then at least a tractor. Relying solely on your 2 legs for a lifetime is nothing but toil. A tractor? Li Lin suddenly awakened to the idea. Why had he not considered purchasing a tractor before? How shameful. As a reborn individual, it was one thing not to have amassed great wealth. But to be enlightened by a simpleton was another matter entirely. A tractor costs several thousand yuan. Qian Changjiang scoffed. With that money, I could simply return home, marry, and start a family. Reality check. Huang Shihao disregarded him, continuing to focus on Li Lin. What you speak of, stars and the sea, surely cannot rely solely on 2 legs. Thank you. Li Lin sighed. I shall strive to save money to purchase that tractor. After his rebirth, he diligently recalled the reincarnation novels he had read, attempting to emulate their pathways to wealth. However, whether it was through antiquities, stamps, snacks, or factories, not a single avenue proved viable. He even scrutinized himself in the mirror, searching for the so-called aura that only reborn individuals supposedly possess. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The only somewhat plausible venture was trading treasury bonds. Setting aside the question of capital, even acquiring a train ticket posed a challenge. Securing one purchase relied on luck, but achieving 10 or 8 depended entirely on skill. Now that's the spirit. Huang Shihao remarked triumphantly. Although Li Lin held immense respect for him, he couldn't help but feel angered by his ostentatious demeanor. The day before the college entrance examination, Li Lin took Huang Shihao directly to the county, securing a single room at a hotel in close proximity to the exam venue. After settling into the room, he assisted in purchasing study supplies and then, with determination, handed over 5 yuan. Huang Shihao gazed at the 5 yuan in Li Lin's hand. Sighing, Dalin, I never anticipated you would be so generous. What are you dawdling for? Take it. Li Lin replied with a smile. As agreed, this is a loan, and it must be repaid in the future. In gratitude, Dalin expressed, I won't elaborate on my thanks. Your kindness will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Huang Shihao sighed in deep appreciation. Enough of the chatter, Li Lin interjected, stuffing money into his pants pocket and giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you for the night? I was merely jesting, so please don't take it to heart. Your generosity in providing a hotel room, purchasing stationery, and lending me money is already more than I could ever ask for, Huang Shihao replied earnestly. You should head back now. I wouldn't want to hinder your opportunity to earn big. Is this some sort of jest? Qian Changjiang retorted, visibly annoyed. I apologize. Huang Shihao chuckled sheepishly. Since you've mentioned it, we shall take our leave. Best of luck with your studies, Li Lin declared before turning to depart. Dalin, isn't this the wrong way home? Qian Changjiang followed behind Li Lin, looking utterly bewildered. We're going to greet Jiang Mingsong now and head to the provincial capital tomorrow, Li Lin clarified. Sounds splendid, Qian Changjiang responded with enthusiasm. Upon arriving at Jiang Mingyue's residence, they quickly agreed to meet at Lao Zhou's restaurant. The following morning, at Lao Zhou's, each indulged in a hearty bowl of chicken noodle soup before loading their empty cart and setting off for the provincial city. Jiang Mingsong's cousin, Jiang Mingho, who had also recently returned from military service, was tall and robust. After encountering him, Li Lin finally grasped why Jiang Mingsong wanted him along. Walking alongside such a commanding figure provided an immense sense of security. Throughout the journey, Jiang Mingsong ensured they were well fed with ample fish and meat. However, Li Lin was prudent, abstaining from alcohol himself and urging Qian Changjiang to do the same. Qian Dongfang was equally sensible, avoiding any indulgence. Fully aware of the treasure concealed within Jiang Mingho's bulging yellow backpack, money, they remained vigilant, day and night, for any unforeseen circumstances. They owed it to their benefactor to stay alert. If my brothers and sisters find this appealing, do leave a 5-star review. And if you think it's lacking, a 5-star review is even more essential. Isn't it better to lure more people to join us in this venture? Chapter 91. The ancient capital. As the group left Huaibin, passing through Shinsai, they found themselves in Zhoukou the following noon, amidst torrential rain. What splendid rain! Exclaimed Qian Dongfang. Drenched yet beaming, I wonder if it's raining back home. Surely it must be. Jiang Mingsong wiped the rain from his brow, gazing at the suddenly deserted street with a smile. Let us find a place to take shelter, let it rain as it may. We'll continue our journey when it subsides. With that, he pulled the cart and led them to a nearby eave to escape the downpour. He promptly shed his shirt, wrung it out, and retrieved his cigarette case. Noticing that his cigarettes were dry, he circulated them around, and when he saw Qian Dongfang struggling with damp matches, he kindly used his lighter to ignite them. The carefree Qian Changjiang exhaled smoke rings, gazing at the relentless curtain of rain, and mused, let it pour. Let it pour abundantly. It would be wonderful if the fields were filled to the brim. A bountiful harvest awaits in autumn. Li Lin chuckled. As long as it doesn't rain too much, or else the riverbanks may breach, and we might have to contend with floods. In their region, known as Century County, a river flows from east to west, established primarily for flood prevention, named after its proximity to the banks of the Huai River. The moniker flood corridor is not without reason. It would be manageable if only a localized downpour occurred. However, should rain fall upstream and downstream along the Huai River simultaneously, one would have to embody the spirit of sacrificing personal safety for the greater good, perching atop tree branches to observe the turbulent tides on either bank, a truly magnificent sight. Indeed, Qian Dongfang found himself ensnared in a dilemma, yearning for rain at home, yet simultaneously beseeching that it not be too torrential, lest the outcome be dire. In the distance, a small courtyard buzzed with activity. Some individuals sheltered under umbrellas, others wrapped their heads in garments, while a few donned only shorts, barefoot and bare-chested. Jiang Mingsong tossed his cigarette into a puddle before exclaiming, I'll take a look. Wait for me. He hurriedly dashed into the courtyard, then re-emerged, standing in the doorway and waving his hand until Li Lin and the others approached. He then remarked, this is a restaurant. Let us grab a bite and drink some hot water to avoid catching a cold. As the rain poured down, the dimly lit interior felt oppressively gloomy, with a significant amount of gathered rainwater seeping into the house. A woman, her complexion a ghastly yellow, was tirelessly shoveling water outside. Upon seeing Li Lin and the others, she quickly stepped aside. Inside, several patrons occupied the space, and Jiang Mingsong casually selected a seat, addressing the proprietor who was busy serving noodles. Boss, serve us a large pot of tea and a bowl of noodles for each of us, with extra meat. The proprietor acknowledged his order, while the pallid woman brought forth a large pot of tea, replete with old tea leaves. Jiang Mingsong poured tea for everyone and smiled. This is a small commune. Having a place like this is quite commendable, so let us make do. Observing that those around him had shed their sweatshirts, Qian Dongfang followed suit, wringing out his shirt at the doorway before cheerfully stating, this is quite good. At least we have hot food. Jiang Mingsong replied, once we reach the county seat ahead, we should find a guest house with bathing facilities and dry our clothes. Li Lin, towel in hand, wiped his hair and remarked, we should arrive by tomorrow afternoon, right? Jiang Mingsong nodded. If the roads remain passable, we should make it. My only concern is the condition of the roads. It would be ideal if the sun emerged to dry them. Li Lin felt similarly resigned. In all of Hunan, whether the main roads or the secondary ones, they were predominantly unpaved. The notion of asphalt or concrete roads was utterly fanciful. Highways, a development of the post-1990s, existed only in a minuscule stretch from the provincial capital to Kaifeng. Even the most developed provincial capital's road conditions, which he had previously observed, were mediocre at best, with merely 4 or 5 main thoroughfares paved, the rest being dirt roads. His observations suggested that the local bus routes barely numbered 5, any more were non-existent. It was nothing short of deplorable. The proprietor soon presented large bowls of noodles, which Li Lin and the others devoured eagerly, leaving not a trace of broth. The rain continued to fall, rendering them unable to leave. Thus they had no choice but to linger. Jiang Mingsong inquired, the person you sent to take the exam isn't named Huang Shihao, is he? Li Lin, taken aback, replied, you know him? Jiang Mingsong explained, in Wulong village where you reside, I know a Huang Shihao. He was my classmate in high school, and he possesses precisely the personality you described, exceptionally obstinate. Li Lin chuckled, remarking that his temperament was certainly not one that an ordinary person could easily endure. Jiang Mingsong, lighting a cigarette, added, I cannot recall whether he is 32 or 33. In any case, he is around my age. If he were to take the college entrance examination, he would surely have altered his age. Altered his age? Li Lin shook his head, saying, I truly have no knowledge of that. There are age restrictions for the college entrance examination, generally capped at 25, with an allowance up to 30. I had contemplated participating as well, but the hassle of altering my age deterred me from pursuing that path. Jiang Mingsong tousled his disheveled hair and continued, besides, it has been over a decade since graduation. I have forgotten most of what I learned. So there's no need to embarrass myself. What is life if not lived? Qian Changjiang interjected. So you attended high school as well? I couldn't tell. Jiang Mingsong responded with a wry smile. Back then, my studies were merely a waste of time, Slightly better than being a blind fool. Yet that is still better than us, Li Lin stated earnestly. He entered society at an early age, encountering numerous opportunities. His only misfortune was a lack of education. Had he even possessed a junior high school diploma, he would not be in that pitiful state. As they conversed, the rain abruptly ceased. The sun emerged, and a rainbow arched over the treetops, appearing almost within reach. They continued their journey along the dirt road, which had long been compacted by the passage of heavy and light vehicles. Even after a downpour, the ground was merely damp on the surface, with most of the water draining into the adjacent ditches. While it was possible to traverse with the cart, the abundance of puddles and mud made progress arduous. They could not travel far without having to use branches to pry the mud clinging to the wheels. By afternoon, under the scorching sun, the road solidified, and the mud diminished, allowing them to quicken their pace. They walked from dusk until the early hours of the morning, beneath a sky filled with stars and a luminous moon. They finally arrived in Weishur, near the popular Douyin site, the Jialu River. This place is filled with treasures. Li Lin pondered whether to venture into the river to search for valuables. Indeed, it is the ancient capital of 8 dynasties, with underground artifacts ranking first and surface relics second. Jiang Mingho, who had been quiet until now, exclaimed excitedly. It was once called Bianliang, wasn't it? Why don't we dig a couple of shovels to give it a try? Qian Changjiang, eyeing the shovel on the cart, was eager to participate. Refrain from such lofty dreams, Qian Dongfang scoffed. If there are truly valuable items, they won't be ours to claim. If you truly wish to find something worthwhile, you might as well return home to search the river there. Jiang Mingho, brimming with enthusiasm, recounted, recently, a boat captain even retrieved a jar full of coins from the river. Dear brothers and sisters, I implore you, writing is no easy task. Please refrain from giving 3 or 4-star ratings. My heart cannot withstand it.